My name is Chin. I was thrown to the floor by a noise so loud it felt like the world was tearing apart. As I scrambled to get up, my desk toppled over and papers flew everywhere. My first thought was an earthquake, but the sensation that followed was impossible. I felt a strange weightlessness, as if my body was drifting upward. I watched in total disbelief as a potted plant lifted off its surface and hung suspended in midair. When I looked out the window, my heart stopped. The chaos outside was beyond anything I had ever imagined. Vehicles were losing control because the laws of physics seemed to have vanished. From my office, I could see people on balconies screaming as their buildings began to float. On the school playground, children watched their basketballs drift into the sky instead of bouncing back down. Inside stores, shelves shook and people panicked, certain that the world was ending. That was when I noticed the light. A thin, shimmering film was rising from the earth at an incredible speed. It looked like a giant, colorful bowl made of glass, slowly wrapping itself around the entire town of Licheng. Beyond this glowing barrier, I saw figures from the nearby village. They were pointing and shouting in terror. I saw a firefighter in his orange suit running toward us, his hand outstretched as if he could pull us back or hold onto the city. But the boundary was final. As the city crossed some invisible line, the ground shook violently. I watched helplessly as the firefighter and the familiar green fields grew smaller and smaller, fading into the distance like a receding wave. The world we knew, the roads, the mountains, and our neighbors, was gone. In its place were rolling clouds and strange, floating islands. A cold chill ran through my body as I realized we had been physically removed from our dimension. The faces of those left behind, frozen in fear and desperation, stayed burned into my mind. They were the witnesses to our disappearance. We were no longer on Earth. We were being carried away by this mysterious light into a completely unknown sky, trapped inside a shimmering cage. While the world outside watched in terror, I was trapped within the city, but the story of what happened on the other side reached me later. From the perspective of those left behind, the disappearance of Licheng was a nightmare. The village head of a nearby town saw our entire city, the streets, the tall buildings, and the homes of 80,000 people, simply fade away. It was as if an invisible eraser had wiped us off the map, leaving only a massive, shimmering dome of light where a busy city used to be. Panic quickly moved from the local villages to the highest levels of the government. When emergency workers tried to check the cameras in our town, they saw nothing but static and that strange, glowing barrier. The news traveled fast, reaching the National Command Center. Experts and officials were shocked to find that all satellite images and radar signals from our location had vanished. They realized that Licheng had physically separated from their world and moved into a different dimension. The government immediately activated a top-level emergency protocol. They moved satellites to watch the area and called in the country's best scientists to study the mystery. However, their technology was useless against the barrier. Rescue teams tried to reach us, but their vehicles lost power as they got close, and their drones crashed into the colorful light. On the outside, the nation was in shock. Thousands of people were woken up to deal with the crisis as the government prepared to talk to the rest of the world about what happened. Even with all the power of a great nation, they could not reach through that glowing wall to save us. The leaders looked at the empty space on the map and made a promise to find us and bring us home. We were gone from their world, leaving behind a scar on the earth and a mission for the country to solve a mystery that defied all science. Standing on the steps of the government building, I felt like I was drowning in a nightmare. Above me, two moons, one blue and one red, cast a strange, cold light over our town. The very air had changed, smelling sweet yet rotten. I watched in horror as my people tried to escape, only to realize we were trapped in a cage that defied logic. One man drove his car directly into the shimmering barrier, but instead of crashing, he simply vanished. A moment later, his car dropped out of the sky on the other side of town, crashing into the street. It was the same for everyone. Whether they ran or rode scooters toward the edge, the barrier teleported them back to random corners of the city like discarded toys. We were like characters in a video game who could never move past the border. Panic spread through the 80,000 residents like a plague. People were screaming, cars were crashing, and many simply collapsed in despair, believing it was the end of the world. I knew that if I didn't act immediately, the chaos would destroy us before the mystery did. I grabbed a loudspeaker and climbed onto the roof of a police car. My heart was pounding, but I made my voice as steady as possible. I admitted to the crowd that I was scared too, but I reminded them that we were still alive and that our families were still together. I told them we could not afford to fall apart. I called out for every public servant, veteran, and party member to stand up and lead. I began giving orders to my team, telling the engineers to fix the power and the neighborhood leaders to count our food and water. As I stood there, I could see the fear in the people's eyes turn into a small spark of hope. I promised them that the government was still here and that I would stay with them. By organizing ourselves, we turned a screaming crowd back into a community. We have to survive long enough to understand this world, and I am determined to find a way to lead my people home. In our new command center, the air was thick with smoke and worry. I looked at the notes on my desk: power, water, food, order. The reports were grim. Our diesel was running out, the water was filled with strange particles, and most terrifying of all, we only had enough food for 15 days. My town is an industrial hub, not a farm. We have workshops and factories, but we don't grow anything. Without our old supply roads, we are slowly starving. To find hope, I led my team to the edge of the barrier. The world outside was beautiful but alien, with purple moss and floating islands. There, we met our first neighbors, small, green-skinned creatures on steam-powered flying machines. One of them, whom we called Galu, tried to offer us a glowing fruit. We tried to give him biscuits in return, but the barrier stopped us. We could see each other and even touch the glass-like wall, but we could not pass anything through. It was a heartbreaking realization. We were safe inside the shield, but we were also trapped away from the resources we needed to survive. Back in town, the pressure of the 15-day countdown began to weigh on everyone. I decided to build a special task force. Along with engineers, I included young gamers and writers because they are used to thinking about strange worlds and magic rules. Some older officials doubted this, but I knew traditional science wasn't enough anymore. We needed creative minds to figure out how to unlock the barrier. While the town lived in fear, something small but strange was happening. A young woman named Su Xiaoya noticed her phone acting up. As she helped keep peace in the food lines, her screen showed a message about order contribution and a progress bar. It seems that maintaining order is actually generating some kind of energy. While the rest of us look at the sky for answers, a hidden system might be watching our behavior. My goal remains the same. I must keep order and manage our tiny food supply. Every choice I make now determines whether 80,000 people live or die. By the 5th day of rationing, the atmosphere in Carp Town was as tense as a stretched string. Outside the light barrier, the Goblin Galu appeared on time as usual, his cart loaded with even more goods and his eyes filled with urgency. Inside the barrier, Wang Taizhu and his technical team had tried every physical method they could think of, but the soft-looking yet unbreakable shield remained unmoved. Still no progress? Chen Zhangwo asked, his voice tired as he looked at Wang Taizhu returning once again without success. Wang Taizhu shook his head heavily and pointed to the discouraged engineers behind him, as well as a few young web fiction enthusiasts deep in thought. We've tried everything we can think of. This thing doesn't respond to force or finesse. Zhao Hang, whose online name was Arcane Hand, couldn't help but speak up. Mayor, this really feels like a high-level barrier. It might follow rules, not brute strength. The goblin can approach it, but we can't. That means the rules treat us differently. His words drew helpless looks from the older engineers, but in the corner, Su Xiaoya's heart stirred. At that moment, she felt a clear, undeniable heat coming from the phone in her pocket. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, she slipped into a quiet corner and took out her phone. The screen lit up automatically. The strange symbols were gone, replaced by a clear line of text that only she could see. Stable interaction detected. Parsing module active. Suggestion: use established digital symbols as an order medium. Contribution points 0.5. Below the text, a faint, almost vanishing progress bar slowly took shape, showing initializing 0.1%. Su Xiaoya's heart raced. The phone was actually talking. It mentioned contribution points and an order medium. Could it be that her earlier efforts to maintain order had somehow charged this thing? And now, it was giving her a clear suggestion. A mix of fear and determination surged through her. She had made up her mind. She had to step forward. Taking a deep breath, she returned to the crowd. Her voice was calm but firm. "Mayor, Engineer Wong, may I try my phone again? I think it might be special." Under the crowd's curious and expectant gazes, she stepped up to the glowing barrier once more. This time, her movements were steady and confident. Instead of showing a number right away, she first picked up a standard 100-gram compressed biscuit and pressed it against the barrier, making sure Galu could see its size and packaging clearly. Then she turned on her phone, opened the calculator, and carefully pressed 1. She didn't show the screen immediately. Instead, she held the phone tightly in her hand, as if passing her determination into it, before finally showing the bright red 1 to the goblin outside the barrier. Galu's large eyes widened instantly. It recognized the symbol. Excited, it pointed at the 1, then at the biscuit, letting out a series of quick, eager sounds. Next, Su Xiaoya made an even bolder move. She pressed the phone screen directly against the glowing barrier. Buzz. A faint hum echoed from the point of contact. The shimmering, multicolored barrier glowed softly where it touched the phone, the light matching the red number on the screen. The glow was steady and gentle, like a newly lit transfer mark. "Quick, Officer Lin, pass the biscuit over. Aim for the glowing spot." Wang Taizhu reacted instantly, his voice trembling with excitement. Holding his breath, Lin Xiaofeng picked up another identical 100-gram biscuit and carefully pushed it toward the glowing red point. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the moment the cookie package touched the red, it passed through without any resistance. As if sinking gently into warm water, steady and smooth, it went right through. It worked. It really worked. The crowd erupted in cheers, people hugging each other in excitement. Outside the glowing film, Galu was stunned. It froze for several seconds before suddenly leaping forward, grabbing the divine gift that had crossed over, holding it tightly in its arms. Facing Su Xiaoya and her phone, it let out joyful, grateful cries, and even tried to imitate a human bow, clumsy but sincere. "Quick, do the reverse exchange. Xiaosu, keep it steady. We need that light moss fruit," Chen Jiangwo ordered, trying to control his excitement. The same process followed. Galu carefully pushed a light moss fruit toward the glowing red dot, and the fruit passed through smoothly. The first physical exchange was completed, verified by Su Xiaoya's mysterious phone. Chen Jiangwo immediately gave a series of commands. Record everything. Exchange base established. 1 unit equals 100 grams of standard compressed biscuits or 1 standard light moss fruit. All future trades must follow this ratio. Lin Xiaofeng, you'll draft the detailed trade list and exchange rates. Engineer Wang, your team must focus on finding a way to replace Xiaosu's phone. He knew that this fragile digital key was now the lifeline of Licheng. After 2 successful exchanges, Su Xiaoya felt her phone growing hot in her hand. In her mind, the once blurry progress bar suddenly became clearer and jumped forward to initialization. 5%. At the same time, a new message appeared, primary order established. Energy infusion. Personal mission module preparing to start. Looking at the cheering crowd, Su Xiaoya gripped the hot phone tightly, realizing that she and this device were now bound to the fate of the entire city. The news of the first successful trade spread like a ray of sunlight breaking through heavy clouds, bringing long-lost warmth to the hearts of Licheng's people. But that light was still too weak to drive away all the cold. The news was deliberately released by Mayor Chen Jiangwo through the neighborhood committees, aiming to calm and reassure the citizens. The results were immediate. At the supply station, the crowd waiting in line was filled with talk and anticipation. "Have you heard? The government made contact with those little green people outside and traded for glowing fruits that can fill your stomach," said a man in work clothes, his voice full of excitement. The woman next to him was more practical. "My daughter helps at the command center. She said they can't trade much each day. Everything depends on a student's phone as the key, passing things out bit by bit. It's really slow." Hope brought conversation and eased some anxiety, but the amount of supplies each person received was still shrinking. People looked at the small portions in their hands with mixed feelings. Hope for the future, but also a clear understanding that distant help couldn't solve their immediate hunger. In the temporary command center, the focus of the meeting led by Chun Jiangwo had shifted from how to break through to how to improve this only channel. Lin Xiaofeng pointed at the draft trade list, frowning. Mayor, at this rate, Comrade Su Xiaoya can only complete a few dozen trades a day. Even if all of them are for the glowing moss fruit, it's still far from enough for 80,000 people. And we can't just trade for food. We also need energy minerals, medicinal plants, and materials for making tools. Wang Taizhu added, his tone both technical and helpless. The tech team is analyzing the energy pattern when Su Xiaoya's phone interacts with the light membrane, hoping to find a way to copy it. But the principles behind it are far beyond what we understand. It'll take time. The young people in the web literature group suggested ideas like belief energy and resonance of order. They sound strange, but maybe they're worth exploring. Time is exactly what we don't have, Chen Jiangwo said in a low voice, tapping the red-marked inventory report on the table. Director Li, how are the people feeling? Li Xiaoying reported. Now that everyone knows trading is possible, their mood has improved, but patience is limited. Many are asking when they can use their own things to trade. We explained that the current channel is official and unified. Some understand, but others are starting to have their own ideas. This was clearly a new risk. The people's desire to trade was growing, but the only fragile channel had to remain under strict control. Still, the energy among the people was quietly awakening. Some quick thinkers had already begun to act. The retired teacher who once helped Su Xiaoya guide the crowd brought a few students to test the calming effect of a small amount of soothing herbs they had traded for. The hardware store owner, Master Wang, studied a piece of energy he had received from the authorities, wondering if he could make a long-lasting lamp from it. A few young people even began to observe and record the behavior of the goblin Galu and the types of goods it brought, hoping to find some patterns. All these efforts were still in their earliest stages, full of uncertainty, but they showed a positive direction. The people of Licheng were beginning to try to truly understand this new world, not just fear it. Su Xiaoya had become the link between the two worlds, bearing pressure like never before. Every day, she spent long hours at the trading post, repeating the dull routine of scan the phone, show the numbers, guide the exchange. Her phone grew hot, and the progress bar of the system in her mind slowly but steadily reached 12%. She could feel that the so-called personal task module was about to finish loading. The thought made her uneasy, yet also quietly hopeful. Perhaps this system held the key to changing their situation. When Chen Jiangwo inspected the trading post, he looked at Su Xiaoya's tired but focused face, and at the now familiar figure of the goblin Galu outside the light barrier. He said to the officials beside him, "Look, we've built a narrow bridge in the middle of despair. It's shaky and small, but it's our first step toward a new life. What we must do now is cross carefully while finding a way to turn it into a strong bridge that can carry 80,000 people." After several days of trading, the process had become smoother, though the scale was still limited. Just as Lin Xiaofeng and the others were thinking about how to improve efficiency, Galu brought something that surprised everyone. Unlike before, this time it wasn't pulling a small cart full of random goods. Instead, it and two other goblins were struggling to carry a large object, a huge metal container about half the height of a person. Its surface was made of rusty iron sheets and rough copper pipes, all crudely riveted together. The surface of the large iron container was carefully engraved with intricate patterns that had been badly worn by time. They must once have shone brightly, but now they were dull and faded. Even so, faint traces of energy could still be sensed from the lines. At the bottom of the container was a simple boiler, constantly dripping condensed water and occasionally releasing unstable bursts of steam with soft popping sounds. What is this thing?" Lin Xiaofeng asked in surprise, staring through the light barrier at the strange, industrial-looking object. Gala looked unusually excited. It pointed at the metal container, then at the temporary lamp in the trading post powered by energy crystals. After that, it drew a large circle in the air, made a woo-woo sound, and finally held up 10 fingers, repeating the gesture several times. It's saying, "This thing can provide energy like the crystals, and it's very powerful? It wants 10 units for it?" Su Xiaoya guessed, her phone still warm from long use. Wang Taiju was called over in a hurry. He studied the device through the light barrier, his eyes growing brighter. Crude. Very crude. Poor sealing, low heat efficiency, primitive steam use. But look at those markings. He pointed at the faded engravings on the container. They seem to be some kind of array that converts heat into a more stable energy output, or maybe energy guiding runes. Sadly, they're too worn to function properly. This design, it's a mix of magic and steam technology. His words confirmed the state of their world. Magic was fading, and the once delicate arrays were now broken. Yet their civilization had found a way to merge the remnants of magic with early industry. Seeing that the human expert was interested, Galu became even more eager. It signaled for its companion to start the device. A goblin struggled to pull a valve. The boilers sputtered, the container trembled, and the dim engravings flickered weakly before going dark again, leaving only thicker steam and the goblin's coughing. It seems this is a broken, magical steam core. Wang Taiju guessed. Galu wants to sell it to us as scrap metal and thinks it's worth a lot. After a long round of difficult bargaining and number crunching, Licheng finally traded 5 stainless steel lunchboxes and 2 mirrors for a damaged magical steam core. For Licheng, its research value far outweighed its practical use. For Galu, however, it was a fortune, exchanging what it saw as scrap metal for a pile of magical creations, industrial goods. It was so excited that it nearly fainted. The big deal left both sides satisfied, but it also clearly revealed the nature of this world's technology, a fragile steam industry built upon the fading foundation of magic. The successful trade of that strange magical device gave the technical team a new direction for research, but Su Xiaoya felt uneasy. After the deal, her phone became unusually hot, and the progress bar in her mind suddenly jumped to 100%. That night, in her small cubicle within the temporary dormitory, everything was quiet except for the faint sound of patrol footsteps in the distance. Her phone screen lit up on its own, casting a soft white glow that not only illuminated the screen, but also projected a three-dimensional, high-tech, semi-transparent interface before her eyes, completely out of place in this world of steam and magic. Interworld Civilization Link System, Beta, Initialization Complete. Host, Su Xiaoya, Current Access Level. Personal, Civilization Link Energy, 15 out of 100. Energy comes from order and cultural exchange, slowly recovering. Function modules. 1. Personal mission system, unlocked. 2. Contribution store, locked, requires 30 energy. 3. Wide area link module, locked, requires 100 energy and completion of a special guide mission. Su Xiaoya held her breath, her heart pounding. She instinctively tried to touch the interface, but her fingertip passed right through the light. What? What is this? She whispered, her voice unusually clear in the silence. As if responding to her question, the interface shifted and a new message appeared. Personal mission issued. The foundation of order, mission description. A stable order is the cornerstone of civilization's survival and growth, and also a vital source of system energy. Please help maintain stability within Carp City, resolve potential conflicts, and strengthen the current fragile balance. Mission objective. Successfully prevent or mediate 3 disputes that could escalate into public incidents. 0/3. Mission reward. Contribution points 50. Basic rune analysis. Beginner. Knowledge infusion ×1. Failure penalty. None. System energy recovery speed will be greatly reduced. Foundation of order. Disputes. Su Xiaoya murmured, recalling the scattered complaints she had overheard earlier that day while accompanying Director Licheng on her visits. Why are we trading away the town's resources for something we don't even know? If I could trade my old toolbox, maybe I could get several days' worth of food. Is the government keeping all the good stuff for themselves? At the time, she had thought they were just complaints, but now she realized these were sparks that could ignite disorder. She remembered Mayor Chen Jiangwo shouting himself hoarse from the top of a vehicle to keep order, Engineer Wang Tieju's bloodshot eyes from sleepless nights, and Lin Xiaofeng's focused gestures as he worked with the goblins, drenched in sweat. If order collapses, trade stops, and research halts, then we might truly lose all hope. A sudden understanding rose in her heart. This system, it seems to be guiding me to do what helps everyone survive. She focused her thoughts and asked the interface, "What are contribution points for? And what is knowledge infusion?" The interface responded to her thoughts, showing a gray preview of the contribution store. Inside were items that made her heart race. Universal Language Mastery Scroll, small. Basic Physical Enhancer, Design Blueprint Pack, random, each marked with the required points. As for knowledge infusion, the system displayed a line of text. Information will be directly transferred into the host's deep memory in a way that can be understood, without the need for study. Without the need for study? Su Xiaoya gasped. That meant if she obtained basic rune analysis, she might be able to read the patterns on that magic container, and maybe even help engineer Wang and the others. A new sense of purpose replaced her unease. She was no longer passively waiting for orders or acting only out of goodwill. Now, she held in her hands a mysterious tool that could help her actively find a way forward for the city and for its 80,000 people. The next day, she joined Director Licheng's community work with renewed enthusiasm. When she heard someone complaining loudly about unfair distribution at a supply point, drawing a crowd, she immediately remembered her system task and stepped forward. "Aunt Zhang." "Uncle Li," she said gently but firmly, her smile calm and reassuring. "The list and shares have all been checked, and everyone can see that. If you think there's a mistake, let's go check the records together, okay? Arguing here only wastes everyone's time." As she spoke, she subtly positioned herself between the two upset people. Her timely action quickly eased the tension. As the crowd dispersed, she clearly heard a soft notification sound in her mind. The task progress changed to 1/3. Her phone grew slightly warm in her pocket, and the system's energy seemed to pulse faintly. Hope began to grow quietly on two levels. One was the research team's progress in decoding creations from another world, and the other was a mysterious system planting a seed of change for the city's order and future. Su Xiaoya knew that the path ahead of her had completely changed. After Su Xiaoya successfully resolved 3 neighborhood disputes caused by supply distribution, the long-awaited system message appeared. Personal task, Foundation of Order, March 3rd, completed. Reward granted, contribution points 50, basic rune analysis, beginner, knowledge infusion starting. Suddenly, a fresh and powerful stream of information surged into her mind like a bursting flood. It wasn't just plain text. It was like a vivid, colorful painting filled with endless mysteries and wondrous scenes. It contained countless dynamic models showing the flow of energy, complex geometric patterns, and the subtle harmony between elements. When she looked again at the damaged magic core, everything appeared completely different. The once chaotic and confusing carvings now seemed alive, naturally separating and rearranging into vibrant energy circuits. These circuits moved gracefully in the air, like lively spirits dancing in the void. She could now clearly see how the glowing energy struggled through the uneven spiral runes, trying to gather together, only to fade away helplessly at a broken point. She could almost feel those dimmed energy nodes, like dying embers struggling to shine, sending out desperate calls into the air. But the surrounding magical elements had become so scarce that they could no longer meet their needs. She nearly ran to find Wang Taizhu. "Engineer Wang, I think I understand something," she said, grabbing a piece of chalk and drawing quickly on the blackboard. This time, it wasn't simple copying, it was reconstruction based on understanding. "This thermal gathering rune is too old and clumsy, far too inefficient. If we replace the chaotic spiral here with a hexagonal symmetry, the energy flow will be much more stable. And here, the energy channel is too narrow. If we use our copper wire drawing technique to make fine parallel splits." As she spoke, her improved design took shape. Simple, elegant lines filled with the beauty of math and energy. Wang Taizhu and the other engineers, including Zhao Heng, were all stunned. This isn't just inspiration, Xiao Su." Wang Taizhu's voice trembled as he pointed at the drawing. "This is pure enlightenment. Your optimization increases efficiency by more than 300%. You've touched the very foundation of this world's rules." He looked at Su Xiaoya as if she were a priceless treasure. Zhao Heng was so excited he could barely speak. Understanding at the rule level. "Xiao Su, you're more amazing than the heroes in my stories." At that critical moment, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly came from outside the light barrier. The sound was as chilling as a night owl's cry, sending shivers down everyone's spine. At the same time, there was a strange puffing noise, as if something was on the verge of destruction. Everyone froze for a moment, then rushed outside without hesitation. What they saw left them speechless. Gala's aircraft was trailing thick black smoke, swaying dangerously. The once bright green canvas wings were torn to shreds, with only a few pieces still fluttering weakly in the wind. Gala himself looked nothing like his usual clever self. He was a mess. His old leather armor was in tatters, his body covered in foul-smelling green slime. Even worse, one of his arms was twisted at a strange angle, clearly broken. At that moment, his terrified face was filled with despair and helplessness, like a poor soul who had just escaped from the underworld. He didn't even care about the trade anymore. Using his uninjured hand, he clung tightly to the light barrier, pointing toward a direction in the sea of clouds and letting out a desperate cry. Trembling, he pulled something from his chest. It wasn't metal, but a piece of chitinous shell with knife-sharp edges, a foul smell, and disgusting suction marks. A cold, eerie aura still lingered on it. Even through the light barrier, just seeing that shell sent a chill down everyone's spine. What on earth did it encounter? Lin Xiaofeng's voice was dry and tense. The terrifying token brought by Galu hit the command center like a block of ice. Chen Zhengwo, Wang Taizhu, Lin Xiaofeng, Li Xiuying, the police chief, and the militia captain all stood around the strange shell placed in the isolation tray, their faces grim. Under the light, the shell gleamed with an oily purple-black sheen, and the suction marks seemed to twitch faintly. With Su Xiaoya's help using her phone for translation and Galu's desperate attempts to mimic what had happened. Curling up, imitating a many-legged crawl, then suddenly leaping and pretending to bite, finally showing his broken arm and torn armor. The truth slowly came together. The goblin settlement, built around an abandoned magic mine, had been attacked by a swarm of creatures known as cave burrowers. Their shells were hard, their movements strange, and the slime they spat out was both corrosive and paralyzing. The goblins' crude bone spears and stone axes could barely harm them. "This is a life-or-death decision," Chen Zhengwo said in a low voice. "If we help, we may have to face unknown and extremely dangerous underground monsters. If we don't, we might lose our only ally in the outside world, cut off trade, and watch a possibly intelligent species that understands this world's rules be wiped out." The police chief frowned deeply. "Our duty is to protect Licheng. Is it worth risking our people for the goblins? We know nothing about what's out there. Just that shell alone. Even my most experienced officers said it gave them chills. But if we stay trapped here forever, it's just a slow death," Wang Taizhu said, pointing at the shell. "This material, neither metal nor stone, shows a kind of cruel beauty born from evolution. The world outside is dangerous, but it's also full of materials and knowledge beyond our imagination. This rescue mission is also a rare chance for exploration." Lin Xiaofeng added, "Although the Gallows technology is rough, they've survived in this world, which means they have their own wisdom and information. By saving them, we might gain more than just trade opportunities." Everyone's eyes turned again to Su Xiaoya and her overheated phone, the only key to that door. Su Xiaoya felt the heavy pressure, but the new knowledge of runes in her mind gave her a strange sense of confidence. She stood up and looked around the room. "Mayor, everyone. The Galu are our neighbors and also our window into this world. If we ignore their cries for help, we lose not only a trade partner, but also the moral line that defines us as humans. My ability seems to be about understanding and connecting with the outside world. Going out there is dangerous, but it might be our only chance to truly understand this world of fading magic and struggling steam. I'm willing to take responsibility for opening the door and use what I've just learned to help the team." Her words, filled with both courage and newfound wisdom, moved many people. Chen Zhengwo stayed silent for a long time, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone before he struck the table with his fist. "Decision approved. We'll form the interworld reconnaissance and support team. Wang Taizhu will be the technical advisor and choose 2 assistants skilled in machinery and energy. The police station will send 2 elite officers with protective gear and modified weapons. The militia will send 2 agile members familiar with the terrain. Lin Xiaofeng will handle external communication. Su Xiaoya will be the core, responsible for opening the passage and providing rune technology support. Mission priorities. First, everyone's safety. Second, creating an initial military reconnaissance report. Third, helping the goblins if possible and building deeper trust. The order was final. As the chosen members gathered, they checked their weapons, now reinforced with metal armor and simple scopes by Wang Tieju's team, and put on protective gear made from industrial plastic and traded animal hides. A strange feeling filled the air. They were about to cross not a national border, but the boundary of worlds. Standing before the glowing barrier, Su Xiaoya gripped her hot phone tightly. She looked out at the dazzling yet deadly sea of clouds, and in the distance, she could faintly hear the anxious cries of the Galu calling for help. She knew that the history of Licheng would be completely rewritten once they took this step. The world beyond the door would reveal itself in its truest, harshest, and most magnificent form. Su Xiaoya stood before the glowing barrier, clearly hearing the pounding of her own heart. The phone in her hand felt burning hot, its screen showing a complex symbol made of tiny points of light. An improvised pass permit she had designed using her knowledge of basic rune analysis with the system's help. Chen Jiangwo stood behind her, his eyes serious as he looked at the mixed group of armed members. Remember, your first mission is to come back alive. If you face danger you can't handle, retreat immediately. His voice came through the temporary throat microphone to every team member. Understood. The team leader, Deputy Chief Zhou, an experienced detective, checked his modified rifle with a bayonet and a simple handguard. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to Su Xiaoya. Carefully, Su Xiaoya pressed the glowing screen covered in mysterious runes against the light barrier. The moment they touched, it was as if a massive explosion had been set off. A dazzling light burst forth like an erupting volcano, blinding and breathtaking. Then, as if under a spell, the light began to gather into a swirling rainbow glow, turning slowly and gracefully. It spun faster and faster until it formed a huge, stable vortex of light, like a brilliant gem in the universe, radiating power and beauty. At the same time, a strange smell filled the air. It carried the sharpness of sulfur, the stench of decaying plants, and a faint trace of an unknown floral scent. The mix of these scents made everyone uneasy, yet strangely curious. Go! Old Zhou shouted and stepped into the vortex first. The others followed one by one. As they passed through the barrier, each felt a strange sensation of separation before their feet landed on soft, damp ground that gave off a faint warmth. The real otherworld unfolded before them. The gravity here feels slightly lighter than on Earth, giving a faint sense of floating. 2 moons hang high in the sky, their bright, silvery light pouring down without restraint, covering everything in a strange and mysterious glow. The air feels heavy and thick, denser than on Earth, and every breath seems to push against an invisible resistance. Looking down, the ground is covered with a thick layer of deep purple moss, soft and springy like a giant sponge. When stepping on it, one can feel its unique elasticity, and faint glowing liquid seeps out, as if the moss itself were alive. Stay alert. Old Zhou's voice came through the slightly noisy communicator. The team quickly formed a defensive formation. Technician Oldly began scanning the environment. Oxygen levels are a bit low, unknown inert gases detected. Background radiation type unidentifiable. Galu, seeing that they had really arrived, pointed excitedly in one direction and made cheerful sounds. His companion piloted a small aircraft ahead to guide the way. The team began moving across the strange land. Lin Xiaofeng accidentally brushed against a crystal-like plant that gave off a sweet scent. The plant instantly shrank and released a cloud of dizzying spores. Wang Taiju became fascinated by a black rock that seemed to have molten light flowing inside it. Su Xiaoya could sense the faint but ever-present magical energy in the air. On the system interface in her mind, the indicator for civilization link energy began to rise slowly, showing the message. Contact with otherworldly environment detected, energy replenishing. Led by their goblin guide, the team trudged forward for about an hour. Along the way, they saw more strange sights, streams of silver liquid, rocks that moved slowly as if alive, and in the distance, creatures that looked like winged horses with scales and bone wings playing among the clouds. At last, they reached the goblin settlement. The sight before them left every human stunned. The settlement stood beside a massive, ancient metal structure, long abandoned and partly buried in the barren ground at the center of the wasteland. The massive structure had an ancient and elegant look, yet its surface was covered with rust and deep, jagged scars. Strange runes remained on it, far more complex than the magic core Galu once possessed, though much dimmer and less vibrant. The goblins' dwellings were made from fragments of old buildings, natural caves, and simple tents stitched from animal hides. These makeshift shelters were scattered around the ruins in a chaotic, unplanned way. Many goblins bore wounds, and their faces showed deep fear and exhaustion. The tools in their hands were crude and pitiful, sharp stones tied to wooden sticks as spears, or roughly made bows and arrows. Among them, a few broken rune stones gave off a faint, flickering light. An older goblin, wearing slightly cleaner clothes and a necklace of beast teeth, stepped forward surrounded by others. He was Elder Mogus. When he saw the fully armed human team, his eyes shone with mixed emotions, hope, awe, and a trace of cautious wariness. After some difficult communication, the humans learned the situation. The burrowers had taken over the goblins' water source and mines. As Elder Mogus gestured to explain their troubles, Wang Tieju's attention was drawn to a goblin craftsman working on a simple steam forge. It was built from scrap metal barrels and rough copper pipes. Though inefficient, its valve used a clever spiral design that prevented pressure from kicking back. This design, Wang Taiju murmured to his assistant. The materials are rough, but the idea is smart. If we use it in our emergency generator, it might fix the stuck pressure valve problem. Meanwhile, Elder Mogus quietly observed the humans. When the medic, Xiao Zhang, opened a first aid kit and took out sterile gauze and sealed medical supplies, the elder's gaze lingered on the clean, orderly items. He also noticed that every soldier's water bottle was identical in size and material, a level of standardization that was almost unimaginable to the goblins. Su Xiaoya walked up to a completely dark magic lamp post and carefully studied the runes on it. In her perception, the energy paths of the ancient symbols were still intact, but like dried veins, they lacked the flow of energy. She waved for Wang Taiju to come over and pointed to a node at the core of the rune. Engineer Wang, this part looks like an energy amplifier. If we use a small energy crystal as a seed, maybe we can. After returning from the goblin settlement, Su Xiaoya didn't rush to organize another expedition. Instead, she focused on the strange ingredients piled up in the warehouse. Both the faint hints from the system interface and her own observations suggested that a deeper connection might lie hidden in something as simple as food. She went to see Wang Defa, the owner of Old Wang's fast food, a middle-aged man whose business was modest but who had a deep passion for cooking. Uncle Wang, take a look at these, Su Xiaoya said, pointing at the ground tubers, dried fern leaves, and stone lizard meat. Do you think we can make them taste better using our methods? Wang Defa picked up a tuber, weighed it in his hand, and sniffed the meat. His brow furrowed at first, then slowly relaxed. This tuber's full of starch, but lacks moisture. The meat's tough and has a strong smell, but it's not hopeless. His eyes lit up with the excitement only a cook feels when facing new ingredients. Leave it to me. Their first culinary diplomacy took place quietly one evening. Inside the protective barrier, Wang Defa and his apprentice set up a simple stove, heating a large iron pot until it was sizzling hot. He didn't use any of the precious seasonings brought from Earth, relying entirely on local ingredients instead, extracting starch from the tubers, using strange herbs and wild to remove the smell, and cooking with animal fat obtained through trade. The round, golden tubers were skillfully sliced into thin, even strands that glistened like threads of gold. The fresh green fern leaves were gently torn into small pieces, light and delicate like dancing sprites. Soon, all the ingredients were dropped into the hot oil, releasing a crisp, cheerful sizzle. The sound was so lively and pleasant that it felt like nature itself was playing a joyful melody, making everyone watching forget the world for a moment. Accompanying the cheerful melody was a unique and captivating aroma. It blended the rich, roasted scent of food fried at high heat with the fresh fragrance of plants. This wonderful mix was like a feast for the senses, making everyone's mouth water and appetite grow. On the other side, the firm and strong meat of the stone lizard had gone through careful preparation. First, it was tenderized with a hammer until soft and fluffy, then marinated with some substitute spices, and finally skewered with thin metal sticks. Under the blazing fire, the meat turned golden and crispy on the outside while staying tender and juicy inside, releasing waves of tempting fragrance. When Galu and several goblin elders were invited to taste the food through the light barrier, their expressions quickly changed from curiosity to astonishment. Galu carefully took a small skewer of roasted stone lizard meat, took a bite, and his big eyes widened in surprise as if he had discovered a new world. He made a muffled sound of amazement and quickly finished the rest, then looked eagerly at the pan where the shredded root vegetables were still being stir-fried. Elder Mogus, on the other hand, showed great interest in the seemingly simple stir-fried root fern. He picked up a few strands with a bone skewer, chewed slowly, and his wrinkled face revealed a complex expression, a mix of confusion at how familiar ingredients could taste so new, and delight at the fresh experience that conquered his taste buds. Magic. This is the magic of flavor, Elder Mogus exclaimed in rough common speech. In goblin food culture, meals were mostly for filling the stomach and gaining energy, with very simple cooking methods, roasting, boiling, or eating raw. Such rich layers of flavor were, to them, nothing short of a revolution in understanding. The culinary campaign had its first great success, far beyond expectations. The goblins showed a strong desire for the food that seemed to be enchanted with delicious magic. They eagerly offered to trade more energy crystals, a kind of ice moss that grew in shaded places and gave off a steady chill, and some old scrolls inscribed with basic life runes, such as small cooling or faint light runes, in exchange for a long-term cooking service. The first large-scale meal order consisted of roasted stone lizard skewers and root flatcakes. As a reward, Licheng received several large baskets of fresh ice moss and a few pieces of animal hide inscribed with basic cold storage runes. The arrival of the ice moss immediately sparked great interest among the residents of Licheng, especially the housewives and the neighborhood committee led by Licheng. The moss felt cool and moist to the touch, and placing it indoors noticeably lowered the surrounding temperature. This is amazing. If we keep it at home, will our food last longer? One woman exclaimed in delight. Soon, someone tried making a simple cooling box using wooden crates and ice moss, and the results were impressive. This allowed the small amount of fresh food, mostly gathered by the trade and exploration teams, to stay fresh much longer. Even more exciting was the discovery made by Wang Tieju's technical team. They found that the ice moss contained a stable, cold energy that matched perfectly with the energy patterns described in the basic cold storage runes. This isn't a coincidence, Wang Taiju announced excitedly. These runes might be the ancient people's imitation and refinement of natural energy sources like ice moss. We can try using the moss as a power source to activate the runes. With her basic knowledge of rune analysis, Su Xiaoyao worked with Wang Tieju's team. They chose the simplest cold storage rune, carefully carved it onto a thin metal plate, and placed a small cluster of ice moss on the rune's energy node. Buzz. The lines on the metal plate glowed faintly blue, and a steady, gentle chill spread outward from it. The effect was several times stronger than using the moss alone. We did it. We've made an otherworldly version of a refrigerator, even if it's just a cooling box. The lab erupted in cheers. Behind this seemingly small success lay great value and far-reaching impact. It marked a crucial step for Licheng. The city had finally gained the ability to actively use the magical resources of this mysterious world, even at the most basic level, to improve its difficult living conditions. Once, magic had been nothing more than ancient relics scattered among the ruins of the goblin settlements. Now, it was slowly becoming a practical, understandable, and usable source of power, quietly blending into the everyday lives of Licheng's people. At the same time, in Su Xiaoyao's mind, the system interface showed that the civilization link energy was steadily increasing through this deep, cooperative, and pleasantly harmonious exchange. In the contribution mall, several basic blueprints related to cooking, farming, and raw materials had been unlocked. The residents of Carp City also faintly felt that their connection with this world was growing stronger and more real through their taste buds and these small new conveniences. A new kind of symbiotic relationship, based on survival needs and cultural attraction, was quietly beginning to take shape. The jeep returning from the goblin settlement had just stopped in front of the town hall when Chun Jingwo came forward with Wang Taizhu, Licheng, and the others. Without wasting time on greetings, Chun Jingwo went straight to the point. We've seen the situation. Well done. Xiaosu, how are you feeling? Su Xiaoya pushed aside her physical fatigue, feeling more mentally excited than tired. Mayor, the goblin's attitude has become friendlier. I think our cooperation is becoming more solid. And, she paused, sensing a strange pulse from the system in her mind. My intuition tells me that we're about to reach some kind of critical point. Chun Jingwo's eyes sharpened. He nodded and turned to the others. Everyone, to the meeting room. We need to move fast. Inside the temporary command center, the air was thick with smoke. A rough map of Carp City and a list of supplies hung on the wall. The news Xiaosu brought is encouraging, Chun Jingwo began directly, but we can't rely only on the goodwill of the goblins. Engineer Wang, speed up the Rune research. Director Li, refine the data on public morale and supply distribution. He tapped the table, the dull sound echoing through the room. We must take the initiative. Before anyone could respond, Su Xiaoya suddenly stood up as if struck by lightning. At the same moment, her phone, gripped tightly in her hand, seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. It burst out with a dazzling light. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. A mysterious and intricate virtual rune appeared, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, spinning in midair and releasing waves of powerful energy. Here, it's coming. Su Xiaoya's voice trembled with nervousness. It's about to swallow the whole city. But before she could finish, the meeting room filled with gasps of shock. Everyone was stunned to see their phones glowing with strange light, and from outside came waves of frightened screams, as if a great disaster was about to strike. Amid the chaos, only Su Xiaoya kept her eyes fixed on the flickering phone screen before her. In an instant, a line of clear text appeared. Licheng Home Support System, test version, loaded successfully. The simple yet mysterious message made the noisy room fall silent, as if time itself had stopped. Wang Taizhu was the first to react, his eyes lighting up. This is great. If we can use it to manage manpower and set up standard procedures, our efficiency could skyrocket. Licheng focused on the people's needs. Contribution points? If they can be exchanged for real goods, everyone will be more motivated to work. The police chief asked cautiously, is it safe? Could our communications be monitored? Chun Jingwo placed both hands on the table, leaned forward, and looked at each core member before making one of the most important decisions of his leadership. There's definitely risk, but we can't back down because of fear. This is an opportunity, the key for Licheng to organize, survive, and maybe one day fight back. He turned to Su Xiaoya, his tone firm. Xiaosu, you'll handle the connection with this system. You brought it here, so you know it best. Engineer Wang, gather a tech team right away to study how it works and check its safety. Director Li, work with Xiaosu to draft the first public task that can boost morale and solve real problems. Comrades, his voice was steady and strong. This is a new beginning for Licheng. We must show everyone that the government is still functioning, that we haven't given up on anyone, and that we've found a new way to face the future together. At that moment, the official machinery of Licheng began to move efficiently around this sudden new system. The lights in the command center stayed on all night. The next morning, as the first rays of the twin moons from another world shone down, all the residents of Licheng felt their devices vibrate at the same time. This time, it was not just a simple message on the screen, but also an announcement signed by the Licheng Temporary Management Committee, followed by the first nationwide task. Announcement: to all residents of Licheng, dear fellow citizens, we understand that everyone has been through difficult times. To gather strength and face challenges together, the government has started using the Licheng Home System. This system will be used for posting tasks, recording contributions, and distributing supplies. Our first goal is to solve the urgent problem of food preservation. Below is the first nationwide task. Please participate within your ability and work together. Nationwide task: Number 001, build community cold storage task goal. Within 36 hours, build 3 shared cold storage facilities in the North District, East District, and Central Square. Strategic importance. Significantly reduce food spoilage, store more supplies for survival, and lay the foundation for future medical storage. Detailed division of work. 1. Construction team. 300 people needed responsible for earthwork and foundation building. Meeting point. Command centers in each district. Leader. Zhang Jianjun, former Deputy Director of the City Construction Bureau. Contribution points. 50 per shift. 2. Rune Technology Team. 50 people needed responsible for carving, checking, and installing the cold storage rune boards. Meeting point. Power Plant Technology Department. Leader. Wang Taizhu. Requirements. Prior experience in electrical work, engraving, or precision operations preferred. Contribution points. 80 per shift. 3. Logistics Support Team. 150 people needed responsible for distributing tools, providing water and food, and medical patrols. Meeting point. Neighborhood committees. Leader. Licheng. Contribution points. 30 per shift. 4. Planning Advisory Team. Unlimited members collect written proposals on storage structure, insulation material alternatives, and energy circuit optimization. Submission channel. Internal system. Leader. Lin Xiaofeng. Rewards for accepted proposals. 200 contribution points each. After the task was announced, Licheng did not fall into chaos. Instead, under official organization, it showed remarkable order. Under the coordination of Licheng and neighborhood committee leaders, young and strong residents were guided in an orderly manner to various construction sites based on their living areas. Those with technical backgrounds headed to the power plant to report to Engineer Wang. The school playground became a temporary logistics center, with roaring fires and rising smoke. Lin Xiaofeng and his publicity team hurried from one location to another. Their live updates were full of official encouragement and information sharing. Command Center News. Mayor Chen Zhengguo has arrived at the North District construction site to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony. Technical breakthrough. Chief Engineer Wang Taizhu announced that the standard carving templates for rune base plates are now finished, increasing production efficiency by 300%. Logistics support. The construction of the underground vault at the Central Square has reached 40%, currently ranked first. The logistics team has sent additional supplies to this site. Contribution points update. Currently, the top contributor is Comrade Zhao Dali from the East District construction team. The strong involvement of official roles and clear organization helped prevent chaos and competition during this nationwide effort. Everyone knew where to go, what to do, and what they could contribute. This organized and steady hope replaced the panic and confusion that often follow a crisis. Su Xiaoya stood in front of the command center's main screen, watching the data streams from various points and the live images sent back by Lin Xiaofeng. She understood that this was not just about building a few ice cellars. It was about laying the first and most solid foundation for Carp City as a community of shared destiny. The countdown of the national system in her mind seemed to speed up and become more stable, matching the lively scene before her. The sunset cast a faint golden glow over the twin moons, giving Carp City a warm hue. At the North District construction site, the last metal plate engraved with the cold storage rune was carefully installed. Wang Taizhu personally checked every energy circuit and nodded seriously. Close the circuit, he ordered in a deep voice. A technician pushed down the heavy circuit breaker. Buzz. A deep hum of energy sounded, and the blue runes on the outside of the 3 cold storage vaults lit up one after another, as if given life, flowing steadily. The thermometer at the vault entrance suddenly dropped sharply, finally stabilizing at -5 degrees Celsius. We did it. We succeeded. Someone shouted first, and the long-suppressed excitement exploded across the site. Great. Now we can store meat. My kid's medicine won't spoil anymore. We built all of this ourselves. People cheered and patted each other's shoulders. Their faces, covered in sweat and dust, showed pure and bright smiles. This feeling of achievement was more powerful than any empty slogan. National task, number 001, build a home ice cellar. Status update. Completed. Contribution points being calculated. Almost as soon as the system notification appeared, the cheers on the construction site grew louder. It's here. I got 50 points. Haha. I worked both the technical and construction shifts and earned 130 points. Check if the shop is open yet. Contribution point shop, officially open. People eagerly took out their phones, trembling fingers tapping on the glowing icon. Wow, there's dried meat. Made by Wang Defa. 50 points for it. A muddy man grinned widely, almost without hesitation. This spicy sauce costs 80 points. And it's limited? What kind of flavor is so precious? Someone nearby exclaimed. Mom, look. The cold storage priority access is 200 points. We can save up and find the best place for Dad's medicine next month. A young girl held her mother's hand, eyes shining with hope. A long line formed in front of the exchange points, orderly and careful. Everyone carefully operated their phones, confirmed their exchanges, and received their rewards from the staff, symbols of their hard work. The first man to get dried meat tore open the package right there, took a big bite, and didn't bother to wipe the grease that dripped down his mouth. He mumbled to his companions, "Smells great. It smells amazing. Better than compressed biscuits by 1,000 times. This work was worth it." Licheng watched the lively scene, her eyes slightly moist. She said to Chen Jiangwo beside her, "Old Chen, did you see? Everyone's spirits are different now." Chen Jiangwo stood with his hands behind his back, a relaxed smile on his face that hadn't been seen in a long time. Yes, when there's hope, people get motivated. If we use this system well, it will be our biggest support in Licheng. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng pushed over, holding a bag of dried meat, excitedly saying, "Mayor, Director Li, you should see the lively chat in the channel. Everyone's showing off what they exchanged, and some are asking when the next task will be released. This enthusiasm has really been sparked." Su Xiaoya stood a little farther away, watching the lively scene before her. Her mind was also flashing with system notifications, detected large-scale positive emotional feedback and increased social cooperation. The energy of the civil bond is steadily growing. Wide area connection module loading progress, 68%. She knew that the potential of this city was gradually being unlocked. And this was only the beginning. She gently bit into the dried meat she had exchanged for, the rich aroma spreading in her mouth. The taste was indeed good, but what made her even more satisfied was the achievement behind this flavor, everyone's joint effort. While Licheng and its people celebrated the success of the first round of national tasks, new visitors arrived outside the light shield. They were not goblins. The visitors were 3 humanoid beings. They wore faded linen robes, with simple, dull silver patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collars. They held tools that looked like wooden staffs or measuring rulers. The leader was a serious-faced middle-aged man with a tired, scrutinizing look in his eyes. Behind him were a young man and woman, seemingly apprentices. Their robes were dusty, and their expressions showed exhaustion from long travel, along with shock at the city covered by the light shield, a steel city. Humans? Lin Xiaofeng, on duty at the trading station, almost couldn't believe his eyes and immediately reported. Chen Jiangwo, Su Xiaoya, and others quickly arrived. Through the light shield, both sides could sense that the other's aura was similar yet completely different. Stranger travelers, the middle-aged man spoke in a strange accent, but in a recognizable common language, his voice hoarse. "I am Errol, a Rune surveyor. We sensed a powerful and stable energy barrier in this area, along with a force of order that we cannot understand. We come to investigate." His gaze swept over the neat streets and bright lights inside the light shield, some lit with energy crystals and runes, finally resting on the well-equipped humans. A faint hint of envy and caution flickered in his eyes. Under Chen Jiangwo's instructions, Lin Xiaofeng tried to communicate kindly. He took out some small items, a mirror and a stainless steel kettle. 2 young apprentices' eyes lit up instantly, but Errol remained cautious and doubtful. At that moment, a woman in charge of logistics pushed a small cart loaded with the freshly exchanged Koi City spicy sauce, passed by, preparing to distribute it to various community kitchens. The bright red color and unique mixed aroma immediately caught the attention of the female apprentice behind Errol. She sniffed deeply with her small nose, her gaze fixed firmly on the glass bottles. Lin Xiaofeng quickly noticed this detail. He thought for a moment, picked up a small sample bottle of the spicy sauce, held it up to the light, then unscrewed the lid. Using a clean wooden stick, He dipped a little and tasted it himself, making a pleased expression. Then, he carefully passed the wooden stick and the small bottle through the exchange channel maintained by Su Xiaoya. The female apprentice, under Errol's approving gaze, carefully took it. She imitated Lin Xiaofeng, gently licking the wooden stick. Suddenly, her face turned red at a visible speed, not out of anger, but because she was overwhelmed by the intense, rich, and spicy flavor she had never experienced before. She covered her mouth and coughed twice, but her eyes sparkled with amazement. "Teacher, what is this? Some kind of flame and spice?" "No. Is it the essence of life and the blazing sun?" she exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Errol's sleeve, words tumbling out. Errol frowned and also tasted a bit. His serious face twitched slightly, and his eyes first showed shock, then deep confusion. He couldn't understand why a seemingly ordinary food could contain such a strong, impactful taste. It completely overturned his understanding of food. He looked at the humans inside the light membrane, and his gaze, which was once scrutinizing, softened considerably. Instead, it reflected a sense of solemnity and a faint, almost imperceptible desire to understand this unknown civilization's creation. "We can trade," Errol finally said, his tone much more serious. "We will exchange knowledge for your flavor." Lin Xiaofeng and Chen Jiangwo exchanged glances, knowing that Koi City's gourmet diplomacy had once again successfully opened a new door. And this time, the target was closer to them, yet on a different path of development. A kindred spirit. In Wang Defa's otherworld food processing factory, steam fills the air, mixing the sharp smell of fresh chili peppers, the strange aroma of spices, and a faint, brewing rich sauce scent. Large stainless steel tanks hum, and workers dressed in uniform white outfits, made quickly from stock fabric, follow strict procedures. Team 2. Is the lemongrass extract ready? Hurry up! Wang Defa stands at the main work table, speaking loudly. He holds a wooden spoon, occasionally scooping some semi-finished product from a nearby tank, smelling it carefully with a furrowed brow. "Boss Wang, according to your instructions, the third batch of mixed spices has been added," a young apprentice reports, face flushed from the heat. "Not enough? Still missing a bit of soul." Wang Defa shakes his head, glancing at the shelves filled with various exotic plants collected from the wild and by goblins. "Lingonshire, the perilla leaves, and the dream whisper flowers you brought back last time. Crush them and add a little. Remember, just a little. We're adjusting the flavor, not making herbal medicine." At the workshop entrance, Chen Jingwo walks in accompanied by Li Xiaoying and Wang Taizhu. Smelling the complex aroma, Chen Jingwo coughs slightly. "Old Wang, your place is quite lively," Chen Jingwo says, looking at the growing production line with a hint of anticipation. "Mayor, you're just in time." Wang Defa brightens upon seeing Chen Jingwo. He picks up a clean small dish, scraping a bit of deep red sauce from a fermenting clay jar nearby, and hands it over. "This is a small batch we made yesterday. Try it and give us some feedback." Chen Jingwo takes the dish, but instead of tasting immediately, he first observes the sauce's thickness and color carefully. Then he dips a finger into it and tastes it. He closes his eyes, savoring the flavor. A few seconds later, he opens his eyes, a look of surprise in them. It's spicy enough, but there's a rich aroma behind it, and a very unique aftertaste. Not bad. Much better than I expected. Li Xiaoying also tastes a bit, coughing from the spiciness but nodding repeatedly. "Good stuff. If this works out, our negotiations with the goblins will be much more confident." Wang Defa received praise and smiled happily, but then he looked worried. "The flavor is almost right, but Mayor, the main issues are the production volume and packaging. Our glass bottle stock is almost gone. Using oil paper wraps makes the flavor easy to escape and doesn't last long." Li Xiaoying quickly responded, "The command center has already discussed this. Our priority is to ensure enough glass bottles for the Rune Master Errol's trade. For internal use, we will first use thick oil paper wraps. The logistics team is also testing wooden jars made from a fragrant, easy-to-cut material called oil skin wood to see how they work." At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng rushed in like the wind, holding a small opened clay jar, his face full of excitement. "Uncle Wang, Director Chen, quickly, smell this. According to the best fermentation window system from Su Xiaoya's side, I just opened it. I think it's ready. A rich, layered, and perfectly blended complex aroma burst out instantly. Powerful, but not harsh, fresh and tempting, even slightly overpowering the other smells in the workshop. Wang Defa almost snatched the jar and took a deep breath, trembling with excitement. Yes, yes, that's it. Fragrant, spicy, fresh, mellow, layers are coming out. Quickly, bring some freshly baked sweet potato cakes. Soon, a few crispy, fragrant sweet potato cakes were brought over. Wang Defa personally spread a thick layer of deep red chili sauce on the cakes and divided them among Chen Jingwo, Li Xiaoying, Wang Taizhu, and Lin Xiaofeng. Chen Jingwo took a big bite, chewed carefully, feeling the spicy flavor explode in his mouth, followed by the complex aroma of spices and the richness of the sauce wrapping his taste buds. Finally, a faint sweetness lingered, making him want to eat more. He took a deep breath, as if releasing all the stress of these days, and patted Wang Defa's shoulder heavily. Old Wang, you've made a great contribution. This thing is our city's hard currency for opening up outside connections. I'll arrange to increase production right away, Wang Defa said with enthusiasm. Don't rush to fully roll it out yet, Chen Jingwo said clearly. Shaolin, use the system to issue a temporary nationwide task. Recruit 100 spicy sauce tasters to taste the new Licheng spicy sauce and give detailed feedback on flavor, texture, and suggestions. We want to be absolutely sure and build anticipation. National task, temporary spicy sauce taster task. Randomly select 100 lucky residents to taste the newly developed Licheng spicy sauce and provide detailed feedback on flavor, texture, and suggestions. Task reward, 30 contribution points and priority purchase rights, with discount. Once Licheng spicy sauce is officially launched. Task response, the system registration channel was overwhelmed within minutes. Soon, the first lucky group completed tasting at the designated location, and their feedback flooded in. So exciting. The spiciness is really strong. Smells great. With this, I feel like I can eat a pancake as big as 3 faces. After eating, I feel warm all over and more energetic. It's a bit salty. Can you make a light salt version? Packaging. Please use better packaging. The oil paper wrapper makes the flavor dissipate quickly. Seeing mostly positive feedback with sincere suggestions in the system, the command team finally relaxed. The reputation of Licheng spicy sauce has, from the very beginning, gathered the hopes and wisdom of the entire city. Beyond the energy shield, 2 groups arrived almost simultaneously, creating a tense atmosphere. The goblin elder, Morges, with a few attendants, looked eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Meanwhile, Rune mage Errol and his 2 apprentices stood quietly at a distance, observing carefully. The goblins clearly respected Errol and his team, not daring to approach, only glancing secretly from the corner of their eyes. Lin Xiaofeng led the diplomatic team and first approached the goblins. Lin, my dear friend, Elder Morges hurried forward, excitedly gesturing with his green fingers. That red one, the treasure that burns like flames. Our entire tribe is crazy about it. We need it. A lot of it. Lin Xiaofeng wore a professional smile and took out a delicate oil paper package, trial version, and a small wooden dish for display from the helper's insulated box. Elder, you're talking about our latest development, Licheng spicy sauce. It truly embodies our hard work. Morges carefully took the oil paper package, opened it gently, and inhaled deeply, almost intoxicated by the familiar aroma. He mimicked the previous gesture, using his fingernail to pick a bit and spread it on a hard pancake he brought, then took a bite, showing an extremely satisfied, almost reverent expression. Tell me, Lin, what do you want? Energy crystals? The best ones. How many do you need? Lin Xiaofeng had a plan in mind. He shook his head with a smile and said, Elder, we welcome energy ores, of course, but we prefer to build a long-term, stable, and mutually beneficial relationship. We hope to get a steady supply of the blue silver or within your territory, at least the right to prioritize its mining. Additionally, we want exclusive exploration and collection rights for the mountain area on the west side of your land. Magus heard this, and his excitement faded a bit as he fell into thought. Energy ores are valuable, but the blue silver ore is of limited use to our goblin tribe. and that mountain area is poor with little output. Using these seemingly useless things to exchange for a divine item that can greatly improve our tribe's happiness. Agreed. Magus nodded firmly after weighing the pros and cons. We will provide a fixed amount of energy ores each month, plus half of the blue silver, or we mine. That mountain area will also be yours for exploration. But, Magus, at least this much each month. He held up 5 fingers. Deal, Lin Xiaofeng, and he shook hands, with a quick fake gesture through the light shield, sealing an important long-term resource trade agreement. After sending off the cheerful Magus and his group, who were holding a few bottles of spicy sauce, samples as a deposit, Lin Xiaofeng adjusted his expression and walked toward Aylar. Impressive diplomatic skills and products, Aylar said calmly, unable to tell if he was pleased or annoyed. So, are you ready for our trade? Lin Xiaofeng signaled his assistant to bring over a tray, which held 5 glass bottles labeled Luo City Spicy Sauce and 2 small mirrors. Mr. Aylar, these are the agreed items. The spicy sauce is a symbol of our friendship. We look forward to the exchange of knowledge and wisdom. Aylar's gaze swept over the bottles, pausing on the clear labels and tight seals. Knowledge requires an equal exchange. I can offer the construction principles and energy flow models of a more advanced small energy gathering rune than basic charging techniques. It can more efficiently guide the increasingly scarce energy in the environment. He paused, his sharp gray-blue eyes fixed on Lin Xiaofeng. And what I want in return, besides these spicy sauces and mirrors, is the secret of the guardian power that allows food to be stored long-term and resist spoilage. He was referring to the core techniques of food processing, sterilization, and vacuum sealing. Lin Xiaofeng was deeply surprised. This request exceeded his previous expectations. He immediately reported to the command center through his earpiece. Chen Zhengwo, Wang Taizhu, and Su Xiaoyao were paying close attention. Wang Taizhu whispered, Mayor, if what he says is true, the small energy gathering rune is very important for improving our energy core. It could double our efficiency. Its value is huge, Su Xiaoya added. In the system database, the basic food sterilization and vacuum sealing techniques are not cutting-edge technology, but their principles might be revolutionary in this magic declining world. Chen Zhengwo thought for a moment and decisively ordered, trade. Use our more mature technology to exchange for the key to improve our entire civilization's energy level. It's worth it, but we must ensure the way the technical information is presented is accurate and does not reveal our core electronic and industrial systems. Following the instructions, Lin Xiaofeng solemnly told Errol, your vision is very sharp. We agree to this trade. Regarding the secrets of food preservation, we will provide detailed explanations of the principles and steps. When Errol received the carefully compiled, illustrated book titled Basic Principles of Long-Term Food Preservation, Heat Treatment and Isolation, his hands trembled noticeably for the first time. He quickly flipped through it, his eyes shining with shock and excitement. He understood more clearly than Moggs that these thin pages, labeled with pasteurization, boiling sterilization, vacuum principles, and sealing material selection, were worth far more than those jars of sauce and mirrors, and might even shake some ancient industries of this world. He closed the manual and looked deeply at the busy, orderly human figures behind the luminous film, his tone more serious than ever. What you brought is not just flavor. Perhaps our future cooperation will be more profound than we can imagine. Meanwhile, in Wang Tieju's laboratory, engineers had already begun analyzing the small energy gathering rune provided by Errol overnight. Preliminary simulations showed that applying it to the developing arcane steam core could theoretically increase energy collection efficiency by an astonishing 150%. A jar of sauce not only secured stable resources, but also lit the dawn of an energy revolution in Licheng. Everyone understood that their path under this unfamiliar sky was becoming broader and brighter. In the temporary workshop of Licheng Food Processing Factory, a strong, unusual smell filled the air. It was a mix of roasted sweet potato pancakes, crispy lizard meat patties, and the famous Licheng spicy sauce, creating an irresistible aroma. Wang Defa wore an old white apron, but his expression was like a general commanding an army. He stood in front of a rough but smoothly running conveyor belt driven by runes. Good. slow down the conveyor a little. Now, spray the spicy sauce evenly. Yes, just like that. He shouted to the veteran chefs responsible for key steps, his voice loud and full of excitement. In the observation corridor, Lin Xiaofeng held his phone, live streaming eagerly. His camera followed the compressed energy burgers coming off the line. Hey everyone, do you see this? This is our Licheng industrial miracle, called Hope 1, the compressed energy burger. Lin's voice came through the microphone, reaching every resident watching the screen. From left to right, we have the sweet potato dough shaping area, the high-temperature Rune stone grilling zone, the lizard meat marinating and cooking area, and the most important part, the secret spicy sauce infusion by Master Wang Defa. Comments flooded in like a wave. I'm hungry. Just watching makes me give -10 points. Virtual tip. This production line is faster than our old world's fast food places. I want to try some. I'll trade 3 glowing mushrooms I found today. Master Wang is so cool. His focused look is amazing. Everyone, watch closely. Lin zoomed in the camera. The power core of the whole line is provided by our goblin friends, microenergy Rune array, combined with our own gear transmission technology. What does that mean? It means Licheng is forging its own path of magical industry. Just then, the workshop door opened. Wang Taiju led a few people inside. Besides Galu the goblin, there were 2 humans wearing Rune robes. Elven, a Rune apprentice who had helped with the refrigerator project, and his companion Lina. Engineer Wang, Mr. Gallo brought Rune masters to visit and learn, Wang Taiju said with a smile. Wang Defa wiped his hands and warmly welcomed everyone. Welcome. Just in time, the first batch of finished products is about to be ready. Everyone, try some. Garu's small nose sniffed eagerly, his green face full of delight. Smells so good. Even better than the spicy sauce before. Garu thinks this will sell for a high price. Elven frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the noisy assembly line, showing a look of scrutiny and a hint of subtle disdain. He whispered to Lina, such rough processing methods. The essence of food lies in the chef's effort and magic. This cold, machine-made stuff can't have a soul. Lina tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to speak carelessly, but her eyes also showed curiosity. Soon, the first batch of energy burgers, simply wrapped in oil paper, was handed out. Garu couldn't wait and took a big bite, burning his mouth and huffing loudly, calling out vaguely, delicious. Garu wants more. Lin Xiaofeng immediately aimed his camera at Elven and Lina. Now, everyone, it's time for our human Rune master friends to taste. Let's hear their professional opinions from another world. Under the camera's watch, Elven reluctantly picked up a burger and took a small bite, mimicking the others. Suddenly, he froze mid-chew. A rich explosion of flavors burst in his mouth. The soft, slightly sweet potato pancake, the hearty, crispy lizard meat patty, and especially the finishing touch, the spicy sauce. It wasn't just a stimulating taste experience. He could feel a faint warm flow, probably from capsaicin, sliding down his throat, invigorating his tired spirit after staying up late studying runes. This was completely different from the dry, tasteless, industrial feed he had imagined. How is it, Mr. Elven? Wang Defa asked with a smile, full of confidence. Elven struggled to swallow the food, a faint blush on his face. He couldn't deny his taste buds and could only say dryly, the flavor is surprising. But, Master Wang, don't you think each burger looks exactly the same, lacking personality? In our workshop, every enchanted bread has a unique pattern. Wang Defa chuckled and patted his shoulder. Young man, personality is important, but filling the stomach, providing energy, and ensuring safety and efficiency are even more important. Look outside. He pointed outside the window, where a team of militia who had just finished patrolling was marching past, their faces still showing tiredness. Our soldiers need it to recover quickly, our workers need it to support intense labor, and our children need it to grow healthy, Wang Defa said seriously. At this stage, standards and mass production are the biggest personality and soul of this city. Erwin looked in the direction of his gaze and fell silent. He glanced at the burger in his hand, which had been bitten, then at the end of the production line, where products were being quickly packed and soon sent all over the city. For the first time, he had a clear understanding of the words efficiency and scale. Lin Xiaofeng quickly brought the camera back, his tone excited. Family members, did you hear that? This is the spirit of Licheng. When it comes to survival, practicality is a virtue, and efficiency is life. The first 10,000 energy burgers will be prioritized for the exploration teams, construction crews, and hospitals using contribution points. Let's eat well and build our home together. Tears are coming. Master Wang is right. For Licheng, contribution points are ready. Haha, look at that Rune master brother. His worldview is really shaken. The noise in the workshop and the excitement in the live stream blended together, creating a vivid moment on Licheng's path to industrialization. The success of the energy burger was like a strong boost, injecting new life into Licheng. It not only solved the problem of quick, portable food, but also proved the feasibility of food industrialization. In the command center meeting room, the atmosphere was lively yet serious. Chen Jiangwo stood in front of the projection, which displayed a new logo, composed of wheat ears, gears, and a magical flowing light. Below was bold, strong text, Licheng Interdimensional Food Group. Comrades, Chen Jiangwo's voice was steady but powerful. The victory of the energy burger is not the end, but the beginning. It shows us that with our collective wisdom and efficient organization, we can not only survive, but also live better. Following the decision of the command center, the Licheng Otherworld Food Group was officially established to oversee the city's food research, production, quality control, and foreign trade. The audience erupted in warm applause. Wang Defa, Li Xiuying, Wang Taizhu, and others sat in the front row, looking excited. Now, I announce the appointments. Chen Jiangwo looked around at everyone. I appoint Comrade Wang Defa as the chief engineer of the food group, responsible for all product research and manufacturing processes. Wang Defa stood up straight, his usual cheerful face now serious. I promise to complete the tasks. Let the people of Licheng not only eat enough, but also eat well. I appoint Comrade Li Xiuying as the head of quality control, ensuring every piece of food from our group is safe, hygienic, and up to standard. Li Xiuying, a former health control officer, adjusted her glasses and nodded seriously. Rest assured, Command Center. The whole city will supervise. Food safety is very important. At the same time, running the food group needs everyone's participation and support. Chen Jiangwo switched to a PowerPoint slide. 2 nationwide tasks will be released at the same time. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, all residents' phones vibrated. National task, A002 Food Packaging Design Contest. Content. Design product packaging for Licheng Otherworld Food Group. Must include logo, suitable for energy burgers, spicy sauces, etc. Requirements. Easy to recognize, portable, reflecting Licheng's culture and confidence. Reward. The winning designer will receive 5,000 contribution points, and their design will be widely used in the group's products. National task. A003 Otherworld Food Ingredient Collection. Content. Submit information, samples, or illustrations of any edible or special effect plants and animals you find in the other world. Reward. Based on the value of the information, rewards range from 10 to 500 contribution points. The whole city instantly ignited with excitement. In a corner of the shelter, Zhao Ming, a former advertising designer, looked at his phone screen, eyes shining brightly. He quickly took out his treasured sketchbook and began drawing rough sketches, murmuring to himself, "The wheat and gear in the logo can't move. The magic glow can use the lines of goblin runes. The packaging material should consider local leather and plant fibers." Meanwhile, a team member from the exploration group carefully packed a blue berry with a bag. The berry had a fresh scent. He excitedly told his teammate, "Quick, let's go back and complete the task. This fruit smells so good, I want to eat it." Lin Xiaofeng's live stream naturally focused on this scene. Family, big news. Our food business is now officially a group. He stood outside the command building, with busy but orderly crowds behind him. Did you see the task just announced? This is a chance for all of us. It's for designers, botanists, and everyone who observes life carefully. Wow, 5,000 contribution points. I'm going to dust off my Photoshop skills now. I saw a glowing mushroom yesterday, but didn't dare touch it. What a loss. Director Lee seems strict, but food safety is really important. It feels like we are building a civilization with our own hands. The comments were full of participation and anticipation. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng saw Wang Defa and Li Xiaoying come out of the command building. He quickly ran over to greet them. Engineer Wang. Director Li. Congratulations on your new positions. He handed over the microphone. What would you like to say to everyone about the future of the food group? Wang Defa smiled honestly at the camera, but with sharp eyes. Not much to say, just one thing. Follow me, old Wang, and you'll always have enough delicious food. We not only want to eat well ourselves, but also sell it to get more good stuff. Li Xiaoying was much more serious. She spoke gently but firmly. Dear citizens, I am Li Xiaoying. As the Quality Control Director, I will establish strict food safety standards. From now on, all group foods on the market will have a Licheng quality inspection label. Please recognize this label, buy with confidence, and eat safely. Also, everyone is welcome to supervise us through official channels. Her calm and strong speech immediately received praise from viewers. Reliable. With Director Li here, I feel assured. Leave professional work to the professionals, no problem. Licheng quality inspection. Just hearing that gives a sense of safety. In the evening, Su Xiaoya sat by her window, looking at the system interface in her mind. The number of people accepting 2 new tasks was rising quickly, and the public participation indicator was climbing again. A small smile appeared on her face. This feeling was good. The system was no longer just a secret in her mind, but had become a real link connecting the whole city and inspiring energy. Next to her, there was a small paper bag containing the first batch of energy burgers sent by Wang Defa. She picked one up and took a bite. The taste was solid, with rich layers, and warm energy spread down her throat. Delicious, she whispered softly, looking at the gradually brightening lights outside, a mix of Rune symbols and newly installed electric lamps. Dad, Mom, wait for us. We are working hard. We will find our way back. The establishment of the food group was like a deeply rooted sapling, and the people's tasks and hopes were the most fertile soil. The foundation of Licheng was growing deeper and more stable on this floating island in another world. The excitement from the success of the energy burgers had been spreading in Licheng for several days. But the command center knew that temporary success couldn't support long-term growth. They needed to systematize and scale this momentum. On a sunny morning, all residents' phones vibrated again with a citywide announcement from the command center and supporting tasks issued by the system. Chun Jingwo's steady and powerful voice echoed through the city via the broadcast system. All citizens of Licheng. The success of the energy burgers over the past few days proves that our path is correct. But this is only the beginning. To solidify this hope and turn our efforts into an unstoppable force, the command center has decided, effective immediately, to establish the Licheng interdimensional food group. His voice echoed in front of the temporary headquarters building. On the square below, many citizens gathered after hearing the news, erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers. This is a company entirely owned by us Licheng people. Chun Jingwo continued to announce that his image appeared on many public screens and Lin Xiaofeng's live broadcasts. It will oversee the city's food research and development, standardized production, quality control, and most importantly, foreign trade. It will use delicious food to help our Licheng gain the resources needed for survival and growth. Public announcement. Licheng Interdimensional Food Group is officially established. The first appointments in the group are as follows. Chief Engineer, Wang Defa, responsible for product research and manufacturing processes. Quality Control Director, Li Xiaoying, responsible for food safety and quality standards. Production Advisor, Wang Taizhu, responsible for production equipment and energy. Supply, Chief Representative for Diplomacy and Trade. Galu, a goblin, responsible for external relations and business negotiations. This list of appointments, especially Galu the goblin's inclusion, sparked some discussion. However, it also showed everyone the command center's open-minded and practical approach to cooperation. Next, the system issued new tasks. Public Task, a 002 Food Packaging Design Contest. Content, Design packaging for the Licheng Interdimensional Food Group products. The designs must include the group logo and be suitable for energy burgers, spicy sauces, and other series. Requirements, easy to recognize, portable, sturdy, and reflect Licheng's unique culture and confidence. Reward, The winning designer will receive 5,000 contribution points, and their design will be widely used on the group's products. Public task, A003 interdimensional food ingredient collection, content. Submit any information, samples, or illustrations of potentially edible or special effect creatures and plants from other dimensions that you discover. Reward. Based on the value of the information, rewards range from 10 to 500 contribution points. The entire city's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. In a temporary design room converted from a library, Zhao Ming, a former advertising designer, suddenly stood up excitedly and said to his companions, "It's here. Finally, 5,000 contribution points. More importantly, our design might become Licheng's face to the outside world." He immediately spread out precious drawing paper, and his pencil darted quickly between his fingers. In his mind, he envisioned the power of interlocking gears, the agricultural roots symbolized by wheat, and the shining light that seeped through the light membrane, representing magic and hope. On the other side, a young member of the exploration team carefully took out a wrapped item from his pocket. Inside were a few silver leaves with a minty smell, collected from the cliff edge. "Captain, I think this will work. If we submit this, the mint silver leaf, maybe we can make a cool flavored burger." Lin Xiaofeng's live stream naturally became the information hub and emotional amplifier. "Family, a historic moment," he said, standing in front of the headquarters building with a lively crowd behind him. "Our food business is officially launching. See that? Chief Engineer Wang Defa, Quality Control Director Licheng, and our goblin friend Gallo. This is truly a nationwide enterprise, with many different cultures working together." Comments flooded the screen. "Master Wang truly deserves it. Director Li looks reliable. Food safety is guaranteed. There's even a goblin. The command center is expanding. 5,000 points. I declare I am now a designer. Going outside to bark and see if it can be used for packaging." At this moment, Wang Defa, Licheng, and Gallo came out of the building, ready to inspect the newly allocated group headquarters site. Lin Xiaofeng immediately gathered his viewers around. "Engineer Wang, Director Li, Mr. Gallo, congratulations on your appointments." Lin handed the microphone over. "Do you have any words for the residents of the city about the future of the food group?" Wang Defa looked into the camera with his usual cheerful expression, but his eyes carried a serious sense of responsibility. "Not much to say. Trust me, everyone. I, Old Wang, promise. In the future, plenty of delicious food. Not only will we eat it ourselves, but we'll also sell it. With this good food, we'll turn Licheng into a land of gold and silver." Licheng adjusted her glasses, speaking gently but firmly. "I am Licheng. As the Quality Control Director, I will immediately start establishing food safety standards for Licheng. In the future, all products approved by the group and meeting safety standards will have a Licheng quality inspection mark. Please look for this mark and buy with confidence. Citizens are also welcome to supervise our work." Her professional and steady speech immediately received positive comments like "reassured" and "reliable" from the viewers. Gallo, the goblin, jumped excitedly and chirped, "Gallo, doing business, making big money, trading treasures. Everyone has delicious food, all entrusted to Gallo. Gallo promises to sell at a good price." His funny and straightforward manner brought about a wave of kind laughter and applause. The founding of the group was like installing a strong pump in the heart of Licheng, delivering energy and hope to every corner. The establishment of the food group and the announcement of two major national tasks created a lively atmosphere of collective creativity in Licheng. Especially the packaging design competition, with its high rewards and the chance to be remembered forever, inspired many people's creativity. A few days later, in the group's temporary meeting room, a cleaned-up warehouse, the first review of design proposals was held. The judging panel included Wang Defa, Licheng, Wang Taizhu, and several veteran professors, and a gnome named Gallo, who was invited as a cultural advisor. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream covered the entire review process, titled, "Witness the Birth of Licheng's First Packaging." The table was filled with various designs, sketches on rough paper, colorful drawings using plant juices, and even physical models made of wood chips and vines. "Look at this one." Wang Defa picked up a design featuring a round shape resembling a burger, surrounded by lightning bolts. The designer says it symbolizes an energy burger that provides lightning-fast energy. Nice idea, but maybe a bit too obvious? Licheng picked up another. This one uses too many complicated colors, which are hard to produce in reality, and might use toxic mineral pigments, not safe for food. Gallo was interested in a design embedded with tiny glowing stones. Sparkly. Pretty. Gallo likes it. But, Wang Taiju, is this stone expensive? Wang Taiju shook his head helplessly. Too costly, can't mass produce. The review was intense, with most designs set aside due to practical issues. The viewers in the live stream also felt anxious. Oh no, mine got rejected. I was thinking too simply. There are so many things to consider. Cost, safety, production. Designing is really not that easy. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit dull, Zhao Ming entered the meeting room with his final proposal, taking a deep breath. He laid out a carefully drawn blueprint in front of the judging panel. On the drawing, a simple and elegant logo is at the center. Below is a solid gear base. Above are full ears of wheat surrounding it, and a flowing S-shaped light rises from the gear's center, passing through the wheat. It looks like a mysterious magical symbol and also resembles the yin-yang energy flow in Chinese culture. The main colors of the logo are ochre, symbolizing land, green, representing hope, and warm orange, symbolizing energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my design proposal, Zhao Ming said, his voice a little hoarse from nervousness, but clear and strong. The gear represents our industrial foundation and teamwork. The wheat stands for our agriculture and food roots. This flowing light symbolizes magical energy we encounter and echoes the flow of qi in Chinese culture, meaning vitality and unity. He paused and then showed packaging examples. A hamburger paper bag sewn from soft, flexible animal hide, with the logo stamped on the front. A spicy sauce jar made from fired clay, with the logo in relief and outlined with natural pigments. The packaging materials prioritize locally available, easy-to-process animal hides and clay. The design focuses on being portable and sturdy. Overall, I wanted to convey a feeling. Our Licheng civilization, rooted in tradition, open to new worlds, rigorous in industry, and focused on quality. The room was silent for a moment. Wang Defa was the first to clap his thigh. Good. This is good. Solid foundation, with depth and face. I feel reassured just looking at it. Licheng carefully examined the blueprint and material descriptions, nodding. The design avoids potential safety risks. The material choices are reasonable, and it aligns with industrial production. Wang Taiju also agreed. The logo's lines are good for standard engraving and printing, and the packaging structure considers assembly line sealing. Gala blinked her eyes. It's not very shiny, but Gala thinks it looks very high-end. It can sell for a good price. Several senior professors also praised the design, saying it perfectly combines various elements and has deep cultural roots. Licheng looked at the live broadcast camera and announced seriously. After review, the judging panel unanimously approves Zhao Ming's design as the winner. Congratulations, Zhao Ming. Well deserved. This design is truly impressive. We now have our own brand image in Licheng. Tears of pride. 5,000 contribution points received. Zhao Ming, the boss, is asking for sponsorship. The live chat was instantly flooded with blessings. Zhao Ming stood in the middle of the meeting room, his face flushed with excitement, bowing deeply to the judges and the camera. On the same day, Licheng led the release of the first edition of the Licheng Quality Inspection Standards, a simple letter-based rating system from A to D, with A being the best, combined with different color codes, will be stamped or printed on all products that pass quality checks. When the first energy burger with the new logo and A-grade quality inspection mark came off the improved production line, the workers watching cheered. It's not just food. It's a promise, a brand, a clear mark of civilization establishing itself in this world. Licheng's food industry has now adopted clear rules and a strong identity, moving toward the next stage. The success of energy burgers and standardized production boosted Licheng's food supply. But a big problem appeared: preservation. Especially when exploration teams brought back perishable ingredients from far away, or when the group tried to expand production. The lack of a reliable cold chain became the biggest obstacle. Wang Tieju's industrial lab was now full of Rune templates, gear parts, and steam pipes. He was working with a few technicians around a modified small cargo platform from a goblin trade, frowning. No, the cold storage rune isn't sustainable or wide enough. One young technician wiped sweat and reported. It works well when carved on boxes, but covering the whole wagon spreads the energy field too thin, reducing cooling effectiveness. And it consumes too much ice moss, making long-distance transport impossible, another added. Wang Taizhu stroked his beard, glancing at the scrolls of basic theories exchanged from Rune Master Errol stored in the corner of the lab. Suddenly, he had an idea. We're going the wrong way, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Why do we need runes to cover the whole space? Can't we let the cold move by itself? He grabbed chalk and quickly drew on a blackboard. Look, we concentrate cold storage runes on a few special cold source plates and install them on the inside walls of the wagon. Then, we used a small steam engine at the front of the vehicle to drive a fan system, forcing air inside the carriage to pass over these cold source plates and create a circulation. He drew a simple diagram of the cooling cycle. With this, we turned a static refrigeration box into a dynamic cooling space. Energy is focused and efficiency is greatly increased. We can even add temperature control runes to adjust the temperature as needed. Everyone in the lab was stunned, then burst into excited discussion. Engineer Wang. Brilliant idea, this. This is like turning a refrigerator into an air-conditioned vehicle, steam-powered fan. A perfect mix of machinery and magic. They started working immediately. A few days later, the first prototype vehicle was built on an old-world truck chassis. The outside was covered with reinforced wood panels, and the inside lined with 3 shining metal plates that radiated cold. The roof had a small chimney and a drive shaft. Wang Taizhu personally jumped into the driver's seat and started the mini steam engine, strengthened with goblin runes. The boiler hummed, and the fan driven by a belt began to spin inside the carriage. Licheng held a thermometer and stood at the open door, everyone watching closely. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The temperature dropped. It's starting to even out, Licheng said happily, almost in disbelief. The inside temperature difference is less than 2 degrees. We did it. We succeeded. Wang Taizhu jumped down from the driver's seat, his face covered in oil smudges, but he smiled like a child. He waved his hand and said, immediately modify all our transport vehicles based on this prototype. Our moving winter plan is starting. The news spread quickly through Lin Xiaofeng's live stream. When the first modified truck, with Licheng Cold Chain No. 1 and the food group logo painted on it, slowly drove through the street, many residents gathered to watch and cheer. We have our own refrigeration vehicle now. This means we can eat fresher food in the future. Engineer Wang is awesome. Industrial magic is awesome. This breakthrough in cold chain technology was not just a technical victory, but also a key that opened the door for Licheng to access a richer material world. The success of the cold chain technology immediately reflected in Licheng's foreign trade. Geru, the goblin, was more excited than anyone. He circled around, cold chain No. 1, 3 times, his small eyes shining like gold coins. Geru, I know where there are good things. He tugged on Wang Tieju's pants and shouted, Tundra, the floating island to the west, home to the herders. They raise big milk beasts. I've tasted their cheese and butter. Geru can't forget it. With the cold chain as their confidence, the command quickly approved the plan to contact the tundra herders. A small team of diplomats, Wang Defa's apprentice as a food tester, and guards, rode in a modified truck equipped with simple floating symbols, guided by Geru, heading toward the rocky bridge leading to the western floating island. A few days later, the team returned with exciting news. The tundra herders live on a vast, endless plain. The climate is cold and harsh, but they have developed a unique and mysterious branch of humans. They are tall and strong, with bronze-colored skin and bright, clear eyes. They are gentle, kind, honest, and always friendly and warm to others. In this icy land, the tundra herders survive by respecting nature and using their strong life force. They have developed their own culture, raising a magical animal called cloud-horn beast. These animals are large and slow-moving, but gentle and friendly. They never attack humans or other animals. Their milk is rich, sweet, and tasty, and can be drunk directly or used to make cheese, butter, and other delicious foods. Despite having such good ingredients, the tundra herders live a simple and tough life. The main reason is that they lack advanced food preservation techniques and convenient trade routes. Their precious dairy products cannot be stored for long or sold far away, so most are used within the tribe or exchanged in small, primitive trades with nearby neighbors. The arrival of the Car City team, especially the cold chain truck that constantly emitted cold air, greatly surprised the herder leader, Buren. When Wang Defa's apprentice used cow butter and cheese from the pastoral tribe, combined with flour and sugar from Licheng, to bake simple cookies and cakes, an unprecedented sweet aroma filled the air, completely winning over all the pastoral tribe people. A successful trade was thus completed. Licheng exchanged a batch of energy burgers, spicy sauce, and some sturdy industrial tools for large amounts of butter, cheese, and a few live cloud-horned beasts that were currently producing milk. When the cold chain number 1, carriage, loaded with the aroma of foreign milk, slowly returned to Licheng, almost everyone in the city could smell the warm, rich scent. In the newly established dairy processing workshop, Licheng wore a mask and gloves, carefully inspecting the new raw materials. The fat content is high, the flavor is strong, and the bacterial count is within acceptable limits. It can be used for pasteurization and further processing. She meticulously recorded the data. Wang Defa was already eager to start testing. Rolling up his sleeves, he personally took charge, directing his assistants. Quick! Soften this butter, sift the flour. Today, we will let the whole city taste what real cake is. News spread quickly. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream title had already changed too. Historic moment. Witness the birth of Licheng's first cream cake. On camera, Wang Defa carefully spread the whipped cream onto the baked, golden cake base, then used a homemade piping bag to squeeze out a crooked dollop of cream. Although it looks a bit ugly, Wang Defa chuckled, but the taste definitely won't disappoint. Qin Zhengwo's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Today, we are not just celebrating our new food. We are celebrating that we, the people of Licheng, have used our hands and wisdom to build a complete chain, from production to storage, from internal cooperation to external trade. Under this unfamiliar sky, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. This proves that no difficulty can defeat us. As long as we stay united, we can create any miracle. Next, Wang Defa and Li Xiaoying from the food group presented awards to several outstanding contributors. Designer Zhao Ming received an extra 2,000 contribution points, and a team member who discovered the mint silver leaf was also recognized. Every awardee wore a proud smile. Then, the most exciting moment arrived. Wang Defa stepped forward. Behind him, assistants pushed a large object covered with a white cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Defa's voice was loud and full of excitement. Our Licheng, after so long, has eaten compressed biscuits and energy burgers. Today, I, Old Wang, will treat everyone to cake. He suddenly pulled off the white cloth. A huge cake appeared. Though its decoration was simple, it was covered with white cream and decorated with fresh berries from another world. Wow! The square burst into amazed cheers, especially from the children, whose eyes widened in surprise. With help from staff, the cake was carefully cut into many small pieces and handed out to the waiting residents by volunteers. Everyone received only a small piece. But as the soft, sweet cake and smooth, rich cream melted in their mouths, many people's eyes welled up with tears. This was not just sweetness. It was the taste of normal life, the taste of happiness, a flavor they had almost forgotten, belonging to the civilized world. A little girl, held in her mother's arms and licking the cream at the corner of her mouth, said softly, "Mom, it's so sweet." Are we dreaming? Her mother hugged her tightly, voice trembling. It's not a dream, sweetheart. This is not a dream. It's real. Lin Xiaofeng's camera captured these touching scenes. Elderly people savoring carefully, young people excitedly chatting, children with faces covered in food. The live chat comments became much quieter, filled with teary-eyed, moved. And this is the meaning of our hard work. Geru, the goblin, held his portion and ate with cream all over his beard, muttering, "Geru, I want to sell this to the whole world." Exchange for the most coins. Chief Buren, the envoy of the pastoral tribe, tasted the new food made from their provided ingredients, which looked and tasted very different. His eyes were full of shock and respect. He spoke to Chen Jiangwo in simple universal language. You are not ordinary exiles. You are the creators of civilization. Our pastoral tribe is willing to form a forever brotherhood with Licheng. Chen Jiangwo tightly held his hand. In the bright square, the sweet smell of cream and the joyful voices of people blended into a hopeful symphony. At this moment, all the people of Licheng felt their hearts closely connected. They were not just sharing a piece of cake, but sharing the results of their joint efforts and a very sweet dream about the future. The cold chain connected not only space, but also people's hearts. The aroma of milk nourished not only bodies, but also spirits. On this floating island, Licheng finally took root, truly heading toward prosperity. The sunset cast a warm golden glow over Licheng. The Guangma Square was bustling with voices, and the lights were just coming on. Thanks to days of repair and optimization by Wang Tieju's team, the Rune Street lamps in the square and nearby streets now operated at full power and stability. Their soft, bright light dispelled the gloom and unease often seen at night in the other world, illuminating the square as if it were daytime. Today, a celebration was held for all of Licheng, marking the founding of the Otherworld Food Group and the completion of the cold chain. Not only the residents of Licheng, but also Geru the Goblin, several pastoral tribe envoys, including Chief Buren, and human rune mage apprentice Erwin and his companions, were invited guests. Curious and excited, they immersed themselves in the joyful atmosphere. The air was filled with a mixed aroma: roasted meat, sweet potatoes, and an even more tempting, warm, rich milk scent. On the temporary stage, Chen Jiangwo, Wang Taiju, Wang Defa, Licheng, and others stood side by side, looking at the crowd below with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Fellow citizens, friends, Chen Jiangwo's voice rang clearly through the loudspeaker across the square. Today, we are not here to declare victory, but to celebrate a solid step we have taken together. We are not celebrating the achievements of one person, but of all of us: engineers, chefs, explorers, farmers, teachers, students, everyone who has worked hard with their hands and sweat to create all this. Applause erupted, and many people's eyes were moist. The hardships, confusion, and fears experienced along the way seemed to be comforted at this moment. We now have our own factory, our own standards, a cold chain leading to distant places, and friends willing to work with us. Chen Jiangwo pointed toward the direction of Galu, Buren, and Erwin, and the crowd responded with enthusiastic applause again. Next came the highlight moments for Wang Defa and Licheng. They represented the group and awarded residents who made outstanding contributions in food packaging design and new ingredient discovery. When the young explorer Zhao Ming received a symbolic certificate of contribution points from Wang Defa, his hands trembled slightly. The young team member who discovered mint silver leaf received a commemorative badge of Licheng Quality Inspection from Licheng, blushing with excitement. Then, the most eye-catching part of the celebration. Wang Defa stepped to the front of the stage, took a deep breath, and wore his signature, slightly naive yet confident smile. Behind him was a large display made of several long tables covered with clean white linen. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, his voice was loud and clear. Our Licheng, from eating compressed biscuits to enjoying hot energy burgers, today, I, Old Wang, along with everyone in our food group and friends from the tundra herds, have prepared a real gift for everyone. He suddenly pulled back the white cloth. In an instant, a wave of amazed exclamations, "Wow!" swept across the square. On the display table, over 100 cakes were neatly arranged. They varied in size, with some decorating skills still a bit rough, and some cream even unevenly spread. Each cake is covered with pure white cream, decorated with locally gathered, colorful berries and edible flower petals. Under bright lights, these cakes shine with an irresistible glow and sweet aroma. The largest cake in the center has red jam writing the words, "Licheng Home," in a crooked way. These cakes are made with our own flour, and the cream and butter are provided by our friends from the pastoral tribe. The fruits are collected by our exploration team and many residents. Wang Defa announced loudly. This is our first cream cake, made in Licheng. Now, everyone, share it. Staff and volunteers quickly stepped forward, carefully cutting the cake into small pieces and handing them out to the long line of residents. The line moved slowly but in order. Everyone who received a small piece of cake felt like they had found a treasure. A little boy carried on his father's shoulders eagerly took a bite, his face covered with cream. He squinted and shouted vaguely, "Dad, it's so sweet." Like a dream, his father smiled, with tears in his eyes. He also took a bite and tasted the long-missed, sweet flavor from the civilized world. It instantly touched his heart. He whispered to his son, "It's not a dream, son. This is real." Many people worked hard together to make it happen. An elderly professor with silver hair savored the cake carefully and sighed to his old friend, "Have you tasted it? It's not just sugar and cream. It's the taste of order, the taste of hope." In Lin Xiaofeng's live stream, the camera eagerly captured these touching moments. Children's satisfied smiles, excited sharing among young people, and the comforting eyes of the elders. The comments no longer buzzed with noise but were filled with words like moved, respect, and long live Licheng. Geru, the goblin, got a big piece. He ate messily, his green face covered with white cream. Licking his fingers, he excitedly said to the nearby pastoral leader, Buren, did you see? This can sell for a high price, worth 100 times more than cheese itself. Geru wants to sell the cake to all floating islands." Leader Buren was also deeply impressed by the cake's taste. He had tried many dairy products, but never imagined they could be presented in such a way, bringing such direct happiness. He looked at Chun Jiangwo and spoke very seriously in simple, formal language. "Leader Chun, what you have is not just food. It is the magic of turning stone into gold. The pastoral tribe is willing to be forever friends with Carp's city." Rune's master Elven and his human companions stood together, eating cake quietly, with complex expressions. He finally understood that Carp's city brought a revolutionary idea about how to live. He whispered to his companions, "Maybe efficiency and scale can also be a kind of beauty." Licheng didn't stay in the celebration for long. She quietly left the crowd center, bringing along a quality inspector to check the food distribution points. She examined hygiene and softly reminded, "Make sure to disinfect cutting tools and ensure each portion is enough." Her carefulness silently ensured the safety of this sweet feast. The smell of cake, people's laughter, and bright lights blended into a warm, powerful flow that spread through every Carp City resident's heart. At this moment, they shared not just a piece of cake, but also a sense of achievement from their hard work and hope for the future. This bond, woven from delicious food, connected everyone tightly, no matter where they came from. The celebration lasted late into the night, but the excitement and hope across the city lingered for a long time. The next morning, while most people still savored last night's sweetness, Galu, the goblin, eagerly burst into Chun Jiangwo's command center, holding a rough animal hide map, almost as tall as he was. "Leader Chun, Galu has something important to discuss," he shouted sharply, struggling to roll out the animal hide on the table in front of Chun Jiangwo. Wang Taizhu, Wang Defa, and Li Xiaoying, who had just finished the morning meeting, also came over, curious to see. The map was abstract but ambitious. In the center was a circle representing Carp City, with lines extending out to several marks. A piece of cheese, pastoral tribe, a hammer and flames, Runemaster city-state, a pile of, or goblin main city, and even a distant leaf symbol, Galu's crooked writing labeled, legendary elf, comma. "Look, Galu's delicious business network." Geru excitedly pointed at the map, his small eyes shining brightly. "We are here, making the tastiest things. Using a cool air car, we can sell everywhere." His finger pointed to different locations. "Herders. We sell spicy sauce, sturdy tools, and trade for more cheese, butter, and live cloud-horned beasts. Rinsmiths. We sell energy burgers, cream cakes, and those things called canned goods. We trade their rune knowledge and magic materials. Goblin Main City. We sell all the good stuff from Carp City. Trade for ores, rare materials, and ancient treasures they've dug up." Finally, he mysteriously pointed to a leaf. "When we find the elves, we will sell the finest, most beautiful food. Trade for their life magic to make our fields bountiful." Geru's idea went far beyond simple bartering. He envisioned a trade empire centered on Carp City, with delicious food as the main currency, spreading across many races. "We need control over prices," Garu waved his small fist, showing his business talent. Our products are unique. So, we will create the Carp City brand. Everything will have that circle with wheat symbol. Let all floating islands know that the best, most magical things come from Carp City. Wang Defa listened, amazed. Wow, you goblin. Your head is full of business plans. Wang Taiju saw the strategic value. If this network is built, we can not only get resources steadily, but also become the economic and cultural hub of this area. Our influence won't be limited to just one city. Licheng nodded, adding from a quality control view. A unified brand and standards will help us manage quality and food safety across the entire chain. Garu's plan aligns with our group's growth. Chen Jiangwo looked at the simple but imaginative map, gently tapping the table. After a long moment, he looked up, scanning everyone, finally focusing on Garu. Mr. Garu, your plan is very ambitious and strategic, he said seriously, with admiration and caution. But it must be based on our strong strength and absolutely reliable product quality. Otherwise, great wealth will only attract greedy wolves. He paused, then made a decision. I generally agree with this strategic direction. We can start by strengthening trade with the pastoral tribes and deepening our connections with the Rune master city-states, gradually expanding. Comrade Wang Defa, your production system must support future needs. Not only should it meet quantity demands, but it must also maintain the high quality of the Carp City brand. Comrade Wang Taiju, the cold chain fleet needs to grow, and the transportation routes, whether via suspension bridges or other methods, to various places should be planned and secured. As for you, Mr. Galu, I officially appoint you as the trade director of the Carp City Interdimensional Food Group, responsible for building and negotiating our external business network. Galu promised to complete the task. The goblin excitedly jumped up, gesturing enthusiastically. Galu will make the Carp City brand known across all floating islands. At that moment, the office door was knocked, and a messenger quickly entered, handing a report to Chen Jiangwo. Commander, Exploration Team 3 has returned with news. They found some unusual traces on the edge of the southeastern floating island. It's not like any known race, and it seems they are interested in the signal markers we set up at the island's edge. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly grew more serious. Chen Jiangwo finished reading the report and placed it next to Gala's ambitious business map. On one side was a blueprint for prosperity, and on the other, subtle signals from unknown realms. It seemed our development was already attracting attention from farther away. Chen said thoughtfully, "It looks like our progress has begun to catch the eye of distant regions. Everyone, the celebration is over. Next, we may face broader opportunities or even more serious challenges." Outside the window, Carp City was vibrant under the morning sun. But everyone understood that this vast floating world had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. The road ahead was full of golden trade routes like those Galu envisioned, but also hidden storms of the unknown. After intense preparations led by Lin Xiaofeng and officially endorsed by the command center, the live broadcast channel, Carp City Home, finally launched on a morning with especially clear signals. All the residents' phone screens received prominent notifications. The icon was the familiar gear and wheat logo, with 4 lively characters below, Carp City Home. At the moment the broadcast started, the number of viewers exceeded 100,000 and was rapidly increasing. Lin Xiaofeng stood in a carefully decorated studio with a large floating island landscape as the background. Although he had experienced many big events, his voice carried a hint of excitement he couldn't hide. Family members of Carp City, and all our friends from other worlds who are watching. This is the official broadcast from the Carp City Temporary Command Center, hosted by me, Lin Xiaofeng, the Carp City Home Channel. From today, this will be our shared window to witness every step forward in Carp City and to share all the new wonders from other worlds. The comments flooded the screen like a waterfall. Here it comes. Official live stream. So impressive. Brother Xiaofeng looks so handsome today. Looking forward to it. What kind of programs will there be? Our first flagship program will take everyone deep into the source of delicious food, using our perspective to interpret this magical world. Lin Xiaofeng turned slightly to give space for the camera. Let's give a warm round of applause and send your comments to welcome the soul of Carp City's cuisine, Master Wang Defa, and his brand new show, Taste of the Other World. The camera switched to Wang Defa, who appeared a bit nervous. He was dressed in a brand-new chef's uniform, wearing his signature tall hat, with a simple but excited smile. Instead of a kitchen, the background was transformed into a themed, broadcast kitchen, filled with local ingredients and cooking tools. Hello everyone. I am Old Wang. Wang Defa waved at the camera, looking a little awkward. But as soon as food was mentioned, his eyes became focused. Our show, Taste of the Other World, aims to show everyone where these foods we eat every day come from and how they turn into delicious dishes on our tables. Master Wang. Idol. Finally, it's here. Foodies are thrilled. Master Wang, don't be nervous. We love you. Today, for the first episode, we're going to a special place. Wang Defa picked up a small piece of butter brought by the pastoral tribe, which emitted a rich, milky aroma. The Tundra Pastoral Tribe. Let's see how this fragrant butter and cheese are made from cloud beast milk and become the soul of our cakes. The live broadcast then cut to a carefully edited video segment, footage shot earlier by Lin Xiaofeng's team during a visit to the pastoral tribe. In the shot, there is a vast tundra with gentle, huge cloud creatures. The herders skillfully milk, ferment, stir, and press the cheese, accompanied by Wang Defa's lively commentary. Look at this. The grass the cloud creatures eat is covered with dew. So fresh. That's why this milk has a natural green grass aroma. The herders' fermentation skills have been passed down through generations. The taste of time is right here. See this butter? It's whipped just right, with the moisture controlled perfectly, making it so rich and fragrant. When the video ends, the scene switches back to the studio. Wang Defa has prepared some homemade cheese and simple seasonings from Licheng in front of him. Just looking isn't enough. We need to taste the real thing. He cuts a small piece of cheese, tastes it carefully, then nods. Rich and full of flavor, really good. But eating it straight might not be our habit. Chinese cuisine emphasizes transforming the ordinary into something wonderful, adapting to the ingredients. He begins to work, chopping the cheese and mixing it with flour and eggs from Licheng. As he does, he explains, we're blending East and West. No, it's a fusion of different styles. Making a simple cheese pancake. When the dough with cheese sizzles on a buttered, rune-inscribed griddle, releasing irresistible roasted and cheesy aromas, the live chat explodes with excitement. Tip notifications start ringing constantly, and donation points fall like snowflakes. Even more surprising, a donation message with unusual wording is highlighted by the system. Donor, Rune Academy Apprentice, Errol. Message, Master Wang. How do you control the energy output during cooking to balance the Maillard reaction and caramelization, so that the proteins and fats reach such harmony? Please explain. Donation points are not an issue. This scholarly message stands out amid the barrage of comments like, craving so much, and requesting a taste test, sparking laughter and discussion. Haha, the little Rune scholar is obsessed with energy science. Master Wang. I just focus on tasting, I don't worry about reactions. Maybe the end of science is mysticism, and the end of gourmet food is energy science? Wang Defa looks at the message, pauses, then laughs. This. Errol, you ask a good question. Controlling the heat. Well, it sounds mysterious, but it's really just experience. When to be bold and when to be gentle depends on the state of the ingredients and listening to the sounds from the pot. Next time you visit me, I will teach you step by step. The first episode of Exotic Flavors ended successfully amid comments praising the cultural exchange and admiration for Master Wang. Wang Defa, once an ordinary chef, has become a popular idol across cultures thanks to his pure love for food and down-to-earth way of speaking. The popularity of Exotic Flavors made the Licheng Home channel very popular and greatly encouraged residents to learn about other worlds and participate in cultural integration. The command center quickly seized this opportunity. In the evening, Licheng was bathed in a soft orange glow. The red lantern hanging outside the old library just lit up, attracting a crowd. A large poster was pasted on the library wall. On the left, a steaming dish of exotic fungi. On the right, bold red letters reading, Licheng Night School, Common Microorganisms and Food Safety in Other Worlds. The edges of the poster still had some chalk dust, making it feel friendly. The renovated classroom kept the old library's wooden shelves, which were clean shiny. Besides old books, there were new booklets titled Exotic Ingredients Guide. The original reading tables were arranged as makeshift desks with residents' enamel cups, some with chrysanthemum tea, others with fresh exotic berry drinks. An old ceiling fan slowly turned, casting tiny spots of light from the warm yellow bulbs on the ceiling onto the crowd. The front seats were already full. Grandma Wong, wearing a floral dress, took out a notebook with a gold-embossed cover from her bag, her pen hovering over the paper. She occasionally tugged her husband's sleeve to ask him to read the blackboard more clearly. Grandpa Lee, with white hair, held a magnifying glass to his nose, squinting at the exotic microorganisms chart near the blackboard. He traced the outline of glow-in-the-dark rice fungus with his finger and whispered to his neighbor, "Was that rice from the TV last time really this glowing?" The young people in the back row look more lively. Some are holding tablets and recording the blackboard screen, with a screenshot from exotic flavors still visible in the corner. Others are drawing mind maps on notebooks, clearly dividing topics like harmful microorganisms and control methods. The soft scratching of pens on paper creates a lively, busy atmosphere in the classroom. Licheng on the podium appears calm. She wears a light blue shirt that has been washed many times, with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, revealing an old silver bracelet. She holds a piece of white chalk in one hand and a sealed sample card in the other. The card shows tiny star-shaped grains glowing faintly greenish-blue, which is the glowing rice that amazed viewers in exotic flavors. Seeing the room quiet down, she holds the sample card up to the light. Her voice, amplified through a microphone, is clear. "Everyone, look at this. The glow on the star grains is not dirt. It's a special glow microbe, unique to this world. It lives in a symbiotic relationship with the rice, making it softer when cooked, but only if it is cooked thoroughly. So, not all mold indicates spoilage or toxins. Some molds are key to making delicious cheese and sauces, like the blue vein cheese brought by our pastoral friends," Licheng said calmly, pointing to a magnified image of mold on the slide. "But more often, when we see unfamiliar mold, especially brightly colored ones, we must follow a simple rule. Do not eat if in doubt." Everyone in the classroom is taking notes carefully. After the recent food safety incidents, they pay extra attention to Licheng's lessons. Director Lee explains everything so clearly. "I didn't realize there was so much to learn. Yeah, I used to just know not to eat certain foods. Now I understand why. I heard next time, Xiao Yasu will teach basic rune recognition and energy flow. I need to come early to get a seat." During the break, Licheng walks to the back of the classroom, where several envoys from the pastoral tribe are sitting. They were specially invited to attend the class. Chief Buren sighs and says, "Director Lee, you share knowledge so selflessly with everyone. That's hard to imagine in our tribe. It makes us more confident about the future of Carp City." Licheng smiles and replies, "Knowledge is only valuable when shared. We also hope to learn more about animal husbandry and dairy processing from our pastoral friends." Meanwhile, in Su Xiaoya's room, she was not watching Licheng's live class, but was quietly focusing, with all her mind immersed in the system interface inside her brain. The energy bar was fuller than ever due to recent stable development in the city and the success of the arcane steam generator. She tried to control the energy and touched the always dull module called interdimensional communication, basic, The energy surged like a tide, causing the module to glow faintly and emit intermittent, noisy interference sounds, as if trying to tune into a very distant and weak radio signal. Static, abnormal, waves, location, static. Repeat, search, code, carp city, static. Broken words flashed by, and the module dimmed again because of unstable energy supply. Su Xiaoya opened her eyes, beads of sweat on her forehead, but her eyes sparkled with hope. "There's a signal, even if weak and unstable. Our homeland is really looking for us," she whispered, clenching her fist tightly. She only reported this discovery to Chen Jiangwo and the top decision-makers for now, to avoid unnecessary chaos and false hopes. They needed more stable and powerful energy to truly make the call work. The Carp City home channel, Delicacies of the Otherworld Episode 2, started on time. The live preview titled Wang Defa teams up with a Rune's apprentice to recreate classic braised pork using magical technology had already excited the city's viewers. The online viewers easily broke previous records. On screen, Wang Defa and a slightly nervous but bright-eyed Errol stood in front of a rune experiment table filled with carvings, crystal tubes, and faintly glowing runes. Behind them was Errol's workshop, stacked with scrolls and strange tools. Family, stay tuned. We're trying something new today. Wang Defa, dressed in his signature chef's uniform, cheerfully greeted the camera, then patted Errol's shoulder. This young man is a talented rune scholar from the Rune Academy. Today, he's going to use his precise energy control skills to cook a simple dish, braised lizard meat. I'll be here to supervise with my old experience. Errol took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm as he explained to the camera. Master Wang's cooking process involves very delicate energy transformation and material change. We will try to use the heat-focusing rune array to create a stable heating environment and apply the constant energy flow technique to ensure even heat distribution inside, simulating Master Wang's idea of slow simmering. In theory, we can control temperature fluctuations within 0.5 degrees per second. As he spoke, he activated several rune plates embedded in the special metal stove. Soft orange-red light appeared, forming a visible energy field that covered a uniquely shaped metal stew pot. The pot also had intricate energy-conducting patterns engraved on it. First, we sauté the meat to lock in the juices, Wang Defa said, pouring the chopped stone lizard meat into the pot. The meat touched the bottom and made a slight sizzling sound, but there was no intense oil popping or rising steam like in quick stir-frying over high heat. Errol, at this point, the fire needs to be strong enough to generate steam and bring out the aroma of the meat, Wang Defa guided from beside him. Errol quickly adjusted another rune plate. Activate the auxiliary instant heat pulse. Energy output level, 10%. The glow at the bottom of the pot flickered slightly, and the temperature rose a bit, but the sautéing effect still seemed too gentle. Not enough, not enough? Wang Defa shook his head. It's like scratching an itch through a shoe. Must really heat the bottom until it boils. When you see faint blue smoke, that's the goal. That's called martial fire. Errol's forehead beaded with sweat as he adjusted again. Increase pulse energy to 20%. No, 25%. Pay attention to the stability of the energy field. Another burst of slightly stronger light flashed, and the temperature inside the pot noticeably increased. The edges of the meat began to show a tempting char, but it still lacked that full wok aroma. The live chat was already laughing. Ha! Master Wang's martial fire versus Errol's energy pulse. Errol, I've done my best. Master Wang, no, you haven't. Feels like watching scientists trying to decode mysticism with formulas. Master Wang, as long as it feels right. Errol, what does feeling mean? Can I eat it? Starting to doubt life. The stir-frying process was completed in a delicate rhythm of chicken talking to duck, a strange but harmonious pace. Then, seasonings and broth were added, entering the crucial, low-heat slow simmer stage. At this point, you need to use a gentle heat, Wang Defa indicated. This is where Errol's constant energy array showed its great advantage. Once the rune array stabilized, the broth inside the pot maintained a nearly perfect gentle simmer, with no vigorous boiling, allowing heat to evenly each piece of meat. Hey, this is good. This is steady. Wang Defa looked at the calm surface of the pot, amazed. This heat control is more accurate than us watching the fire and adjusting the damper. Young man, your skills are impressive. With Wang Defa's approval, Errol finally relaxed and smiled, carefully recording data. In the steady, gentle simmer state, heat efficiency increased by about 30%. The extraction efficiency of flavor compounds still needs evaluation. After some time of simmering, Errol's precise rune red braised lizard meat was finally finished. When the lid was lifted, a rich aroma of sauce spread out, and through the live broadcast equipment, it seemed to reach every viewer's nose. The finished dish was bright red, with the sauce perfectly absorbed, tightly coating each piece of meat, looking very appetizing. At the tasting table, set up temporarily in the corner of Errol's workshop, Wang Defa, Errol, the invited tribal chief Buren, and Galu, a goblin who was eager to squeeze and because of the smell, were all seated. Lin Xiaofeng's camera was focused tightly on them. Come on, everyone try this runic science achievement. Wang Defa, as the host, took the lead, picking up a piece of meat and carefully chewing. Everyone held their breath, watching him intently, especially Errol, who was nervous and sweating. Wang Defa savored it carefully, then nodded after a moment and said, the meat is cooked perfectly, tender but not falling apart, melting in your mouth. The flavor has also seeped in, salty and light, with a rich soy aroma. Young man, your control of the gentle heat with the constant temperature method is truly impressive. Compared to my usual pot, the meat is more evenly cooked by a large margin. Errol's face immediately lit up with joy, almost ready to cheer. But Wang Defa shifted his tone, revealing his picky foodie nature. This meat tastes a bit dull. First, it lacks that pot aroma, the smoky, crispy flavor from quick stir-frying over high heat. Without that, the flavor layers are flat. Second, your meat is cooked too perfectly, almost stiff. He looked at Errol patiently and explained, in traditional cooking, the heat varies slightly, and the heat distribution in the meat isn't always even. These small differences make some parts softer and others chewier, which makes the taste more interesting. But with your Rune method, everything is the same. It tastes good, but it feels lacking in spirit, you know? Leader Brun also took a bite. He carefully sensed the flavor and said in his deep voice, it's a very precise way of cooking, almost exact, like how we measure leather with a ruler. But it does lack that rough, lively aroma of big pieces of roasted meat over our campfire. Gira the goblin didn't care about all that. He quickly ate a piece, licking his fingers, and chirped happily. Delicious. Smells great. Gira thinks it's super tasty. Better than the dark stuff in goblin kitchens by 1,000 times. This will sell for a lot. We can call it Rune Precision Braised Pork and sell it to fancy mages. Double the price. Errol listened carefully to every comment, especially Wang Defa's critique. Instead of feeling discouraged, he quickly took out his recording crystal and excitedly jotted down notes. Pot aroma missing. Related to insufficient initial energy peak, which failed to trigger Maillard reaction and lipid oxidation. Texture too uniform. Need to introduce a controllable energy output curve that simulates natural heat fluctuations. Complexity of variables increased. His murmuring amused the audience again. Errol, a new challenge has appeared. From cooking to energy science, only one master, Wang, is missing. Gero understands marketing. Rune Precision Braised Pork sounds expensive. Talking without practice is useless. Let's go after work to my cafeteria. I'll use my big iron pot to cook something real for you, so you can see and try for yourself what cooking to the right temperature means. Really? That's great. Errol happily looked up, full of anticipation. The live broadcast ended in an atmosphere full of hope and communication. This episode not only brought laughter and joy, but also showed the spark between two different ways of thinking. The residents of Licheng were proud of their rich food culture, but they also began to recognize and appreciate the precision and control brought by Rune technology. The Rune masters, for the first time, saw clearly that behind the cold energy formulas, there could also be lively and warm life art. Off camera, in the command office, Chen Jiangwo and Wang Taizhu also watched the live broadcast. Wang Taizhu stroked his chin and said, "Old Chen, did you see? Errol's temperature control array. If we can use it for some of our precise parts processing or heat treatment." Chen Jiangwo nodded. Results from cultural exchange are often unexpected. Inform the technical department to contact the Rune Academy and see if there's a chance for cooperation in Su Xiaoya's room. She had just finished an experiment. The interdimensional communication module still only briefly lit up, capturing a few clearer but still unreadable encrypted signal fragments. She rubbed her forehead, looked at the end of the broadcast, and watched Wang Defa and Errol leave the workshop shoulder to shoulder. Different civilizations can blend like this. Then, the distance across dimensions can surely be broken. She whispered to herself, encouraging herself, and immersed herself again in organizing and guiding the system's energy. Cultural resonance spreads like ripples, not only changing Licheng and its neighbors, but also quietly gathering the strength that ultimately points toward returning home. Li City Home, Channel's special episode once again ignited the city's enthusiasm. In the live broadcast, Chen Jiangwo, Wang Taizhu, Li Xiuying, and Trade Director Gallo stood together in front of a large holographic city planning map. Fellow citizens, Chen Jingwo's voice spread across the city through the broadcast. Our food group has achieved success, but that's not enough. The creativity in food comes from everyone. To boost energy and enrich life, the command center decided to build the first different world-flavored snack street on the east side of Guangma Square. On the screen and through cameras, a loud cheer erupted instantly. Licheng took the stage and explained the policy in detail. The snack street will have 50 standard stalls. Any resident can apply through the national system with their stall idea and business plan. Those approved will have a chance to get a startup loan from the command center. Up to 5,000 contribution points, interest-free, deducted in installments from future earnings. National task: a 004 snack street stall application and business plan. Content: submit your snack idea, production plan, target customers, and the loan amount needed. Reward: approved applicants will get stall rights and a contribution point loan. Outstanding plans will receive extra promotion resources from the authorities. Once this announcement was made, the atmosphere in Licheng changed completely. Contribution points, originally used to exchange for supplies and learn knowledge, now became a tool to turn dreams into reality. Lin Xiaofeng's camera turned to the street, randomly interviewing a few eager residents. One young man wearing thick glasses, a former programmer, excitedly said, "I plan to make rune skewers. I studied the precise temperature control runes from Errol. I don't fully understand it yet, but I want to miniaturize it for the grill to automatically control the perfect cooking for different ingredients. I've already submitted my plan and applied for a 3,000 contribution point loan to customize the equipment." A former elementary school Chinese teacher, with a gentle face and a blush, said, "I found several kinds of exotic plants with unique scents and sweet aftertaste. I want to develop a different world herbal tea stall, combining our traditional health ideas. I've checked the plant guide in the system's knowledge base to ensure safety. I applied for 1,500 contribution points to buy raw materials and customize teaware." Even an uncle who used to work in construction, smiling honestly, said, "I don't have much education, just strength. But I'm good at curing meat. I plan to make a secret stone lizard meat sandwich, using leftover meat from Master Wang's shop, carefully marinated, cheap and filling. I applied for 800 contribution points to get a simple food cart and stove." A variety of dreams gathered through the system panel and entered the command center's review system. Each plan shone with the small hope of ordinary people trying to find their place and create value in this new world. Geru, the goblin, watched the lively scene with his small eyes spinning. He tugged on Licheng's sleeve and said, "Director Li, Gera thinks we could hold a best snack contest. Use contribution points for voting. The winners, Geru will help sell their snacks outside. Take a small commission." His business mind was always working. Wang Defa looked at these creative plans and couldn't hide his happiness. Good. That's life. In the future, after work, I can go out and enjoy snacks too. It's wonderful. However, Licheng, who was in charge of the review, felt a lot of pressure. She and her team had to carefully evaluate each plan based on feasibility, food safety, and innovation. This glowing mushroom sashimi is definitely not okay. The guidebook clearly states it has mild nerve toxicity and must be cooked. The idea of an automatic stirring rune pot is good, but is the technology mature? Does it need technical support from engineer Wang Tieju's team? Spicy strips? Interesting idea, but the search for soy-based substitute ingredients and food safety standards must be clarified first. Strict reviews are meant to ensure that the seeds of dreams can take root and grow in safe soil, rather than wither prematurely. After a tense and detailed review, the list of the first 20 snack stalls was finally announced. The joy of those selected and the slight disappointment of those not chosen mixed in the air of Licheng, but it felt more like motivation than discouragement. The system thoughtfully offered some suggestions for improvement to those who missed out, encouraging them to keep refining and wait for the next batch of spots. On the east side of Guangma Square, it instantly turned into a large construction site. Residents who got stalls used their contribution points borrowed through loans. Under the unified planning of the command center, they began building their dream shops with great enthusiasm. Lin Xiaofeng's live broadcast started a series called Birth of the Snack Street, closely following several representative stall owners. Zhao Ming, a former programmer now known as Rune's skewer brother, was arguing with technicians sent by Wang Tieju's team in front of a simple grill. Here, the output of the microenergy heating rune must be related to the thickness of the ingredients. But our current sensing runes are not precise enough, and the cost is too high. Maybe we should set some fixed levels first? Fixed levels would lose the meaning of precision. I will think more about optimizing the algorithm. Lu, the former language teacher and now the owner of the herbal tea stall, carefully sorts and labels dried exotic herbs. She is testing her first product, refreshing mint herbal tea, and diligently records how different brewing temperatures and times affect the taste. Her stall is decorated in a traditional style, made from reclaimed wood, giving it a scholarly feel. The secret meat sandwich, Uncle's stall, is very simple, a sturdy wooden cart and a large pot. But he is very serious about mixing his sauces, repeatedly adjusting the spice ratios he bought from the contribution points shop. What we sell is honesty and flavor, he cheerfully tells the camera. Most eye-catching is the Rune mage Errol's activity. He surprisingly submitted a plan, which was approved. His stall is right next to the planned snack street, originally part of his workshop. The stall's name is bold and straightforward, Errol Rune Fried Chicken. The live camera shows him together with Galu, pointing at a lively, transparent winged, cloud-winged beetle. Gala guarantees this fried, crispy, and fragrant. A high-level snack from the goblin tribe, Galu enthusiastically promotes. Errol, holding a magnifying glass, carefully examines the beetle's shell and wing membranes. The chitin content in the shell is high, so it should become crispy at high temperatures. The internal muscles need to determine the best frying temperature and time to kill parasites while keeping it tender. He turns to the camera and explains very academically. I will use the improved Flame Rune precise temperature control technology to keep the oil temperature stable within 1 degree. This is key to making fried food crispy outside and tender inside, while reducing harmful substances. Wang Defa, hearing this, curiously comes over to watch. Looking at Errol's complex oil temperature rune device, he laughs and says, "Wow, frying a bug is more elaborate than your braised pork. But I like your seriousness. Here, let me teach you a batter recipe that will make it even crisper." So, the scene changed to Wang Defa teaching Errol step by step how to mix the batter. Meanwhile, Errol was trying to explain the batter's behavior at high temperatures using energy flow principles. This wonderful combination once again brought joy to the live stream and symbolized that Licheng and local culture were blending more deeply, moving from food exchange to joint entrepreneurship. In the evening, after work, Su Xiaoya strolled to the developing snack street. She watched the busy, hopeful people, and her system interface kept flashing positive feedback like, residents are very enthusiastic about starting businesses, and community vitality is increasing. She paused at a stall about to sell otherworldly sugar art, where a craftsman was using melted sweet potato syrup to draw outlines of cloud unicorns and light screens on cold stone slabs, smiling softly. This place is full of lively energy, hard work, and dreams of a better life. The bonds woven from the dreams of ordinary people are making Licheng, a city of wandering, stronger and warmer, like a home. Under this otherworldly sky, dreams are gradually becoming real. After more than half a month of busy preparations, the snack street at Guangma Square finally opened amid everyone's anticipation. That day, the sun shone brightly, as if even the sky in this world was celebrating Licheng's big event. New stalls were neatly arranged, with uniform wooden structures and signs fluttering small flags. The air was filled with the tempting aroma of dozens of different foods. After a brief ribbon-cutting ceremony by Chen Jiangwo, the snack street officially opened. Residents waiting outside rushed in like a flood, eager and full of hope. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream started a special all-day program called Strolling and Tasting the Snack Street, showing lively scenes everywhere the camera went. Lin Xiaofeng squeezed into the crowd with a loudspeaker, his blue work jacket stained with some barbecue oil, but it didn't dim his bright eyes. "Family, look at this. This is the human fireworks of Licheng." He raised his arm and pointed to the left, his voice carrying over the lively crowd. On the left is Zhao Ming's Rune skewer stall. Look at this long line of people waiting. Following his pointing finger, Zhao Ming's silver grill shimmered with tiny rune lights. Bright orange runes flickered fiercely during the high flames. Skewers of exotic lamb meat rotated over the fire, oil droplets sizzling as they hit the grill, filling the air with a delicious aroma mixed with cumin. He flipped the skewers with his left hand, wiped sweat from his forehead with his right, and smiled as he handed a skewer to a customer in front. Just cooked on the gentle flame. The meat is very tender. The young man helping with the skewers blew on one and took a bite, happily saying, "It's more flavorful than last time." Next on the right, Lin Xiaofeng turned to another stall. Teacher Lu's herbal tea talk, so fresh and elegant. Behind a blue and white cloth curtain, Teacher Lu scooped pale green mint tea with a wooden spoon into a delicate ceramic bowl, which held 2 slices of exotic mint leaves. Nearby, a thermos kept root tea steaming hot. Several elderly women sat on small stools, quietly chatting while holding their bowls. A young woman in a dress took photos with her phone, which had a logo of Taste of the Exotic on the case. Healthier than milk tea, and with a warm kick. At the end of the line, someone carried a thermos cup, eyes full of anticipation. Teacher Lu softly explained the benefits of different teas to her customers, turning her stall into a peaceful corner amid the busy street. But the most popular stall was unexpectedly Old Zhang's spicy strips. The owner was a former chemical plant technician who, using contribution points as a loan, bought a large amount of sweet potato starch. After many experiments, he successfully mimicked the texture of bean products. Combining the flavor of Carpio City's spicy sauce and his own spices, he created an exotic version of spicy strips. These chewy, spicy snacks quickly won over everyone's taste buds, especially young people. A long line formed in front of the stall, with the contribution point payment sounds ringing constantly. Universal system reminder. The Snack Street's daily sales exceeded 100,000 contribution points. The local economy has greatly improved. This system announcement pushed the atmosphere to a new high. Contribution points truly started to circulate, flowing from residents to vendors, then back through vendors repaying loans and buying raw materials, creating a lively mini-economy cycle. Geru the Goblin, like a king patrolling his territory, strolled from stall to stall, tasting and jotting notes in his small notebook. This skewer can be packaged for portability and sold to rune masters. This spicy will definitely be liked by the goblin. Just make the packaging more shiny and attractive. Teacher Lu's tea can be made into tea bags for easier transportation. He even immediately reached an initial agreement with several popular vendors to sell his products. His passion for starting a business and his sharp business sense blended perfectly on this street. The snack street remained lively for several days, with some stalls thriving and others feeling a bit empty. At Zhao Ming's Rune Grill, a long line of customers kept circling, with the orange-red runes making their faces glow. At Teacher Lu's Herbal Tea Talk stall, a girl in a light dress took photos with a blue ceramic bowl, the scent of mint mixed with drinks drifting far and wide. At Uncle Zhang Jian's Secret Meat Sandwich stall, it wasn't the most eye-catching at first. His spot was toward the back, and his products looked ordinary. But he had his own persistence. He wore a faded gray apron, flour on his fingertips, repeatedly wiping the wooden stall surface, polishing the stainless steel container of marinated meat until it shined. Nearby, cilantro and green peppers in plastic bags were neatly cut. Most early customers headed straight to the busier stalls at the front, so he sat on a small stool, watching the buns warm in the stove, waiting for the first customer. Zhang Jian's dedication was hidden in his kitchen at 3 a.m. Every day before dawn, his house's window glowed with warm yellow light. The braising pot bubbled on the gas stove, with the aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves drifting through the window into the alley. Standing at the stove, he held a long-handled spoon, stirring every 10 minutes to keep the meat submerged in the braising liquid, ensuring it cooked perfectly. "It has to simmer for 4 hours, not a minute less," he said, glancing at the old clock on the wall. It was just past 6, and the braising liquid was thickening. When the meat floated, a gentle poke would reveal it was tender, with oil glistening on the surface, smelling so good it made people salivate. Kneading the buns was no less serious. He placed the risen dough on a blue stone board, pressed his palm at the base, and pushed forward with his wrist. The dough made a pat-pat sound on the board, each knead ensuring enough strength. While letting the dough rest, he wasn't idle. He gently pressed the rolled-out round buns onto a special stove wall, listening to the sizzling sound as they heated up. When the buns puffed up and the crust turned golden and crispy, he carefully used an iron hook to lift them out and placed them in a bamboo basket to keep warm. Lin Xiaofeng's camera keenly captured this hard-working vendor, and he specially made an interview episode called The Story Behind the Snack Street. There's no secret, just honesty, Zhang Jianjian told the camera, nervously rubbing his hands. We used to work in construction, and we know one thing. If the foundation isn't solid, the building will collapse. It's the same with making food. The ingredients must be genuine, and the skills must be proper. You can't cut corners. He showed his small notebook, filled with detailed notes on daily adjustments to his marinade and customer feedback. Yesterday, engineer Li Wang Defa came to eat and said our marinade smelled good, but the aftertaste lacked some layers. I'm thinking about adding some spices. This simple and sincere attitude was shared through the live broadcast. The next day, many more people queued up in front of Zhang Jinjian's stall. Many residents came specifically to support this honest uncle after watching the show. Give me two. Just because you're so genuine, Big Brother Zhang. Your meat sandwich makes me feel at ease inside. What surprised Zhang Jinjian even more was that a person from the logistics department of the command center also visited. After tasting his food, they signed a long-term supply contract, providing 100 meat sandwiches daily as late-night snacks for night shift militia members and engineers. This meant steady and significant income. Zhang Jinjian was so excited his eyes turned red. He calculated that with this trend, the 800 contribution points loan he applied for would soon be paid off, and he could start making real profits. His success is a story of an ordinary person turning their life around through hard work and honesty in this new world, inspiring other vendors and residents who are still watching. The system backend showed that the number of snack stall applications reached another peak. The prosperity of the snack street was not without its challenges. Errol, a Rune master, faced a small problem with his Rune fried chicken stall. His fried chicken, thanks to precise oil temperature control, achieved a crispy, golden exterior and juicy interior. But the issue was with the flavor. He focused too much on standardization, using seasoning powder strictly according to the optimal ratio analyzed in his lab. This lack of variation made the taste somewhat monotonous after a while. Looking at other stalls, whether it's the variety of sauces for skewers, the spicy and crispy snacks, or the refreshing drinks from Teacher Lu, all of them are full of flavor layers and surprises. A few days after opening, Errol's stall clearly didn't attract as many customers as expected. He looked at the sales data in the crystal record, frowned, and fell into academic-like confusion. Energy control is perfect, sterilization meets standards, taste data is excellent. Why isn't it popular? He muttered to himself. Geru, the goblin, tried it once and pointed out sharply, Errol, your fried chicken is missing its soul. That kind of unexpected delight that makes people want to eat more. It's too proper. Wang Defa also came over, took a bite, and clicked his tongue. The cooking is spot on, crisp skin, tender meat. Top quality fried chicken. But this flavor, it's like eating a fancy banquet in a suit. Looks good, but not comfortable. You need to add some fireworks to it. With Geru and Wang Defa's guidance, Errol finally understood. He temporarily set aside his data models and went to observe successful stalls to learn. He watched Zhang Jianxi how to mix marinade, asked Zhao Ming about spice combinations, and even boldly inquired about the secret of layered flavors from Old Zhang spicy snacks. Then he returned to his workshop and started new experiments. He didn't abandon his precise temperature control but developed various flavored Rune seasoning powders, such as spicy volcano powder, inspired by spicy snacks, secret spice mix, like meat sandwiches, and fresh herb powder, like herbal teas. He even designed a small Rune device that, when sprinkling powder, produced a gentle airflow to make the seasoning more evenly stick to the fried chicken. The improved Errol multi-flavor Rune fried chicken was launched and immediately became popular. People could choose their favorite flavor while enjoying the ultimate crispy texture brought by technology. His stall also lined up with long queues, attracting many Rune Masters colleagues who came to admire and discuss the energy science behind it. This scene became the best example of cultural fusion on the snack street. The technology, runes, of Karp's city and the wisdom from another world, local ingredients and cooking ideas, collided to find a perfect balance, creating more popular products. Amidst this lively, smoky atmosphere, Su Xiaoya stood on the rooftop of the command center, overlooking the brightly lit, bustling snack street. In her mind, the system interface displayed another set of data. Energy reserves continue to grow. Arcane steam generator runs steadily. Stable and active social activities with positive emotional fluctuations detected. Energy field becoming more stable. Basic interdimensional communication module energy level, 71%. Attempting to establish a weak connection. The food street brought more than just economic growth and vitality. It also fostered a sense of collective will and strengthened the idea of home. This invisible, powerful force was providing unprecedented stability to Su Xiaoya's system and fueling her distant dream of returning home. She gently exhaled and looked at the floating islands sinking into the evening glow in the distance. Almost there. I can feel it. It's almost within reach. The success of the food street caused a huge ripple, fully activating the hidden creativity and vitality of the people of Licheng. The command center quickly realized that this energy should not be limited to food alone. To further promote the magical industrialization process and tap into the wisdom of the people, a larger plan was set in motion. During a special live broadcast on the Licheng Homeland channel, Chen Zhengwo, Wang Taizhu, and Li Xiaoying appeared together again. But this time, their background was not food or maps, but a dazzling poster filled with gears, runes, lightning, and light bulb patterns, with bold words. Licheng's first national creation festival. Your wisdom, lighting the future, fellow citizens. Chen Zhengwo's voice was steady as always but carried a strong passion. The food street showed us that everyone has a creator inside. Now, we are expanding this stage infinitely. Whether it's improving a tool, inventing a new device, or suggesting a wild idea. If it can improve our lives, increase our efficiency, or enrich our civilization, we welcome it. Wang Taizhu stepped forward to explain the rules in detail. The festival is open to all residents. Entries must use local materials and encourage the integration of our technological knowledge with the runes and magic elements from the other world. The scope of the work is unlimited. Production tools, daily necessities, entertainment facilities, and even new ideas for energy applications. All are welcome. Li Xiaoying added an incentive. All participants who submit valid proposals will receive basic contribution points. Those whose work is judged by the review panel to be practical or have great potential will be awarded the title of Licheng Craftsman and will receive a large contribution point reward ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 points. Some outstanding works will be directly purchased and promoted by the command center. National task. A005 Submit your creation for the Creativity Festival. Content. Submit your invention or creative idea, including design drawings, explanations of principles, physical models, or creative descriptions. Reward. Based on creativity and completeness. Rewards range from 100 to 50,000 contribution points. The title of Licheng Craftsman. Once this task was announced, the whole city buzzed again. If the snack street ignited the dreams of food lovers, then the Creativity Festival awakened the spirits of engineers, scientists, artists, and all craft enthusiasts. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream camera swept across various corners, capturing the wave of creative enthusiasm sweeping through the city. In the public design area renovated from the library, people sat around large tables, spreading out rough paper and passionately discussing with charcoal and rulers. Former mechanical engineers, programmers, architects, and even some experienced artisans sensitive to structures gathered together, sparking ideas. Outside Wang Tieju's industrial laboratory, a long line formed. Many brought their rough models or sketches on wood boards, hoping to get expert advice. I want to make a rune device that automatically waters the fields. My idea is to use discarded ice moss and glowing mushrooms to make a small night light that doesn't need electricity. Look, this is my design for a labor-saving transport cart with 2 small rune arrays. Pushing it is much easier. Even children were caught up in the excitement, using mud, sticks, and small stones they found to build their imagined floating castles and flying houses. Gera the goblin was also very excited, darting between discussion groups, his little eyes spinning. This one's good. This one saves effort. Gera will help sell it at the mine. Sparkling lights. Goblins like it. There must be a market. His business instinct has already begun to look for buyers for these yet-to-be-invented ideas. An unprecedented, bottom-up wave of innovation is surging through Licheng. After just a few days of releasing the task for the Innovation Festival, the special submission channel was flooded with countless proposals. Most were rough, wild ideas, or even unrealistic, but many contained brilliant sparks of creativity. Wang Taizhu and his technical team, along with invited Rune Master Errol, formed an initial review group to start the tough process of selecting the best ideas. Look at this. A technician picked up a blueprint showing a cleverly designed pot. The bottom was embedded with simple microenergy vibration runes, and the handle had a manual winding device. This is a manual power auto-stirring pot. It uses a winding mechanism to store energy, driving the vibration runes at the bottom, so food inside automatically stirs itself. It's simple but clever, perfect for families and small stalls. The submitter is a former housewife. Wang Taizhu examined it carefully and nodded in approval. Good. Practical and down-to-earth. This can move to the next round. Contact the submitter to see if they can make a prototype. Errol was very interested in a plan for a constant temperature baby care box. The designer used the idea from his previous project with the energy constant array, miniaturized it, and combined it with woodworking skills to create a small box that maintains a steady temperature, protecting infants in environments with large temperature differences. Applying energy control to life care, Errol thought deeply, quickly jotting down ideas for improvements. Maybe we can add a simple humidity regulation rune. Licheng focused on inventions related to people's daily lives and health. One idea used capillary principles and water-absorbing plant fibers to create a simple water purification charm, not a real rune, just shaped like one. Although not very efficient, it was very low cost and showed potential for ensuring safe drinking water in extreme environments. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream naturally wouldn't miss these highlights. He interviewed several of the folk inventors whose ideas had passed the initial screening. A middle-aged woman who designed the auto-stirring pot looked a bit shy on camera. It's just to save effort when cooking. I get tired arms from stirring all the time. I don't understand all the big principles, but I think that runes are very useful. The designer of the constant temperature baby care box is a young carpenter who just became a father. He proudly holds his rough prototype and says, "I just don't want my baby to catch a cold." When I saw Mr. Errol's constant temperature pot, I wondered if I could use it here. Turns out, it really works. Even more exciting, a few engineers from the aerospace field combined their ideas to create a concept drawing of a personal flying device. Using anti-gravity runes, lightweight materials, and stable wing designs, it could theoretically allow short-distance, low-altitude personal flight. Although it's just an idea on paper now, its forward-looking design amazed even Wang Taizhu. Unbelievable. Truly incredible. Wang Taizhu looked at the imaginative concept drawing with awe. The wisdom of the people is endless. We used to only think about how to survive and build factories, but they are already thinking about flying. The Creativity Festival is like a big storm of ideas sweeping through the city. It not only brings out useful inventions, but also breaks down the barrier between magic and technology in people's minds. Runes are no longer mysterious powers. They can be understood, used, and integrated into daily life as a new kind of energy and technology. A unique, magical industry style of Carp's City is quietly taking shape on this floating island, ready to bloom brilliantly in the upcoming showcase. On the day of the Creativity Festival's display, the Guangma Square was decorated like a huge outdoor tech expo. Crowds wandered from booth to booth, marveling, discussing, and laughing. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream started with multiple cameras, titled The Big Explosion of Wisdom in Carp's City. The camera first focused on the automatic stir-fry pot booth. An ex-housewife, Sister Lu, was nervously demonstrating. She turned the winding handle on the pot, and the tiny runes at the bottom glowed faintly. The beans inside the pot began to stir evenly on their own. Look, just turn it a few times. And it can stir itself for a while, Sister Lu explained to the onlookers and the camera with a simple pride on her face. It saves effort and prevents burning the food. A woman wearing an apron immediately pushed forward and said, "Big sister, this is great. When can I get one? I cook at the construction site every day, and my arms are almost tired out." Big Sister Lu smiled kindly and said, "We have to wait until the command center finishes the evaluation. If it can be mass-produced, it will definitely be prioritized for our cafeteria and everyone." Nearby, Teacher Lu from Herbal Tea Talk also arrived. She looked at the automatic cooker with bright eyes and asked, "Big Sister Lu, can this principle be used for roasting tea? We currently do it by hand, and controlling the heat is very hard." "Yes, absolutely." Big Sister Lu excitedly grabbed Teacher Lu's hand. "Let's figure it out together later." The scene then shifted to the constant temperature baby care box booth. Young carpenter Father Liemo was carefully holding his improved baby care box. The box was made of smooth, polished, fragrant wood, with the interior walls embedded with a miniature constant temperature and humidity Rune array, optimized with Errol's help, giving off a comforting warmth. "Look, here's a to adjust the temperature," Liemo explained to a young couple holding a baby. His wife stood nearby, gently watching her husband. "It uses the most stable low-level runes, so it consumes very little energy. One small energy crystal can last several days." The mother reached out to feel the warm, moist air inside the box, her eyes slightly red. "That's wonderful. Last night, the baby caught a cold, and my husband and I didn't sleep well. With this, I feel much more at ease." Errol also stood nearby. He was no longer just a student concerned with data, but added, "We also improved the airflow design to avoid the problems of traditional sealed insulation. The needs of life always come first." His words drew approving looks from those around. The most eye-catching part of the scene was undoubtedly the cleared-out flight test area. A team of former aerospace engineers, called the Chiming Group, was testing their prototype, the Windrunner board. It was a metal board similar to a skateboard, engraved with complex anti-gravity and airflow guiding runes, with foldable stabilizing wings on the edges. The team leader, the gray-haired engineer Zhao, took a deep breath and stepped onto the Windrunner board. He activated the runes, and the board emitted a low hum, slowly lifting off the ground by about a foot, hovering in the air. "Wow!" The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Engineer Zhao controlled his body's balance as the Windrunner board began to move slowly forward and turn. Although the speed was slow and the altitude low, it was definitely flying. "We did it. We succeeded." The members of the Chiming team excitedly hugged each other. Geru, the goblin, rushed to the front like a green lightning bolt, his small eyes wide with excitement. "Flying. Flying. Geru wants to invest. Must invest. This thing is faster than all pack animals. Transporting goods, delivering messages, exploring." Geru can see mountains of gold coins. Chun Jingwo, Wang Taizhu, and others stood on the stage, watching the lively scene, their hearts full of pride. "Old Chun, did you see that?" Wang Tiezhu's voice was a little choked up. "What we brought back isn't just survival technology. We brought the dream of flying." Chun Jingwo nodded heavily. "That's the spark of civilization. It can ignite everywhere." After the display segment, a grand award ceremony began. Li Xiaoying stood on stage, holding the final judging results, her voice clear and strong. After unanimous review, the jury awards Comrade Lu Ij won the title of Carp City Craftsman and 8,000 contribution points. The command center will acquire the patent for the automatic stir-fry pot and start production. Comrade Liemo is awarded the title of Carp City Craftsman and 10,000 contribution points. The constant temperature baby incubator will be optimized through cooperation between the command center and the Rune Academy, and included in the Newborn Family Welfare Pilot Program. The Chiming Group is collectively awarded the title of Carp City Craftsman and 50,000 contribution points. The command center will establish a special fund to support the continued research and development of the Windrunner board and related flying technologies. With each name announced, the square erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Sister Lu was tearful with excitement. Liemo embraced his wife speechlessly, and the members of the Chiming team cheerfully tossed engineer Zhao into the air. After the awards, the atmosphere relaxed into a true exchange event. Rinsmith Errol did not stay at the fried chicken stall, but moved between various booths, especially those showcasing inventions using Rune technology. He discussed with Sister Lu how to optimize the vibration frequency of the automatic stir-fry pot, and with Licheng how to integrate filtering layers into the simple water purification rune. He also met Zhao Ming, the rune skewer guy, who was demonstrating the final product of the runic skewer rack. Look, Errol, I finally used your multi-level idea, but I added a manual fine-tuning. Zhao Ming proudly showed off his grill. It's like semi-automatic, combining experience and data. Errol carefully watched and nodded. A good balance. Pure automation can lose the art of cooking, while relying only on experience can't scale. Your middle way is very wise. He now naturally used words he learned from Wang Defa and Licheng culture. Meanwhile, Galu, the goblin, had made initial cooperation deals with several Licheng craftsmen, using his quick talk. He held a small notebook and approached Sister Lu, who was resting. Engineer Lu, your pot. The goblin kitchen needs it too. Goblins are small. This is perfect. Galu will order 100. Then he went to Liemo, Engineer Li, baby incubator. The goblin tribe has many newborns. Galu will help sell them to you. Profit sharing is negotiable. He even didn't miss the Qiming team, constantly persuading Engineer Zhao. Flying board. The first batch must go to Galu. Galu wants to build the fastest air trading team. Wang Defa, with his hands behind his back, happily sampled the delicious foods everyone made or preserved with new inventions at various booths, occasionally giving professional advice. These beans fried in the automatic pot are evenly cooked, but lack some wok aroma. Still need practice. This yogurt fermented in the constant temperature box has a smooth texture. Very good. Su Xiaoya strolled among the crowd. She looked at the faces full of achievement and hope, and her system interface's energy feedback was more stable and lively than ever. She stopped at a girl's booth displaying glowing mushrooms and discarded crystals used to make small night lamps, exchanging a few contribution points for one. It's very bright, she said softly to the girl. Thank you, Sister Su. The girl happily jumped. Holding the simple but warm little lamp, Su Xiaoya felt as if it illuminated a corner of her own heart as well. The festival's grand finale ended successfully, but its influence spread like ripples. A few days later, at the command center meeting, Wang Taizhu reported, the automatic stir-fry pots are scheduled for trial production, prioritized for the main cafeteria and snack street. The response has been very good. The improved version of the temperature-controlled baby care box was progressing smoothly through the collaboration of Errol and Liemo. The first batch of samples had already been delivered to several new families. Most importantly, Wang Taizhu said excitedly, the Qiming group has proposed a bolder plan based on the Windwalk panel. They call it the Beacon Floating Base Project. He showed a new sketch. Using large-scale anti-gravity rune arrays and stable structures, we can build a platform that floats in the air. This platform could serve as the foundation for future home beacons, keeping them away from ground interference and allowing more effective energy gathering and transmission. The meeting room fell silent at first, then erupted into lively discussion. This idea directly linked the community's creative wisdom with the city's most urgent goal, returning home. How feasible is it? Chen Zhangwo asked seriously, his eyes shining with determination. There are technical challenges, especially with the stability of large rune arrays and energy supply, Wang Taizhu admitted. But it clearly points us in a direction. Plus, the Creativity Festival showed us that we have enough talented people to solve these problems. Licheng added, it's not just about technology. The Creativity Festival greatly boosted residents' sense of belonging, pride, and unity. This collective spirit is also a crucial foundation for building the home beacon. Su Xiaoya sat quietly in the corner, listening. The gentle glow of her small night lamp seemed to resonate with the faint light of the interdimensional communication module on the system interface. She softly but firmly said, I feel. The energy field is more stable now. If the beacon base can be built, the chances of success will be much higher. The meeting ultimately decided to proceed on two parallel tracks. 1. Fully support the Qiming group in initial theoretical research and small-scale experiments for the beacon floating base. 2. normalized the Creativity Festival, and established the Licheng Innovation Fund to encourage community inventions continuously. As night fell, Licheng was brightly lit. The snack street remained lively, factories still roared, and behind many household windows, people were drawing new sketches and brainstorming new ideas under the lights. After the runic fried chicken stall closed, Errol did not return to the workshop, but went to Wang Defa's large dining hall. Two people sat around a plate of freshly fried chicken wings, drinking a beverage they made with vanilla from Teacher Lu, while discussing how to use an energy model to roughly measure the vague idea of kitchen energy. Defang Wang nibbled on a wing and said vaguely, "You're starting to understand now. Tasting good is the most important. Learning is second." Errol smiled and nodded. "Master Wang, I think I understand what you mean by spiritual energy. Maybe it's the life force that can't be fully measured. The blending of cultures is no longer just about exchanging technology and goods, but also about sharing ways of thinking and life philosophies. On a higher level, a wave of wisdom and dreams from many ordinary people is pushing the city of Karp forward, steadily and quickly, toward a star called home." The seeds planted during the National Creation Festival are laying a strong foundation for the final journey home. In Wang Tieju's industrial lab, the atmosphere was so serious it seemed like you could squeeze water out of the air. The walls were made of gray metal, covered with wires and gauges, with dim, flickering lights that made the space feel tense. In the middle of the lab stood a huge machine. Its rough steel frame looked like the skeleton of a giant metal beast, with thick, powerful beams shining coldly. Precise gears and linkages crisscrossed like a complex mechanical maze, fitting tightly without gaps. Many glowing blue rune lines twisted and turned across the machine, like mysterious magic veins, giving off a powerful, mystical aura. This was the prototype of the arcane steam hybrid power generator, a result of months of work by Wang Tieju's team, including goblin engineers and rune master Errol. Final checks on all parts. Wang Tieju's voice was hoarse but firm, echoing through the lab. His bloodshot eyes, burning like fire, scanned every critical point, not missing any tiny flaw. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the cold floor, splashing tiny droplets. "Steam boiler pressure is stable," shouted an engineer, his voice tense but hopeful. "The main drive gear set is engaging normally," another engineer reported, carefully checking the gear's movement. "The primary energy convergence rune array circuit is clear." The rune master carefully examined the rune lines, making sure no energy was leaking. "The secondary arcane energy flow rune plate feedback signal is good," another rune master said excitedly. The reports came one after another, like a final inspection before battle, making everyone's heart race. Chen Zhengwo, Li Xiaoying, Su Xiaoya, and others stood outside the safe zone, holding their breath and focusing intently. Even Geru, the usually mischievous goblin, was unusually quiet, clutching his clothes tightly, eyes full of tension and hope. "Start," Wang Taiju gave the final command. His voice was not loud, but sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. One engineer took a deep breath and forcefully turned the main valve. In an instant, high-pressure steam roared into the cylinders. The large piston began to move slowly but powerfully, making a thump-thump sound like the machine's heartbeat. Meanwhile, Errol and his rune master companions injected their faint magic into the core guiding runes. Their faces were serious and focused, with blue threads of magic slowly flowing into the machine. A deep hum came from inside the machine, accompanied by the roar of steam and the grinding of gears. It sounded like an intense battle was happening. Runes embedded throughout the machine lit up one after another, from dim to bright, like stars shining in the night sky. Eventually, they emitted a gentle blue glow steadily. Powerful energy waves spread out from the machine, causing everyone's hair to flutter slightly, as if touched by an invisible force. A set of test rune lamps connected to the output flickered a few times, as if testing something. Then, suddenly, they burst into bright light, illuminating the entire laboratory like daytime. The light was steady and pure, far surpassing any previous effect achieved with scattered energy crystals or unstable rune arrays. "Output power is stable," an engineer shouted excitedly. "Energy conversion efficiency has reached 115% of the expected value. Another engineer's voice trembled with excitement. We did it. We succeeded. The laboratory fell silent for a second, then erupted into deafening cheers. Engineers hugged each other, tears welling in their eyes. Rune masters high-fived excitedly, their palms turning red from the impact. Galu rolled on the ground happily, constantly making cheerful sounds. Wang Taiju staggered a step, leaning against the cold machine shell, watching the stable core. His eyes suddenly turned red. He muttered, "It's done. Finally done." All the months of effort and sweat turned into pure joy at this moment. Chen Jiangwo stepped forward and firmly shook Wang Tieju's dirty hand. "Old Wang, you worked hard. This is another milestone for Licheng." His eyes showed respect and pride. Su Xiaoya felt the strong, steady energy flowing in the air. The system interface in her mind, which had been slowly growing, was now filling up very quickly. A new, shining module icon appeared. High-dimensional communication array, unlocked, comma. She held back her excitement, knowing it wasn't time to report yet. The success of the core generator gave Licheng endless power. The work to upgrade and lay the power grid sped up quickly. Rough but sturdy metal poles rose along main streets, carrying cables made of insulating runes and conductive copper. As night fell again, like black velvet, Licheng entered its most historic moment since its founding. At Guangma Square, crowds gathered. Not only residents of Licheng, but many goblin craftsmen, pastoral messengers, and even Rune Master Errol and some colleagues were invited or came to witness. The air was filled with a nearly tangible sense of anticipation. Chen Jiangwo stood beside the core generator model, which had become a symbol of the city. Facing countless eager eyes and Lin Xiaofeng's live broadcast, his voice, amplified by rune magic, reached every corner. Fellow citizens, friends, today, we say goodbye to darkness and welcome eternal light. Licheng's Energy Independence Plan, Phase 1, is successfully completed. I now declare, let there be city-wide illumination. He took a deep breath and pressed the rune device connecting to the core energy network. In an instant, a miracle happened. Centered around the command building and the light film square, the glow is like a living tide rushing outward in all directions. On both sides of the street, newly installed rune streetlights light up one after another. They do not flicker or hesitate, but shine steadily and firmly with a gentle milky white glow, like two strings of sparkling pearl necklaces embedded instantly on the main road of Karp City. The light is so bright and stable that it completely dispels the darkness and shadows that had long depended on campfires, oil lamps, and scattered energy crystals. Inside the factory windows, the sparse lights have been replaced by bright illumination. Behind the large window frames, the silhouettes of machines dance quickly under the lights, and the roaring sounds seem to carry a joyful rhythm. Even more touching is the residence area. Windows that were once dark now seem to be lit by invisible brushes, with warm, orange-yellow light shining through paper and glass, spreading out. These are the lights of families, ordinary lives glowing softly, connecting into a shining river of human warmth in the city. From a high-altitude view of the floating island, Karp City looks like a giant beast suddenly opening its starry eyes, or a carefully polished pearl suddenly shining brilliantly in the endless void. The square falls into a brief moment of absolute silence, then erupts with deafening cheers, cries, and screams like a volcano bursting. It's lit, fully lit, just like before. No, even brighter than before. An old man, leaning on his cane with tears in his eyes, points excitedly at the sky. Grandpa, there are so many more stars in the sky. We made those stars ourselves. Zhao Ming, once a programmer and now known as the runic skewer brother, looks at the especially bright advertising sign above his stall, trembling with excitement as he speaks incoherently to the live camera. Did you see that? Friends, we can sell skewers at night now. This light gives my skewers soul. Get your contributions ready. Late-night snacks are on the way. Lu Lauscher from Woodland Tea Talk carefully hangs up her new sign for night reading calm tea under the warm, bright lights, her face full of peaceful joy. Several residents who could only work during the day are now sitting nearby at her stall's rest area, flipping through a foreign plant guide under the lights. The reactions of visitors from another world are even more wonderful. Geru the goblin opens his mouth wide, his pointed ears trembling slightly with excitement. Light. So much light. It's like it's free. This saves a lot of money on lighting crystals. Gala's shop will also stay open all night. Gold coins. More gold coins. He has already started planning how to use nighttime logistics to expand his trade network. Chief Brun of the Mu tribe looked up at this. They've standardized and industrialized the basic rune structure of the light shine technique to this level. The energy efficiency far surpasses our workshop's handmade products. Could this be the qualitative change brought by scale? He even saw residents on their balconies using miniature rune lamps to illuminate exotic night-blooming flowers, creating a dreamlike scene. This natural integration of magical creations into daily life gave him a new understanding of magical civilian use. Lin Xiaofeng's live drone hovered in the air, transmitting the bright, lively cityscape to every screen. The comments were no longer just words but were overwhelmed by countless emojis like crying, proud, and this is my home. In this sea of light, Su Xiaoya stood alone on the rooftop terrace of the command building. The night breeze brushed her hair, and below her was the entire illuminated city, bustling with life. In her mind, the system interface clearly displayed environmental energy field stability, 98%, per energy access. Stable, high-dimensional communication array module. Energy full. Ready. She could feel a vast, stable energy, formed by the collective will and longing for home of hundreds of thousands of people, flowing through the countless lights, roaring machines, and joyful residents, continuously feeding into the city's foundation and into her system. The golden dashed line pointing to her distant hometown seemed clearer and more stable at the core of the system. She exhaled softly, and the white vapor quickly dissipated in the bright light. She turned and walked down to Jianguo's office with firm steps. Light not only illuminates the night, but also guides the way forward. The lighthouse on the return journey has finally received the first and largest flame needed to ignite it. The city's bright lights lasted for several days, and the changes brought by energy spread everywhere. The system's energy reserves in Su Xiaoya's mind reached an all-time high. The golden, high-dimensional communication array module stabilized completely and shone with an attractive glow. She knew the time had come. Late at night, in the top office of the command center, Chen Jiangwo stood by the window, looking down at the brightly lit land below, feeling many emotions. The door was knocked, and Su Xiaoya and Wang Taizhu entered. Commander Chen, Su Xiaoya's voice was slightly trembling, but her eyes were very bright. The system's energy reserves have reached the critical threshold. The new module, the high-dimensional communication array, has been activated. She raised her hand. A faint light shot from her palm, forming a clear holographic interface in the office air. In the center of a complex star map, a blinking light spot represented Licheng, and a faint golden dashed line was slowly outlining toward the dark distant depths. What is this? Chen Jiangwo gasped. This is a rough guide for returning home. Su Xiaoya pointed to the golden dashed line, her tone firm. Based on our existing spatial coordinate data and the possible large-scale physical features of Earth, like the slight anisotropy of cosmic microwave background radiation, the system can build an initial directional search model. But before, we lacked enough energy to start and maintain it. She paused, looking at Chen Jiangwo and Wang Taizhu, and said clearly, now, with the stable and huge energy provided by the arcane steam hybrid core generator, we can begin. The office was silent, only the faint hum of the city outside. Wang Taizhu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Chen Jiangwo stared at the golden dashed line, symbolizing endless hope and unknown dangers, and said nothing for a long time. What do we need? Chen Jiangwo finally asked, his voice steady as a mountain. We need to build a physical array, a super-large home beacon. Su Xiaoya displayed another blueprint. It was a large building combining a giant parabolic antenna, a complex Rune energy-focused device, and precise mechanical structures. It needs to use more than 70% of our current power supply to send a strong enough signal with our unique mark through the dimension barrier. 70%. This is a very shocking number, meaning that once it starts, most of Kelly City's industrial and daily electricity use will be limited. Wang Taizhu took a deep breath. Then his eyes became very firm. Let's build it. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we must make it. This is our only hope to go back. Shun Jiangwo walked to the projection, reached out as if to touch the golden dashed line. His fingers passed through the light and shadow, but his gaze seemed to see the blue planet at the end of the line. He turned around, with a look of unprecedented determination and seriousness. Comrade Su Xiaoya, Comrade Wang Taizhu. Yes, I order. Activate the Homeland Beacon Plan. Use all of Kelly City's resources, spare no effort, and build our home's lighthouse. With this order, an epic project carrying the final dreams of tens of thousands of people was about to begin under the sky of this strange world. Kelly City, shining with lights, celebrated the victory of the energy revolution while quietly looking toward the deep starry sea, on a long and difficult journey home. The order to start the Homeland Beacon Plan sounded like a loud bell, shaking every corner of Kelly City. After the initial shock, a deeper, more passionate emotion spread through the city, a long-held, almost bone-deep longing to return home. The official announcement from the command center explained the grand and difficult nature of the plan, honestly admitting that it would consume most of the energy. Surprisingly, there was no panic or complaints. Instead, a nearly tragic resolve took hold. That evening, all resident system panels received an unprecedented task message at the same time. It is no longer just plain white or blue text, but now shines with a bright gold border, filling the center of the screen. Epic Chain Mission E0001 The foundation of the Starry Sea Return. Final goal. Build a cross-dimensional communication array, Home Beacon, to establish a stable connection with the homeland. Current stage 1. Energy reserves and the accumulation of the fire of civilization. Stage Goal 1. The total energy reserve of the city reaches. Return Obsession LV.3 requires the core generator to run at full capacity for 30 days and complete 3 peak energy output tests. Stage Goal 2. The total return contribution points of all residents surpass 100 million. Contribution points are earned by completing daily tasks, production tasks, exploration missions, and automatically converting at a set rate. Stage Goal 3. Explore and obtain more than 3 key spatial attribute materials, list provided. Stage Reward. Unlock detailed designs for the Home Beacon and start the second stage of the mission. All players receive the limited title Return Pioneer and many contribution points. Failure penalty, none. The exploration team is still recruiting. I heard discovering new mineral veins can give at least 5,000 points. At Guangma Square, a mother pointed at the system panel and told her young child, "Baby, if we work hard to gather enough of this little star number, we can ride the big spaceship home to see Grandpa and Grandma." The child seemed to understand vaguely, but nodded firmly. Vendors on the snack street spontaneously formed a night snack support team, deciding to donate 10% of their nightly profits directly to the Beacon Fund. The system automatically converts this into contribution points that count toward the city's total. Geru the Goblin looked at the mission list, especially the spatial attribute materials, the Goblin's main city treasury, Void Crystal. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Void Crystal. Gera has a way. But the price. He immediately ran into his small hut, frantically shaking his communication crystal to contact various connections in the Goblin main city. Rune Master Errol marked the Stable Space Beacon technology on the list, frowning deeply. This is a secret of the Rune Masters Association. He found Wang Taizhu and Chen Jiangwo and solemnly said, "I will do my best to persuade my teacher and other senior mages. This is not just for Licheng, but also to explore higher possibilities of magic in a hidden corner deep within Su Xiaoya's system interface." As the entire city's residents' homesickness linked with the task system, vast amounts of pure mental energy, flowing with contribution points, began to pour into the system. She saw a thin progress bar labeled Bidirectional Signal Sensitivity below the high-dimensional communication array module, slowly but steadily growing, inch by inch. Meanwhile, some more vague, broken signal fragments occasionally flickered across her perception. Whisper, global. Joint command. Ongoing scan. Dimensional rift. Abnormal energy focus. Suspected. Uh, Licheng. Persisting. Waiting. These fragments vanished in an instant, like fireflies in the dark, proving that on the distant side of another dimension, there are also people working hard for them. She kept silent, encrypting and recording this information, her inner faith growing stronger. Homecoming was no longer an empty dream but a clear goal within the system, reflected in the blinking numbers of contribution points, and in the united effort of the entire city to break through the first fortress. The epic has begun. After the epic mission was announced, Licheng entered a strange, dual-track state. On one hand, daily production and life continued, even more efficiently due to the high morale of the city. On the other hand, almost all activities carried a clear sense of return. Wang Tieju's energy team began extreme tests on the core generator. 3 peak output tests were scheduled at midnight, during which all but critical facilities would cut power. That night, as the generator roared to its peak and the energy beam almost broke free from the rune's constraints, all residents watching via live stream held their breath. When the system announced Peak Test 1 passed, they erupted in cheers. Personal return contribution value has become the hottest term. On the personal homepage of the system panel, a rotating star icon representing contribution value is the most prominent. Next to it is a percentage bar showing the city's overall progress. In the factory, workers compete to increase production, as each completed standard part adds a little to their contribution value. In the farmland, farmers carefully tend to their crops. The joy of harvest now also carries a sense of mission to stockpile supplies for the return journey. Exploration teams are going out more often. Their task list highlights find space attribute materials and related clues, with generous rewards. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream features a series called Ordinary People on the Return Journey. It shows a humble cafeteria chef who improved the food cutting process, saving time and effort, and earned high contribution value awards, and young workers who turn discarded parts into useful tools in their spare time and donate all their contribution points to the Beacon Fund. This atmosphere of small steps leading to great progress deeply inspires friends from other worlds. The leader of the herders, Rune, sent the second batch of cloud-horned beasts and a large amount of cheese. He roughly told Chen Jiangwo, "We don't know how to make those big creatures, but we have strength and food. This is our herding tribe's gift." The system converted these supplies into a significant contribution value, credited to the collective herding tribe account. Runesmith Errol, after difficult persuasion, finally returned with a copy of the basic theory scroll for the stable space beacon. Though only introductory knowledge, it marked the initial openness of the Runesmith Association. His contribution value also surged because of this. Geru, the goblin, used his skills well. He not only brought back the first samples of sky crystal stones, though not very pure, but also used his trade network to gather rumors about the third material, Star Realm Dust, near the ancient life tree of the elves. When the news was confirmed, the city's total contribution value jumped significantly. However, progress was not smooth. Continuous high energy output caused subtle wear on the core generator, requiring Wang Tieju's team to work tirelessly to maintain it. The mission defined, Star Realm Dust, hit a dead end, as the elves remained elusive and were known for being very secretive. Personal contributions quickly reached a plateau, and the points gained from daily tasks no longer seemed enough to reach the huge goal of 100 million. Feelings of impatience and exhaustion began to grow in some corners. How much longer do I have to keep saving? It feels like there's no end in sight. Facing the signs of fatigue and bottlenecks, the command center knew it needed to give the whole city a boost of confidence. One weekend evening, a simple progress meeting was held at Guangma Square. On the large holographic screen, encouraging data was displayed. City's total energy reserve. Return obsession level 2, 78%. Total contribution points for return. 31,457,821/100 million. Space attribute material collection. February 3rd. Basic space crystals, stable space landmark theory. Chen Jiangwo stood on stage, speaking calmly without much emotion, reading anonymous donation messages from the Beacon Fund. All contribution points for this month are donated. My son is still waiting for me back home. An ordinary mother, The exploration team's intelligence is worth this much. All contribution points donated. Anonymous Explorer, the profits from spicy snack stalls this week. I hope this small gesture can light a little hope on the way home. Old Zhang, simple words, but full of weight. The audience fell silent, many eyes reddening. Comrades, Chen Zhangwo raised his voice. We are indeed facing difficulties. Energy is running out, materials are hard to find, and progress in contribution points is slowing. But look at these numbers. Look at everyone around you who hasn't given up. We are not working for some vague goal. We are paving a real path home. For ourselves, for our families, for the entire civilization behind us. This path will be full of thorns. But every contribution point, every material, every successful energy test is a solid step forward. This road depends on each of us, using our hands, sweat, wisdom, and even our lives. I believe that as long as our obsession remains, the stars and the sea will be reached. Lee City, victory is certain. Return home. We will get there. The atmosphere in the entire area reached its peak. The shouts of victory, success, surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the square and spreading through live broadcasts to every home. The previously low morale was reignited, burning even brighter and more rationally. After the meeting, subtle changes began to happen. More skilled professionals started to organize themselves voluntarily, researching ways to improve task processes and increase efficiency in earning contribution points. Rune masters and engineers worked more closely together, trying to solve problems like generator wear and energy transfer loss. Discussions about strategies to contact the elf race continued all night in the command center's meeting room. Su Xiaoya felt that the mental energy flowing into the system became more focused and resilient. The progress bar for the bidirectional signal sensitivity seemed to be moving a little faster. She also sensed that the fragments of Earth signals she was capturing became slightly clearer, almost imperceptibly. Once, she even faintly heard a familiar voice belonging to her original world's news announcer. Although she couldn't understand the content, her heart skipped a beat. Hidden currents were stirring. Licheng was like a ship running at full speed, with all crew members working hard, heading toward a stormy but clear goal. Personal obsessions gathered into a collective rush, and the resilience of civilization shone brightly under extreme pressure. The first phase of the goal, though difficult, was no longer out of reach. Everyone understood that they were writing a legendary story that would be remembered forever. The beginning of this legend was hidden in every seemingly insignificant contribution point, in every persistent effort. The obsession to return home burned fiercely, spreading like wildfire. The Goblin Main City, Gear Harbor, always smells of metal scraps, steam, and underground mold. Amidst this noisy, rugged environment, a new shop at the main mine entrance exuded a strange but captivating aroma. On the shop's facade, a brand new emblem combining gear wheels, wheat, and magical light shimmered under the glow of a crystal. This was the logo of the Licheng Otherworld Food Group. Below it, the shop name was written in both common language and goblin language. Licheng Inn. Geru, the goblin trade director, specially wore a shiny lizard skin vest today. He stood on a makeshift wooden box and loudly called out to his curious goblin friends, fellow goblins. Look here. Remember today? Today is your taste buds and stomach's lucky day. Geru has brought the best from that flying island. He waved his small hand toward the shop counter. There, workers in plain white aprons, a bit too big for goblins, were handing out rectangular, steaming, fragrant food wrapped in paper. This is the legendary energy burger. Geru grabbed one, exaggeratedly took a big bite, cheeks puffed out, and shouted unclearly, "See? Potato flour pancake. Delicious stone lizard meat patty. And Geru's favorite, spicy soul sauce. One bite fills you up for half a day, gives you strength, and makes mining easier." The waiting goblins stretched their necks, faces full of longing. A goblin miner with a huge mining basket sniffed eagerly and shouted, "Geru, don't just eat. Tell me, how much for one? Fair price." Geru swallowed and held up. 2 shiny little coins, or equivalent in minerals. Or you can trade strange and funny things you find. Geru is honest and fair. 2 for me. I want that red sauce, 1 bottle. This tastes Way better than chewing on hard bread for 100 years. The shop was instantly filled with excited goblins. A live broadcast team, made of a former documentary director and a brave cameraman, struggled to capture the scene amid the crowd. Friends, do you see? Our delicious food from Carp City is now in the Goblin main city, Gear Harbor. The director excitedly explained into his communicator. It's extremely popular. The Goblin friends are more enthusiastic than we expected. The camera focused on a Goblin miner who just got a burger. He couldn't wait to bite into it, feeling the heat and gasping, but he refused to spit it out. His eyes widened as he shouted to his companion, muffled, "Wow! Smells. Meat. Real meat. And this sauce, so spicy, tastes even better than lava lizard tail." Another Goblin was very interested in a small, cold-looking refrigeration Rune cabinet beside the counter. He knocked on the door and asked the shopkeeper, "This shiny cold box, do you sell it?" Gala said it can store food and won't spoil for a long time. The shopkeeper smiled and explained, "This is not for sale. It's our own refrigeration equipment made in Licheng." This made the Goblins even more amazed. Meanwhile, in the human city-state called Anvil Fortress, another, Licheng Inn, opened amid curious looks. Unlike the wild goblins, humans reacted more cautiously but were still attracted. The shop was decorated more finely, even using some local wood for decoration. Inside the counter, besides the classic energy burger, they also launched a new cheese lava burger, topped with thick, molten-like cheese. This was a new product developed by Wang Defa to suit human tastes. A human mercenary wearing chainmail carefully bought a classic burger. After taking a bite, his expression changed instantly. He finished it in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and said to the shopkeeper, "Give me 10 bottles of that spicy sauce. My brothers will definitely like it." In a corner of the shop, Galu's human assistant, a clever local young man, was talking confidently to a few well-dressed merchants. He pointed at the Licheng Quality Inspection sign hanging on the wall and said, "All our ingredients go through strict safety checks to ensure they are non-toxic and safe. Look at this spicy sauce. Its color is pure, and the taste is rich. It's perfect for entertaining guests or giving as gifts." The merchants whispered to each other, clearly unfamiliar with but interested in this idea of standardization and quality inspection. A live broadcast was showing the scenes from both places in real time back to Licheng. In the command room, Chen Zhangwo, Wang Taizhu, and Li Xiuying watched the lively sales scenes and the constantly scrolling contribution points representing foreign exchange income, all smiling happily. "Step 1 is finally a solid start," Chen said. Li added, "More importantly, our standards and brand are beginning to be accepted by the outside world." Wang Taizhu chuckled, "I told you, delicious food is the real key. Galu really knows how to do business." Galu's business empire, led by food, is now planting its first flag on the land of this different world. The success of the Licheng Post means more, our people, are needed to keep things running and maintain standards. The first group of expatriate employees from Licheng has been sent out. In the kitchen of the Licheng Post at Iron Anvil Fortress, Zhao Ming, a former programmer now known as the Rune Skewer brother, faces a tough challenge in his career, debugging local apprentices' cooking habits. Not right. Aji, how many times have I told you?" Zhao Ming points at a row of meat skewers on the grill, speaking with the persistence typical of a programmer. The spacing between the skewers must be even, 3 fingers wide. The rotation speed must be steady, 15 to 20 turns per minute. Only then can the heat be evenly distributed, and each skewer will taste the same. The young blacksmith apprentice he calls Aji looks unconvinced, muttering, "Master Zhao, when we used to grill meat, we just looked at the color and flipped it. Who needs so many rules? As long as it tastes good, that's fine. Taste is the result, rules are the process." Zhao Ming pulls out a small notebook filled with charts and notes. "Look, these are records from the past few days. Skewers grilled strictly according to the standard process get a 95% customer satisfaction rate. Those grilled by feel alone fluctuate a lot, dropping as low as 70%. Data doesn't lie." Aji leans in to look at the dense numbers and graphs, his eyes widening. He clearly can't understand this way of thinking. 95%. What does that mean? Zhao Ming sighs and explains differently. It means that out of 10 customers, 9.5 will say it's delicious. Do you want almost all your customers to say your grilled meat is tasty? Aji pauses, then nods firmly. Yes, I do. Then follow the rules. Xiaoming pats his notebook. Write it down. Practice until you master it, and it will become your new feeling. Aji looks at the notebook and then at the grill, deep in thought for the first time. Maybe, behind these strange rules from another world, there really is some truth. Meanwhile, at the Licheng post, branch in Gearwheel Harbor, teacher Lu from Herbal Tea and Nature faces a different challenge. She spoke gently to a goblin customer, recommending the calming mint herbal tea. Sir, this tea can help you relax and refresh your mind. The goblin, a mind foreman, interrupted impatiently. Relax? I don't want to relax. I want excitement. Do you have something that makes me strong enough to punch through a rock vein? Ms. Lu couldn't help but laugh. After observing for a few days, she noticed that goblins generally preferred strong, stimulating flavors and had no interest in anything soothing or peaceful. She remembered what Master Wang always said, adapt to local needs. So, she changed her approach. She chose several herbs with strong aromas and a slightly spicy taste, mixed them again, and gave the new product a goblin-style name, Energy Blast Herbal Tea. The slogan became, a must for miners. 1 sip to refresh, 2 sips to energize, 3 sips to mine with ease. Surprisingly, this rebranded tea became a huge success. Goblins rushed to buy it, claiming it made their minds clearer and their work easier, most likely just a placebo effect. Ms. Lu watched as her goblin apprentices clumsily practiced rinsing cups and washing tea leaves, a process she had simplified. Their movements were far from graceful, but they were very serious. She smiled and said to the live camera, the inspection team sometimes visited the shop. It seems that cultural exchange shouldn't be rigid. Sometimes, changing the appearance helps share the true essence better. Her goblin apprentice, a small one named Gigi, tried to copy how Ms. Lu held the teacup, but looked rather funny. He looked up and asked, Ms. Lu, why do we turn the cup around? Ms. Lu answered kindly, it's not necessary, Gigi. It just helps the tea's aroma spread more evenly. What matters most is the care you put into making a good cup of tea for your guest. Gigi didn't fully understand, but he remembered the word care. The staff working abroad tried their best to adapt, adjust, and communicate in unfamiliar places. What they brought was not only standardized procedures and new recipes, but also an attitude toward work and a pursuit of quality living. This quiet influence was slowly changing daily life in Gearport and Anvil Fortress, earning Licheng deeper respect and curiosity beyond business success. The fame of the Carp City Inn spread like ripples on water, attracting the attention of a true big fish, the Lord of Iron Anvil Fortress, a noble known for his sharp mind and wealth. Count Barton sent his meticulous but elegant butler, dressed in silk, to express interest in obtaining exclusive rights to sell Carp City spicy sauce in the northern region of the Human City-States Alliance. The negotiation took place in the most luxurious guest hall of the fortress. Representing Carp City, Trade Director Galu led the team, with Wang Defa and Li Xiaoying attending as technical advisors and quality inspectors. The other side included Count Barton's butler and several business consultants. Galu, usually lively and energetic, sat upright in a specially made high-back chair, in front of a cup of bitter herbal tea brewed according to goblin customs. Exclusive rights are not a problem, Galu said confidently, tapping his small finger on the table. But the price must be increased by 30%. Also, we need a 30% deposit paid in advance, either in magical metals or intelligence. The butler frowned. Mr. Galu, 30% is too high, and the deposit can be paid in gold coins. Gold coins? Galu sneered. Carp City doesn't lack gold coins. What we need are rare resources and genuine friendship. He hinted at something. At this moment, Wang Defa chuckled and interrupted. He had a piece of top-quality, thunder rhinoceros, tenderloin in front of him. Butler, why rush the deal? Come, try my cooking. This meat is good, but your way of preparing it wastes its potential. Without waiting for approval, he used the hotel's kitchen. With swift, flowing movements, he sliced and marinated the meat with Carp City spices and a bit of spicy sauce, then grilled it on the spot. Soon, a rich aroma of meat, spices, and a hint of smoky fruitwood filled the entire guest hall. When the perfectly cooked, juicy, secret magic roast was served, even the most serious butler couldn't help but swallow hard. Carefully, he cut a piece and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened, his expression shifting from surprise to delight, finally ending in a satisfied sigh. "Is this thunder rhinoceros meat?" He was amazed and said, "I've never tasted anything with such rich layers of flavor." Wang Defa smiled simply and said, "Good things need the right method. Just like our partnership, it's not just about money, but also about trust and shared vision." Licheng stepped in at the right moment. She took out a beautifully bound booklet and pushed it toward him. "Mr. Steward, this is our Licheng Quality Inspection Report on the safety standards, ingredient analysis, and production process for our hot sauce and other products. We ensure every bottle exported maintains the same high quality. We sell not just food, but peace of mind." The steward looked through the detailed data, clear procedures, and the certification page stamped with the red seal of Licheng Quality Inspection. His expression became more serious. This transparent and standardized approach was new to him in business negotiations, but it carried a convincing strength. Galu saw the chance and spoke again in a low voice. "We heard that the Hill Dwarf tribe has a special strong drink and makes weapons too. We're very interested. If Count could provide some friendly advice on how to deal with the dwarves, we can discuss the price for the agency rights." The steward's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment, then finally showed his first sincere smile of the evening. "Mr. Galu, Master Wang, Director Li, I think we've found a good basis for cooperation. The Count does have some information about the dwarves. As for the price and deposit methods, we can discuss further." The mood of the negotiation completely changed. Delicious food won over taste buds, standards earned respect, and precise intelligence needs showed Licheng's far-reaching strategic vision. In the end, a highly favorable exclusive agency agreement was smoothly signed. Licheng gained not only a large sum of money and supplies, but also a valuable lead to the next key ally, the Hill Dwarves. Watching the Count's steward happily leave with the agreement and a small jar of special spices sent by Wang Defa, Galu jumped excitedly. "We did it. I knew it. Food and intelligence are the strongest currencies in the world." Wang Defa wiped his sweat and smiled. "In the end, it all comes down to having good stuff." Licheng organized the documents thoughtfully and said, "Our path has widened a bit again. Food, as the softest yet strongest diplomatic currency, has once again opened an important gate on the way back to Licheng. Licheng's special dock, a marvel built on natural stone pillars and floating platforms, was bustling today with a serious and lively atmosphere. Instead of simple wooden rafts or goblin steamships, a sleek, uniquely shaped ship was moored at the main berth. It was about 30 meters long, made of lightweight alloy and special wood reinforced with runes. Large gliding wings, like insect wings, extended from its sides, engraved with complex energy-guiding runes. Beneath the hull, there were no paddles or wheels, only several anti-gravity rune bases glowing faint blue, making the ship hover steadily a few meters above the platform. This ship combined Wind Rider technology with traditional ship design, called the floating canoe. Members of the Star Voyage delegation lined up at the dock. Leading them was a calm, middle-aged man, a former diplomat named Zhou, who was the team leader. Next to him stood Rune Master Errol, as technical advisor and magic liaison. Chung, Wang Defa's top disciple and food culture representative, a sharp exploration team guard, and Lin Xiaofeng's crew carrying various live broadcast devices. Core members of the command, like Chen Jingwo, Wang Taizhu, and Li Xiaoying, along with many residents who came to see them off, packed the dock tightly. Team leader Zhou, comrades of the delegation. Chen Jingwo's voice echoed through the amplification runes across the mountains. "You carry the hopes of hundreds of thousands of our people in Licheng. The road ahead is unknown, and there may be hardships, but remember, you are not fighting alone. The whole of Licheng is your strongest support." He looked at each delegation member and spoke seriously. "Bring our sincerity, show our civilization, and most importantly, bring back our hope of returning home. Wishing you a safe journey and a triumphant return. Victory. Success." The crowd on the dock erupted in cheers like a mighty wave. Su Xiaoya stood at the top window of the command center. watching the floating canoe about to set sail from afar. In her mind, the system interface showed a stable connection signal with the communication core on the floating canoe. She silently sent a pure energy wave, whispering, "Safe travels." The delegation members said goodbye one by one to their family and friends. Errol hugged a few Rune masters who came to see him off tightly, exchanging final instructions. Licheng was pulled aside by Wang Defa, who kept talking about how to handle ingredients and the secret that delicious food can turn the tide at critical moments. Lin Xiaofeng adjusted the camera and did a final live broadcast before departure. Family. A historic moment. The Star Expedition delegation is about to set off. The cool ship in the camera is our ride. The floating airship Hope. It will carry our dreams into the distant unknown. Activate the anti-gravity core. Boost the flow rune array to 60% power. The captain's order came through the ship's communication rune. The rune base below the floating airship shone brightly, humming softly. The ship steadily lifted upward, and the runes on the gliding wings lit up one by one, guiding the surrounding airflow. Raise the mainsail, not a traditional sail, but a huge, rune wind sail, made of flexible photoelectric materials and energy-conducting fibers. It can capture energy from specific directions and also serve as an extra energy collector and signal amplifier. The Hope slowly turned its direction, its bow aimed at the distant sea of clouds and the scattered floating islands. "Let's go." The floating airship sped up, leaving a sleek trail of energy behind like an arrow shot from a bow, flying out of Carrot City's airspace and rushing into the vast, boundless sky of the other world. At the dock, cheers lasted for a long time. Many people looked up at the ship's gradually shrinking silhouette, waving their hands vigorously until it disappeared into the clouds. Lin Xiaofeng's camera finally focused on the distant ship and the tiny but firm Carrot City below. His voice was full of passion. "The Star Expedition documentary begins now. We will use our camera to record this magnificent journey back home." The Hope crossed several star fragments filled with strange magnetic fields, bypassed the calm space inhabited by giant floating manta rays, and after more than 10 days, finally reached the first important destination of this trip, the fortress city of the Hill Dwarves, Furnace Heart. From an aerial view, this city is not built on a flat floating island, but is carved directly into a huge, slowly erupting volcano that constantly spews steam and fiery sparks. Rough stone buildings are embedded like a hive on the steep cliffs, with large lava waterfalls rushing out of some caves, pouring into cooling pools below, making loud roars and billowing white steam. The air smells of sulfur, metal, and malted beer. The floating raft, guided by a dwarf-powered boat, a heavy stone vessel driven by volcanic jets, docked on a large, blackened stone platform. King Muraldin Copperbeard, a strong dwarf with a broad chest and fiery red beard, waited on the platform with his elders and guards. He crossed his arms, shining in his copper armor under the glow of the forge fire, with sharp, watchful eyes. Humans from afar, and other guests. Muraldin's voice boomed like thunder in the cave-like dock. Muraldin welcomes friends, but dislikes empty talk and lies. "Say what you want." Joey stepped forward confidently, bowing politely to show respect and express the desire for friendship and cooperation. Muraldin listened patiently, then snorted. "Friendship? Cooperation? We dwarves only trust what is real. Good wine. Oars. Weapons that can smash enemies' heads. What do you have?" The scene grew tense. The dwarf elders whispered among themselves, clearly unimpressed by the delicate, industrial goods brought by the Carp's City delegation. At this moment, Licheng took a deep breath. Following the plan, he presented a sealed clay jar. He stepped in front of Muraldin and loudly said, "Honorable Dwarf King, our Carp's City indeed has something real. This is a strong liquor brewed from special grains and techniques unique to our floating island, called Carp's City Fire Spirit. Please, Your Majesty, taste it." Wine. Muraldin's bright eyes, like copper bells, lit up with suspicion. "Strange world wine. How strong can it be? Can it compare to our dwarves' thunder malt?" Licheng broke open the clay seal, and a powerful aroma of rich, toasted grains and a unique fragrance burst out instantly, even momentarily overpowering the sulfur smell in the air. Muraldin's nose twitched sharply, and his beard bristled. He snatched the clay jar and ignored the bowl, tilting his head back to gulp down a large sip. All the dwarves around held their breath. Suddenly, Muradin's movements froze. His eyes widened, and his cheeks turned bright red at a visible speed. He put down the jar, opened his mouth as if to say something, but only coughed violently, as if the fiery liquor burned his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Huh. A burst of hot white vapor shot out from his mouth. He pounded his chest hard, caught his breath, and his eyes shone with disbelief. He shouted loudly, strong, intense, like lava flowing down my throat. Good drink. Truly good. He hugged the jar as if it were a rare treasure, showing off to the elders and guards around him. Smell this. The taste. This is real wine. The tense atmosphere instantly melted away. The dwarves gathered around their king, eagerly eyeing the jar, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. Taking the chance, Zhou-Yi signaled to Errol. Errol stepped forward, unfurling a carefully drawn scroll showing a design for a warhammer. The design cleverly combined dwarf forging patterns with energy rune circuits from Car City. Your Majesty Muradin, Errol said respectfully, this is a small gift from us, a design for a new type of warhammer. It can withstand greater impact, and the rune array inside can release small shockwaves when hitting a target. It also has some self-repair ability. The dwarf blacksmiths immediately gathered around, initially skeptical. But as Errol explained, their eyes changed from doubt to shock, and finally to excitement. Self-repair? How is that possible? Look at the rune embedding. Clever. So clever. If we use dense gold as the core energy conduit. Muradin listened to the elders' discussion, then took another big gulp of the fiery liquor, slapping Zhou-Yi the shoulder. Zhou-Yi felt his bones almost shatter. His voice boomed like a bell. Ha! Good drink. Good plans. You foreigners are interesting. I, Muradin, acknowledge you as friends. Tell me, what do you want? Besides my throne and beard, everything is negotiable. The negotiation proceeded smoothly during the dwarves' feast, mainly featuring Car City fiery liquor and various roasted meats. Finally, Licheng used strong alcohol and rune forging techniques to successfully exchange for the dwarves' treasured golden metal and volcano heart steel. They also signed a solid trade and mutual aid alliance with the Hill Dwarf Kingdom. Before leaving, Muladin personally saw the delegation off at the dock, holding the last jar of firewater and feeling reluctant. Friend Zhou, next time you come, bring more of this wine. And that self-repairing hammer. Once you make it, the first one must be given to me. Leaving behind the excitement and noise of the heart of molten fire, the Hope ship, guided by Galu's intelligence, headed toward a neutral city called City of 1,000 Sails, Galvin. This city belongs to no major nation and is managed by a merchant council. It is a melting pot of information, goods, and races. From afar, Galvin looks like a huge nest made of many different ships, airships, sailboats, and even tamed giant flying creatures, combined with new buildings. It looks chaotic but lively. Colorful sails, glowing magic lamps, and flags of various races create a strange and vibrant scene. The unique shape of the Hope attracted a lot of attention. After paying docking fees and passing a simple inspection, mainly to check for plague or weapons of mass destruction, it was allowed to dock at a relatively quiet berth. The delegation members stepped onto the creaking wooden pier of Galvin, immediately overwhelmed by the noise and smells. Goblin merchants shouted about suspicious glowing minerals. Human mercenaries loudly boasted around barrels of alcohol. Elves mages walked past stalls selling magical materials with blank faces, and a few sneaky lizardmen in cloaks could be seen lurking around. Lin Xiaofeng's live stream eagerly captured everything. Family. We've arrived at the neutral city Galvin. It's like a miniature world of floating islands. Look to the left, goblin mechanical toy stalls. To the right, human mercenaries arm wrestling. Oh, and there's a lady elf over there. She looks at us with a kind of coldness. Achung was very interested in the local food market. He saw many strange fruits, vegetables, and fungi that he had never seen in Licheng. He immediately used contribution points to buy some, preparing for his interdimensional ingredient adaptability research. Errol lingered in a shop that sold various magic scrolls and ancient rune fragments, happily chatting with the old shopkeeper who wore thick glasses and spoke slowly. Zhou, along with a few guards, quietly blended into a busy tavern and market, trying to gather more information about the elves and other forces. In a noisy tavern called the Drunken Griffin, Zhou ordered a local beer, sat in a corner, and listened carefully to the conversations around him. Have you heard? The new place called Carp City in the east is selling food like crazy. Not just food. They have small carts that move by themselves and can even cool things. A group of outsiders is causing trouble. Some big figures in the alliance are not happy. The elves recently closed their borders, probably because of magic weakening. Be careful. Some people in black cloaks are asking about the Carp City delegation. Piecing together these bits of information, a grim picture emerged. Carp City's rise has made some powerful interests uneasy. The elves seem to be in trouble, and they might already be targeted by some malicious forces. In the evening, the delegation gathered on the Hope ship to share their intelligence. The situation with the elves might be more complicated than we thought. Going directly to them could lead to rejection, Zhou summarized. I found some interesting dream mushrooms that are said to enhance perception, but they need processing. Cheng showed his find. I traded for some metal foil pieces about ancient teleportation arrays. The runes are very old and will take time to decode, Errol said. Lin Xiaofeng played some clips of mysterious figures he had seen, pointing at them. An invisible pressure began to weigh on the delegation. They realized that the way home was not just beautiful scenery and friendly allies, but also hidden jealous eyes, political schemes, and unknown threats. Rest for one night, then set out early tomorrow as planned to the elves' border, Zhou decided. Everyone stay alert. From now on, we must be extra careful with every step. The Hope floated quietly in the colorful yet turbulent night of Galvin, like a brief calm before a storm. The real test might just be beginning. The Hope slowly passed through the magical fog covering Eternal Gathering Island, as if entering a green gemstone dream. Huge trees with tangled roots formed a series of floating islands. Glowing vines hanging from their branches looked like waterfalls of stars. The air was filled with a refreshing scent of flowers and fruits, mixed with pure magic energy. However, behind this beauty, there was a strange barrier. The welcoming envoy was a high elf priestess named Lilandra. She had silver hair like moonlight, bright green eyes like deep pools, and was perfectly clean and cold, like ancient ice crystals. Eternal Gathering Island follows old rules and does not welcome noise or unnatural creations, she said softly but clearly, with a tone that refused entry. Her eyes briefly glanced at the runes on Errol's robe and the metal shell of the floating carriage, showing a hint of rejection. Stardust is a gift from ancient trees, not something to trade. Please leave. Zhou Yi's diplomatic words, Errol's explanation of rune technology, and even Galu's secret gift of a magical gemstone, all failed to move Lilandra's calm expression. She seemed like a living piece of art, blocking all worldly disturbances. The envoy was placed in a simple treehouse on the edge of the island. Their movements were limited, and the atmosphere was heavy. Lin Xiaofeng's live camera could only catch curious glances from distant elf children and the complex, somewhat proud, yet worried eyes of adult elves. They seem very sensitive to energy flow, especially unnatural energy, Errol whispered. And they eat very pure food, mostly fruits and vegetables with natural magic, and morning dew. A turning point came during a rest in the afternoon. Cheng was outside on the terrace, tidying up the exotic ingredients he had collected along the way. He took out several skewers of crystal candied fruit, made with transparent syrup and bright wild fruits. The bright red, crimson flame fruit, the translucent purple, dreamberry, and the golden, sun plum, were covered with a clear sugar shell. Under the soft, dreamy light of the elves, they shimmered like precious gems. A small elf girl hiding behind a large fern was finally drawn to a sparkling string of gems she had never seen before. Her big green eyes blinked nonstop, full of longing. Cheng noticed her, smiled gently, and offered her a string, speaking softly. Would you like to try? It's sweet, and the fruit was picked from the forest. The girl hesitated, clutching the edge of the fern tightly. In the end, her natural curiosity about sweet and sparkling overcame her caution. She slowly moved closer, took the sugar-coated fruit, and carefully stuck out her pink tongue to lick it. Suddenly, Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the treat in her hand. Gathering her courage, she gently bit into a dreamberry. The shell cracked with a crisp sound, followed by the burst of sweet and sour juice. Her face lit up with a pure, joyful smile, like the sun melting away winter snow. Her smile was so infectious that the surrounding air seemed to warm up. This scene was seen by Lilandra, who was passing by on her routine patrol. She paused, watching the long-lost, unreserved happiness on the child's face. Then she looked at the seemingly simple string of sugar-coated fruit, which seemed to hold sunshine and laughter. For the first time, a feint appeared on her otherwise perfect, icy face, an emotion called being moved. She didn't leave immediately but stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the sugar-coated fruit for a long time, as if contemplating a new philosophy of living in harmony with nature and creating pure happiness. Since the sugar-coated fruit incident, the elves' attitude toward the envoy had subtly changed. Although they still didn't allow them to enter the core area, restrictions were eased considerably. Lilandra even silently approved a small outdoor tea gathering in a designated forest clearing. Licheng carefully prepared this forest fruit banquet. He chose a few magical fruits that elves usually ate but prepared simply. Moonlight berries, sweet and cool, flame fruits, passionate, breeze grapes, crisp and juicy, and life seeds, mild and rich. He didn't do complicated processing, but instead showcased the art of arranging a fruit platter. He carefully cut and arranged fruits of different colors and shapes, using their natural colors and forms to create a picture of, for seasons in the forest, like an edible painting. Next, he began making a drink called, for seasons flower and fruit tea. He first took some dew from flower petals collected in the morning as the base. Then, based on the unique qualities of each fruit, he precisely controlled water temperature and soaking time. For example, the moonlight berry needs to be brewed slowly at low temperature to preserve its cool and charming flavor. For the flame fruit, a slightly higher water temperature can be used, but not too hot, to fully bring out its warm and rich aroma. When the colorful tea infusions were carefully poured into clear, jewel-like teapots that looked like works of art, the layers and depth were stunning. A delightful, fragrant aroma rose up, filling the air. Whether seen visually or smelled, it felt like stepping into a beautiful, dreamlike world, an unmatched, wonderful experience. He also brought an improved version of nut and honey-candied skewers, using magical nuts from the enchanted forest, coated with a thin, crispy sugar shell. It offered a new and surprising taste. There was no oil smoke or heavy seasoning, only a deep respect for the natural flavors of the fruits and clever techniques to bring them out. Larandula and several wise, open-minded elf elders arrived as guests. At first, they maintained a graceful and reserved attitude, but after tasting the 4 seasons in the forest dish, they could no longer hide their excitement. The different magical properties of the ingredients intertwined and blended on their tongues, creating an extraordinary and unforgettable flavor feast. After taking a gentle sip of the 4 seasons flower and fruit tea, I felt a cool, sweet taste flowing down my throat like a gentle stream. The flavor was pure and simple, like a poem or a painting, as if nature itself was condensed into this small teacup. Finally, I tasted the carefully prepared nut and rock candy skewers. As I bit into them softly, a pleasant, crisp sound rang out, like beautiful music filling the air, making me feel enchanted and unable to leave. At this moment, these usually serious little spirits finally relaxed, showing happy and content smiles. A younger elder spirit couldn't help but praise. I never thought familiar fruits could be presented in such a poetic way. This is more than just food. It's like a second creation of natural beauty. Loranda carefully savored a glass of breeze grape tea. Its refreshing taste seemed to wash away the dust from her soul. She looked at Licheng with less suspicion and more curiosity and approval. You seem to have a special talent for capturing the happiest moments of everything and turning them into something lasting. This small forest feast didn't involve serious talks about alliances or deals, only relaxed conversations about flavors, art, and life philosophy. Yet, the invisible barriers melted away quietly amid the aroma of fruit and tea. After the fruit feast, the relationship between the elves and the envoy entered a new stage. Loranda suggested they visit some special botanical gardens outside Yeongju Island, and she allowed Licheng, under the guidance of elf gardeners, to use some rare magical fruits and vegetables for limited research. Licheng felt like he was in a magical world, moving freely among it. He skillfully used the elves' unique starlight honeydew, a glowing, transparent natural syrup, and emerald nectar, fresh and sweet like morning dew on leaves, as intoxicating as a spring of pure water. With these two magical ingredients, Licheng began to challenge more difficult cooking techniques. He carefully selected fresh fruits, sliced them evenly, and layered them on a crispy base. Then he gently drizzled some thick, starlight honeydew over each layer, wrapping every piece of fruit in sweet delight. Not only that, Licheng also creatively added some delicate, smooth, emerald nectar, making the whole fruit more moist and juicy. Finally, he carefully decorated the top with edible flower petals and fresh green leaves, making it look like a beautiful piece of natural art. These carefully crafted desserts are not just a treat for the taste buds, but also a feast for the eyes. They emit a faint fragrance that attracts attention and makes people eager to try them. As a thank you gift, the elves in green robes smiled and reached out their hands to Licheng, leading him into a mysterious and beautiful garden. Here, various colorful and uniquely shaped flowers bloomed. Tall, sturdy trees with lush branches and leaves spread a fresh, pleasant scent throughout the air, making everyone feel as if they were in a fairyland, lost in its charm. Then, the elf gardeners began to show Licheng their long-held, mysterious plant cultivation magic techniques. From selecting seeds, planting, watering, to fertilizing, every step was done with great care and attention. They also demonstrated advanced skills like sensing subtle energy changes within each plant and understanding how they interact, leaving Licheng amazed and wide-eyed. Day after day, year after year, time flew by quickly. One bright morning, with the sun shining and birds singing, Lorandra suddenly found Zhou-Yi and Licheng busy at work. She brought a carefully made gift, a small, exquisite pouch woven entirely from precious ancient tree leaves. One day, Lorandra approached Zhou-Yi and Licheng with a delicate little pouch woven from ancient tree leaves. "This is a small token from the king and elders," she said softly, with rare warmth in her tone. "Inside are samples of Star Realm dust. It's not for trade, but as a thank you for the taste enlightenment you brought us. You showed us a beautiful new way to live in harmony with nature." She paused briefly before continuing. "As for deeper cooperation, such as combining rune technology with natural magic, our tribe still needs time to discuss. But the gate of Yeongju Island will always be open to sincere friends. We look forward to more exchanges like this in the future, not just about food, but also about art, knowledge, and thoughts on the future of the world. This is not an official agreement, but it is a meaningful beginning. It shows the high respect the elves have for the civilization of Koi City and their desire to build long-term friendly relations. Although they received only a small amount of Star Realm dust, the symbolic meaning is much greater than the actual quantity. This is a token of friendship from the most exclusive and proud race. With the elves' friendship token and new insights about nature and food, the Hope ship slowly left the dreamy Yeongju Island. The atmosphere on the ship changed completely, as if they were in a different world. The tense and heavy feelings disappeared, replaced by happiness and peace. People looked satisfied and joyful after the harvest, while also thinking deeply about this wonderful experience. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng sat at the front of the ship, holding his famous live broadcast device. The screen kept showing moments from their time in the elves' land. At first, the cold wind seemed to freeze everything, but when a string of delicious candied hawthorn was offered to the little elves, the ice began to melt, and smiles appeared. Then, a unique forest fruit feast helped everyone understand each other better, making the conversations more natural. Finally, the friendship token filled with hope and blessings became the most precious memory of this journey. "We may not have signed an official alliance," Zhou-Yi said at the sailing summary meeting, "but we have planted a seed more valuable than any agreement, one of mutual understanding and respect. We prove that even with big cultural differences, the pursuit of beauty and harmony can be a common bridge." Licheng's notebook was filled with notes about the elves' ingredients, flavor pairings, and natural eating philosophies. "This experience is so precious," he said with emotion. "It made me realize that the highest level of cuisine might be to follow nature, not conquer it." Errol also had in-depth discussions with several Elven mages. Although the elves remained cautious about arcane steam technology, they showed strong interest in the life runes that could guide natural energy more precisely. This laid the groundwork for future technological cooperation. The live broadcast felt like a golden bridge spanning time and space, continuously sending back the exciting joy and thought-provoking ideas to the distant city of Licheng. At this moment, the entire city was filled with happiness and celebration. When the residents saw the returning envoy, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief, their faces showing amazement. They knew this mission was very important for Licheng, and now it seemed all their efforts had paid off perfectly. People flooded into the streets, cheering loudly like a powerful wave sweeping through the city. Children danced and played happily, expressing their joy freely. Elderly residents welled up with tears, feeling deeply moved. Everyone hugged and celebrated together, sharing this hard-earned moment of glory. What truly excited the residents wasn't just the successful acquisition of key materials, but also the deep friendship formed with the mysterious elves. This discovery brought new opportunities and challenges to Licheng, but it also proved an important truth. The city's path, built on unique culture, exquisite cuisine, and clever strategies, was the right and effective way forward. At the command center, Su Xiaoyao watched as the Star Realm dust icon lit up in the system. The task, Foundation of the Star Sea Return, Part 1, was marked as completed. She felt not only a sense of material gain, but also a gentle, powerful energy from the pure natural thoughts of the elves flowing into the system's background fluctuations, making the high-dimensional communication array more stable. The Hope ship adjusted its course, speeding toward home. Behind it, a soft bond of food and cultural exchange had quietly connected Licheng and the elves. This was not the end, but a new beginning full of endless possibilities. Licheng's flavors and wisdom would continue to spread and connect with the wider world. In the backyard of the Carp City and branch at Anvil Fortress, the air was filled with the tempting smell of cumin, chili, and sizzling fat. But mixed in with that aroma was a heavy, invisible pressure, the kind that came from Zhao Ming, a former programmer turned Rune barbecue master. "Tom, data. I need accurate data." Zhao Ming pointed at a rough wooden board beside the Rune grill, covered with tally marks and strange symbols. His voice trembled on the edge of frustration. "Look at this. Flame lizard skewers, batch 37. Cooking times range from 1 minute 50 seconds to 3 minutes 10 seconds. That's a bigger fluctuation than the cliffs outside the fortress. Where's the standard deviation? The variance? This data is useless." The young apprentice, Tom, his hair singed yellow from the fire, looked miserable. "Master Zhao, it's not my fault. Look at this lizard meat. One batch is lean, the next is fatty, and the thickness is never the same. And this Rune grill, it's supposed to keep a steady temperature, but when we load too many skewers, the flames still flicker. And then, variables. That's why we control the variables." Zhao Ming interrupted, slapping the side of the grill where he had installed glowing runes labeled thickness sensor and automatic turning gear set. "Why do you think I invented these? To turn the uncontrollable into controllable. When the thickness sensor reading goes over the limit, you adjust the cooking time. The turning gear runs at a fixed rate. Your job is to watch the color change. Record the exact time when it looks perfect. We don't want almost done. We want golden 2 minutes 15 seconds. He grew more agitated, picking up a skewer with edges already blackened and holding it in front of Tom. "Look, overdone Maillard reaction. Moisture loss over 35%. The texture's dry, the flavor's ruined." In Carp City, the quality director, Comrade Licheng, would put this on the shame board. Then he quickly grabbed another skewer, still pink in the center. "And this one, core temperature under 60 degrees. The safety level is unacceptable. Tom, we're not selling wild campfire meat. We're selling Carp City brand Rune barbecue. It's about brand and reputation." Tom was overwhelmed by Zhao Ming's rapid-fire use of technical terms and his intense seriousness. Previously, Tom worked as an assistant at a blacksmith shop, where the most the master would shout was, "Too much heat," or "Not cooked enough." He had never seen someone elevate grilling to concepts like data, standard deviation, or Maillard reaction. Internally, Tom even wondered if this otherworldly master Zhao was a bit obsessed. It's just grilling meat. It's edible, fragrant, and that's enough, right? But watching Zhao Ming's bloodshot eyes from staying up late designing diagrams, now shining with almost a religious glow, Tom swallowed his sarcasm. He drooped his shoulders and picked up a charcoal pencil, ready to continue his crooked, scribbled notes on the record board. "Stop." Zhao Ming grabbed his hand, took a deep breath, and tried to speak calmly. "Tom, watch me do it once." He personally selected 3 skewers of fire lizard meat of similar thickness and placed them on the designated grill spots. The faint glow of the thickness sensing rune flickered, and data was transmitted to a simple display device on his wrist, modified from a calculator. Thickness, 1.8 centimeters. Set the base time, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Zhao Ming explained as he worked. Pay attention to the color change of the meat, from bright red to light pink, then edges slightly turning yellow. The automatic flipping device clicked, turning the skewers over. "Now watch the juices." See, the juices are just starting to be forced out, forming tiny bubbles on the surface, but they shouldn't flow out. When the time was up, Zhao Ming quickly removed the skewers and sprinkled them with a secret seasoning. The meat was golden, sizzling with fat, and smelled delicious. He handed one to Tom. "Taste it. Remember this texture and flavor. This is the standard taste." Tom hesitantly took a bite. The outside was slightly crispy, the inside tender and juicy, and the seasoning perfectly absorbed, better than any skewers he had grilled before. A whole level more delicious. He froze, looking at the skewer in his hand, and then at Zhao Ming. For the first time, he had a clear sense of what the word standard meant. "It really is different," Tom muttered. "Not just different, certainly," Zhao Ming said confidently. "From now on, this will be your goal. Every time you cook, you get closer and closer to this standard." Since that day, the correct mark on Tom's record board became much neater. Next to it, he started drawing simple symbols he invented himself, representing perfect timing, juicy enough, and a bit overcooked. Although he still didn't understand what standard deviation meant, he began to work hard to make each of his skewers approach Zhao Ming's defined golden 2 minutes and 15 seconds. A few days later, an old mercenary who often visited, after eating one of Tom's skewers, surprisingly patted his shoulder and gruffly said, "Kid, your skills are improving. Every time you come, it's the same good taste." Reliable. This simple compliment made Tom feel as sweet as honey. Suddenly, he understood why Zhao Ming was so persistent. This reliability brought not only customer satisfaction, but also a kind of indescribable sense of achievement. At closing time, Zhao Ming reviewed the records Tom submitted. Although his handwriting was still wild, the data clearly clustered between 2 minutes and 5 seconds to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Zhao Ming rarely showed a approving smile and patted Tom's strong back firmly. "Very good. Keep it up. Remember, as people from Licheng, standards and quality are our business cards wherever we go. This isn't just about earning coins. It's about dignity and the foundation of returning home." Tom rubbed his sore shoulder and looked into Zhao Ming's familiar eyes. This time, he seemed to truly feel a bit of warmth behind that light. Silently, he walked to the shop's system terminal and exchanged all the copper coins he had saved that day, originally meant for a mug of beer, for a small amount of homecoming contribution points. The flickering numbers on the screen were almost negligible, but Tom felt strangely at peace. For the first time, he actively added a small brick to the distant dream of going home that all otherworlders talked about. Squeaky's actions lack grace. She grabs a handful of tea leaves and throws them into the teapot. Boiling water is poured in roughly. Then she uses a wrench-like tool to stir the tea randomly a few times before she is ready to pour. "Squeaky," Teacher Lu can't help but speak. Her voice is gentle but a little tired. "We've told you many times, making tea is an art, not just a task. Warming the pot, adding tea, moistening the leaves, brewing, pouring out the tea. Each step has its reason. Look, rotating the water as you pour helps the tea leaves heat evenly, letting them expand fully and the aroma. Teacher Lu, I understand the reasons. Squeaky interrupts impatiently, waving her tiny paws. But time is money. With this process, I can sell 3 cups of energy explosion tea. Customers want that strong taste. Who cares if the leaves are fully expanded? Teacher Lu sighs, knowing that explaining mindset and ritual to a goblin is like talking to a wall. She thinks for a moment and changes her approach. She carefully prepares a new pot of refreshing mint herbal tea, filters out the leaves, and pours the clear, slightly green tea into a delicate glass cup, then places it in front of Squeaky. Squeaky, don't think about the process or the money right now. Lu points to the cup. Close your eyes and treat it as just water to quench your thirst. Take a big sip and see how it tastes. Squeaky hesitantly follows her advice, picks up the cup, and gulps a large sip. The expected bland, leaf water doesn't appear. Instead, a cool liquid with a subtle sweetness and herbal aroma fills her mouth, sliding down her throat. A strange, indescribable feeling of calm washes over her, like a gentle stream flowing through nerves that had been tense from calculating prices and coordinating goods all day. Squeaky chews her lips and blinks her little eyes. It's like the gears in my mind aren't turning so loudly anymore. Exactly, Lu encourages patiently. Everyone in Gear Harbor spends their days among metal, steam, and noise, so their nerves are like tight springs. This tea might not give you gold coins directly, but it helps loosen those springs. When the springs are loose, they don't break easily. Thinking becomes clearer, and maybe you'll notice business opportunities you usually overlook or find better ways to make money, right? Better ways to make money. Gold coins. The word is like a key, instantly unlocking a locked safe inside Squeaky's heart. He first began to truly think about the word tea. Besides quenching thirst, perhaps it could also have a mysterious connection to more gold coins. Since then, Chi-Chi's attitude toward learning about tea changed completely. Although his tea-making skills still looked like he was disassembling delicate machinery and lacked grace, he started to seriously promote his tea to passing goblin customers with a set of persuasive words. Drink our energy explosion tea, and you'll see clearly, think faster, and never make mistakes. Want a cup of calm mint tea? Drink one before negotiations, and you'll stay calm and make your opponent confused. He even learned to sell in bundles, buying 3 skewers of grilled meat from Zhao Ming and getting a small cup of special fruit tea as a free gift, calling it helps digestion and keeps you energized. What made Teacher Lu both amused and confused was that one day, Chi-Chi stared at the floating tea leaves in his cup and suddenly had an idea. He rummaged through his box and found some tiny, edible sparkling crystal fragments left from polishing. When Teacher Lu wasn't paying attention, he secretly sprinkled some into the tea. Teacher Lu, look, starlight tea. It's sparkling. The noble lords will definitely like it. Chi-Chi excitedly held up his cup, and the tea shimmered under the light with a cheap but dazzling glow. Teacher Lu looked at the tea, which seemed to be sprinkled with glitter, and felt a bit overwhelmed from an aesthetic point of view. Just as she was about to correct him, she noticed several elegantly dressed goblin nobles passing by the shop, attracted by the sparkling appearance and showing great interest in this ostentatious starlight tea, willing to pay much more than regular tea. Teacher Lu watched as Chi-Chi happily poured large amounts of gold coins into the contribution terminal, and she shook her head helplessly, finally letting out a laugh. She realized that the way culture spreads isn't always straight and elegant. On this highly practical land that values sparkle, perhaps Chi-Chi's accidental, down-to-earth approach could instead help the seed of tea take root and grow stubbornly in an unexpected way. She also opened her system interface and organized her recent research on goblin tastes, exotic herbal properties, and cultural adaptation strategies into a detailed report, which she uploaded. The system quickly approved it and awarded her a modest but meaningful knowledge contribution point. For her, witnessing and participating in the transformation and growth of a culture on unfamiliar soil is one of the most precious rewards on this long journey home. This unknown floating island seems like a painter's palette casually dropped by the creator. The dense vegetation is so thick it's hard to see through, and the air is filled with the smell of damp, decaying earth and the sweet scents of strange flowers, some strong, some faint. Large, glowing blue fungi look like silent street lamps, lighting the way for the explorer, Old Cat, and botanist Sunli. Stay calm, breathe slowly. Old Cat whispers softly. His weathered face shows focus and caution. His special alloy knife glints in the glow, slowly approaching a patch of glowing moss attached to a damp rock. The moss looks like blue velvet. If this thing is as sensitive as that sneezing mushroom we saw last time, we might end up sneezing rainbow colors all night. He carefully scratches a small sample with a knife and puts it into a sealed box marked with a silent stasis rune. As he closes the lid, a faint light flashes, and the sample's activity almost stops. Not far away, Sunli kneels half beside a strange plant, almost holding her breath with excitement. It's a purple, trumpet-shaped flower about half a person tall, with thick petals like velvet and veins that seem to flow with silver liquid. She holds a universal observation mirror, a device combining a microscope, spectrometer, and rune detection tools, and points it at the complex, stunning structure of the flower's reproductive organs. Old Cat, come look. Sunli's voice is low but trembling with excitement. She forgets to use her communicator. It's pollen sac structure, completely asymmetrical. And look at these tiny ducts. This isn't designed for insect pollination at all. Plus, it reacts to specific sound frequencies. I just hummed a bit of jasmine flower, and the petals shrank by 15%. This could overturn current plant classification theories. Old Cat, having finished sampling the moss, crouches over and grins, showing yellowed teeth from tobacco use. Stay calm. Professor Sunday, don't worry if it can understand a little tune. Try this instead. He handed over a simple tuning fork set made from different materials. Use this. The frequency is more accurate. The main point is to first check if it's toxic, edible, or medicinal. That's the key goal for our exploration team. Then he took out another portable rune board and began testing the collected cat's eye moss for alkaloids and toxicity. Sunli rolled her eyes at the Old Cat, unhappy with his practical attitude, but she still took the tuning fork. She gently struck a low-frequency fork near the trumpet flower. The flower trembled slightly, and its petals closed a little. Then she used a high-frequency fork, and the petals opened up again, with the center of the flower emitting a richer, more enchanting sweet scent. Incredible! It reacts very differently to different frequencies. This goes beyond normal stress responses. Sunli said excitedly as she recorded her observations, lost in her scientific enthusiasm. Their daily exploration was full of danger and surprises, like twin vines tightly entwined. They had almost entered the territory of trap grass, which can secrete strong corrosive slime instantly. They also found a tuber that, when roasted, tasted like chocolate and made them feel full. Old Cat jokingly called it power bar potato. Every sample and data record was filled with awe for the unknown and excitement as pioneers. At night, in a temporary camp built with faint beast-repelling runes and camouflage cloth, the campfire kept the damp cold at bay. Old Cat, by the firelight, clumsily tapped on a waterproof, shockproof electronic journal with his thick fingers. Exploration log, Day 127. Location, unnamed floating island. Temporary code, Gamma 77. The terrain is complex, and the ecology is strange. Successfully collected a new glowing moss sample, temporarily called cat's eye moss, suspected to contain faint light-sensitive compounds or have night vision potential. Needs further lab tests. Professor Sun discovered a plant called song-speaking flower, temporary name, which shows extraordinary sensitivity to specific sound wave frequencies. Recorded complete sound wave shape response data. Today's main contributions: discovering new species, initial ecological records, and precise local terrain mapping. My personal contribution points. He checked the system interface. Still a long way to go, but every little bit counts. The starry sky here is quite beautiful, sparkling like a spilled diamond plate. But after looking at it for a while, I still feel warmer thinking about the greasy lights and noisy voices at the rooftop barbecue stall back home. He encrypts the logs along with the collected data packets and sends them back to the main system in Carrot City using a small portable relay rune device. These valuable first-hand data not only earn them exploration contribution points, but also gradually improve Carrot City's understanding of this unfamiliar sky, like pieces of a puzzle. This helps with future resource development and potential risk warnings, providing essential information. In a tiered classroom at the Rune Industry College in Carrot City, the atmosphere is lively, like a crucible melting new alloys. There are no traditional stiff classroom walls. Instead, large diagrams of energy flows and strange geometric rune models cover the walls. The air smells of ozone, old parchment, and fresh coffee mixed together. Errol, a returning elf, stands at the podium. His usual reserved rune mage demeanor now mixes with a more open and sharing enthusiasm from Carrot City. The audience is diverse. Some are traditional mage apprentices with serious expressions. Others are engineers in work clothes with oil-stained hands. Many are former programmers with glasses and eyes shining with code. Elves perceive and guide energy more like an ancient art of intuition passed down through thousands of years, Errol explains, drawing a blue glowing rune pattern in the air that accurately depicts the energy field he sensed under the ancient tree on Eternal Gathering Island. They can communicate with plants and feel the pulse of the earth, but this knowledge is hard to quantify and is passed down slowly. We might try to describe, analyze, and even optimize it using a more structured language. He switches the display to show a simple model made of basic rune units, resembling a circuit diagram. For example, we can take the core runes of the elves' nourishment technique and abstract them into a function. The input parameters are the environmental energy density and the current health status of the target plant. The output is the expected growth rate increase or disease repair rate, quantified. Then, we can try to adjust the variables inside the function. That is, the way runes are connected, the energy input ratios, and the waveforms, just like debugging a piece of code. Through many experiments, we can find the best algorithm. A former algorithm engineer in the audience excitedly pushed up his glasses and couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Errol, isn't this like a magical version of gradient descent or genetic algorithms? We could design a feedback loop that automatically records each spell's input and output, then use machine learning models to reverse optimize your rune function parameters. Next to him, a mechanical engineer immediately added a more specific idea. Can we first convert our arcane steam energy output into a more stable, compatible intermediate energy format, using a universal energy conversion rune array? Like a USB port in the magical world. That way, both the elves' natural magic arrays and the dwarves' forging fire runes can connect more easily to our energy network. The class instantly turned into a creative workshop where different disciplines collided. Magic apprentices tried to understand functions and parameters. Programmers eagerly asked about the energy properties of various rune combinations, and engineers discussed how to realize the abstract, intermediate energy format with specific runes and mechanical structures. Errol stood in the middle, listening to these unprecedented yet logically sound ideas. It felt like opening a door to a new world. Returning to Car City and communicating with these scholars from a different realm didn't weaken his understanding of magic. Instead, it added a new dimension full of endless possibilities to his familiar magical world. He carefully organized these intense discussions, initial theories, and collaborative proposals into a detailed report and submitted it to the system. Soon, the system gave high praise, and a significant amount of academic innovation contribution points flowed into his account. But as Errol looked at that number, a sense of achievement surged far beyond the points themselves. He felt he was standing at a historic moment, helping to create a new knowledge system that blended magical intuition with scientific rationality, something unprecedented. This, in itself, made Car City's wandering civilization more unique and powerful. Isn't this the most solid step toward returning home? At the central command hall, everything was so quiet that you could hear the faint hum of the air purification rune working. A large holographic screen covered the entire wall, with the most eye-catching part being a row of golden numbers beating like a heartbeat. Total contribution points for the city's return: 98,763,419/100 million, less than 124,000 points left to reach the goal. This small gap was like a tight string, pulling at everyone in the command hall, and, through Lin Xiaofeng's live broadcast, touching every family and corner of Licheng. The final push had begun. This was no longer just the effort of dispatched personnel, but a true nationwide effort. In the city's biggest factory number 3, the lights were bright, and the assembly lines ran at full speed. Section Chief Oldly held a loudspeaker, his voice hoarse, but still full of passion. Brothers, sisters, this is the last batch of standard parts. Check every rune rivet carefully. Make sure there are no flaws. The more qualified parts we produce, the more contribution points we get, and the shorter the way home. The workers looked focused, moving quickly and steadily. They had formed a quality inspection mutual aid group, double-checking during shift changes to prevent any mistakes. Outside the city, in the agricultural demonstration zone, Grandpa Wong squatted beside his experimental field. He gently stroked the abundant grain rice plants, which had been cultivated using elf communication ideas and rune temperature control technology. The rice stalks were heavy with grains, full and shining with a faint magical glow. Almost ripe, almost ripe. If we send this batch, we'll earn quite a few contribution points. He muttered, full of hope. Even children had started helping. Led by Nyonyo, the Red Scarf scavenger team carried small homemade baskets, moving through the city's corners. They carefully collected discarded screws, broken rune wires, and used energy crystal shells, then took them to a recycling point. Although each child earned only a tiny amount of contribution points, seeing the progress bar inch forward because of their small efforts made their faces glow with pride and seriousness. On the snack street, almost every stall displayed signs saying, "Support signal beacons." Double contribution points for exchanges. People are willing to spend contribution points, while shop owners reinvest some profits back into the system. This shared goal has sparked the economy's vitality to its peak. In front of each system terminal, there are many people nervously refreshing data. The atmosphere is a mix of tense effort, hope for victory, and a deep attachment to this floating island, which has become like a second home. These feelings are intertwined in the air of Licheng. Inside the energy monitoring center, Su Xiaoya sits alone at a large control console with her eyes closed. Her mind is almost merged with the city's energy network and the national system. She can clearly see a huge, pure golden flow of desire and determination rising from every corner of the city, pouring into the system's core. The final contribution difference is being filled faster than ever, like a tide about to overflow. At the same time, in her mind, a faint blue progress bar representing the signal sensitivity of the high-dimensional communication array is moving. Driven by the collective will, it makes a tiny click sound that only she can hear. Slowly but surely, it crosses the last mark and reaches 100%. Buzz. A deep, majestic rumble sounds, not through her ears but directly in her mind's deepest part. The previously blurry, cracked fragments of Earth signals, as if seen through thick glass, are suddenly smoothed, brought closer, and focused by an invisible force. They become clear and stable, with a sense of familiarity that makes her heart beat faster. She can even faintly detect a very weak, rhythmic da-da, da-da, da-da signal like a heartbeat. It resembles the signals emitted by large deep space probes scanning the universe periodically. Could it be? Suddenly, Su Xiaoya opens her eyes wide, as if stars are shining in her pupils. Her heart feels like it's about to jump out of her chest. The communication is not yet clear, but the direction is clearer than ever. The signal strength has reached a level that can be tracked steadily. With trembling hands, she immediately connects the emergency line directly to Chun Jiangwo's office. Her voice trembles with excitement, but is full of power. "Commander Chun, the contribution points are about to reach the target. The system is ready. And I have made a breakthrough. I have detected a stable background radiation signal from Earth. We have truly found the direction of our home." The final countdown has begun. The guiding light on our journey home has finally received precise coordinates, and the final command to ignite it. When the last piece of Star Realm dust was added to the system collection, all residents of Licheng's auxiliary panels vibrated simultaneously, shining with an unprecedented golden glow. Epic Chain Mission E001. The Foundation of the Star Sea Return completed. Reward calculation in progress. Reward granted. Unlock a special function module. Starfire Communication Protocol. Basic. Function description. Attempt to establish a one-way, low-bandwidth voice communication link. Targeting, original dimensions reference coordinates, Earth. Estimated initial connection duration, 180 seconds. Stability, very low. Recharge cycle, 168 plus or minus 24 hours. Attempt to establish the first connection immediately? Yes/no. There was no grand construction, no towering pillar of light piercing the sky. The reward was so direct, yet so fragile. Just an opportunity, a brief 3 minutes. Uncertain if the connection would succeed, and if it did, who the other side might be. On the cold system interface, next to the Golden Starfire Communication Protocol, Basic, button, a bright red countdown was mercilessly ticking. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Su Xiaoya stared at those small words. First connection ready. Activate before countdown ends, otherwise it will expire. This was the window the system provided. No room for hesitation. Let's start. Chun Jingwo's voice sounded in the silent command center, steady but with a resolute tone of a last stand. No grand ceremony, no certainty of victory, only the instinct to seize this one and only chance. Su Xiaoya pressed her finger down. Connecting. Anchoring to original dimension coordinates. Retrieving related communication port. Retrieval complete. Active port associated with the administrative code of Licheng, with a history link. China Sichuan Province Civil Affairs Department Night Duty Line, Level 3. Match rate, 71.3%. Force connection established. After a slight electromagnetic noise, the standard ringing tone of a phone sounded. Ding. Ding. Every second felt like a year. In Lin Xiaofeng's footage, Chun Jingwo's body leaned slightly forward, tense like a bow. Hello, this is the duty room of the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. A slightly hoarse, clearly awakened middle-aged female voice replied, with a calm, official tone. The sound of papers being shuffled could be faintly heard. Chun Jingwo took a deep breath and spoke as steadily as possible. Hello. I am Chun Jingwo, former secretary of the Yunli City Committee. There was a pause on the other end, and the sound of papers stopped. After 2 seconds, the voice showed confusion and suspicion. Who is this? Licheng? Secretary Chun. Your call appears to be garbled, and Licheng. She clearly knew what had happened in Licheng, and her sleepiness was replaced by disbelief and doubt. I know this is hard to understand, but please listen to me. Time is very limited, Chun Jingwo said quickly, each word clear and strong. I, along with most of the missing people in Licheng, am currently in a special isolated state. Most people are safe, about 83,000 in total. We have just obtained a very unstable way to communicate externally. This is the first attempt, and the call could be cut off at any moment. Wait a minute. The operator's voice suddenly rose, full of shock and confusion. Secretary Chun? Is it really you? This can't be. Where are you? What do you mean by special isolated state? I need. The exact location cannot be described by normal means. Chun Jingwo glanced at the rapidly counting down timer. Only 150 seconds left. I need you to do one thing immediately. Record my report and report it to your superiors. Those who can handle the highest level emergencies. 3 key points. First, the people in Licheng are mostly alive. Second, we can't return yet, but a basic order of survival has been established. Third, we have obtained a very fragile, irregular external communication ability. If this link remains stable, the next attempt to contact might be in 7 days, most likely on this same number. 7 days later. But Secretary Chun, how can I verify your identity? This is too. The operator's voice trembled, clearly overwhelmed by this extraordinary information. My internal personnel ID is LN7305, and the last confidential report number I submitted to the Provincial Committee was BX 2023-17. Chun Jingwo provided 2 pieces of information known only to himself and a few top officials. These can serve as initial proof. But now there is no time to argue. Please decide immediately. Should you report a possibly absurd but crucial message about the whereabouts of 80,000 people, or should you hang up on this potentially prank call? For the sake of 80,000 families, act now. On the other end of the line, there was hurried breathing and the sound of a chair being suddenly pushed back. I understand. I will report immediately. Can you stay on the line? I will get the person in charge. The connection is unstable and may cut off at any moment. Remember, in 7 days, this number, Chun Jiangwo almost shouted the last words. Warning, energy is running out. Connection weakening. Suddenly, a sharp noise, like metal scraping, sounded, drowning out all other sounds. Connection forcibly terminated. A busy signal rang out, and a heavy silence filled the command center. Chun Jiangwo slowly straightened up, sweat covering his forehead, his shirt soaked on the back. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them to look at Su Xiaoya and others, who also looked pale. The seed has been thrown out, he said hoarsely. Now we just have to see if it lands in soil that can make it grow. Earth, Sichuan Province Civil Affairs Department, late at night. Duty Officer Liu Mei held the microphone, listening to the harsh noise turning into busy signals. She froze in place, her face turning pale. She had instinctively pressed the record button earlier, but the playback in her headphones showed only her own shocked voice and the first few clear words from Chun Jiangwo. The rest of the recording was distorted, with strange, rhythmic electromagnetic hissing sounds. Oh my God! Oh my God! She suddenly jumped up, her heart pounding. She didn't know the internal codes LN 7305, BX 2023-17. Her rank wasn't high enough to understand these, but the tone of the caller, authoritative and urgent, and the mention of 8,000 people in Licheng, with that heavy, anxious feeling, didn't seem fake. She almost threw herself at the internal communicator, pressing the emergency call button to the duty supervisor. Director Zhang, come quickly. Something big is happening. About Licheng. There might be news. Her voice became sharp and trembling with excitement and fear. 3 minutes later, Duty Supervisor Zhang Haitao rushed into the duty room, wearing a coat. After listening to Liu Mei's incoherent report, which was mixed with crying, he personally put on headphones to listen to the recording. The beginning was clear, but the rest was filled with strange noise. His face grew very serious. Are you sure he said 7 days later? Zhang Haitao asked in a deep voice. Absolutely. He emphasized it repeatedly. He even said it might be the same number next time. Liu Mei nodded firmly. Zhang Haitao looked at the call record showing garbled characters and then at the recording device. His many years of experience and intuition told him this was not a prank. Pranks can't fake such high-level internal information. He vaguely knew about the topic number, nor can they explain the strange, unrecordable communication noise. You did the right thing. Zhang Haitao patted Liu Mei's trembling shoulder, then turned to the secure phone. Draft an urgent situation report. I will sign it. Now, immediately send this recording and the call record through the secure channel, top secret, directly to the main duty room and the provincial emergency office. The report should highlight 3 points. A major clue in the suspected Licheng disappearance case, the caller claiming to be Chun Jiangwo, and providing internal verification info, and a warning that they might contact this number again in 7 days. Advise superiors to analyze immediately and prepare emergency communication for 7 days later. After giving the order, the atmosphere in the duty room suddenly tightened. Zhang Haitao walked to the window, looking out at the sleeping city, his mind full of turbulent thoughts. Licheng, could there really be voices coming back from that unknown abyss? He didn't know that almost at the same time, in the duty room of a data center at the Provincial Emergency Department and the Ministry of Public Security, similar brief calls had been received. They also showed garbled characters, strange content, and unrecordable audio, all pointing to Licheng and 7 days later. These messages were rapidly being sent through their secure channels to the capital. The next morning, in the capital, several urgent and top-secret reports from different systems, all pointing to the same core event, were almost simultaneously placed on the desks of key department leaders. At first, there was shock and doubt, but when these pieces of information were compiled into a higher-level cross-department emergency meeting, a dramatic change occurred. The meeting room was tense and serious. The technical experts are reporting their initial analysis, based on the combined reports from the 3 provincial departments. The communication segments with unclear recordings show highly consistent background noise spectral features. These match the faint, unexplained periodic space disturbances captured by our deep space observation network in a specific direction over the past year. Although the connection is unlikely, it cannot be ignored. The internal information mentioned by the other side has been verified within a limited scope and is highly accurate. far beyond what a prank or information leak could explain. The most important point is the forecast for 7 days later. This is a verifiable time window. The meeting leader's voice was deep. In other words, on a technical level, we cannot definitively deny its truth. Yes. Especially since this 7 days is a clear indicator, which itself is a strong signal, added the security expert. There was silence. A huge, unimaginable silence filled the room. If this is true, what does it mean? A city of 80,000 people surviving for a year in some kind of mysterious, special isolation? Now, they're trying to contact their homeland in an incredible way? Establish a special task force, the top leader finally decided firmly. Codename Home. Directly responsible to the central government, coordinating all response efforts. The top principles at this stage are: first, absolute secrecy, controlling who knows. Second, risking everything to ensure the capture and stability of the communication window in 7 days. Third, immediately prepare technically for possible further information exchanges. The Home task force was secretly formed and operational within hours, working efficiently. Its core members included Deputy Leader Zhou Mingyuan, Team Leader, top communication experts, cryptographers, space physicists, emergency management specialists, and a few senior administrative officials. The primary task: ensure the connection. The technical team acted immediately. The ordinary duty line at the Civil Affairs Department of Sichuan Province was secretly connected through multiple layers of encryption and signal boosting, finally linking to a dedicated underground communication center of the Home team. As a backup, hundreds of official duty lines from various government departments related to the Licheng administrative code were monitored and reinforced, with secret emergency personnel on standby. The communication center was arranged like a command post. A large screen displayed signal monitoring maps, a countdown timer, and the status of backup lines. Zhou Mingyuan personally oversaw the setup, tested the equipment, and repeatedly practiced the response procedures. They simulated various situations. What if the signal is clear? What if it's blurry? What if there is only noise? What if the other side changes their number? Remember, Zhou Mingyuan emphasized to the first operator on duty, an experienced and mentally strong senior communication officer. No matter what the other person says, stay calm and professional. The main goal is to confirm the connection, stabilize the signal, and gather key information. Every word we say represents our country. Next, assessment and prediction. Another team worked intensely. They reviewed all files related to the Karps City disappearance case, analyzing the personalities and decision-making styles of Chun Jiangwo and his leadership team. They gathered experts from different fields to carefully and boldly speculate based on just a few words: special isolation state, basic survival order, irregular communication ability. Physicists proposed hypotheses like space folds and dimension bubbles. Survival experts guessed at possible resource, social, and psychological challenges. Diplomacy and security specialists began considering complex issues if the team was indeed in a place with native civilization. Highly confidential reports were produced. Although filled with words like possible, perhaps, and if, these reports provided a preliminary framework for the decision-making team. Third, limited internal mobilization. Under strict secrecy, civil and police authorities were asked to carefully review the families of the missing persons in Karps City, citing the need for long-term case tracking. The goal was to update contact information, assess family situations, and subtly suggest that the country has never given up and every small possibility is being pursued, without making any clear promises. This was a difficult task, requiring staff to be empathetic yet highly disciplined. Meanwhile, the propaganda and internet security departments received instructions to gently but effectively guide and manage any related rumors or speculations, ensuring social stability. 7 days passed quickly in the relentless preparations of the Homeland Task Force, amid countless secret gears working precisely together. Everyone's heart was tense. The unknown, 7-day promise, hung like a huge suspense, a mystery weighing on those who knew. It might be an unprecedented beginning of a miracle, or it could be a false hope, or even a warning of some unknown danger. Zhou Mingyuan often stared at the marked number of the Civil Affairs Department of Sichuan Province on the screen in the communication center. He knew that in 7 days, this ordinary number might become the only link connecting two worlds. Deep underground, in a top-secret laboratory, experts were analyzing an incomprehensible communication noise more closely. A young researcher pointed at a faint, regular pulse on the spectrum chart and nervously said, "Team leader, this noise seems to hide a very special, unnatural code structure. We've never seen anything like it before." Chen Jiangwo looked around at everyone and announced clearly, "Every 7 days, we will have a one-way communication window of no more than 180 seconds. The next one will be in 7 days. One cycle every 7 days." Li Weiguo's eyes sharpened. "That's good. Old Zhao, you can plan long-term supplies and mental support based on this cycle. Our police station should also strengthen order maintenance during this period, especially before and after calls, to ensure that hope brings unity, not noise." "Understood," Zhao Jigang responded immediately. "Stability is the top priority. I will mark 7 days as an important mental and work cycle for everyone, so they have clear goals and daily management becomes more predictable. The call itself is the best confidence booster." "Exactly," Chen Jiangwo agreed with their ideas and quickly gave orders. "Immediately, in the name of the management committee, issue the first communication report. 3 main points. First, we have established our first contact with the motherland. Second, the basic communication system is set up, and we can contact once every 7 days. Third, all citizens must keep order, stay at their posts, and use more positive efforts in production and daily life to prepare for the next contact, so the motherland can see the spirit and strength of the people of Licheng." The report was soon broadcasted and posted on bulletin boards throughout the city. When news of having contact with the motherland and a 7-day communication window spread like spring breeze through every corner of Licheng, the isolated city in this strange world seemed to be infused with a boost of confidence. In the streets, production units, and residential areas, wherever the message reached, people were first surprised, then happy, and soon burst into great energy. "We made contact. The motherland heard us. 7 days. Just 6 more days, and we can talk again. Stay strong. Work hard and do a good job, so next time the higher-ups see that the people of Licheng are capable wherever they go." The longing for home was still strong, but now this longing had a clear, cyclical outlet, turning into motivation for more active work and life. People discussed what progress they should report next time, making plans for the future that were specific and full of hope. Chen Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, Zhao Jigang, and others stood high in the command center, looking at the city's renewed vitality and orderly scene, their hearts filled with excitement. "Old Chen," Li Weiguo pointed to the central square, "I suggest that during the next call, we broadcast live across the whole city. Let our 80,000 fellow citizens hear it firsthand. This will be the strongest act of organization and confidence building." Zhao Jigang nodded. "I agree. Make it open and transparent, so hope can spread to every corner. It will be more effective than hundreds of propaganda efforts. It also helps everyone stay updated on progress and reduces rumors caused by information gaps." Chen Jiangwo nodded firmly. "Good. Technical support must be ready immediately. This is not just a call. It's the foundation of our city's new phase. We want the country to hear not only my words, but also the heavy, passionate hope shared by all 80,000 of us as we listen together." The news spread, igniting the city's hope. Large loudspeakers began testing, and people talked about the moment. In 6 days, their eyes bright with anticipation. Hope had never been so clear and powerful. With 7 days left, the city moved forward steadily, united and orderly, waiting patiently. Earth, home, task force headquarters in a windowless, sealed room. Time was felt differently, not by the passing of days or nights, but by a countdown on the screen, precise to the millisecond, and piles of analysis reports and plans on the desk. The air was cool, filled with the low hum of equipment and the faint rustling of papers. A tense focus filled the space. Since that shocking, garbled call, 7 days ago, codenamed Home, the secret organization had been racing against time, preparing carefully. On the main screen, the ordinary number from the Western Province Civil Affairs Department was protected by countless invisible barriers and monitoring links, like the comm center of a storm. Their main task was simple but difficult: to be fully prepared for the possible second verification of the 7-day plan. All backup lines and signal enhancement arrays have completed the 7th round of simulation tests and are in optimal condition. The spectrum monitoring network has covered all potential weak points and set up automatic alert triggers. The targeted numbers directional protection and connection plan have been rehearsed with 3 emergency plans. The call reception and analysis team has completed over 50 scenario simulations, focusing on extracting information from extremely fuzzy signals. Commands and reports are calmly passed within the command center. Team leader Zhou Mingyuan stands firm at the front, like a steady star. The pressure does not come from busy tasks, but from the unknown nature of the goal. They are using the strictest scientific methods and engineering logic to prepare for a phenomenon that might be completely beyond these systems' understanding. In the technical analysis area, the atmosphere is especially serious. Top domestic experts are struggling with an unusual noise from the first communication, facing an unprecedented challenge. All known communication protocols, encryption methods, and even natural electromagnetic pulse models have failed, says a leading signal expert. It doesn't resemble any code we understand. It's more like an external expression of a rule itself, but we can't read its meaning. Mathematical tools are almost useless, says a mathematician pointing at the complex waveform on the screen. We tried everything from Fourier transforms to nonlinear chaos models, but we can't find a stable pattern to predict. Its regularity seems to only exist in that one observation, and we can't forecast the next. We might be facing a kind of unique existence that can't be measured by our usual rules. Another physicist summarizes more directly. What we can do now is not predict or derive, but based on that one observation, assume its 7-day cycle is an inherent property and prepare comprehensive observations and records. It's like astronomers waiting for a predicted comet, but we don't even have its orbit equation, only that it appeared in that direction last time. Zhou Mingyuan listened silently. These conclusions deepen the sense of waiting. This is not just technical support, but a kind of scientific vigil facing the unknown. The entire home team works like precisely meshing gears, moving quickly in silence. The communication team repeatedly refines the response process to react professionally in an instant. The intelligence team continuously refines key information extraction. The strategy team explores possible chain reactions from various verification results. Everyone knows they are giving their best effort for something that could change everything or make everything stay the same. Time quietly passes amid busy work and waiting as the window period approaches. The communication officer responsible for the first call each day undergoes intense scenario training to stay calm and clear in any situation. Zhou Mingyuan calmly but firmly said at a briefing, "We are in the final stage of the first 7-day wait. Remember, our mission is not to create miracles, but to be ready to observe, analyze, and respond professionally and calmly if a miracle, if it happens, occurs again. Stay alert until the waiting period is over." The countdown on the screen beats like a shared heartbeat. On one side of the world, top minds and resources quietly gather, waiting for a call from the unknown, which may arrive on time or may never come. On the other side, in the central square of Licheng, people gather quietly under the night sky, looking up at the stars and at the silent radio broadcast. 2 worlds are on the same long journey of 7 days. One waits with reason, the other with hope. At the end of the road, will there be a new beginning or deeper mysteries? The countdown hits 0. Chen Zhangwo confidently presses the button. Starfire communication protocol initiated. Connection established. Beep. That strange echo across dimensions arrives as expected. On Earth, at the home Working Group Communication Center. All screens flash with bright blue light, accompanied by sharp alerts and signal strength warnings. It's here. Full signal strength. It's it. The signal. The technical supervisor's voice suddenly rises, trembling with disbelief. At the main console, Zhou Mingyuan almost jumps out of his chair and grabs the microphone. 7 days of waiting, countless simulations, heavy hopes and doubts, all turn into a surge of electricity through his spine. His voice, shaken slightly by the shock and urgency, asks, "Hello? Hello? Please respond." Who are you? In the next second, the voice that only once appeared in top-secret recordings, yet it kept the entire country anxious for over a year, breaks into everyone's ears with an unmistakable familiar tone and urgent intensity. I am Chen Jiangwo, former secretary of Licheng City. The call lasted less than 3 minutes. Please listen carefully. Secretary Chen. It's really you, Zhou Mingyuan blurted out. His heart pounded with excitement as he tightly gripped the microphone, as if trying to hold onto the voice on the other end. This is the home task force established by the central government. I am Zhou Mingyuan. We are listening. Please, speak slowly. He instinctively said, speak slowly, then quickly realized the time was limited and changed his words. No, hurry up. You speak. At the Licheng Command Center, Chen Jiangwo spoke very quickly, but each word was clear and heavy, like a hammer hitting a drum. First, report the overall situation. Licheng has 83,000 people. Most are still alive, order is maintained, and people's hearts haven't scattered. We are holding on. Second, report our location. We are no longer where we were. This is not Earth. There are 2 moons in the sky. Plants and animals are all different. We met locals, elves, goblins. They can use a kind of magic. But strangely, they also have steam-powered machines. We are hiding in a remote place, doing some small trades with them, and things are relatively safe. On the Earth side, the recorder was frantically taking notes. Several veteran experts stood up, staring intently at the audio waveform, as if they could see another world through it. Third, say the most urgent matter. Chen Jiangwo's voice became even more hurried. We are trading supplies with the outside mainly through food. The food we brought is too limited in variety. We urgently need support, recipes, drink formulas, and simple cooking tools. Things that can be made with wood, stone, and simple iron tools. This is the best way to exchange for food and supplies right now. Recipes? Cooking tools? Got it. Noted. Priority 1. Zhou Mingyuan responded immediately, his voice firm. Fourth, we also need to prepare for the future. Our medicine supplies are running out. We need basic pharmaceutical methods and knowledge about local medicinal plants. Also, the land here is strange. High-yield seeds and planting methods are essential. Fifth, Chen Jiangwo's voice suddenly grew serious, filled with a rising, suppressed emotion amid the ongoing urgency. Please, make sure to tell everyone in Licheng, every father, mother, child, and spouse, 83,000 people, that they are all safe. They are together. We all miss home and think about it every day. Let them not worry too much. We are dreaming of the way back home. This voice was broadcast clearly to everyone in Carp City Square. Many people immediately covered their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. Warning, connection stability decreasing. About 50 seconds remaining. The system's cold alert made this emotional moment feel even more precious and harsh. Last, Chen Jiangwo almost shouted. This call can only be tried once every 7 days. Next time, it might still be this number. Report finished. Received. All received. Zhou Mingyuan's voice also rose in excitement. His speech was fast, but each word was full of strength and promise. Secretary Chen, on behalf of the Homeland Work Group, Zhou Mingyuan, I guarantee to you and all comrades in Carp City, 1. Your situation is known throughout the country. You are not alone. 2. We will find the best experts to prepare the most practical recipes, plans, and blueprints. Within 48 hours, we will have everything ready. 3. We will also start on medicines and seeds at the same time. We will choose the easiest and most likely successful options for you. 4. We will immediately pass on messages from loved ones. We will visit each family and make sure everyone hears that you are safe. 5. In 7 days, we will keep this line open. This connection will always be available for you. 6. Please pass on to your comrades. The country is waiting for you. Stay strong. Take care. Warning, energy is about to run out. Connection weakening. Rest assured, the country. Chen Jiangwo's final voice cut through the growing noise, rough from the battle, but full of unwavering strength. The people of Carp City. Their backbone is unbroken. Their spirit is still strong. Over and out. Connection forcibly cut. The busy tone once again became the only sound between 2 worlds. But this silence was completely different from 7 days ago. In the center of Carp City Square, The busy tone lasted about 3 seconds. On the 4th second, someone first let out a choked, "Motherland." Then, a huge wave of sound erupted like a volcano. Crying, laughing, shouting, stomping, and clapping blended into a boiling, nerve-tingling flood. It's true. The country listened. We have the recipes. We can get more food now. Mom and Dad will find out. They'll find out. Someone knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Hope is no longer just a distant spark, but a warm campfire lit by the voice of the motherland. At the command center, Licheng, an experienced police officer, slammed his fist against the wall and growled. Good. Excellent. Zhao Jigang had already grabbed the internal communicator, his voice trembling with excitement. Attention at all stations. Immediately follow the first-level plan for guidance. Collect information on skilled cooks and handy people from the community. Hurry. Chen Zhangwo slowly sat down, his back soaked with sweat. He closed his eyes, took a long, deep breath, and then said to Su Xiaoya, "Remember, the Homeland Task Force is led by Zhou Mingyuan. This is our only bridge to the family. Earth, the Homeland Task Force." As the busy tones sounded, the center erupted with cheers and applause. Many people patted each other's shoulders hard, their eyes red. But their professional training helped them quickly calm their emotions. Record backup. Transcribe the minutes immediately. Break down the needs list. Form teams for recipes and drinks, simple tools, medical supplies, and agriculture. I want the lists now. Family connection activated. Follow the planned steps and act immediately. Zhou Mingyuan stood amidst the busy scene, clutching the microphone tightly. He felt his hands trembling slightly, an involuntary reaction to extreme tension and excitement. He slowly loosened his grip, placed the microphone back on the desk phone, and looked at the calm line on the screen. It's done. Truly done. People are still here, hearts haven't scattered, and what they need is specific and practical. And they have given the most firm response. Communication team, he began, his voice returning to its usual calm, but with a fiery gleam in his eyes, report to the central command. The second contact was successful. The other side is resilient. Their needs clear and practical. Our response plan is clear. Also, request to immediately expand the scope of family information collection to prepare for future transmissions. Yes. The command turned into invisible waves of energy and the footsteps of countless people, spreading rapidly from this underground hub to every corner of the country. A few hours later, as night deepened, many cities across the country began to hear the warm and solemn sound of knocking on doors. The staff faced faces filled with shock, disbelief, and then overwhelming joy. They spoke in clear, serious voices, delivering a very important message. The country officially informs you that your loved one has been confirmed safe. The authorities have established direct contact and are organizing full support. Please take care and hold on to hope. There were no more details, but that was enough. Many families, lost in long nights of worry, finally saw the first light of dawn. Tears flowed freely, and silent hugs were exchanged. The lights that had gone out were gradually turned back on. In the underground, home, team headquarters, the lights stayed on all night. Every team was now in full action. Analysis of unknown species tastes. Considering possible leftover seasonings, how suitable is Sichuan spicy flavor? Is the popularity of noodles higher? Simple tools. Prioritize designs for basic equipment like steamers, stone pots, and simple grills. Simplify the process of homemade penicillin production. Which steps can be made easier? For medicinal plants, which families should be prioritized for screening? Each question was about feeding and supporting fellow beings from another world, ensuring successful trade, and increasing chances of survival. That night, many people in Licheng couldn't sleep under the glow of the twin moons. They quietly discussed whether they could recreate the spicy and sour noodle recipe or the traditional local noodle dish. That night, countless families on Earth reignited their lights through tears, whispering to photos, and writing down words they had been holding back for over a year. That night, the lights in the home team headquarters never dimmed. Keyboard sounds, flipping pages, and soft whispers blended together, forming a lifeline across dimensions, nourishing the effort with strength. The bridge was firmly built. The message was clearly conveyed. Hearts were tightly connected. The next 7-day journey began under the watchful eyes of the twin and single moons. Both ends of the road shone with warm, steady light. He looked up and scanned the room, his gaze passing over Li Weiguo, Zhao Jigang, and several key department leaders, finally settling on Su Xiaoya in the corner. The young female college student remained quiet, but her eyes held something different, an unusual calmness unique to someone connected to the system, sharing this surreal situation. Our country has given us direction and a key, Chen Jiangwo said steadily, breaking the silence. Whether that key can open the door, and whether we can walk steadily through it, depends on us. Lao Zhao, how should we handle the emergency response? Emergency Director Zhao Jigang had already drafted a plan overnight. We will do this in 3 steps. First, immediately form a technology reception and localization team, drawing people from the machinery factory, Polytechnic Institute, and the old food and pharmaceutical factory's technical staff. Comrade Su Xiaoya will also join, responsible for coordinating system-level efforts. He chose his words carefully, and everyone understood. Second, start a citywide skills survey, not just chefs and craftsmen, but anyone who is skilled, creative, and eager to learn. Record them as a reserve team. Third, before we receive the official blueprints and recipes, we can't just wait. We need to make use of what we have now and conduct preliminary experiments, using local tubers, wild vegetables, and strange meats to see how many different ways we can prepare them, gathering first-hand experience. Police Chief Li Weiguo quickly added, I'll handle the morale. The whole city is fired up. That's a great thing. But if the fire burns too fiercely, it could get out of control. I've already instructed community police and grid workers to go into neighborhoods and do 2 things. First, accurately and warmly communicate the country's response to everyone, especially those whose families are not in Licheng. Second, guide this enthusiasm. Encourage those who are good at cooking or skilled in woodworking and metalwork to sign up at the community centers, turning their hope into motivation. Chen Jiangwo nodded and turned his gaze to Su Xiaoya. Xiao Su, any new updates from the system? Su Xiaoya closed her eyes slightly, as if listening to something, then opened them after a moment. The system interface has been updated. She considered her words carefully, trying to explain in a way everyone could understand. It indicates that the first regular connection has been confirmed. There is a feature called low bandwidth data reception, showing that the unlock progress is 1/7. That means, if we can successfully make this kind of call 7 times in 7 days, we might be able to receive some simple, nonverbal information, like data packets, 7 times, 49 days. Jianguo Chun did some mental math and thought, we need to take it step by step. First, focus all our energy and prepare to receive information from the voice. Xiao Su, on the technical team, your main role is to support the system level and help interpret any unusual information formats. The specific technical conversions should be led by Engineer Wang, the former chief of the mechanical factory, and his team. Understood, Xiao Yasu replied softly. At dawn, the notice board in the central square was already crowded with people. Staff had just posted a large handwritten summary of the call notes. The ink was still drying. The motherland has formed a special home task force. The necessary technical materials are being prepared urgently. We'll contact again in 7 days. A loud-voiced middle-aged man was reading aloud. When he reached the part that said, Please tell all loved ones, we are all safe, his voice suddenly choked, and he angrily wiped his face with his sleeve. The crowd was silent for a moment, then began to murmur with excitement and hope. Food plans. What kind of meal plans will the country give us? My grandma's sour soup noodles are the best. If we could get the recipe, tools, and equipment blueprints. Our old factory still has the original plans. As long as we understand the drawings, we will do our best to build them. An experienced worker squeezed out of the crowd and shouted back, Machinery factory folks, don't just stand there. Go back to the workshop. Tidy up those old machines that can still move, and get ready. Meanwhile, in several community trial kitchens, coordinated by Zhao Jigang, the atmosphere was just as lively. Volunteer restaurant owners, housewives, and even young people who just loved cooking and experimenting gathered around local ingredients. We won't wait, said Boss Wang, who was temporarily chosen as the stove master, rolling up his sleeves. We'll try out different dishes with these mud lumps and wild vegetables. I remember the country once promoted emergency cooking guides. Does anyone have a faint memory? I think I remember the principles, said a young man wearing glasses, raising his hand. Different heating methods greatly affect the taste of food, and also, good. You'll be our technical advisor, Boss Wong said, patting his thigh. Today's goal: use ready-made stone pots and clay jars to make at least 3 different dishes. Every step must be recorded clearly. When the official secret arrives, we'll be ready. Meanwhile, the trade team brought back unexpected news. Little Lu, leading the team, excitedly reported to Chen Jiangwo and Li Weiguo. The goblins are very interested in the patterns on the cookie wrappers and the words on the metal boxes. They pointed at the words Licheng Food Factory and gestured and chattered excitedly, as if they really wanted to understand what these symbols mean. Are they interested in writing? Li Weiguo asked sharply. Not so much in reading, more like they're curious about the regular shapes, Little Lu analyzed. I think they might have just started to understand writing. Also, they are willing to trade twice as much grain for an empty metal box. Chen Jiangwo and Li Weiguo exchanged a look. This might be an unexpected discovery. Symbols of culture. Simple industrial items, Chen pondered. Next time we communicate, we should report this. Maybe, besides food, some small objects with our Earth's marks could become valuable currency. Su Xiaoya listened quietly nearby, then softly said, if they like regular patterns. Maybe we can try making some simple objects that can produce rhythmic sounds? Chen Jiangwo looked at her and nodded. That's worth trying. Little Lu, next trade, bring some empty cans and see if you can find thin metal sheets that can be struck. Night fell again, with the twin moons, one silver, one red, shining together. In the temporary office of the tech team, the lights were bright. Chief Wong from the old machinery factory and a few key members were analyzing the possible types of blueprints they might receive, trying to predict the difficulties in understanding them. Su Xiaoya sat nearby, opening her notebook and jotting down notes from time to time. People still came quietly to register at the skill points in each community, forming long lines under the night. Chen Jiangwo stood by the window of the command center, looking at the city's denser, warmer lights than usual. He whispered to Li Weiguo and Zhao Jigang, "Did you see? I hope this isn't something that just falls from the sky and lies there for people to pick up. It's built by everyone, bit by bit, with their hands." Li Weiguo, arms crossed, had a faint smile. As long as people work together, even the hardest road can be crossed. Zhao Jigang looked at the registration form in his hand, then sighed. Now I'm worried. When the real thing arrives, will we have enough people to handle it? 3 weathered men exchange a brief look, and finally, a genuine smile of hope, not burden, appears on their faces for the first time in days. Another 7-day countdown begins, moving steadily and confidently through busy days filled with clear hope. At 3 a.m., the meeting room is still lit. Zhou Mingyuan places a note in the center of the table that reads, Menu, Medicine, Equipment Plans, and taps it with his finger. Comrade Chen Jiangwo needs these 3 things most urgently. They are the top priority. Everyone sitting around the table nods. These 3 needs are clear and specific, reflecting the basic calls of those fighting for their lives. First, to solve food, drink, and daily essentials. But we can't just give these 3. Professor Zhang from the medical team leans forward. I'm a doctor. I know how dangerous injuries and hygiene issues are in a new environment. They might not realize it yet or haven't mentioned it, but we must provide help. She pulls out some papers from her folder. Basic wound cleaning and disinfecting methods, responses to common diarrhea and fever, quarantine principles to prevent disease spread. These must be in the first aid supplies, and also daily necessities, adds Engineer Lee from the Light Industry Institute. Having food and supplies isn't enough. We need items to maintain basic living standards, simple cleaning supplies, basic sewing materials, even methods to make substitutes for toilet paper. People need to live with dignity. Old Zheng listens and slowly nods. That's right. Comrade Chen Jiangwo's goal is to stay alive. Our focus should be on how to live like a person. Zhou Mingyuan looks at the tired but focused faces around the table and begins to think clearly. He picks up a pen and writes on the whiteboard. Key points for this call, responding to Comrade Chen Jiangwo's needs. 1. Menu, select some simple, easy-to-prepare options. 2. Recipes, suitable for the general public, with easily available ingredients. Simple. 3. Equipment, Prioritize what is needed most in Carp City. During these 180 seconds, focus on clearly and honestly explaining these 3 points. He circles the words with his pen. Use the simplest language to tell them exactly what to do. He paused, then moved his pen to the other side of the whiteboard. Simultaneously start preparations to support future calls, basic health and simple injury treatment, led by Professor Zhang. Replacement and creation of daily supplies, led by Engineer Li. These 3 are what they currently need for external trade and emergency relief. But survival can't rely only on quick fixes. He looked at Professor Zhang and Engineer Li. Medical care, sanitation, and basic living support are just as important. In this meeting, we've set the collection focus, and we'll start working immediately to gather practical folk methods and old experiences from the community, so we're ready for the next call or the one after that. But for now, let's focus on solving their most urgent needs. No one objected. The plan was simple and clear, addressing both the immediate needs of Licheng and the essential survival knowledge they might not have thought of. Where will we get the specific content? Xiaowu asked. Recipes, herbal remedies. We experts understand the principles, but practical, down-to-earth methods, especially those suitable for outdoor and resource-scarce environments, probably need to come from the community. This question made the room fall silent for a moment. Exactly, Old Zheng suddenly said. What we're discussing here is textbook, industrial knowledge. But what Licheng needs now is the wisdom of making do without conditions, how to use a pot, some stones, and wild vegetables to get through the day. This kind of knowledge is often found among ordinary people, elders, and those who have experienced hard times. Professor Zhang also responded, medical skills too. First aid in war zones, disaster medicine, folk remedies in remote areas lacking medical supplies. These experiences are scattered everywhere and need to be collected. Engineer Li nodded. And those old craftsmen, they know how to make durable things with the simplest tools. Old farmers, they know how to read the sky and find life in the land. The ideas suddenly became clearer. Zhou Mingyuan quickly made a decision. Good. We'll do this in 2 steps. First, the expert team will immediately organize the core principles of each field and set the framework, like building a house. First, putting up the main beams. Second, we'll start collecting folk wisdom at the same time. He looked at everyone present and said, Old Zheng, please contact the Cooking Association, local traditional shops, and experienced old chefs and homemakers who have gone through tough times. Gather practical tips on food preservation, simple processing, and using local ingredients. Professor Zhang, through the medical system, reach out to doctors and nurses who have participated in foreign aid medical teams, worked in remote areas, or have battlefield rescue experience. Collect simple medical treatment methods. Engineer Li, from the light industry and handicraft sectors, find master craftsmen and skilled workers, especially those good at making things using traditional methods. Gather ideas for making simple tools and daily necessities. 3 days. Zhou Mingyuan looked around at everyone. In 3 days, we need to combine the core principles from the experts with the practical experiences collected from the people to create the final communication content. With a clear task, everyone felt more motivated. In the early morning, the meeting room was filled with the sounds of phone calls, keyboard typing, and quick note-taking. Xiaowu sat in front of his computer, creating a shared document titled Licheng Support Information Database. It had several folders: food, drinking water, tools, medical, and daily supplies. He started filling in the first batch of keywords: fermentation, smoking, air drying, filtering, distillation, mortise and tenon joints, weaving, disinfection, bandaging, and alternative materials. Outside the window, the sky gradually lightened from deep blue to pale white. Zhou Mingyuan stepped out of the meeting room and went to the window at the end of the corridor for some fresh air. The morning breeze was cool, waking him up. He knew these 3 days would be a tough challenge, sorting through countless folk experiences to find what was truly useful and safe for Licheng, refining scattered tips into clear principles, and compressing everything into just 180 seconds. But he also knew this was all they could do for Licheng now. It was not just about sharing knowledge, but also about sharing a belief. You are not fighting alone. People on the other side of the world are thinking of ways to help you, gathering wisdom accumulated over decades and centuries to help you survive, and sending it to your hands. When he returned to the meeting room, everyone was already working. Old Zheng was on the phone, speaking urgently. Yes, the simplest methods that can be done with the most basic conditions. What? Fermentation with earth? Yes. Write it down in detail. Professor Zhang was flipping through an old, yellowed notebook. This was written by my teacher when he was in the mountain medical team. It includes methods for stopping bleeding using wild herbs. I need to confirm their safety with a botanist. Engineer Li was drawing sketches on paper. This hand-cranked water filter can be made with sand and charcoal. The design needs to be simplified further. On Xiao Wu's computer screen, the document's content was growing rapidly, visible to the eye. Zhou Mingyuan walked to the whiteboard and wrote 2 words at the top. Do your best. Below, he added a small note. Let them know that the people from our hometown have never given up. Outside the window, the sky was fully bright. A new day had begun, and this silent support was just getting started. Early in the morning at 5 o'clock, in the fog, the old town's Huji breakfast oil pot was sizzling loudly. Golden fried dough sticks stretched and puffed in the hot oil. 2 men sat in the corner, untouched by the soy milk and dough sticks in front of them. Elder Chen kept his eyes on Master Hu's hands, which were rough with calluses but surprisingly nimble. Xiao Sun took out a folded piece of paper from an old canvas bag. It had a few printed lines and a blurry photo. Several people wrapped in thick clothes gathered around a stone stove, serving food from a black pot. In one corner of the photo, half a familiar pressed vegetable stone was visible. That's him. His niece's husband works at the district emergency office. He recently secretly inquired about the old methods. Master Hu finished a pot of fried dough sticks and wiped his sweat with a darkened towel. Elder Chen approached. Master, busy today? Old arms and legs, just managing to move. Hu replied, glancing at Elder Chen and Xiao Sunday recently. There were whispers in the neighborhood. People secretly asking about traditional methods without machines or chemicals. The messengers seemed to be connected to that big event. Your fried dough sticks look authentic, like the taste from childhood, Elder Chen said casually. Now, it's hard to find the old dough and alkaline that give that flavor. Master Hu's movements slowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Old dough needs to be nurtured, which is troublesome. Young people don't like to bother with that. He paused. From your accent, you're not local? Are you interested in these old methods too? Work requires it. I'm just looking around and learning. Elder Chen smiled. He quickly took out his ID, flipping it open and shut again, a special steel seal flashing briefly. Some traditional skills are at risk of being lost. We're trying to rescue and organize them. Especially in situations where resources are very limited, it takes wisdom to make food taste better and last longer. Master Hu looked at the closed certificate and then at Old Chen's calm eyes. He felt a spark of understanding. He turned off the stove, and the oil pan quieted down. There's a lot of smoke here, he said, taking off his apron. If you don't mind, would you like to sit in the back? They passed through a small courtyard filled with clutter, where there was a small stone mill. Master Hu led them into a dim room and turned on a dull yellow light bulb. The air smelled of old flour, oil, and a faint sourness from fermented grains. He opened the bottom shelf of a cupboard, pulled out an old camphor-wood box, untied the rope, and unwrapped the brown paper, revealing a stack of yellowed, frayed notebooks. These are notes my father kept, some from my grandfather, and these are my own recordings, he said softly, touching the cover gently. In the early days, we faced many hardships, fleeing famine, running businesses, going to the countryside to help. We used no baking soda. We filtered water with ash from plants or used wild sour berries to make dough. We didn't have yeast, so we kept some leftover dough as starter to feed the next batch. The flour was coarse and rough, so we mixed in bean powder and dried potato powder, boiled with hot water, then kneaded hard. Food was precious, so we didn't waste anything. Wild vegetables chopped into dough for pancakes, dried fish bones and tiny shrimp ground into powder for flavor. He opened one notebook, showing simple sketches drawn with a brush pen and tiny, neat or crooked characters. It explained how to cook pancakes evenly on stones, how to use iron pots and sand to mimic baking, how to dry and preserve food in the sun and wind. Some methods he hadn't used in decades. He looked up. Who nowadays still learns this? Supermarkets have everything. Old Chen nodded seriously. Master Hu, these are treasures. We want to ask for your permission to organize and record these experiences about making and storing staple foods under extreme conditions. This will be for a special public welfare project. Of course, this is a paid knowledge consultation. He handed over the traditional folk skills data collection and licensing agreement. Master Who put on his reading glasses and looked at the document under the dim light. The terms were clear, emphasizing public welfare, non-commercial use, and confidentiality. The payment was fair. He didn't focus on the numbers, but looked at the small gear and wheat symbol at the bottom of the agreement. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and went to the door, gazing at the stone mill in the courtyard, worn smooth by time. After a long moment, he turned back, picked up a pen, and carefully signed his name. The handwriting was slow and a bit shaky, but very steady. Money, as long as the meaning gets through, he said hoarsely. If these methods can really help those still working hard outside, unable to return home, let them at least enjoy a warm, tasty meal even in tough times. Don't let them go hungry or lose hope. That's more important than anything else. He forcefully patted the stack of notebooks. Take it. Hurry up. Almost at the same moment, on the balcony of an old residential building in the west part of the city, retired chemistry teacher Ms. Fong was pouring filtered dark brown liquid into glass bottles. The air carried a faint scent of soapberry and herbs. Behind her, a small table was filled with bottles and jars, concentrated soapberry extract, a paste made from soapberry powder, and homemade rough yellow soap. There was a knock at the door. Ms. Fong opened it to find a well-mannered man and woman. Hello, Ms. Fong. We are from the city's Community Science and Life Wisdom Discovery Project team, the woman said with a smile, handing over an ID. We heard you are very skilled at making cleaning products from natural materials, so we came to ask for your advice. Ms. Fong looked over the ID. The woman seemed familiar, perhaps from the last offline event for the Waiting to Return family group, where she was quietly listening beside Sister Lin, the group leader. Ms. Fong stepped aside. Please come in. The house is a bit messy, but you can see the balcony. She introduced her little laboratory. It's all just experiments, not as good as store-bought, but all natural. These days, what strange illnesses aren't there? Making my own makes me feel at ease. She looked out the window and lowered her voice. I just wonder if, in places outside with worse conditions, there's a way to get some of these things too, to keep at least a basic level of cleanliness. People need to keep their dignity. The visiting woman looked at her deeply. Yes, that's why we focus on how to use easily available materials to maintain basic living standards in resource-limited environments. Your experience is very valuable. She handed over a document that looked like an agreement. Ms. Fong didn't rush to read the terms. Instead, she looked at the seal at the bottom, which was the same as on the document. She put it down and walked to the window, gazing at the lush trees below, silent. Her son was in Licheng. I understand, she said softly, turning around with clear, firm eyes. Some things shouldn't be asked, and some can't be spoken. If these things can really help those children, let them have fewer dirty days outside, more freshness, fewer illnesses, more health. I support that unconditionally. She paused. No consultation fee needed. I only have one. Small request. She paused, her voice softer but still strong. If someday in the future, if possible, let them know that the people back home haven't forgotten them. There are people thinking of ways to send them a piece of soap or a bowl of clean water. The woman's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded seriously. We will do our best to pass on your message. In the afternoon sunlight, a modest shop with a sign that read, Traditional Beverage Research Room, was filled with a complex aroma. The toasted scent of roasted wheat, the sweet and sour smell of fruits, and a faint herbal freshness. The owner's name was Licheng, a former key technician at a state-owned beverage factory, now obsessed with restoring ancient drink recipes. Engineer Licheng, sorry to bother you again, said young son casually, accompanied by another worker. It's about the topic we discussed last time, the possibility of flavor beverages without industrial conditions. Licheng was a thin, old man with bright eyes. He looked up from a pile of bottles and jars. I knew you'd come back. Sit down. He pushed over 2 small stools. Last time, your questions were vague. I went back to check some data and did some experiments. No modern concentrates, stabilizers, or flavorings. We also have to consider that raw materials might not be standard or might need substitutes. It's difficult, but not impossible. He picked up a clay jar and poured out a dark red, sticky paste. For example, this, using common mountain sour jujubes, wild hawthorn, and a bit of licorice, slowly simmered into a concentrated paste. When mixed with hot water, it makes a basic sweet and sour drink that can boost vitamin C and quench thirst. The key is in the simmering process and filtering, simple methods. He pointed to a few small cloth bags. These are ideas for pairing. Toasted barley or brown rice can be boiled to produce a fragrant earth coffee to energize. Some sweet-tasting herbs or dried fruit peels can add flavor. Even edible flowers, dried and used as decoration, can improve appearance and mood. The idea is to use local ingredients and primitive techniques like boiling, roasting, and fermenting to extract and combine natural flavors. He pulled out a stack of papers filled with notes and sketches. I've organized everything, from identifying raw materials with hand-drawn diagrams, processing tips, to mixing ratios and precautions. Oh, and he remembered something and moved to a corner, bringing out a small clay jar. He broke the seal, and a rich, complex aroma of fruit vinegar and wine wafted out. This is a natural fermentation Genghis-style drink, made from dried bread and wild fruits. Fermentation control is key, but when successful, it makes a great supplement drink or a mild alcohol substitute. The method has also been included. Engineer Liang handed over the materials, looking serious. I don't know exactly what you're planning, but working on this project is definitely to help some people enjoy tasty, healthy drinks even in difficult places. These homemade methods may not be appreciated by modern beverage companies, but they might be just right. Take them if they can be useful. In the evening, at the home, workgroup small building, different teams brought back various results. Master Hu's team is from Baoshan. Not only staple foods, but also practical skills for flavoring and aroma enhancement using leftovers and wild plants. Teacher Fang's materials are very thorough, covering everything from cleaning and personal hygiene to simple disinfection, with a complete process. She also introduced Granny Wong, an 80-year-old tailor from West Street, who has a special skill of repairing clothes to last 10 years. They scheduled a meeting for tomorrow. The retired staff from the textile factory provided detailed ideas on fiber processing without professional tools and extreme clothing maintenance, some methods dating back to tougher times. The retired manager from the supply and marketing cooperative wrote a sketch of alternative thinking for daily necessities, covering lighting, animal and plant oils, specific resins, writing, charcoal, colored clay, and simple containers, gourds, bamboo, woven items. The ideas are wild but logically sound. Engineer Liang's team has a rich collection of beverage ideas. From basic thirst quenchers to flavor enhancements and simple fermented drinks, they provided a complete process chain and alternative methods with strong practical value. There is also an experienced farmer willing to share notes on limited space-intensive planting, composting, and natural pest control methods. In the small meeting room, the whiteboard has expanded beyond the original sections of recipes, remedies, and tools, with many new labels already attached. Main food flavor enhancement and storage expansion, Master Hu and others, natural sourdough, stone baking techniques, portable energy bars, wild herbs, basic cleaning and personal hygiene, Teacher Fang and others, ash/plant soap, simple disinfection, personal cleaning, fabric care and upcycling, Grandma Wong and others, gentle disassembly, patch reinforcement, transforming old items, alternative household items, old manager, natural light sources, simple writing tools, container making, flavorful drinks and supplements, Engineer Liang and others, natural concentrates, roasted grain drinks, simple fermentation, miniature gardening and recycling, old farmer, dense planting, composting, natural pest control. Old Zheng stands in front of the whiteboard, his finger brushing over the new labels, silent for a long time. We only think about responding to the help requests on the list, he says quietly, but they want to break down the whole homeland's lively spirit into solid bricks, so we can carry them over, allowing the people there to rebuild their lives. Zhou Mingyuan nods silently, his gaze passing over the labels, finally resting on the sections labeled Emergency Medical Extensions and Advanced Tool Maintenance, which still lack detailed content but have reserved space. The list grows quietly, becoming more detailed and overwhelming, yet also heavy enough to suffocate. Meanwhile, their hourglass of time still only has 180 seconds each. The sieve must be woven tighter, with finer mesh, he says softly, looking out at the deepening night outside. The lights stretch the shadows of the small building, like a silent net tightening, gathering the ancient, resilient sparks of life scattered across this land. Every additional word might push out another vital detail needed for help. Everyone fell silent. They all understood how heavy this choice was. They held not just cold data, but the warmth from Master Hu's cracked hands, the sunlight on Teacher Fang's balcony, and the silent hopes entrusted to them. Zhou Mingyuan tapped the table to bring everyone's attention back. Our problem isn't that the resources are poor, but that the path is too narrow. So, we shouldn't always think about what to give this time, but instead focus on how to plan a steady flow of information. He moved to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and drew a long, dash-line river with many points along it. The first call is to build trust and solve urgent needs, he marked at the start of the river. We plan to send the food flavoring core and basic tool maintenance. These are the quick fixes. Then, what do we send on the second, third, and following calls? His pen moved down the river. We already have these items. He pointed to folders, hygiene supplies, fabric care, everyday item replacements. And we are still collecting others, like simple medical care, beginner micro-gardening, and even inspiring folk songs. All should be part of this long-term delivery plan. He looked at everyone with clear, firm eyes. Our goal isn't to cram everything into one call, but to plan how each item in this warehouse gets onto the conveyor belt in the right order and batch. Each call should solve one or two clear, progressive issues. Every contact should lay the foundation for the next. This long river plan instantly eased the tense atmosphere of choosing and sacrificing in the meeting. It turned the fierce competition into a well-organized strategy. I agree, Old Zheng sighed in relief. We can start immediately, planning theme packages for the follow-up calls after the first one. For example, the second theme could be improving quality of life, focusing on cleanliness and personal hygiene. The third could be resource expansion and recycling, introducing ideas for replacing daily items and simple gardening. This way, our collection and organization work will be more focused. For example, we can now focus on finding and testing traditional methods for making simple hygiene materials, such as more specific techniques for making paper from plants or ideas for alternative hygiene products. This will help prepare for the second phase of our communication plan. We can also explore more variations in beverage recipes and flavor enhancements, which can be included in the upcoming Food Diversity project. Once these ideas are clear, our actions become more focused. The meeting's main goal shifts from just talking loudly to organizing and planning. In the next half-day, a rough but clear draft of a long-term delivery schedule for knowledge packages was created. It acts like a silent timetable, planning the topics of future valuable calls, which will send knowledge packages from our side of the world. At the same time, new field visits were quickly arranged. The focus was sharper, to find and verify folk wisdom on how to get basic health care when modern materials are very scarce. A few days later, new information started coming in. A retired military doctor who had worked in remote, tough areas shared a simple, no-gear method for personal hygiene and wound cleaning suitable for battlefield conditions. A traditional paper-making master shared a process for making rough but usable paper from common plant fibers like tree bark and vines. An old Chinese medicine practitioner offered a few herbal steam recipes using plants found everywhere to help clean the environment and prevent illness. Even a gardening enthusiast shared an ancient memory of using certain plant leaves as gentle substitutes for cleaning. These new findings were carefully organized into a folder labeled Phase 2, Cleanliness and Health. They are not yet ready to be sent through the most advanced channels, but they are part of the next stage of our long journey, quietly waiting for their moment. Zhou Mingyuan looked over these collected materials and then at the dotted line river stretching into the distance on the whiteboard. The foundation package from the first call was almost finished, and the next phase, the stream of hope, was quietly gathering. This river will flow very slowly, delivering only a few drops at a time. But he knew that as long as it kept flowing, it would eventually nourish the land under the twin moons. All they needed to do was ensure each drop contained the purest nutrients from their homeland and the deepest care. At dawn, the first rays of light shone on the newly paved stone street of Licheng, and Zhao Ming had already pushed open the foldable iron door of his, Zhao's barbecue shop. The sound of metal scraping could be heard far down the quiet street. The door was made from the side panel of a discarded transport truck, with faint traces of the original Licheng Express logo still visible. Zhao Ming didn't bother to remove all of it. He said it looked solid. The shop scene was very different from a year ago, when it was just a small roadside barbecue stand built with bricks and a simple stove. Against the wall, there was a row of custom-made grills made from fireproof bricks and metal sheets. There were 6 grill openings, each with different-sized, warm stones embedded underneath, special minerals that could be heated steadily, often traded from goblins or traveling merchants from afar. The largest dark red warm stone was placed in the central fire pit, which Zhao Ming considered his treasure. It was exchanged for 5 fine steel kitchen knives and a complete set of stainless steel basins. The blower was homemade, assembled from an old motor and fan blades, powered by a backup battery pack about the size of a palm, sourced from Earth. It provided a steady flow of air. On the wall, there were printed charts titled Firepower and Duration Comparison, Interdimensional Ingredient Pre-Processing Standards, and Hygiene Self-Checklist, all laminated on moisture-proof plastic boards. On the work table, various sizes and thicknesses of iron mesh, iron plates, and tongs were neatly organized and polished. In the corner, a small ice bucket held ice made with natural nitrate soil methods, covered with a thick insulating moss blanket. This was Zhao Ming's kingdom. No magic runes flickered here, only the feel of metal, the warmth of fire stones, and a meticulous sense of order. He put on a dark apron, slightly faded but well washed, and began preparing the day's ingredients. The main products were earth potatoes and jumping mouse meat, but they were no longer just simple grilled dishes. The earth potatoes were sliced evenly into thin slices or thick strips using a hand-crank slicer modified from bicycle gears and bearings. Some were prepared as potato chips, others as French fries. The jumping mouse meat was divided into suitable cuts for grilling, slow stewing, or used for making broth. The broth was simmering in a small clay pot, placed over the smallest warm stone fire, bubbling from morning till night. Inside, besides bones, there were dried local mushrooms and a fragrant herb used to remove the fishy smell. Zhao Ming was also proud of his sauces. Several clay jars held different kinds. A signature sauce, made from fermented beans and spicy herbs, with a reddish-brown color, salty, fragrant, and slightly spicy. Made from concentrated berry juice, the fruit acid sauce is fresh and helps to clear the palate. There is also a new experiment involving a roasted grain and nut powder that gives a rich, toasted aroma. He carefully blends the flavors like a chemist. As daylight brightened, more people appeared on the street. The earliest were usually construction crews and patrol teams heading to work. Boss Zhao, as usual, 2 servings of your signature sauce with baked potato chips and meat. Hurry up, we're in a rush, said a construction worker in uniform blue overalls and a woven safety helmet, placing his lunchbox on the counter loudly. Got it, Engineer Lee, sit tight. 3 minutes, Zhao Ming responded quickly. The chips on the oiled iron plate curled and changed color fast. Then he brushed on sauce, added thin slices of marinated meat, and sprinkled a little toasted aroma powder. The smell burst out instantly, an intense, complex aroma of carbs, fats, and sauce. It's different from what's on Earth, but the comforting, solid feeling is the same. The worker took a hot paper-wrapped snack, took a big bite, and sighed happily. Your food gives me half a day's strength. Better than just gnawing on dry bread. Eat well, then you'll have the strength to work, Zhao Ming said with a smile, busy at his work. His business was good, not just because of the taste. His shop was bright, clean, served quickly, and prices were clearly marked with contribution points, fair to everyone. It became a small comfort for many residents of Licheng before their busy day, and also a place where news gathered. Did you hear? The city planning office wants to build a light ball court on the east side of the square, so people can play at night. Seems like the agricultural tech station is crossbreeding local wild wheat with our wheat, creating a new variety. The flour from it is said to be whiter. My kid learned basic geometry at school and now insists on calculating how many bricks are needed to build a chicken coop. He's pretty accurate. People talked about small changes in life, their tones simple and steady, full of hope. Though their clothes varied in material, they fit better, and patches were neat. Some shoes were made from treated animal skins. Others had soles reinforced with recycled tire rubber. These silent changes seeped into every detail. In the quieter morning hours, Teacher Lu arrived. She didn't mention her tea drink, but her brow was slightly furrowed, showing a hint of frustration she couldn't hide. Boss Zhao, I'll have a serving of fries with that fruit acid sauce, please. She sat on a small stool in the corner and massaged her temples. Zhao Ming noticed she was upset. He quickly fried a batch of golden, crispy fries, poured some sweet and sour sauce over them, and also prepared a cup of homemade earth coffee, brewed from roasted barley grains. He brought everything over. Teacher Lu, are you having trouble? Your pure drink shop has always been doing well, hasn't it? Teacher Lu poked at the fries with a bamboo skewer and gave a sad smile. Business is okay, but my worries are not at the shop. She lowered her voice. It's about my branch plan. I might have to put it on hold. Zhao Ming slowed his hand. A branch? Weren't you interested in that busy spot at the new market in the West District? The management committee approved your application. Yes, they approved it. Teacher Lu sighed. But the special herbs and sweet berries we agreed on, which we get reliably from Greystone City, have recently become unstable. Prices have gone up by 30%, and the delivery teams are often delayed, claiming the roads are bad. Yet, the goblin merchant teams from Gluck walk the same roads without issues. Zhao Ming also frowned. The reason Teacher Lu's pure drink shop is popular is because she keeps trying to recreate or innovate drinks using local plants. Those special ingredients are key. Is there a problem with their production? It doesn't seem like it. Teacher Lu shook her head, speaking even softer. I asked some familiar traders privately. They hinted that some influential people in Greystone City are unhappy, especially because our magic-free creations and new drinks are becoming popular among the young people and merchants in Lich City. They think it's disturbing their traditions and markets. She paused, looking at Zhao Ming's tidy and efficient shop. It's not just the drinks. I've heard that other workshops importing special raw materials from there are also facing some trouble. Old Zhou's fur buying station in the north, for example, had to close down recently because of similar issues. Zhao Ming remained silent, slowly wiping the shiny counter with a cloth. Business is hard. Turns out, it's not just Teacher Lu. External invisible pressure is starting to seep in through the smallest channels: raw materials, shipping costs, supply stability. It's not aggressive, but it's like a tightening rope. Zhao Ming spoke quietly. Sometimes, being too good or too different can be seen as wrong, Teacher Lu said as she picked up a cup of earth coffee, smelling its familiar roasted aroma with a complex expression. We just want to live well and make our days here feel like home. But in the eyes of others, our serious attitude and our different qualities might stand out too much. She didn't say more. After finishing her fries and coffee, she left some contribution points and seemed a bit more energized as she stood up. Anyway, the shop has to stay open, and we need to try new drinks. If we run out of ingredients, we'll find substitutes. We've faced tough times before. Goodbye, Boss Zhao. Thanks for the fries and for listening. Watching Teacher Lu's straight figure disappear around the corner, Zhao Ming continued working, but felt a bit more serious. In the afternoon, Grok, the goblin, came to deliver supplies. Besides the usual vanilla, he mysteriously brought out a small package wrapped in leaves containing dark purple dried flowers. Zhao, new stock. Dreamland flowers, a sleep aid used by nobles in Greystone City. It's rare to see this outside. Lately, there's been some tension, so good things like this might become hard to find. Do you want to stock some? Zhao Ming checked the dried flowers. Their scent was indeed calming and unique. He took a few, but he understood that Grok's words and the flowers themselves were signals of something else. In the evening, after closing the shop, Zhao Ming carefully cleaned all the tools, covered the warm stone stove with a special asbestos cover for insulation, counted the contribution points, and briefly recorded the situation Teacher Lu mentioned and his own observations in a notebook. It's a habit. No matter how small, noting any unusual signs is always helpful. He locked the shop and walked down the street, now lit by soft, modified light vines guiding the way. The lights were gentle and even. Residents displayed green plants or edible herbs in old containers on their windowsills. Children played simple games in the open space, their laughter clear and bright. Life continued smoothly, even more orderly and lively than before. But Xiaoming knew that some changes were happening in unseen places. Like the warm stones under the stove, its surface stayed warm, but only the stones knew the internal heat flow and pressure. He returned to his small, tidy room. His eyes flicked over the city map of Carps and the family photo on the table, always smiling. The outside world was beginning to show its sharp edges and coldness. Because of this, the fire inside Koi City needs to burn steadily and brightly. They are not just surviving. Each day they make small efforts to protect their hope for a better life and quietly build an invisible barrier. The fire pauses for now, to be rekindled tomorrow. Meanwhile, the night wind carries a cool breeze from the distant mountains, where the snowline has lowered. Under the large tent at Koi City Trade Station, the noise is louder than a waterfall in the rainy season. Licheng stands on the second-floor wooden balcony, holding the painted railing, her gaze sharp like a scale, sweeping over every trading spot below. This is her market, open for over 8 months. There are no dazzling magic crystals, only real goods flowing. The east side sells farm products, improved sweet potatoes shaped into neat cubes, shiny green leafy vegetables, and preserved meat strips with a healthy dark red color. The west side sells handmade items, sturdy woven baskets, farming tools with iron plows, and durable mixed fiber fabrics. The busiest area is the central, special exchange zone, where relics from Earth and strange items from other worlds are traded. Licheng walks down the stairs, her leather shoes tapping steadily on the solid dirt ground. Today, she wears a dark blue high-collared suit made from local and old canvas, crisp and easy to clean. A small, Koi City Trade embroidery is on her left chest pocket. Her outfit makes her look capable but not out of place among the crowd. A short, stocky goblin merchant pushes through, eyes fixed on her notebook. "Manager Lee, do you still have that never-rust knife we talked about?" The chefs and nobles from Greystone City are crazy about it. They're willing to trade double the blue-patterned steel ingots. Licheng makes a note on her book, smiling politely. "Jelen, the alloy knives from Earth are part of our strategic stock. We have limited monthly supplies. However," she continues, "our craftsmen have developed a new heat treatment process for the blue-patterned steel, making the knives sharper and longer-lasting by 30%. Plus, they have a special Koi City style. Would you like to see a sample?" The goblin's eyes twinkle as he considers what new selling point Koi City style could bring in Greystone City. Finally, he nods and rubs his hands. Licheng signals her assistant to show him the goods. Using technology to replace scarce raw materials and creating new demand through special features is her secret to always winning at negotiations. It also reflects how Carps City stays proactive in trade. She continued to inspect the market. A traveling merchant was trying out a riding assistance device, not magic, but simple gears and springs attached to the sides of a locally made, 6-legged lizard saddle. It can save at least 20% of animal strength during long trips. The merchant was amazed and immediately ordered 5 sets. "Manager Lee, your goods are always so practical," the merchant said with admiration. "Unlike some places that just sell flashy, useless trinkets," Licheng responded with a smile, but she knew exactly what he meant. The flashy trinkets referred to small magic items with simple spells like bright light or gentle breeze. These are somewhat popular among common folk and curious explorers. Carp City doesn't produce many of these. Instead, it treats magic as a special function for specific uses, like air purification rune boards for mines or listening amulet earmuffs for patrols that temporarily enhance hearing. These products are low-key but effective with steady sales. What really caught her attention was the change. She moved to the information corner, where contributions are used to buy news and maps from distant places. An old man responsible for this pushed his glasses and whispered, "Xiongji, the reports from the west, near Greystone City, have decreased by about 30%, especially those about their internal affairs. The wandering adventurers and singers who share news are asking for higher prices and often hesitate to speak openly. And what about the information you've collected? Mostly fragments. For example, the Elder Council of Greystone City has been arguing loudly lately about whether to limit the influx of large-scale magical constructs without magic. Their Craftsmen's Guild complains about losing business. Also, there are rumors of a purification faction gaining influence among the militia, believing that outsiders bringing laziness devices will weaken their courage. The old man paused. And the two medium-sized merchant teams that cooperated well before haven't appeared this month. Someone sent word that the road is unsafe, so they're resting for now. Licheng nodded silently. She quietly increased the information purchase budget by 15%. The wind is changing, and the value of information is rising. In the afternoon, she personally participated in a large trade deal. The other party is a representative of the elf race from the southern forests. They are elegant and aloof, showing little interest in tools and fabrics from Car City, but they are very interested in a complete set of standardized, marked glass measuring cups and test tubes. Elves are skilled in magic potions, but struggle with relying on personal experience and feelings for dosage. Precision is one of the virtues of alchemy, the elf representative said in a melodic, universal language. These clear crystal tools are surprisingly orderly. We are willing to exchange equal weights of moon dew flower, pollen, which has a remarkable calming effect on mental agitation. Licheng knew that moon dew flower, pollen was one of the substances Su Xiaoya had mentioned before, which the system analyzed as potentially helpful in stabilizing the mental state of travelers. She kept a calm smile and quickly calculated her stock and needs. In the end, she traded a set of measuring tools for 20% more pollen than expected, plus a simplified map of nearby magical plant distributions approved by the elves. Cultural clashes are not always conflicts. Sometimes, they are opportunities for mutual benefit. The elves saw what they lacked, standardization and precision, while Car City gained much-needed supplies and knowledge. When the trade was completed, both sides felt satisfied. In the evening, Licheng was organizing accounts and data in her office. The trade curve was still rising, but the sources were subtly changing. Trade with goblins and scattered merchants was steady, but imports of bulk raw materials related to Greystone City, especially through middlemen, showed signs of stagnation or decline. Meanwhile, exploratory trade with distant regions like elves and dwarf remnants was beginning to bring new growth points. Outside the window, a faint buzzing and children's cheers could be heard. She looked up and saw a few teenagers practicing on simple, flying skateboards in the square. The skateboards were just wooden boards embedded with stable, light wind runes, floating about half a meter above the ground. They weren't fast, but the teens were excited. Nearby, an old man sat in a rocking chair with gentle fall runes, relaxing leisurely. Magic elements are quietly and practically integrated into Car City's daily life, filling gaps that Earth technology cannot yet solve, such as short-distance personal transportation and assistance for the elderly. No one worships them. They are simply useful tools. Licheng closed her ledger and walked to the window. The distant mountains looked like dark ink, with the twin moons gradually becoming visible. The trade lines stretched out like Car City's tendrils reaching outward. At this moment, some of these tendrils felt an invisible pressure, and new directions were being explored. Time flows through bargaining, cargo counting, and information sorting. Changes arrive quietly, but the trade station remains brightly lit, with the sound of calculators clicking, now replaced by digital devices, indicating that, no matter how the outside world changes, the carefully maintained survival machine inside Koi City keeps running and seeks new balance. When tomorrow's sun rises, new trading caravans will arrive, bringing goods from afar and stories or warnings. Early in the morning at 7, Li Baoguo pushed open the glass door of the substation. The glass was made locally from quartz sand, with some bubbles, but clear. The morning breeze carried the smell of cooking smoke and a fresh plant scent similar to mint. He took a deep breath and habitually adjusted his hat. His uniform was new, made of blended fabric, but better fitted. The collar and cuffs had subtle dark trim, and a round badge was on his left arm. It had the word, security, at the top and a simple symbol of crossed swords and an olive branch below, designed by some young people from the design team to improve recognition and authority. His vehicle, was parked at the door. It was no longer the bike with Rune-enhanced shock absorbers, but a assist tricycle. The front looked like a bike, but the back was a cargo box with a railing. It was powered by foot pedals, but the rear wheel had a small, power rune embedded, about the size of a fingernail, injecting a little magic from a standard magic crystal fragment in the slot on the handlebar, lasting about a week. Pedaling felt effortless, like going downhill, and it could carry more weight. Inside the cargo box were a toolbox, a first aid kit, a folding stretcher, and a new Resident Safety Manual, Spring Edition. Today's first stop was at the West Street entrance. There, a new, floating board temporary dock had been set up, marked with white grid lines. When Li Baoguo arrived, he saw two young boys fighting over the last grid space, pushing their floating boards together. No one was hurt, but one of the boards had a cracked wooden guide cover at the edge, and the breeze rune carved into it was scratched. "What's going on?" Li Baoguo stopped his vehicle. His voice was calm but firm enough to make the boys jump. "Uncle Li, Director Li." One of them recognized him and pointed. "He grabbed my spot first." "You're talking nonsense." "I got here first." Li Baoguo ignored their argument. He crouched to check the damage on the floating board and looked at the ground of the dock. The lines were a bit blurry. "Do you have registration cards?" Floating boards are controlled devices that require real name registration and basic operation training. Two people hurriedly took out sealed cards. Li Baoguo used a recorder to scan them and confirm the information was correct. The grid is too small because of planning issues. But rushing and colliding violates Article 3 of the float board traffic rules. The deflector shield is damaged, rune carvings are worn, which affects stability. It must be sent to the workshop for repairs, and a repair order is needed before reapplying for permission. As he spoke, he issued 2 traffic guidance notices and deducted contribution points. "Now, push the board to the 3rd workshop for repairs. If you argue again, you'll be fined and required to assist with traffic guidance for 2 hours." The two boys looked disappointed and pushed the float boards away, muttering. Li Baoguo turned around and used the walkie-talkie to call the municipal department. The float board docking point at West Street is full. It's recommended to either expand the area or set up a diversion point 15 meters outside East Street. Also, the ground markings need to be repainted. Handling problems is not just about punishment, but also about finding the root cause and promoting solutions. This is Li Baoguo's work philosophy. After leaving West Street, he turned into a quiet alley. On both sides, new single-family or terraced houses of various styles had been built. Some kept the Earth-style look with white walls and gray tiles. Others incorporated local features, like walls painted with dried colorful clay or hanging wind chimes that, after being infused with a little magic, gently clinked and produced pleasant sounds. A rhythmic, clack, sound caught his attention. Looking toward it, he saw a tailor shop. The owner, Sister Zhao, was operating a famous, hybrid, sewing machine, an old foot-powered machine from Earth, but its drive system was connected to a small device powered by hand cranking, which used a constant speed rune to maintain steady output, making it much easier and more even than just foot power. The shop displayed many finished products. Besides common workwear and casual clothes, Li Baoguo noticed some innovative designs. One was a rough cotton jacket dyed indigo, with delicate glowing vine fibers woven into the cuffs and collar. During the day, it looked plain, but at night, it faintly glowed, outlining the wearer and adding both beauty and safety. There were also children's vests embroidered with lively animal patterns using colorful threads, with real tiny, glow stones, sewn into the eyes, which children loved. "Good morning, Director Li," Sister Zhao greeted warmly when she saw him. "Come take a look at my new ice silk fabric, which contains fibers from marsh plants. It's said to be cooler than pure in summer and also insect-resistant. Should I get some for my sister-in-law?" Li Baoguo waved his hand and smiled. "She'll choose herself. Business is good? Do young people like these shiny new styles?" "Yes. Especially those who often go out or work night shifts," Sister Zhao lowered her voice. "Just a few days ago, a traveling merchant passing by saw this glowing vine fabric I have. He frowned and said, 'Clothing should be simple and modest. Using these shiny things is flirtatious and unlucky.' Then he walked away mumbling." She pouted. "We just think it looks nice and practical." Sometimes, cultural differences show in how people feel about decorating clothes. Li Baowu took note of this detail. The conservative outside world might subtly influence the emerging, mixed-style trends inside Licheng. As they continued walking, they passed Lu Laosher's Qingyin workshop. The shop had expanded, with a sunshade outside and a few lightweight rattan tables and chairs. An interesting device caught Li Baowu's attention: Lu Laosher's new, cold storage display cabinet. It was mainly a wooden cabinet lined with tin foil, recycled from old packaging. Inside, there was a clay jar holding a special, frost rune plate, which needs regular crystal replacements, that kept the interior about 10 degrees cooler than the outside temperature. The cabinet stored some signature drinks, with condensation forming on the bottles, looking refreshing in the warming weather. Lu Laosher was explaining the principle patiently to a curious goblin merchant, emphasizing cold preservation and taste enhancement, not magic itself. The goblin nodded repeatedly, seeming to consider whether he could make a similar setup to preserve some delicate spices. Magic, as a tool to improve life quality, is being developed for more and more everyday uses. Li Baowu noticed a sign next to the display cabinet: cold preservation, magic-powered. Please do not open frequently. Keep out of reach of children. The safety measures were clear. When patrolling the old city renovation area, he encountered a real case. The owner of a new small restaurant specializing in outer city-style dishes was angrily pulling a young apprentice to see him. "Director Li, you need to handle this. This kid is stealing my recipes." The owner, a bearded man in a Greystone city-style long robe, said. The apprentice was a young man from Licheng, blushing and arguing. "I didn't. I was just impressed by how you handled the fragrant thorn beast, meat, as if you could remove the smell and make it more tender. I tried to improve our restaurant's meat preparation process based on that. How could that be considered stealing?" It turns out the young man is an assistant at another barbecue restaurant. The big bearded boss believes his so-called improvement copied the secret recipe that he keeps private. Li Baowu first separated the two and asked each about their specific steps. The young man's described method was inspired, but combined with common local marinade techniques and physical massage methods from Earth, resulting in a different flavor. The big bearded boss's secret relies more on a special mix of herbs and long-lasting magical smoking, using a gentle wind magic to help the process. "Boss, your herbal mix and smoking method are unique skills and are protected," Li Baowu said first. Then he turned to the young man. "Your improvement combines local techniques to create a new process. Strictly speaking, it's not direct theft of the secret recipe. But," he emphasized, "observing closely and trying to analyze someone else's core craft without permission is not right and can cause disputes." He proposed a solution. The young man should publicly apologize, admitting his mistake, and pay a small, learning fee to the big bearded boss. The boss would accept the apology and clarify that his herbal mix is a business secret, so the young man should not copy it directly in the future. Li Baowu also suggested that the guild consider setting up a culinary craft exchange zone to encourage healthy sharing and innovation under rules. Both sides agreed to this mediation. Watching them leave, Li Baowu pondered. As exchanges deepen, more modern disputes about intellectual property and craft secrecy are emerging. The traditional sharing culture in Li City conflicts with the private secret-keeping ideas brought from outside. Laws and mediation methods need to adapt to these changes. In the evening, while reviewing the day's events, Li Baowu mentioned new phenomena like clothing style differences and craft-sharing disputes. Chen Jingwo listened and said thoughtfully, "Baowu, this shows that our difference is moving from objects to habits and ideas. External pressure may not always come as conflict or violence, but as these soft resistances and frictions. You on the front line should observe more, mediate more, clarify the rules, and also show our tolerant attitude that respects differences." On the way home, the city lights began to glow softly. Li Baowu was riding his bike when he saw young people wearing improved glowing jackets walking alongside foreign merchants dressed in traditional long robes in the square. He also saw children drinking cold beverages bought from the refrigerator and heard the sewing machine's rhythmic sound and cheerful conversations about new styles coming from residents' homes. Conflict and blending, resistance and acceptance, tradition and innovation. All these are woven into the lively daily life of Licheng. His job is to keep this web of connections balanced and orderly, so that every reasonable need and safe new idea can find its place on this land. As night deepened, the small light on the front of his tricycle, powered by a gentle glow rune, lit the way. Li Baowen knew that tomorrow, the streets would still hold new stories, new conflicts, and new needs for him and his colleagues to discover and handle. This is proof of Licheng's vibrant life. In the command center's meeting room, a faint scent of tea and paper filled the air. Chen Jiangwo sat at the head of the long table, his fingers tapping the surface unconsciously, his gaze sweeping over the people sitting around. 3 hours had passed since the third call ended, but the mix of hope and urgency still lingered in the room. Let's hear everyone's thoughts on the materials we received this time, Chen Jiangwo said calmly. Wang Taizhu was the first to stand, holding several freshly printed drawings, his eyes shining. Commander Chen, these are very useful. The manual spiral press is simple in design and can be made with our current lathes. The shell can be made from local hardwood, and the sealing ring can be replaced with treated animal hide. He moved to the whiteboard and drew a simple diagram with a marker. The principle is to use spiral pressure to generate force, which is at least 5 times more efficient than our current stone pounding method. The key is, this device can not only extract oil but, with some modifications, also press juice and extract plant essences. Li Xiaoying adjusted her glasses and looked at the old dough starter cultivation and maintenance tips she held. The agricultural team is also very excited. Master Wang Defa got the compound seasoning powder formula and immediately went to the experimental kitchen, saying he wants to make the first batch tonight. She paused, smiling. What moved me even more was the community's reaction. I just visited several residential areas, and many housewives were gathered together discussing the portable energy block suppression method. Aunt Zhang said that if they could make long-lasting, high-energy dried food, her son would worry less during his next exploration mission. The atmosphere in the meeting room eased a bit. Lin Xiaofeng was recording with his phone and smiled. My live stream's comments are also exploding. Everyone is guessing who will be the first to use the new tool. At that moment, Su Xiaoya, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, suddenly hummed softly, her face turning a little pale. Xiaoyao, Chen Jiangwo quickly sensed something was wrong. Su Xiaoya shook her head to show she was fine, but her fingers unconsciously pressed against her temple. Her phone in her pocket was slightly warm, and a strange feeling was climbing up her spine. Not pain, but a deep resonance as if coming from her consciousness. I might need a few minutes, she said faintly as she stood up. Wang Taizhu immediately said, I'll go with you to the lounge. No need, Engineer Wang. Su Xiaoya forced a smile. Maybe I'm just a little tired. You all continue. I'll step outside for some air. She pushed open the door and stepped out into the corridor, where the lighting was dimmer than inside. She leaned against the wall and took a few steps before turning into a small and used office nearby, closing the door and leaning against it. The burning sensation in her pocket grew stronger. She took out her phone, and the screen lit up on its own. But it wasn't the usual gentle system interface. Instead, it flickered with chaotic pixels like a poor connection on an old TV. After a few seconds, the image stabilized but displayed a dark gold tone she had never seen before. Buzz, a slight vibration traveled through her body from the phone. Su Xiaoya felt dizzy, and everything in her field of vision seemed to be shrouded in a faint golden mist. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, only to find lines of semi-transparent text floating in the air. It wasn't projected on the phone screen, but appeared directly in the air. Main quest triggered. Maintain the balance of order in the arcane realm. Quest description. Detected unnatural disturbances in the fundamental order energy field of the host subplane, arcane realm. The disturbance source is located at a regional civilization convergence node. Coordinates affected and unclear. Task requirements. Assist the current civilization in identifying the nature of the disturbance and prevent it from causing the collapse of order within 90 days. The words flowed like living things, slowly scrolling. Su Xiaoya held her breath and continued to look down. Task reward. Successfully completing this will greatly increase the maximum cultural bond energy, unlock stable cross-dimensional data reception channel, and grant a chance for targeted technical field enhancement. Failure penalty. Energy will continue to drain, the current connection stability will decrease, and the civilization the host belongs to may face unpredictable interference. Countdown begins. 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. 58 minutes. The numbers flickered, and each second passing brought invisible pressure. Su Xiaoya instinctively reached out, but her fingertips passed through the glowing words. They were illusions, yet so vividly imprinted in her mind. Order force field. Disturbance. Civilization node. She murmured, repeating these unfamiliar words. Her phone vibrated, and a new message appeared. Suggestion. Inform the decision-makers of the current civilization. Collective wisdom will improve the chance of success. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath, put her phone back in her pocket, and pushed the door open to return to the meeting room. When she reappeared at the door, everyone turned to look. Chen Jiangwo read something from her expression and asked in a deep voice, "Did something happen?" System gave a new task. Su Xiaoya returned to her seat, trying to keep her voice steady. A very strange task. She repeated the task details, describing each part as precisely as possible. When she finished the last word, the room was silent for a few seconds, as everyone digested this complex and somewhat abstract information. Wang Taizhu rubbed his chin, where a new stubble had appeared, and spoke first. Order force field. This concept is a bit beyond what we're used to. If I had to compare, it's like the stable state of a large, precise instrument, but now one part is vibrating abnormally. The system used the word order, not just energy or environment, Licheng pondered. Considering the mention of civilization convergence nodes in the task, I feel this might not just be natural phenomena. Lin Xiaofeng added, nodes. In our area, the only place that can be called a civilization node is Greystone City, right? They've been acting strange lately, fewer merchant caravans, and we can't contact familiar people. When mentioning Greystone City, everyone's expression became more serious, but not overly tense. More like a clear understanding that this situation is not simple. Chen Jiangwo nodded and lightly tapped on the table. We've been paying attention to Greystone City. It seems to be more complicated than just a simple business fluctuation. This task is a warning for us. Lin Xiaofeng asked, how can we investigate? Send someone directly? That might be too dangerous. It can't be direct. Chen shook his head. But we can use other channels. Xiaofeng, do you have traders or travelers who often go to Greystone City in your live stream audience? Yes, a few regular viewers. Lin thought for a moment. I can try to contact them privately and see if I can gather any information. Xiao use trade routes and contribution points to buy intelligence, especially about what's happening inside Greystone City, Chen continued. But be careful not to let anyone notice we're paying too much attention. Understood. Taizhu, speed up the digestion and localization of new technologies. No matter what happens in Greystone City, strengthening ourselves gives us a better chance to handle it. Wang Taizhu nodded firmly. Finally, Chen looked at Su Xiaoya. Xiao Su, you'll be responsible for following up on the details of this task and the system's response. Report any changes immediately. Yes. As the meeting ended, outside the window, it was already dusk. The twin moons had not risen yet, and the sky was tinged with a faint purple-red hue. Su Xiaoya was the last to leave the conference room. She stood by the corridor window, gazing at the city lights gradually turning on in the distance. In her mind, the countdown still silently ticked. 89 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes. Her phone vibrated softly in her pocket. She took it out and saw a message from Lin Xiaofeng. Xiao Su, don't feel too much pressure. We have so many people. If something happens, we'll face it together. Su Xiaoya stared at the screen for a few seconds. Then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She typed a reply. Yes, we'll face it together. As she pressed send, her gaze crossed the glass window, looking southwest, the general direction of Greystone City. In the growing twilight, nothing was clear, only a deep shadow. But for some reason, she always felt that within that shadow, something was quietly brewing. Just like the calm before a storm, the sky is filled with the heaviest clouds. The next week, everything in Licheng seemed normal on the surface. In Wang Defa's food group's experimental workshop, strange smells drifted out every day. Sometimes it was the rich aroma of fermented beans, and other times it was the spicy scent of mixed herbs and spices. The chief engineer seemed obsessed, working tirelessly with a few apprentices in the workshop. Engineer Wang, what are you making now? A passing worker asked curiously. Wang Defa didn't look up. He scooped a little dark brown sauce from a clay jar with a small spoon. Trying a new recipe. Using the method from Earth to make bean paste, adding some local chili and herbs to see if I can make a spicier sauce. He tasted it and pouted. Still needs more time. Try again. Meanwhile, in Wang Tieju's mechanical workshop, things were much livelier. Steady, steady, don't shake. I'm steady. It's just this wooden base that's not flat enough. Nonsense. I carved it myself. Error less than half a millimeter. A few young technicians argued loudly around a newly assembled manual press prototype. The machine was made of metal, but its shell and base used a local hardwood called Taimu. Wang Taiju stood nearby, arms crossed, watching without stopping them. Until one young man was so angry he almost swung a wrench. He finally spoke slowly. Are you done arguing? Now get to work. The friction in the drive shaft is too high. Add some oil. The seal in the pressing chamber needs to be reinforced. It just leaked earlier. The young man sheepishly dispersed and continued adjusting. These lively scenes were part of daily life in Licheng. But beneath the surface, subtle changes were happening. Trade station, 3 p.m. Li Xiaoying stood behind the observation window on the second floor, holding today's transaction list. Her brow was slightly furrowed. Manager Li, here is the record of today's foreign goods stock intake. Her assistant handed her a form. Li Xiaoying took it and glanced over. Has the Silver Star Sand arrived yet? Yes. The old oak merchant team from Greystone City was supposed to arrive yesterday, but there's no sign of them today. I asked the goblin merchant Galu to inquire, and he said that the trading caravan had canceled its trip unexpectedly for unknown reasons. Unknown. Li Xiaoying repeated the word calmly, but her eyes were sharp. This was the third caravan this week to be delayed or canceled without explanation, all coming from Greystone City. She put down her form and walked to the window. Outside, the trading area was still busy, with goblins, a few humans, and occasional elves moving between stalls. The sounds of bargaining filled the air, just like usual. But Li Xiaoying noticed some details. The merchants from Greystone City seemed to be in a hurry. They no longer strolled leisurely, comparing goods, but went straight to their targets, finished their deals quickly, and left. Some familiar faces didn't even stay overnight in Licheng, rushing back the same day. They're in a rush, Li Xiaoying whispered. Or, they're avoiding something. Just then, a figure in a gray cloak hurried into the trade station. The person kept their head down, the brim of the hood pulled low, but Li Xiaoying recognized them at once. It was Lena, an apprentice of the Rune Master Errol. Lena didn't go to the trading area, but headed straight for the management office. A few minutes later, there was a knock on Li Xiaoying's door. Come in. The door opened, and Lena slipped inside, quickly closing it behind her. She pulled back her hood, revealing a young face filled with nervousness. Chiefly, Lena's voice was very quiet. My teacher asked me to deliver a message. She handed over a small leather tube sealed with wax. Li Xiaoying took it, broke the wax seal, and pulled out a rolled piece of sheepskin paper. It had only a few lines written in neat handwriting. The Greystone City Council is fighting more fiercely, with the conservative side gaining the upper hand. The Magic Academy has received orders to restrict communication related to magic-free technology. My messages may be monitored. Avoid contacting me directly for now. I will find a secure channel. Stay safe. The signature was a simple rune symbol, a secret code agreed upon by Errol and Licheng. Li Xiaoying finished reading and held the sheepskin paper near the oil lamp to burn it. The flames devoured the paper, turning it into a wisp of blue smoke. Thank you for bringing this message, she said to Lena. Is the journey safe? Probably. Okay, Lena bit her lip. But I feel like someone's been following me. After leaving the city, he took several detours before finally losing them. Li Xiaoying's heart sank. Even neutral scholars like Errol are starting to be monitored. The situation in Greystone City is probably worse than she imagined. Stay overnight in Licheng tonight, and leave early tomorrow, she said. I'll arrange a safe place for you. Lena nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said, Manager Li, there's one more thing. Teacher asked me to pass on that Greystone City has been buying a lot of combat supplies recently, healing herbs, metal ingots, energy crystals. Especially energy crystals, The price has risen to 5 times the usual. They are preparing for battle, Licheng replied. It was a statement, not a question. Lena didn't deny it. She looked at her deeply, then pulled her hood back up and left quietly, just as she had come. The office became quiet. Licheng walked to the window and looked into the distance. The sunset was sinking in the west, turning the sky blood red. At the same time, Lin Xiaofeng was preparing for tonight's live broadcast. His Licheng Home channel has become one of the most important information sources in this lonely city. Every night at 7, thousands of residents tune in on their phones or gather in front of public screens to see what new updates he has. But today, Lin Xiaofeng was a bit distracted. He was adjusting the camera equipment, but his mind kept replaying the private messages from some regular viewers from earlier that afternoon. One viewer with the ID, Wanderer Carl, is a merchant who travels between floating islands. He messaged, Lin host, the roads to the west are getting dangerous. The patrols in Greystone City have tripled and are very strict. Several of my colleagues have had their goods confiscated, labeled as forbidden items. But when asked what counts as forbidden, they couldn't get a clear answer. Another called Lookout Tower Old John, who is said to be an observer at a small outpost, said, the magic fluctuations near Greystone City have been very strange lately. Sometimes, they detect high-intensity magic reactions 10 or more times a day, mostly offensive spells. This is unusual. What worried Lin Xiaofeng most was a message from an anonymous user. They didn't reveal their identity, only warned, tell your people to be careful. Gordon, the Iron Fist, is connecting with mid- and lower-level officers of the City Defense Army. He's extremely conservative and has openly said that outsiders pollute the purity of arcane magic. His target might not be just Greystone City. Lin Xiaofeng sent this screenshot to Chen Jiangwo and Su Xiaoya. Chen Jiangwo only replied with 4 words, got it. Be careful with words. Being careful with words means speaking cautiously in public. Lin Xiaofeng understood. His live stream is open to the whole city, and maybe some viewers from other worlds are silently watching. There are some things he cannot say, but he can use other ways. At 7 p.m., the live stream started on time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Licheng Home. I am your old friend, Lin Xiaofeng. He smiled at the camera with his usual cheerful look. Today, let's first look at the new results from Master Wang Defa. The scene switched to the food group's experimental workshop. Wang Defa was holding a jar of newly made spicy sauce, happily showing it to the camera. Everyone look. This is the second-generation Licheng spicy sauce, improved with a new ingredient called flame pepper. It's stronger. Starting tomorrow, it will be tested in limited quantities at major cafeterias. Come try it. The comments on the screen started to flood in. Master Wang is awesome. I'll line up tomorrow. Flame pepper? Sounds exciting. I've already prepared my contribution points. Please produce more. The last spicy sauce noodles were amazing. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and interacted briefly with the viewers. The scene then shifted to the mechanical workshop. Wang Taiju was testing a manual spiral press with his apprentices. Look, everyone. This machine is made entirely from local materials, Lin Xiaofeng explained carefully. The main parts are machined with our own lathe. The shell is made of ironwood, and the seals are treated lizard skins. It's all Licheng made. The machine started. Workers poured a basket of chopped oil fruit into the feed. As the handle turned, golden oil slowly flowed out from the outlet into a clay jar below. The comments flooded in again. So efficient. Much faster than before. Wang Gong is awesome. Licheng craftsmen are amazing. When will this be common? I want one at home. Seeing all the praise and anticipation, Lin Xiaofeng's slight unease eased a little. No matter what's happening in Greystone City, Licheng is improving and getting better. Here are hardworking people, innovative technology, and a spirit of unity. Maybe this is what Chen Jiangwo meant by making the land you stand on stronger. At the end of the live stream, Lin Xiaofeng usually answers some viewer questions. Today, someone asked, Brother Xiaofeng, I haven't seen many merchants from Greystone City lately. I want to buy some of their spices. This question is quite common, but Xiaofeng's heart tightened. He kept his smile and answered naturally. That's a good question. Actually, it's the quiet retreat month in Greystone City. It's their traditional time for closed-door training, so business activities slow down. If anyone needs something urgently, they can register at the trade station. Once things return to normal, Manager Li will prioritize their purchases, Oh, I see. No wonder. I've heard of Quiet Retreat Month. It seems to happen once a year, so we just have to wait. No one in the chat doubted him. Xiaofeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the live stream ended and the equipment was turned off, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Outside the window, the moonlight was just right. Two moons, ice blue and dark red, hung high in the sky, casting a cold and mysterious glow. Xiaofeng took out his phone and opened the chat with Su Xiaoya, typing, "Today, I mentioned Quiet Retreat Month during the live." A few seconds later, she replied, "Yes, I saw it. You explained it very naturally. Are you sure there's no problem?" Xiaofeng asked. "I feel like a storm is coming." This time, Su Xiaoya took a moment before replying. "The wind has already started. We can only dig our roots deeper and build our walls stronger." Xiaofeng looked at her words and remained silent for a long time. He got up, turned off the studio lights, and walked to the window. In the distance, the lights of the residential area twinkled, and he could faintly hear children's laughter and adults chatting. Peace, tranquility. But how long can this peace last? He didn't know. All he knew was that if a storm really came, he and everyone in this city would hold their tools tightly and protect their homes. Just as Su Xiaoya said, dig your roots deep and build your walls strong. At 5 in the morning, before dawn, people were already moving on the streets of Licheng. Zhao Ming pushed open the iron door of Zhao's barbecue, and the sound of metal scraping was especially clear in the quiet street. He tied his apron as usual and began preparing ingredients for the day. But today was a little different. He took a piece of meat out of the ice bucket and glanced at the bag of flame peppers in the corner. This was a sample sent by Wang Defa yesterday, asking restaurants to try it first. Zhao Ming picked up one pepper. Its bright red color looked like a drop of blood in the morning light. He carefully cut it open, and a spicy, sharp smell filled the air. "Wow, that's strong," he muttered, thinking about how to add this to his signature grilled skewers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Teacher Lu had already opened the Clear Drink shop. Today, she wanted to test a new drink, using a method called roasted grain substitute tea from earth, combined with a local plant called golden ear grass. She tried roasting it for the first time yesterday, and it turned out well. Today, she planned to adjust the heat and the proportions. The shop's refrigerated display cabinet hummed. It was modified by Wang Tieju's team, with a small frost rune plate inside to keep the temperature low. Inside, several jars of her signature drink sat, with tiny water droplets on the glass. Teacher Lu wiped the counter, but her eyes kept drifting outside the window. Across the street, a few construction workers dressed in indigo uniforms hurried past, carrying toolboxes. They were heading to the third section of the city wall reinforcement project. A new project started last week, aiming to replace the wooden fences around Carp City with stone walls. Although the announcement said it was just a routine upgrade, Lu had a feeling there was more to it. She remembered a goblin merchant who visited her shop yesterday. After drinking her newly brewed, calm spirit flower tea, he lowered his voice and said, "Boss Lu, your tea is good. But lately, avoid buying supplies from the West. I heard things aren't peaceful in Greystone City." "Not peaceful?" Lu asked at the time. The goblin shook his head, didn't say more, just pointed to his eyes, then to the west, making a "be careful" gesture. Lu didn't ask further. Living on this floating island for a long time, she learned when to ask questions and when to stay silent. When the goblin left, she gave him a small package of tea samples. "Drink it on the way. It will refresh you," she said. The goblin gratefully took it and hurriedly disappeared around the corner. At the command center, 8 a.m., 3 reports were spread out on Chun Jingwo's desk. The first report is from Licheng, who detailed recent unusual trade activities and included a transcript of Errol's secret message and Lena's account. The second report is from Lin Xiaofeng, who summarized various civilian intelligence collected through live broadcasts. Although fragmented, the pieces support the picture painted by Licheng's report. The third report is from Wang Taiju, providing updates on new technology development and industrial production. On the last page, Wang Taiju wrote in red ink, "Based on current intelligence analysis, there is over a 70% chance of internal conflict in Greystone City. It is recommended to prepare response plans in advance." Chun Jingwo took a red pen and drew a line under that sentence. Then he pressed the communicator. Notify the core team to hold a meeting at 9 o'clock. Also, Comrade Su Xiaoya, please arrive at my office half an hour early. At 8:30, Su Xiaoya pushed open Chun Jiangwo's office door. Commander Chun, sit down. Chun Jiangwo pointed to the chair opposite. Any new updates from the system? Su Xiaoya sat down and took out her phone. The screen lit up, showing the dark gold task interface. The countdown numbers ticked calmly. 88 days, 7 hours, 32 minutes. No new hints, she said. But the disturbance source activity indicator has been slowly rising. It reached its highest point in a week last night. Can it be pinpointed more precisely? No. The system reports that interference is too strong, only confirming it's in the direction of Greystone City. Su Xiaoya paused. However, some reward options for the task have been unlocked. She operated her phone and turned the screen toward Chun Jiangwo. The reward section's text was faintly glowing, with updated content that was clearer than before. Task completion rewards, phase reveal, basic/beginner rewards, awarded upon task completion. Interdimensional stable image transmission protocol, one-way, unlocked. Allows real-time images or stored footage from Carp City to be periodically, e.g., weekly, compressed and transmitted to a designated receiver on Earth. Civilization link energy permanently increased by 30%, improving the system's basic functions. Advanced/high-level rewards requires perfect completion or triggering hidden conditions. Details unclear. Chun Jiangwo's gaze lingered on stable image transmission for a long time. This reward is very specific and very attractive. It allows loved ones and comrades on Earth to truly see that they are still alive, not just hear their voices. Being able to send images, he repeated softly, then looked at Su Xiaoya. This reward is something the system knows we need most. Su Xiaoya nodded. It seems to have been observing and evaluating all along. This basic reward directly targets our main concern with connecting to Earth. As for the advanced reward, she looked at the blurry words. It feels like something for the next stage. Right now, it's just a shadow. The system is encouraging us, Chun Jiangwo said slowly. It knows what we need, so it puts these options in front of us. It could also be a trap, Su Xiaoya whispered. Using rewards to lure us into taking risks. Maybe, Chun Jiangwo looked at her. But Xiaosu, have you thought about it? Since we arrived in this world, every step has been a risk. Su Xiaoya paused. Yes, from the moment of crossing over, they have been taking risks. Trading with goblins was risky, building a food company was risky, contacting rune masters was risky, and even just surviving each day is risky. This world itself is a huge adventure. I understand now, she nodded. We will accept this task, but not because of the reward, because we have to. Exactly, Chun Jiangwo showed a slight approving smile. Because if Greystone City really falls into chaos, the war could spread here. We need to find out what's happening and prepare early, not for the reward, but to protect ourselves. And maybe, to help innocent people who might be harmed. At 9 o'clock, the meeting room was full of people. Chun Jiangwo didn't beat around the bush. He started directly. Everyone knows the situation. Greystone City might face a big change, and our system has given us a task to investigate and stop the collapse of order. He paused, scanning everyone's face. The purpose of today's meeting isn't whether we accept this task. That's already decided. We need to discuss how to accept it and how to do it. Third, form a skilled intelligence team to try to approach Greystone City and gather first-hand information. Who will be on the team? Li Weigua asked. They need to be good at fighting, quick thinking, and able to adapt. I can go, Lin Xiaofeng volunteered. I deal with outsiders a lot, know some merchants and travelers, so I can blend in easily. It's too dangerous, Li Shuiying opposed. You're a public figure, many people recognize your face. Then I can wear makeup or find someone else. Lin Xiaofeng still wanted to argue. Let me go, a calm voice said. Everyone turned to see a young police officer from the security system, named Zhou Rue. He was among the first volunteers, previously served in special forces, and had professional training. I have experience in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, Zhou Rue said. Plus, I have a plain face, so I won't be easily recognized. Chun Jiangwo looked at him, and then at Li Weigua. Li Weigua nodded. I trust Zhou Rue's abilities. Good, Chun Jiangwo agreed. Zhou Rue will lead the team and choose 2 capable people. The task is simple. Infiltrate the outskirts of Greystone City, observe the situation, avoid contact, keep a low profile, gather information, and immediately withdraw after completing the mission. Safety first. Yes, Rune saluted. The meeting continued to discuss other matters: supplies, militia training, emergency plans, and preparations for the third call with Earth. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Everyone gradually left, leaving only Chen Jiangwo and Su Xiaoya. Xiao Su, Chen Jiangwo called her. Your system is crucial for this mission. If you sense anything unusual, immediately notify Zhou Rue and the others to retreat. Human safety is more important than intelligence. I understand. Chen Jiangwo walked to the window, looking out at the busy city. In the distance, workers at the city wall construction site were working together to place a large stone on the wall. The sunlight reflected off their sweaty backs, shining with a bronze glow. Do you know, Xiao Su, he suddenly said, sometimes I wonder whether coming to this world is luck or misfortune. Su Xiaoya stepped beside him, both gazing out the window. If we hadn't traveled through, we might still be in our original city, working, eating, sleeping, living an ordinary life, Chen Jiangwo continued. But here, every day, we are making history. We built a factory, made delicious food, and might even be involved in the fate of another civilization. He turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoya. Do you think this is good or bad? Su Xiaoya thought for a long time before softly replying. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I know that since we came here and are alive, we should live well. For the people here, and maybe for those who are still waiting for us. Chen Jiangwo smiled. This was the first time Su Xiaoya saw him smile so peacefully. You're right, he said. Live well. That's what we should do. Outside the window, the sun was shining just right. Licheng was waking up in the morning light. Cars and horses moved on the streets, machines roared in the factories, and cheerful voices came from the schools. People were busy as usual, working for a living and chasing their dreams. They didn't know about the possible storm brewing far away, nor about the mysterious task from the system. They only knew they had to work today, eat, send their children to school, and keep going. Perhaps this is the greatest strength in an uncertain world, to hold on and make each day count. Zhou Rue's intelligence team set out at dawn 3 days later. They disguised themselves as a small trading group, carrying local specialties like spicy sauce, tools, and cloth, heading toward Greystone City, disappearing into the morning fog. Su Xiaoya stood on the city wall, watching them leave. In her mind, the system's countdown was quietly ticking. 87 days, 4 hours, 11 minutes. The wind blew from afar, carrying a strange scent. She clenched her phone. On the screen was a message from Lin Xiaofeng. Zhou Rue and the others have left. We're also starting to prepare for the third call. Commander Chen said this time we need to report our progress to Earth and briefly mention the changes in the external environment. Su Xiaoya typed a reply. Okay. Tell them everything is fine here. Sent. She looked up and gazed toward Greystone City. The sky was bright blue, cloudless, a rare good day. But for some reason, she always felt that beneath that overly blue sky, something was quietly changing, like an undercurrent beginning to stir beneath a calm lake. And the ship of Licheng, with everyone's efforts, was strengthening its hull, stockpiling food, and training sailors. A storm might come, or it might not, but they were already prepared. On the top terrace of the command center, the early morning wind carried the chill of late autumn. Chen Jiangwo stood there wrapped in an old military coat, with Li Weiguo, Zhao Jigang, and Wang Taizhu behind him. Su Xiaoya was also present, clutching her increasingly hot phone, its screen glowing faintly with a dark gold light in the night. How much time is left for the countdown? Chen Jiangwo asked quietly. Su Xiaoya glanced at the screen. 5 days, 18 hours, 42 minutes until the next communication window, more than 5 days. It has been 2 days since they first heard their homeland's voice, but the shock from that 3-minute call and the subsequent system changes still stirred throughout the command layer. Is the system task bar still the same? Wang Taizhu asked, his eyes bloodshot from almost no sleep these days. Su Xiaoya nodded and turned the phone screen toward them. In the dark gold interface center, the task description was still clear. Main task: maintain the balance of order in the arcane realm. Task description: detect unnatural disturbances in the host subdimension, arcane realm. order energy field. The disturbance source is located at a regional civilization node. Coordinates affected and unclear. Task requirement: assist the current civilization to identify the nature of the disturbance and prevent its collapse within 86 natural days. Below the main task, a new subitem appeared. Progress: first regular cross-dimensional link established. Stability of civilization bond energy increased by 5%. Receiving bandwidth assessment in progress. So, Licheng crossed his arms, frowning. This system not only gave us a task, but also rewarded us because we successfully contacted Earth. More like a kind of unlock, Su Xiaoya said carefully. I can feel the connection between the system and me becoming clearer. Before, it was like looking through frosted glass. Now, the glass is a bit cleaner. Did it tell you what exactly happened in Greystone City? Zhao Jigang asked directly. Su Xiaoya shook her head. Coordinates are still vague, only indicating strong interference. But the words, order disturbance, combined with the messages from Master Errol and Lena. She didn't finish, but everyone understood her meaning. Inside Greystone City, problems have arisen, and these issues may be more serious than they initially thought. The mysterious system even considers them a threat that could disrupt the entire area's order. Chen Jingwo listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the dark mountain range in the southwest, where the city was headed just before dawn. 5 days, he suddenly said. We have 5 days until the next communication. We can't just wait during this time. He turned to look at everyone. Wei Guo immediately strengthened the alert levels at all border outposts, especially on the western side. Increase patrol shifts, but be careful. Don't cross the border or provoke anyone. Understood, Li Weiguo nodded. I'll have all the telescopes at the outpost distributed and increase watch time. Taizhu, Chen Jingwo looked at the engineer. How is the progress on the long-distance communication network you mentioned last time? Wang Taizhu quickly took out a notebook filled with sketches. The basic test worked. We used thin copper wires twisted together, coated with 3 layers of resin and waterproof oilcloth for insulation. The signal attenuation is acceptable. For power, we're using small magic crystal-powered hand-crank generators, 1 at each terminal. The biggest problem is the distance. Beyond 10 miles, the signal gets too weak to hear clearly. So, relay stations are needed, Chen said sharply. Exactly, Wang Taizhu pointed at his notebook. My team and I thought about it. We can set up simple wooden towers at key high points, with a signal booster, basically a large coil and resonance crystal, to amplify and relay the signals using magic. It's rough, but it should connect the command center to the western front line. How long will it take? If we have all the materials, the first 3 relay towers and the wiring could be done in about 7 days. 5 days for you, Chen said calmly but firmly. First, establish a communication line from the command center to the western 3rd observation tower. If Zhou Rue and others send urgent messages, we need to know immediately. Wang Taizhu swallowed hard and nodded. We'll do our best. Jigang, Chen turned to the emergency bureau chief. Conduct a full inventory of medical supplies, especially antidotes, anti-infection herbs, and medicines. Organize basic health checks in all communities. If the problems in Greystone City spill over, we must ensure our city stays stable. Preparations are already underway, Zhao Jigang replied calmly. Additionally, I suggest we immediately retest and reinforce all water sources in the city. Understood. Chen Jingwo looked at Su Xiaoya and said, Xiao Su, your task is the most important and also the most unclear. Keep a close watch on the system. Report any new hints or changes, no matter how small. You are the only link between us and that higher dimensional being. Su Xiaoya straightened her back. Yes, Commander Chen. Everyone else dispersed. Only Chen Jingwo and the fading night remained on the balcony. He walked back to the railing and looked southwest again. On the horizon, a faint line of dawn appeared. Gordon, and that so-called order disturbance. A storm is coming, and they must fix the roof and secure the doors and windows before the rain starts. In 5 days, he needs clearer answers, whether from Earth or from this strange starry sky. Teacher Qin, lying on his side with his ear pressed against a flat rock, slowly shook his head. His voice came through a hidden tube beneath the camouflage cloth. Similar to yesterday, the regular muffled sound has appeared again. It lasted about half an hour, with intervals of roughly 5 minutes. The source of the sound. Let me correct that. It's more north. It might not be the main training ground, but an area closer to the inner city's Blackstone Fortress. Blackstone Fortress. Gordon's family stronghold and the main base for the conservative faction in Greystone City. Zhou Rue took note silently. These days, they lurked around the outskirts of Greystone City like ghosts, observing with telescopes, listening with sound detectors, and recording all unusual activities with basic sketches and notes. The simple camera and valuable film made by Wang Taizhu hadn't been used yet. They were waiting for a truly important target. Captain Xiao Zheng, a former photography enthusiast, called from a more rear side. He was responsible for observing distant areas with a small mirror reflecting sunlight. Near the main gate, a group of about 15 riders has come out heading northwest. Their clothing, not regular patrol gear. They're cloaked, and there's a long bundle wrapped in cloth beside their saddles. Not a patrol, carrying an unknown bundle, heading northwest. Zhou Rue's telescope immediately shifted to the northwest. There, rolling hills and sparse woods stretched out, marked on the map with several abandoned mines and quarries. Note this, a suspected elite squad leaving the city, heading northwest, purpose unknown. Xiao Zheng, try to see the shape of the bundle clearly. It looks like a long stick, but not straight, has a slight curve. Xiao Zheng adjusted his lens carefully. A long stick with a curve. A staff? Or something else? Keep watching, Zhou Rue ordered. He knew he couldn't move recklessly. Their job was to be eyes and ears, not fighters. Chun Jiangwo's orders were clear: survive and bring back the intelligence. Time passed slowly during the tense, monotonous observation. The sun rose higher, and the temperature on the plain began to climb. The rocks were heated by the sun, and even through the camouflage cloth, they could feel the heat. Suddenly, Teacher Qin's body stiffened slightly. Captain, his voice was tense. There's new vibration. Very faint, but the frequency is fast. Coming from the northwest, and it's approaching. Northwest? Was it the returning patrol from earlier? Or something else? Zhou Rue immediately turned his telescope toward the northwest hills. In the camera frame, at first, only air distorted by the heat wave and sparse plants were visible. But soon, several small moving dots appeared at the edge of the view. They were not cavalry. Could they be people? Walking figures, and their movements looked a bit unsteady? He adjusted the focus, and the image became clearer. It was 5 ragged people, supporting each other, struggling to move across the hot gravel ground. They looked like farmers or vendors, and one of them seemed to be bending over and vomiting. 5 civilians, in very poor condition, approaching Greystone City from the northwest, Zhou Rue quickly described. Xiao Wu sketched their clothing and state. Lao Qin, watch for reactions from Greystone City. Through the telescope, those 5 weak individuals finally reached the small gate on the west side of Greystone City. They seemed to want to ask for help, but the guard soldiers raised their spears and shouted loudly. The two sides hesitated for a moment. The soldiers even made a throwing motion. The 5 people frighteningly retreated, then supported each other and turned. East. That's away from Greystone City, closer to the Licheng control area. Zhou Rue's heart sank slightly. Record. The defenders of Greystone City refused entry to the 5 civilians in poor condition and drove them away. The civilians turned eastward. Note. East roughly points toward our wilderness area. Driving away the sick? In this wilderness, isn't that the same as murder? What is Greystone City afraid of? The plague? Captain, should we follow and see what's happening? Xiao Wu asked. Zhou Rue stared at the 5 stumbling figures heading east, then looked at the heavily guarded city gate, thoughts racing. Follow them, risking exposure or possible infection. Don't follow, and the abnormal condition of these 5 people and their being driven away could be important intelligence to understand. Lao Qin, Xiao Zheng, stay here and keep monitoring Greystone City. Especially watch for any follow-up groups leaving the city to track or eliminate them, Zhou Rue decided. Xiao Wu, come with me. Keep your distance and stay protected. The two silently slid down the rocks like lizards, using the terrain for cover, quietly following the 5 stumbling figures from afar. Through the telescope, their faces looked unusually pale under the noon sun. Zhou Rue didn't know who they were or what illness they had, but he knew these 5 people were likely just the tip of the iceberg of some problem within Gordon or Greystone City. And this iceberg is being unintentionally or intentionally pushed toward Licheng. The hot wind on the wasteland blows dust into the air, making it hard to see. Rune tightens his cloth mask, his eyes sharp like a lone wolf. In the western part of Licheng, the newly built West 3 lookout tower casts a straight shadow under the noon sun. This is not an ordinary wooden tower. It stands 15 meters tall, made of tough ironwood and reinforced with scrap metal strips. The top is not just a simple platform, but a small square room with a roof and protective walls, with observation windows on 3 sides facing outward. The most noticeable feature is a strange device on the tower top, a large copper coil about 1 meter in diameter, supported by a wooden frame. In the center of the coil floats a small, glowing light blue crystal about the size of a fist. Several copper wires wrapped in thick insulation run from the coil down the tower, connecting to a small room at the base. This is the result of 5 days and nights of non-stop work by Wang Tieju's team. The first, runic signal relay tower. Inside the small room at the tower base, young technician Xiaofang carefully turns a generator with a handle. With a soft buzzing, a few small lamps on a wooden box nearby light up one after another. He takes off the receiver hanging on the wall, and a crackling electrical sound comes from it, followed by a slightly blurry but clear human voice. West 3 Tower, West 3 Tower, this is the main station. Signal test, please respond. Xiaofang excitedly moves closer to the microphone. Main station, West 3 Tower here. The sound is clear. Good. Keep the line open. Test every half hour as planned. End of transmission. Understood. End of transmission. Xiaofang puts down the receiver, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and his face shows undeniable excitement. It works. This telephone line, connecting the command center and the Western Front, nearly 20 miles long, is now operational. Although it can only carry voice, needs the relay tower to amplify signals, and the sound is a bit noisy. It means that any movement on the front line can be reported to the command within minutes. He climbs to the top of the tower and replaces the lookout Xiao Li, who is observing with binoculars. Brother Fong, is the phone really working? Xiao Li asks while rubbing his sore eyes. It's working. The sound is very clear. Xiaofang takes the binoculars. You go rest for a while, I'll keep watch. Little Li did not go down immediately. Instead, he pointed southwest and said, Fong Gu, you came at the right time. Look over there, about 10 miles away on the dirt road. Are there a few small dots moving? I've been watching for 15 minutes. They move very slowly, not like a caravan. Fong immediately raised his binoculars and adjusted the focus. Sure enough, on the hot, shimmering horizon, a few blurry figures were moving slowly, heading directly toward the watchtower. There are 5 people. No, something's wrong. They seem to be helping each other walk, Fong frowned. Not like soldiers or normal pedestrians. Wait, someone has fallen. In the lens, one figure staggered and collapsed to the ground. The person next to him tried to help, but also seemed unsteady. Little Li, hurry and call the station to report, Fong ordered immediately. On the dirt road 10 miles southwest, we found 5 unidentified people. They are acting strangely, possibly injured, and are moving toward us. Request instructions. Yes. Little Li turned and rushed down to the tower. Fong kept his eyes fixed on the 5 figures, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly appearing in the wilderness, especially coming from Greystone City. A few minutes later, Little Li ran up, panting. The station ordered us to keep watching without contact. Patrol teams and the Western Medical Station have been notified and are ready. Continue monitoring for any follow-up trackers. The command was clear. Fong took a deep breath, keeping the crosshairs of the binoculars firmly on the slow-moving figures, while cautiously scanning the wilderness behind them. There was no smoke, dust, or other moving objects, only endless heat waves and wild grass. About 20 minutes later, a patrol team appeared in the binoculars. They wore full rough cloth protective suits, thick masks, and gloves. Riding 6-legged lizards equipped with simple shock rune seats, they moved quickly but in a disciplined formation. When they were a few hundred meters from the 5 figures, they split into 2 wings, cautiously approaching and signaling the figures to stop with long poles. Through the binoculars, Fong saw the patrol leader seemingly shouting commands from a distance. The 5 figures gestured excitedly, and one of them vomited. Then, the patrol team took out several strange masks that looked like bird beaks, probably makeshift gas masks, and handed them to the 5 people. They then guided them to turn and walk away from Gray City's main area toward a temporary quarantine medical station set up at the edge of the wilderness. The situation was handled quickly and carefully, with plans and protective measures in place. Xiao Fong relaxed a little, but he knew this was just the beginning. The news was quickly sent back to the command center through a new phone line. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was serious. Licheng had just put down the receiver. 5 people, initially identified as free farmers and small vendors near Greystone City. They claimed to have fallen ill after drinking water from Blackwater Creek. Symptoms include stomach pain, vomiting, weakness, and one shows signs of dehydration. The Greystone City guards refused them entry and drove them away. Blackwater Creek. Licheng found the winding line on the map. It flows through the Plan No. 3 reclamation area downstream. What does the medical team say after their initial check? Chen Jingwo asked. The symptoms match acute gastroenteritis or mild poisoning, but the exact toxin is unknown. Samples have been sent for testing. The 5 are isolated, and the medical team is wearing level 2 protective gear, Zhao Jigang reported. I've ordered multiple water samples from the section of Blackwater Creek within our control area, and all downstream personnel are to stop using that water source and switch to backup water. Good job, Chen Jingwo said, tapping his fingers on the table, but his eyes looked toward the southwest outside the window. Greystone City responded quickly. They refused entry and drove people away. Framing us? Or are they really afraid of an outbreak? Wang Taizhu asked quietly. Both are possible, Licheng said sharply. If it's framing, their methods aren't very clever, but it's disgusting. If there really is a problem, they're trying to drive out the source of illness. They're ruthless. The key point is that creek water. Let's wait for the water test results. Chen Jingwo interrupted. Until then, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. But, he paused, his voice steady and strong. Notify Zhou Rue to stay alert. Especially watch Greystone City's recent water management, material flow, especially medical supplies and special items. Also, inform all border patrols and watchtowers to increase surveillance. Any personnel or items coming from Greystone City that seem abnormal should be handled with the highest alert. Additionally, he looked at Su Xiaoya. Any new updates from the system? Su Xiaoya had been looking at her phone and raised her head when spoken to, her face showing some concern. Just now, the message bandwidth assessment in progress disappeared. It changed too. She turned her phone screen to show everyone. Bandwidth assessment complete. Currently, the stable communication types are voice, text, and static images, low resolution. The next upgrade requires completing an effective order disturbance, intervention, or resolution. Static images. Low resolution is acceptable. Wang Tieju's eyes lit up instantly. Licheng and Zhao Jigang also became excited. This means that next time, the signals from Earth might include not just sounds and words, but also drawings, photos, and charts. The guidance will be more visual. However, Chen Jingwo's face showed little joy. He only looked deeply at the upgrade requirement. Note. Complete an effective order disturbance, intervention, or resolution. 5 Weak Farmers by Heishui Creek. The strange muffled sounds late at night in Greystone City. Gordon's restless xenophobic remarks. Are all these related to the so-called order disturbance? Keep monitoring, he told Su Xiaoya, then looked around at everyone. Meeting adjourned. Each to their duties. Remember, the enemy may not attack directly, but the first wave of probing has already begun. The meeting ended. Chen Jingwo walked back to the window. Toward the west, 3 observation towers. The new signal tower reflected a faint metallic shine in the sunlight. The blue crystal at the top flickered faintly, like a watchful eye. The phone line was connected, making the eye brighter and the ears sharper. But the bitter taste in the wind seemed even stronger. He picked up the internal communicator and connected to Wang Taizhu, who was busy in the workshop. Taizhu, how is the defense of the signal tower? The receiver came with a slightly surprised voice. Commander Chun, it's just a wooden frame with coils, not much defense. Add more, Chen Jingwo said simply. Strengthen it as much as possible without affecting functionality. The observation and signal towers might be the first targets. There was a 2-second silence on the line before Wang Taizhu responded heavily. Understood. I'll think of a way right away. At dusk, outside the temporary quarantine medical station in Licheng, several heavily protected figures gathered around a steaming large iron pot. The pot was not boiling food, but water samples taken from different parts of the Blackwater Creek, mixed with several common local testing materials, crushed testing stone powder, juice from colorful ferns, and a handful of glowing dust exchanged from goblin merchants, which is said to react to various energy anomalies. Wang Taiju crouched by the pot, slowly stirring with a long wooden stick, his eyes fixed on the changing surface. Next to him stood Dr. Sun, the head of the medical team, an emergency specialist who had worked for 20 years at a top hospital before crossing over. He was recording notes in a small notebook. Upstream, near the Greystone City sampling point, after boiling, a film of oil floats on the surface, Dr. Sun said quickly. Adding testing stone powder turns the liquid dark green, indicating an abnormal iron reaction. Midstream, at the control zone edge sampling point, the oil film has decreased, but the testing stone still shows a faint green reaction. Downstream, close to our planned reclamation area, the oil film has mostly disappeared, and the testing stone reaction is normal. Wang Taiju stopped stirring and used the stick to lift some sediment from the bottom of the pot. Under the firelight, he examined it carefully. This isn't ordinary mineral pollution. If it were iron or residue or volcanic ash, the sediment wouldn't be so fine, and the color would be different. This stuff looks a bit dark red. Dr. Sun leaned in to look and sniffed cautiously. Though behind his thick mask, he couldn't really smell anything. He straightened up and said to his assistant, "Bring over the analysis results of the samples from those 5 patients for comparison." The assistant quickly handed over several densely written sheets of paper. Dr. Sun scanned them rapidly, his brow furrowing more and more. Trace amounts of residual black-scale vine alkaloids detected in the patient's bodies. But black-scale vine grows in deep, shady mountains, near streams. There shouldn't be any here. Unless someone added something, Wang Taiju muttered quietly. Just then, a young technician hurried out from the medical station, carefully holding a wooden tray with several photographs. Possibly instant photos? Dr. Sun, Engineer Wang. We found something, the technician said excitedly, almost stammering. Using that silver salt developing homemade method you mentioned, with a little moonlight moss juice to boost sensitivity. It's blurry, but it really developed. Wang Taiju and Dr. Sun immediately moved closer. The photo paper on the wooden tray is still wet. The image is rough, with many noise spots, but the outlines are clear. It's a picture taken by Xiao Zhang's old camera of 5 patients stumbling across the wilderness, and a quick shot of a soldier raising a spear as they are driven out of Greystone City. Sure enough, they were chased out. Dr. Sun pointed at the fierce action of the soldier in the second photo. Wait, Wang Taiju said, his gaze fixed on the corner of the first photo. Magnifying glass. The technician quickly handed over a simple magnifier embedded with a polished crystal chip. Wang Taiju leaned in to examine the photo carefully, focusing on the tattered bags and water bottles carried by the 5 patients. Look at this person's water bottle, Wang Taiju said, pointing at a blurry leather water pouch in the photo. The string tied around the spout. The color and weaving style look very similar to the standard equipment of the Greystone City Guards. Dr. Sun took the magnifier and looked closely, his face changing. Are you saying, this kind of crisscross woven reddish-brown string on the spout is a signature craft of the Greystone City Supply Workshop? It's rarely seen outside, Wang Taiju said in a low voice. How would an ordinary farmer have a military-grade water bottle? They exchanged glances, both sensing a coldness in each other's eyes. These 5 people are probably not so simple. Engineer Wang. Dr. Sun, another voice came from the medical station. It's Su Xiaoya. She hurried over, holding her phone. The screen lit up. Just now. The system had a faint reaction when I approached the quarantine zone. She turned the screen toward them. On the dark gold system interface, where only static task descriptions were normally displayed, a very faint, almost invisible ripple mark appeared below the words order disturbance, slowly flickering. It seems to have reacted to something here, Su Xiaoya said uncertainly. It's very faint, but it wasn't there before. Wang Taiju immediately looked at the dark red sediment in the iron pot, then at the military water bottle in the photo. Dr. Sun, he said, taking a deep breath, I need a small blood sample from the patient, just 1 drop. Also, take a little of the sediment from the pot and put it in a small bottle for me. What are you going to do? Run an experiment. Wang Tieju's eyes sparkled in the twilight. If this poison really relates to magic or some kind of order disturbance, maybe Xiao Su's system can help us see more clearly. At the same time, deep underground in Greystone City, an ancient stone hall guarded by heavy soldiers. Gordon stood in the center of an old stone formation that emitted a sinister dark red glow, with complex, twisted rune marks beneath his feet. Several robed mages carefully sprinkled crushed dark red or, specifically, the waste residue of dark fire crystal at key points on the formation. With each handful, the formation shone brighter, and a faint, sharp smell like rust mixed with sulfur filled the air. Master, the catalyst has been deployed as planned, a robed mage reported respectfully. The reaction downstream of Blackwater Creek should already be showing. If Carrot City checks, they will only find usual mineral pollution and slight residue of biological alkaloids. They won't suspect that the real key has already flowed with the water into their environment. Gordon nodded with satisfaction, his eyes greedily scanning a fist-sized crystal floating at the center of the formation, inside which dark red flames seemed to flow, an early form of the chaos crystal, extracted and purified through special methods from cracks. Good. The people of Carrot City, don't they like to rely on their little tricks that don't depend on magic? Gordon sneered. Let them deal with the water source pollution first. When they are overwhelmed, he reached out his hand, pretending to grasp the dark red crystal. That when the key fits into enough lock holes, and I truly control this power. I want to see if their tin boxes and glass eyes can block the fury coming from the very world itself. In the shadows of the hall, the dark red glow reflected Gordon's fanatic and twisted smile. At the edge of the formation, a magic apprentice responsible for recording quietly added an unnoticed note on a piece of sheepskin paper. Catalyst was spread, and the third node rune showed unexpected slight tremors. Energy leakage rate exceeded calculated value by 0.7%. Monitoring recommended. This note was rolled into the depths of a pile of files. Meanwhile, the glow of the formation seemed to stir again, a little more restless than before. On the night of Broken Tooth Cliff, everything was cold and silent. Zhou Rui's team had moved to a new spot, hiding on a high hill that overlooked both Greystone City and the Northwest Hills. The mysterious cavalry that disappeared during the day kept him uneasy. Captain, there's a fire, whispered Xiao Wu, who was in charge of night observation. He handed over a simple telescope, an ordinary one modified with a low-light enhancement rune, borrowed from goblins. It glowed green but allowed him to see many details. Zhou Rui took it and adjusted the direction. In a valley deep in the Northwest Hills, faint lights flickered in the windless area. They weren't campfires, but looked more like lanterns or torches. How far away? About 8 miles in a straight line, but the terrain is complicated, so it's probably farther. Can you see what they're doing? Too far to tell clearly. I can only see that there are more than one group. They seem to be moving something, long, rectangular shadows being carried into a shadowed part of the mountain wall. There might be a cave or a mine entrance there. A mine. Zhou Rui remembered the map markings, an abandoned darkfire crystal mine. The long bundles carried by the cavalry during the day, the fire in the valley at night, and the moving shadows. Could they be connected? Old Sheen, any tremors in that direction? Old Sheen, lying next to a listening device, shook his head slowly. No large-scale activity. Just some scattered sounds, like footsteps crushing stones, intermittent, no heavy digging. Could it be storage? Or some quiet work that doesn't make much noise? Little Zhou Rui looked at the young man holding a camera. The moonlight is good. Can you try to take a picture? No need for details, just the outline and the fire's position. Little Zheng looked at the sky, then at his nearly empty film roll, and finally nodded reluctantly. I'll try. Use the longest exposure. It might be blurry, but it should leave some traces. He carefully set up his camera, aiming at the valley, and began a long exposure. Just then, Xiao Li, who had been watching Greystone City, suddenly whispered, Captain, inside the city. Look toward the inner city. Zhou Rui immediately turned his night vision scope toward Greystone City. In the noble and important building area within the inner city, Especially near Blackstone Fortress, a faint reddish glow drifted in the night sky. It was a very thin, almost invisible halo, like a weak light from an energy field. Strangely, this glow seemed to pulse rhythmically. Old Sheen, listen in that direction. Now, Old Sheen quickly pressed the copper listening device against the rock and held his breath. After a few seconds, his face changed slightly. There is a very low humming sound, very steady in frequency, not a natural noise. It's mixed with very faint, regular clicking sounds, like some precise mechanism working. Humming? Clicking sounds? Reddish pulsing glow? Zhou Rui's heart suddenly jumped. This was very different from what he expected, Gordon organizing troops and training soldiers. It looked more like a ritual or the operation of a large magic device. Record, inside Greystone City, at night, an unknown red energy glow with rhythmic pulsing was observed. Ground listening detected a steady low-frequency hum and regular mechanical sounds. Suspected large-scale secret magic or energy activity. He quickly wrote this information in his waterproof notebook, each heavy with importance. Captain Xiao Zheng, after finishing his shot, carefully turned the reel and spoke with a dry voice. When I was filming, I think I saw someone in the valley holding a torch, waving it a few times in the sky. Like a signal. A signal? To whom? Zhou Rui immediately looked again toward Greystone City. Less than a minute after Xiao Zheng finished speaking, he clearly saw the dark red pulsing glow inside the city suddenly intensify, flickering once as if responding, then returning to its previous rhythm. Something was happening inside the city. Outside in the valley, people were responding with firelight. This was not simple resource storage or soldier training. It was a coordinated, connected action. We must find out what's really happening in the valley, Zhou Rui decided. Xiao Wu, Xiaoli, stay here and keep watching Greystone City and maintain communication. They carried small signal repeaters to send short pulse signals to Wang Tieju's experimental network. Old Qin, Xiao Zheng, come with me to investigate the valley. Remember, just observe, don't touch, don't leave traces. Captain, that's too dangerous. There are definitely guards over there, Xiao Wu worried. Because they have guards, we need to understand what they are guarding. Zhou Rui checked his gear. A dagger, a rope, a small emergency kit, and several new gadgets sent by Wang Taiju, including 2 loud shock bombs, fireworks with flashing runes, and a small jar of strong-smelling, beast-repelling smoke. If Gordon's actions really could affect our stuff, Zhou Rui looked toward the faint fire in the valley in the dark. Then we can't wait for it to burn to the door to find out. The 3 of them moved silently like shadows blending into the night, slipping toward the secret valley. The wind from Greystone City carried a faint, burning smell. Koi City Command Center, Communications Room. This room was once a storage warehouse, now turned into one of the most important and secretive parts of the city. The walls were covered with hand-drawn maps, circuit diagrams, and duty rosters. In the center of the room, a long table held the most important device, a mainframe for cross-dimensional communication with Earth, a complexly modified metal cabinet connected to Su Xiaoya's energy system and many runes, along with recording and playback equipment. Now, Chen Zhengwo, Li Weiguo, Su Xiaoya, and the urgently summoned Wang Taiju and Dr. Sun were all gathered here. The atmosphere was serious yet expectant. A large homemade calendar hung on the wall, with one date heavily circled in red, tomorrow evening. Have all the key reports been reviewed? Chen Zhengwo asked. Li Weiguo nodded. Streamlined and simplified, 3 core points. First, the population of our city, 83,000 people, is stable and safe. Second, the external threat comes from Gordon's faction in Greystone City, which is acting strangely and suspected of dangerous magic activities. Third, we have established basic defenses and early warning systems, but we urgently need technical guidance on detecting specific toxins, analyzing energy anomalies, and building simple defensive structures to counter magic attacks. Time limit is 1.5 minutes. Chen Zhengwo looked at Su Xiaoya. Xiao Su, system status. Su Xiaoya's hand rested on the metal shell of the mainframe, sensing the faint energy flow inside. Very stable. Smoother than before our last call. Also, because of the progress in the last mission, the bandwidth for receiving signals has been upgraded. She pointed to a new signal light on the side of the mainframe. If Earth sends a static image this time, This green light will turn on, and the image data will be stored in the system's associated memory, an old hard drive that has been modified. We can develop the image slowly later. A static image. This would be a breakthrough. Okay, Chen Zhengwo took a deep breath. The last thing we need to decide is, he looked at Wang Taizhu and Dr. Sunday, whether to focus on analyzing this suspicious toxicity in Heishui Creek sample and the energy anomaly in Greystone City found by Zhou Rui's team, requesting Earth to analyze them. This might take up valuable communication time. Dr. Sun immediately stepped forward, placing a thin report and a few blurry photographs on the table. Commander Chen, this is my and Engineer Wang's preliminary analysis. The toxin is complex, containing known black-scale vine alkaloids, but also at least 3 unidentified impurities, one of which shows faint dark element affinity. More importantly, he pointed to a close-up of a military kettle on the photographs. Considering the timing of the patient's symptoms and the suspicious source of the kettle, we strongly suspect that this poisoning event was not accidental contamination, but a targeted, low-dose poison test. The purpose might be to test our detection and responsibilities, or to prepare for some follow-up action. Wang Taizhu added, I tried to use Sister Su Xiaoya's system energy field to contact the purified toxin sample and the patient's blood. The order disturbance ripple on the system interface slightly intensified. This thing might not be just a chemical toxin. It could be mixed with magic-related elements, or it might be a kind of medium. Medium, Li Weigua frowned. Like a key, Su Xiaoya softly spoke. She stared at her phone screen, where the ripple flickering seemed to match the experiment Wang Taizhu described. The system's prompt of order disturbance. If the toxin is a key, then what is the lock it is searching for? And who is it on? The communication room fell silent for a few seconds. This question made everyone's spines tingle. Also, Wang Taizhu took out a few more blurry photos just developed by the technician. They were distant shots of Greystone City taken with a long lens. Although the details are not clear, pay attention to the rooftops and the sky background in the inner city area. Have you noticed that the night sky in these areas seems darker and more distorted than in other places? It's like there's an invisible, flickering heat wave blocking the view. Everyone looked closely. Sure enough, above the Greystone City's inner area, the stars seemed to have tiny breaks in their continuity, giving the photo an indescribable murky feeling. This is a sign of a large energy field distorting the light, said Wang Taizhu, his voice dry. It's very faint, but it's definitely there. Whatever Gordon is doing inside, it's probably on a large scale. Chen Zhengwo tapped heavily on the table. Things are more complicated than we thought, he said seriously. Gordon's goal might not just be about exclusion or gaining power. The activities he's involved in could be dangerous in ways we don't yet understand. He looked at Su Xiaoya. Add these new findings, suspected magical medium toxins and abnormal energy fields in the inner city, as top priorities in our technical consultation. Include them in the main points of the call. Ask Earth for any possible analysis clues, identification methods, or defense ideas based on these features. Understood. And Chun turned to Li Weigua. Notify all units to be especially alert during tomorrow's communication. Gordon might not know the exact time of our calls, but he can definitely sense our increased vigilance recently. We need to prevent him from making sudden moves before or around tomorrow. Got it. I'll deploy the arrangements immediately. Everyone disperse to prepare. In the communication room, only Chen Zhengwo, Su Xiaoya, and the silent machine connecting to their distant homeland remained. Xiao Su, Chen suddenly asked, how do you feel when you talk to Earth? Su Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then thought, it's wonderful. The system feels like a channel. My consciousness seems to stand on this side of the channel, faintly sensing the vast, orderly, and stable existence on the other side. But the details need the system to translate. I feel more like a switchboard operator. Switchboard operator. Chun pondered the word. Yes, a switchboard operator. Everything we do here, digging channels, smelting iron, healing, investigating, is to keep this line secure, making the voice clearer. Then, we pass on what our homeland has taught us, survive here, and find a way to go back. His gaze fell on the dark night sky outside the window, towards the southwest. Tomorrow, we not only need to report safety, but also ask about life and death, Chen Zhengwo said softly, but with great strength. Comrade Su Xiaoya, are you ready? Su Xiaoya clenched her phone, feeling the faint warmth from the device that resonated with her palm, and straightened her back. Ready, Commander Chun. The clock on the wall in the communication room ticked loudly, its second hand moving toward the marked time with a click. In the quiet of the night, it seemed as if invisible radio waves were gathering between dimensions, waiting to send messages across the starry sea. In the direction of Greystone City, the dark red glow inside the city seemed clearer and more active tonight than ever before. It was just dawn when Zhao Ming pushed open the folding door of Zhao's barbecue. He woke up especially early today because last night, old Chun from the patrol team mentioned over dinner that the water in the West Creek has smelled strange lately. Be careful with your ingredients. Strange smell? Zhao Ming paid close attention. His barbecue sauces and marinades all pointed to the old spring at the lower reaches of Blackwater Creek. He grabbed 2 empty buckets, mounted his assisted Rune tricycle, and creaked toward the reclamation area to the west. The morning breeze was cool, carrying the scent of dew and earth, but as he got closer to the creek, Zhao Ming wrinkled his nose. No, wait. There was definitely a smell in the air. It wasn't like decayed leaves or dead fish, but more like the steam and water vapor from a blacksmith's forge when cooling metal, mixed with a hint of burnt herbal ash. It was faint, but not enough to fool someone like him who dealt with spices all day. He parked his bike on a small path a little way from the creek, carefully carried his buckets, and approached. The creek looked clear enough, flowing gently. He squatted down, scooped up some water, and brought it close to his nose for a careful sniff. The strange smell was even more obvious now. There was also a barely perceptible, almost chokingly bitter sensation in the water. Boss Zhao? Coming to fetch water so early? A voice came from behind. It was Sun Bo, an old farmer responsible for this reclamation area, carrying apparently here to check the situation. Good morning, Sun Bo. Zhao Ming stood up, shook the water off his hands, and asked, don't you think the water smells a bit off? Sun Bo came over, squatted down, and sniffed the air. His brow immediately furrowed. There is a problem. It wasn't this obvious yesterday. A few days ago, I used this water to water the newly grown leafy vegetables. Several of the leaves are slightly yellowed and curled at the edges. I thought it was just dry weather. They looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Water is vital. This is a serious matter. Let's go upstream to check, Zhao Ming decided quickly. They followed the creek upstream. The further west they went, the less the strange smell seemed to be. But some drought-resistant weeds along the creek showed signs of abnormal withering, not just dry and yellow, but dull and faded. After walking about 2 miles, they reached a jumble of rocks. Zhao Ming suddenly pulled Sun Bo aside and hid behind a large stone. What's wrong? Look over there, Zhao Ming whispered, pointing to a spot near the water on the rocky beach, where several large stones formed a partial enclosure. Do those stones look like they've been moved on purpose? And nearby, the grass is trampled down. Sun Bo squinted with his old glasses and examined carefully. It looks like a small shelter that could fit 2 people, who would come here to build a shelter. Just then, a low cough and muffled, accented curses came from inside the stone shelter. This place is cursed. So cold. How long do I have to stay here? Someone was there? Zhao Ming and Sun Bo dared not make a sound. They carefully crouched down. From the sound of it, at least 2 people, with a clear accent from Greystone City. What were they guarding? The strange-smelling creek water? Zhao Ming tugged gently at Sun Bo's sleeve. The 2 quietly retreated until they were far enough away, then stood up and hurried back. We must report this quickly. Sun Bo's face was pale. People from Greystone City are so close to the water, crouching there. This water, it's probably connected to them, Zhao Ming said, jumping onto his tricycle. Sun Bo, go back and tell our people not to use this creek water. I'll report to the command center. He pedaled the tricycle quickly, the assist Rune humming as he sped toward the city. At the command center, Chun Jingwo had just finished listening to Wang Tieju's report on the reinforcement plan for the signal tower when he saw Li Weiguo leading a hurried Zhao Ming into the room. Commander Chun, Director Li, Zhao Ming, unable to even wipe his sweat, said urgently, there's a problem at Heishui Creek to the west. He quickly explained everything, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, about discovering strange smells, investigating with Sun Bo, and hearing about the hidden personnel with Greystone City accents. Are they guarding by the water? Li Weigua's eyes sharpened. Are they trying to keep throwing things, or are they afraid we might find something? Qin Jiangwo was silent for a moment, then looked at Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, you mentioned earlier that the toxin sample had magic residue? Yes. Wang Taizhu nodded. Dr. Sun suspects it's not just poison, but more like a mark or trigger. A mark or triggered. Qin Jiangwo tapped his fingers on the table. If the creek is the channel for delivering the trigger, then their ambush upstream might be to keep the channel open or to observe how the trigger works. He turned to Li Weigua. Immediately send a team of plainclothes agents, led by experienced hunters familiar with the terrain, to monitor the rocky shoal from a distance. Don't alert them. I need to know how many they are, what equipment they have, their shift patterns, and what they are actually doing. Understood. Also, Qin Jiangwo said to Zhao Ming, Boss Zhao, thank you for your vigilance. The situation you found is very important. Go back and notify trusted merchants and residents to avoid using water from the lower part of Heishui Creek for now. We will give clear instructions soon. Zhao Ming nodded firmly. Rest assured, Commander Chun, I understand the importance. After Zhao Ming left, Qin Jiangwo turned to Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, when can your signal tower establish stable contact with Zhou Rue and the others? The relay rune for the signal has already been carved. It can be sent to the front line this afternoon. If all goes well, we can try a short communication by tomorrow morning. No longer just pulse signals, Wang Taizhu said confidently. Good. Qin Jiangwo looked out the window. We need Zhou Rue's eyes to see more clearly. Gordon is adding something to the water and placing nails outside the city. His big plan has probably already started. He remembered the ripple of order disturbance in Su Xiaoya's system and the blurry funnel mark. Time might be more urgent than we thought. At dusk, the command center's communication room was once again crowded. The atmosphere was calmer than before, but more focused. Su Xiaoya sat in front of the main console, her palms slightly sweaty. This is not nervousness, but a state of full concentration. She can feel that after 2 successful calls and the city of Li successfully thwarted Gordon's first attempt to frame her, as well as the initial discovery of anomalies in Blackwater Creek, her connection with the system and the channel between the system and Earth seem to have become more smooth and accepted. After the last call, the system interface briefly displayed a prompt. Based on successful early warning and initial intervention against low-level order disturbances, some information reception protocols have been optimized. Next cycle, try transmitting structured data units. Structured data units. That's what the system calls them. Wang Taizhu and others prefer to call them data packets. This means that today, they might not only hear sounds, but also receive more detailed information from Earth. Time's up. Qin Jiangwo's deep voice broke the silence. Su Xiaoya nodded and pressed the start button. A familiar faint hum sounded. She spoke clearly into the receiver. Home. Home. This is Li City. Third regular communication, starting now. Her report was more concise than before, getting straight to the point. First, the city is generally stable, but faces clear external threats. Second, the threat group Gordon Forces from Greystone City is conducting multiple dangerous activities, including polluting water sources with mixed magic media, setting up hidden posts near the border, and there are signs of ongoing abnormal energy activity at their control center. Third, we have begun initial responses but urgently need the following key guidance. 1. How to quickly identify and block possible magical media or triggers in the water source. 2. Suggestions for covert reconnaissance and countermeasures against hidden posts. 3. Any known characteristics or weaknesses of the abnormal dark red pulsing energy. Report complete. Awaiting instructions. After finishing the report, she held her breath and focused. A few seconds later, a response came. It was still Lu Mei's voice, but more fluent and professional. Li City, received. The information has been passed to the expert team. Please note, this time we will attempt to transmit 3 sets of structured data. The first set includes comparison charts and simple identification methods for common magic energy markers and natural pollutants. The second set covers optimized designs and counter-espionage points for simple unmanned reconnaissance devices, non-magic driven. The third set provides basic analysis of specific spectral energy fields and an overview of possible interference methods. Starting transmission. As she spoke, on one side of the communication room, The old hard drive connected to the system cache began blinking rhythmically. Next to it, a makeshift crystal panel displayed a slow, very simple progress bar. Wow, the image is really transmitting. Wang Taiju stared tightly at the slowly rising progress bar, his fists clenched. Dr. Sun had already taken out a notebook, ready to record at any moment. Amid the faint sound of data transfer, Lu Mei's voice sounded again, this time with a touch of warmth. Comrades in Licheng, your situation on the front lines is always on the country's mind. The experts from the Homeland team are working day and night to analyze every piece of information you send back. Please believe you are not fighting alone. Keep a scientific mindset, use collective wisdom, and protect yourselves and those around you. The country is waiting for your safe return. End of message. G. After a slight crackle of electrical noise, the communication was cut off. But this time, everyone did not fall silent immediately. All eyes focused on the progress bar finally reaching 100% and the hard drive indicator stopping its blinking. It's done. Wang Taiju was the first to jump up. Quick, let's see the data. The technicians immediately got busy. As they operated, a simple projector using glowing moss and focused crystal began casting a blurry but visible image onto the screen. The first image showed a comparison of colors and textures. On one side were normal mineral and plant pigments. On the other were abnormal samples labeled with words like suspected energy attachment, arcane residue, and chaos tendency. Although rough, it was clear at a glance. Look at this. Dr. Sun pointed to one of the diagrams with a dark red spiral pattern. This looks very similar to the microscopic pattern we found in the patient's blood sediment, which contained an unknown substance. My hometown says this might be a chaos tendency marker. The second image was a simple sketch of flying machines, with notes on how to use lightweight wood, rubber bands, and small windmill blades for unpowered gliding or short-distance launching, as well as tips on camouflage painting and choosing hidden observation points. This is great. Li Wei's eyes lit up. It's more practical than the model planes we studied before. Low cost, easy to make, perfect for our frontline reconnaissance. The third picture shows a diagram with wavy lines and frequency labels, along with text explaining concepts like resonance points and interference bands in different energy fields. Wang Taiju looked at it eagerly, muttering to himself, frequency, resonance, interference. I think I understand a little now. Chen Zhengwo didn't stand in front of the curtain. He walked to the window and looked at the darkening sky outside. To the southwest, the faint dark red over Greystone City seemed more noticeable in the twilight. His hometown sent him a key and also offered warm, firm support. But the work of unlocking still had to be done by them. And what was behind the lock's keyhole was still shrouded in mystery. He turned around and looked at the excited group discussing the new knowledge. He spoke in a deep voice. The information is valuable, but time is more precious. Wang Taiju, Dr. Sun, Li Weigua, I give you one night. Organize your teams, understand the core of these materials, and come up with the simplest, most practical solutions we can use immediately. By early tomorrow, I want to see specific plans for water source identification, border reconnaissance, and energy interference feasibility, even if they are rough or simple methods. Yes, the three replied together, full of determination. Finally, Chen Jingwo looked at Su Xiaoya, who was a little tired but had bright eyes. He said softly, Xiao Su, thank you. Has the system changed at all? Su Xiaoya looked at her phone screen. The information reception bandwidth indicator was faintly glowing, and beneath the order disturbance ripples, the inverted funnel symbol seemed slightly clearer than before. The system seems to have confirmed the relevance of these materials, she said softly. That funnel mark is a bit clearer now, but I still don't know what it represents. Funnel. Hourglass. Chen Zhengwo's vague guess was becoming clearer. What Gordon was doing was probably not just destruction, but maybe some kind of dangerous absorption or transformation. And they had to find a way to block the funnel before the sand ran out. Keep observing, he told Su Xiaoya, then looked at everyone. Disperse. Hurry up. Our opponents won't wait for us to catch up. Night once again covered Lian City. But this time, many rooms' lights stayed on longer. The next morning, several basic tents were set up on an open space next to the command center. Under the first tent, Dr. Sun, along with a few veteran pharmacists and eager residents, was examining bottles and jars. A comparison chart was enlarged and taped to a wooden board. Old Zhang, your eyesight is good. Look at this gray spot vine juice. If you drop it into a suspected water sample and see tiny silver fibers, it might mean there's arcane residue, Dr. Sun explained, pointing to a case on the chart. Got it. We just need to see if it changes color or forms fibers, Old Zhang said, suddenly understanding. This method is simple. Let's prepare several types of local plant juices that change color when magic is nearby, make test strips, and give them to water sources. Exactly. It's a rough testing kit. Not precise, but quick to spot problems. Under the second tent, a few old carpenters and skilled young people were comparing drawings, assembling strange little devices from light wood, thin bamboo strips, and fish glue, shaped like a long, winged cross. This is called a hand-thrown gliding bird, explained Wang Taizhu. It's made from elastic branches and launched with a slingshot. It can glide in the air for a while. We can attach a small mirror to reflect light or coat it with special paint. Using telescopes below, we can observe the reflected light or movement to see if there are hidden people or unusual terrain changes. Great idea, a young carpenter said excitedly. It's much safer than sending someone close. Just need to adjust the wings properly, or it might crash. Practice makes perfect, Wang Taizhu encouraged. Under the third tent, the discussion was loudest and most intense. Li Weiguo, Wang Taizhu, and a few sensitive musicians and clockmakers gathered together. My hometown says if the energy field pulses regularly, like a heartbeat, thump thump thump, Wang Taizhu said, rhythmically tapping a metal bucket with a stick. If we create another sound, bang bang bang, and disrupt its rhythm, it might make it uncomfortable or even choke. But how do we know what its heartbeat sounds like? Asked an older musician. Li Weiguo said, let's assume that the humming is its main heartbeat. We can make a few devices that produce different high and low, rhythmic, buzzing, and hissing sounds. The larger ones use copper drums with cymbals to vibrate, and the smaller ones use metal tubes or hollow wood of different lengths. When the time comes, we can try different methods. We might get lucky and guess one or two correctly. That's the same idea as using drums to scare away mountain spirits, Lao Licheng smiled. The earth is just earth, but maybe it will work. Chun Jingwo walked slowly between the tents, listening to these lively, even slightly earthy discussions. His serious face softened a little. This is Licheng, no deep theories, but endless resilience and quick thinking to solve problems. Just then, Li Weiguo hurried over, holding a crumpled piece of paper with a rough sketch of a pulse signal decoding. Commander Chen, urgent report from Zhou Rui's team. They didn't sneak into the mine, but from a higher point farther away, they used the prototype hand-thrown gliding reconnaissance bird provided by Zhao Ming and others for a high-altitude observation. And what did they find? Li Weiguo handed the paper to Chen Jiangwo, looking serious. The marker on the gliding reconnaissance bird, coated with glow moss juice, showed abnormal quick fading above the mine entrance at a specific height, like its light was being away. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui's team used telescopes with new engraved glow enhancement and energy flow spying runes to observe. They confirmed that the dark red glow leaking from deep inside the mine had a pulsing frequency that was perfectly synchronized with the buzzing sound of the energy field in Greystone City. Also, they saw new, heavily covered vehicles transporting supplies to the mine late at night, unloading large containers of dark fire crystal waste. The mine's energy was synchronized with the city. Large amounts of dark fire crystal waste. Chen Jiangwo stared at the paper, all the pieces in his mind suddenly colliding. The trigger in the water, the observation post outside the city, the mine's synchronized energy and waste, the city's pulsing hum, a funnel, that inverted funnel symbol. He suddenly looked up. Gordon isn't hiding things in the mine. He's processing things there. Using dark fire crystal waste, combined with the energy of the cracks, to make or transform something. All the activity outside the city is serving this processing plant. The trigger in the water might be part of the raw material, or it could be a mark indicating the future product deployment area. His voice was quiet, but it made the people nearby in the sheds fall silent and look over in shock. So, what is his product? Wang Tieju's throat was dry. I don't know. Chen Jiangwo shook his head, with a cold look in his eyes. But it's definitely not good stuff. Also, based on the need to mark the deployment area, this thing might not be a point-to-point attack, but a wide-range coverage. Su Xiaya from the communication room had also come out quietly. She looked at her phone screen, where the ripple next to the funnel mark was trembling violently. "The system's response is very strong," she said with a trembling voice. Order disturbance assessment index jumped 5 points in just that moment. The secret of the mine might be at the core of the disturbance source. Chen Jingwo looked around at everyone and ordered firmly, "Speed up all makeshift tests, anti-surveillance, and sound wave interference experiments. Priority is to ensure border and water source safety." Li Weigua informed Zhou Rue to keep a close watch on the mine, but make sure to maintain a safe distance. Wang Taizhu, focus on establishing a stable voice connection with Zhou Rue on the front line. "We need more timely intelligence." He paused, then looked toward the southwest sky. "Our next call might not just be about how to defend. Instead, it will be about asking, what is he making, and how can we destroy it before he finishes?" The sunlight shone on the busy sheds and people in the open field, but a cold chill was quietly spreading. Gordon's countdown seemed to be clearly audible. The counterattack from Licheng must be faster and more precise. At dusk, in the forest called Deer Jump Ravine, on the east side of Greystone City, everything was so quiet that only the flowing creek and the chirping insects could be heard. Two men, dressed in rough gray cloth and with their faces smeared with mud to hide their features, moved silently like cats among some very thick ancient trees. "Xiaolu, fix that branch on the left a bit more. It needs to be stable but not leave obvious marks," Zhou Rue whispered, crouching on a forked branch, speaking very softly. He was carefully adjusting a square object wrapped cleverly with leather and branches, one of the few remaining action cameras in Koi City, now disguised to look like an unremarkable tree trunk. Under the tree, a young team member called Xiao Lu, who was also the partner of Xiao Zhong, who had previously taken photos, was using thin rope soaked in tree sap and matching the color of the bark to secure the solar panel below the camera to a branch facing the sky. The panel was also camouflaged with moss and small pieces of bark. "Team Leader Zhou, the night vision test is complete. The battery is full, and the memory card has been cleared," Xiao Lu reported softly, looking up. "The trigger zone has been set according to your instructions. Whenever someone enters this area near the stream, it will automatically start recording." "Good." Zhou Rue checked the camera's disguise one last time, making sure it wouldn't reflect light or look out of place from any angle. Then he gently pressed a hidden switch on the side. A tiny red indicator light, about the size of a green bean, flashed quickly and then went out, entering standby mode. "All set." Zhou Rue slid down the tree swiftly and silently. He glanced at the last bit of sunset on the western horizon. If Gordon's people are still trying to poison, this is the most likely spot for them to strike. The water upstream is fast, and downstream is too close to Greystone City. Only this section of the forest stream is slow and hidden. The two quickly cleaned all small traces around them and moved back to a concealed crevice behind some rocks, about 30 meters away. It was already camouflaged and prepared. "Now we wait." Zhou Rue sat against the cold rocks, took out a hard pancake wrapped in oiled paper, and broke it in half, handing one piece to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu took it and took a bite, but his eyes stayed fixed on the dark forest where the camera was placed. "Team Leader Zhou, can this thing really catch people? Even in the dark, can it see clearly?" "It can," Zhou Rue replied confidently. "Commander Chen had the tech team test it. The picture isn't very bright, but you can definitely see outlines and movements. Engineer Wang said the principle is based on a kind of eye that's very sensitive to faint light, converting light signals into electrical signals and storing them." Xiao Lu understood, but not completely. Still, he trusted Zhou Rue and the judgment of the command center. He touched the hard object wrapped in thick cloth inside his chest. It was a pair of binoculars, a high-powered model issued to them by the command center. The lenses were said to be made from stock, optical glass, combined with local crystal and carefully polished, allowing for clear and distant viewing. Time slowly passed while waiting. The forest became completely dark, with moonlight blocked by dense tree canopies. Only the creek reflected faint, broken glimmers of light. Nocturnal animals began to move quietly, and occasional owl calls could be heard. Zhou Rue and Xiao Lu took turns resting. always keeping one person on watch. The binoculars' tubes looked like silent gun barrels, pointing toward the direction of the camera's hiding spot and the likely path of any approaching people from downwind. Late into the night, the temperature dropped further. Xiao Lu tightened his coat and was about to switch with Zhou Rue when he suddenly caught a very faint movement, different from natural sounds, the sound of breaking dry branches. It was very quiet and cautious, but clear in the silent night. "Someone's here." Xiao Lu immediately nudged Zhou Rue with his toe. Zhou Rue snapped to attention and grabbed the binoculars. Both held their breath, peering through the cracks in the rocks toward the source of the sound. The moonlight barely outlined the blurry shapes in the forest. Two dark figures were sneaking from the direction of Greystone City along a game trail toward the creek. They wore dark clothing, carried small packs, and moved carefully, showing signs of training. "They're coming," Zhou Rue silently thought, adjusting the focus of the binoculars. The shadows drew closer, stopping about 20 steps from the disguised camera, seemingly observing their surroundings. Now was the moment. Zhou Rue's eyes locked onto the figures. He saw one of the shadows reach into a bag on their back, something that looked like a pouch or a clay jar. They whispered to each other, then bent down quickly, rushing to the creek, squatting, and pouring the contents of the pouch into the water. "They're poisoning the water," Xiao Lu whispered through clenched teeth. Zhou Rue said nothing, only keeping the crosshairs of the binoculars fixed on the side of the black figure's face as they poured, trying to memorize every detail. He silently prayed. The camera must capture this. The two figures moved quickly. After pouring, they hurriedly packed the pouch back into their bags and looked around cautiously. At that moment, a sliver of moonlight broke through the clouds, briefly illuminating one of their faces, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and short beard, clearly visible in Zhou Rue's binoculars. That person seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in the general direction where Zhou Rue and Lu were hiding. Zhou Rue and Xiao Lu immediately lowered their heads, hearts pounding. Was it just an illusion? Or had they been spotted? After a few seconds of tense silence, there was no other movement. The two shadows seemed to relax and quickly retreated along the same path, disappearing into the dark woods. Until they could no longer hear any footsteps, Zhou Rue slowly exhaled a breath he had been holding. "They're gone." Xiao Lu's voice trembled slightly. "Yeah, they're gone." Zhou Rue nodded, still tense. "Wait another 15 minutes. Make sure they won't come back suddenly." 15 minutes later, the forest returned to quiet, filled only with natural sounds. Zhou Rue carefully crawled out of the rocks, moving like a ghost to the ancient tree where the camera was hidden. He checked the surroundings carefully to make sure there were no traps or ambushes, then quickly climbed the tree, turned off the camera's recording, and carefully removed it along with the solar panel. After climbing down, he and Xiao Lu didn't stay long. They quickly followed their planned hidden route, heading toward Licheng at a fast pace. By dawn, they safely reached a prearranged hiding spot, finally able to relax. Zhou Rue eagerly turned on the camera and checked the recording. The small screen showed a dark image, but with night vision, they clearly captured the entire process. The infiltration, observation, the man squatting to set a trap, then looking around cautiously before leaving. Especially when the moonlight illuminated the scene, the profile of the man with the hooked nose was captured very clearly. "We got it. We really got it." Xiao Lu almost shouted with excitement. Zhou Rue looked at the frozen image on the screen, his eyes sharp as a blade. This was concrete proof. He put away the camera and looked at the gradually brightening sky in the east. "Let's go back to Licheng," he said in a deep voice. "It's time for Lord Gordon to see what his people have done." In the morning light, the two hurried toward home with this silent record. The silent eye in the woods had completed its first watch and was about to trigger a storm that would sweep through Greystone City. And the real confrontation, with the birth of this photo, was just beginning. The door of the photo lab was pushed open suddenly, releasing a strong smell of chemicals mixed with fresh tree sap. Wang Taizhu and Dr. Sun rushed in almost at the same time, their eyes fixed on the dark red light, where a few photographs were carefully lifted by Xiao Zheng, still dripping water. "Is it clear?" Wang Taizhu asked quietly, worried about disturbing the delicate developing process. Xiao Zheng, a former photography enthusiast, was now steady as a seasoned expert. He gently placed a photo into a basin of clean water with bamboo tongs, his voice trembling with excitement. Clear. Even clearer than I expected. The moonlight is bright enough, the exposure time is just right, and the face outlines can be recognized. The photos floated slightly in the water, and the images gradually became stable. Wang Taizhu and Dr. Sun eagerly leaned over the basin. The first photo shows a stocky man wearing gray armor from Stone City, but without full shoulder insignia. He is bending over, reaching into a leather backpack. The background is a rocky riverbank under night, with black water and scattered stones. His profile is sharply defined by moonlight and distant campfire flames. The second photo captures the man throwing a small, cloth-wrapped object into the river, causing a splash. His face is expressionless, and his movements are smooth, as if he's doing a routine task. The third photo, a bit blurry, shows the man after throwing the object, looking around cautiously before quickly walking away from the riverbank, out of the camera's view. It captures most of his face and a faint old badge scar behind his armor, which looks like it's been partially scraped off. That's him. Dr. Sun pointed at the third photo, noting the slight puffiness of his cheeks and a faint scar near his eye. Among the 5 patients rescued by the patrol, one of them, who was somewhat conscious, mentioned a kind passerby who gave them water and told them to wash at the river. That person had a scar on his face and liked to puff his cheeks when talking. Wang Taizhu no longer cared about the face details. He pointed at the shape and size of the cloth-wrapped bundle in the first photo. Look at the shape and size. And the trajectory of the throw. This thing isn't light. It's definitely not just a regular stone. Dr. Sun, in your analysis of the toxin, is there any component that must be sealed and only releases slowly when in contact with water? Yes. Dr. Sun immediately understood. That kind of unknown substance, which reacts with magical media, is extracted as a paste. When exposed to air, it hardens and loses effectiveness slowly, but in flowing water, it spreads faster. Wrap it in oilcloth and throw it into the water. Timing is crucial, just after those farmers pass by upstream. That's solid proof. Wang Taizhu slammed his fist on the nearby wooden table, causing the potion bottles to rattle. Not only do we have the suspect, but we also explain how the toxin works. Gordon can't deny it this time. But, are photos enough? Xiaozheng asked worriedly. People in Greystone City might say we faked them. They have magical images, and we have this. Wang Taizhu pointed to the clear environmental details in the photo. Unique rock patterns, the shape of the withered trees on the opposite bank, even the blurry outline of Greystone City's walls. These backgrounds can't be faked. Plus, we have witnesses. The 5 patients are living proof. Photos plus testimonies are enough. At this moment, Li Weiguo arrived quickly after hearing the news. Seeing the photos, his face turned pale but also showed excitement. Good. Zhou Rue did a great job. Now let's see how Gordon tries to deny it. Has Commander Chen been informed? Wang Taizhu asked. Already sent someone to invite him, Li Weiguo replied, carefully examining a washed photo against the light. But we can't rely on ourselves alone. This evidence must be used correctly to become a strong strike against Gordon. Just then, the steady footsteps of Chun Jiangwo sounded outside the door. He entered without asking many questions, his gaze fixed on the photographs. Wang Taizhu quickly reported the situation. Chun Jiangwo listened silently, carefully examining each photo, especially the front-facing shot and the damaged insignia behind. That insignia, he pointed to the photo. Can we trace its origin? Li Weiguo nodded. There are several small factions within Greystone City's defenders, each with their own secret marks. The damage pattern on this insignia. I'll have someone compare it with previous intelligence we've collected. Do it quickly. Chun Jiangwo put down the photos and looked around. The evidence is crucial, but how we use it is even more important. We need to do 3 things immediately. His tone was steady but carried undeniable authority. First, Dr. Sun and Xiaozheng. Copy the photos at least 5 times each. Frame them with the strongest waterproof material. Keep the original safe. Second, Wang Taizhu, immediately adjust the communication equipment to ensure flawless connection next time. This time, we need to find a way to describe these photos to Earth. Just telling them someone was poisoned isn't enough. We need to make them see it. Third, Li Weiguo. Assign trustworthy people to secretly meet with neutral representatives and a few lawmakers inside Greystone City who have had dealings with us. They should bring copies of the photos and summaries of the patient's testimony. Just show them the materials. No need for extra words. We want to create an inside Greystone City. Everyone responded seriously. Additionally, Chen Jiangwo added, notify Zhou Rui's team that the mission has changed. The camera and existing film must be sent back immediately through the most reliable channels. Their next task is to closely monitor the transportation and personnel activities at the mine, especially the details related to the city's internal pulse. We need to know how far Gordon has progressed with that device. Understood. Chen Jiangwo then looked at the photographs that captured the evidence of the crime, his eyes sharp as a blade. Gordon wants to use sneaky tricks to ruin our water and disturb our minds. But we will use the least respected little tricks of his. Capture his dirty hands on film, and then slap this picture right in his face. Let's see if he's got a thick enough skin or if his walls are about to break. The atmosphere in the communication room was even more serious than before, tinged with a faint sense of urgency. In front of Su Xiaoya, the main console had finished warming up and the energy flow was stable. But her attention was split, half on the system interface and half on several quick charcoal sketches beside her. These sketches were based on photos, narrated by Xiao Zhang, and drawn from memory and understanding. Keyframes showing the poisoner's features, momentary actions, and the creekside environment. They couldn't transmit images directly, but they could use words to help Earth's experts paint a picture in their minds. Time's up, Chen Jiangwo whispered. Su Xiaoya nodded and pressed a button. A humming sound began. Home, this is Licheng. Fourth regular communication, starting now. Her voice was clear and steady, but slightly faster than usual. Core report. We have obtained direct evidence that the Gordon forces in Greystone City have poisoned our water source. Below are the key details. Please record them. She picked up a sketch and began to speak as if giving a court testimony. First, physical features. The suspect is a male, about 5.5 feet tall, local measurement, with a strong build. Features, square face, thick eyebrows, a long old scar at the corner of his eye. His right cheek tends to puff slightly when chewing. When found, he was wearing a standard Greystone City leather armor, but without full shoulder guards. The back of his armor had a damaged badge, shaped like a round shield with a crossed sword pattern, the sword handles worn down. This matches the insignia used by Greystone City's inner city guard. She paused briefly, organizing her words for the next, more important scene. Second, behavioral evidence. It was observed that the suspect, during local nighttime, at a specific section of the Heishui Creek, coordinates recorded, took a small cloth-wrapped object about the size of a fist from his bag and threw it into the flowing stream. The throwing was skillful, and the water entry point was at a bend in the creek, ideal for spreading. Our medical team detected the same kind of magical toxin in the creek water at that time and place, as well as in the bodies of affected individuals downstream. The logical connection is complete. Third, additional information. After the suspect's actions, he returned along a specific route to the military camp on the west side of Greystone City. We have clear video evidence and at least 5 indirect witnesses. This incident is not isolated. It is linked to recent enemy activities near the border, such as ambushes and unusual energy phenomena. We believe this marks the beginning of a systematic hostile campaign. She paused again, then spoke more forcefully. Based on the above, we urgently request. 1. Are there faster, cheaper on-site detection methods or antidote formulas for the magical toxin? 2. For such covert sabotage actions, are there simple, large-scale warning or monitoring technologies? 3. Does Earth have any experience or advice on using imaging or other technical means to secure evidence and counter public opinion? That concludes the report. We await instructions. The report ended. Only the faint hum of equipment remained in the room. This time, the pause before a response seemed a few seconds longer. It was as if the person on Earth was also digesting this shocking information. Finally, Lu Mei's voice came through, more formal and serious than ever before. Licheng, message received. The situation has been urgently reported. The expert team highly commends your ability to gather key evidence. Please note, this communication will focus on responding to your urgent request. For rapid testing, I suggest trying the following simple methods. Here is a list of professional but easy-to-understand recipes and steps, with Dr. Sun nearby taking frantic notes. Regarding early warning monitoring, the idea is as follows. Use vibration sensors, light blocking, or simple capacitor changes to create low-cost tripwires, alert bells, or area sensors, combined with remote signal triggers. Wang Tieju's eyes light up as he mimics a circuit on the table. On how to use the evidence, experience shows that solid visual evidence combined with trustworthy witnesses can be very powerful in public exposure. Make sure the evidence chain is complete. Choose appropriate channels for limited and rhythmic release to win over moderates and isolate stubborn opponents. Lume spoke quickly but clearly. Clearly, they had already prepared targeted plans based on previous communications from the other side of the world. Finally, Lume slowed her voice, adding a touch of warmth. The Homeland Task Force asked me to pass on. You are in danger, but your thinking is clear and your actions are strong. Please stay alert and stay safe. The technical materials you need, especially detailed design drawings and response manuals, are being compiled and will be transmitted in the next communication cycle. Keep the communication link stable. That is all. Beep. The communication ended. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath, feeling suddenly drained. The huge amount of information in this spoken portrait and the dense technical points tested her focus to the limit. Chen Jingwo walked over and patted her shoulder. You did very well, especially with the descriptions of the people and symbols. The folks back home should be able to see everything clearly now. Li Weiguo had already moved over to Dr. Sun and Wang Taiju, watching their hurried notes. These methods sound reliable, especially that vibration tripwire made from hollow bamboo segments and tensioned wires, simple materials, and we can try making it right away. Wang Taiju stared at the simple sketch he had drawn. And this capacitive sensing. If we separate two metal plates, changes caused by humidity or something approaching between them can trigger a signal. This can be improved and used around our signal towers and key facilities. Chen Jingwo felt a bit more at ease as he watched everyone quickly turn what they had learned from the communication into concrete ideas. The evidence had been sent. The guidance had been received. But only in the next communication would they get the real tool blueprints. Would Gordon give them those 7 days? He looked southwest. The scar-faced man in the photo should now be in the military camp of Greystone City. And behind that scarred man, what was Gordon planning? Make good use of the time, Chen Jingwo said in a deep voice. Turn the ideas from home into things we can actually use. Also, it's time to send out the evidence. Li Weiguo, you can begin. Yes, sir. A small photograph was about to stir the first real ripple in the world under the twin moons. And across the sea of stars, the next message would bring more hope, in the form of drawings and words. In the following days, inside and outside Carp City, shadows and lights intertwined. The messengers sent by Li Weiguo carried carefully mounted photocopies and summaries of testimonies. Quietly, like water seeping into sand, they reached several respected guild leaders in Greystone City, 2 elderly council members known for their fairness, and even a trade official often excluded for disagreeing with Gordon's policies. There were no fiery accusations, only calm presentation of facts. Please look, is this the armor style of your city's soldiers? The emblem behind this man, do you recognize it? This is the site of the incident, 70 miles west of your city gate, at the Blackwater Creek Stone Flats. The mountain in the background, is that your city's watchtower? These 5 farmers gave their statements and left their fingerprints. They only drank from the creek, and this was the result. Seeds of doubt were planted. The clear faces, movements, and surroundings in the photos carried more weight than any rumor. The trade official, whose caravans had also suffered under Gordon's exclusion policy, stared at the photo for a long time before finally saying quietly, "Leave these here. I don't know anything." Almost at the same time, in the western district of Licheng, Zhao Ming and Sun Bo led a team to organize a civil water quality check group. They used a homemade testing kit, several color-changing grass juice test strips, and a small bottle of lime water that turns cloudy when it encounters magical residue, to regularly check water sources downstream of Heishui Creek. They marked the results clearly on nearby wooden signs with charcoal. Today's water sample from water intake number 3 shows a slight red tint on the test. Boil before use. Spring number 5 is normal. Safe to use. The process was simple, clear, and effective. Fear was replaced by organized monitoring and open information. The people's worries eased. On the border, Wang Taizhu and his team set up the first batch of simple shock tripwire traps and light-blocking warning bells along the most likely infiltration paths. Although rough, during the trial run, a giant lizard foraging at night triggered a tripwire, causing the bamboo bell to ring through the quiet valley. This startled the patrol guards from Greystone City on the other side, who retreated in surprise. The news boosted the morale of the frontline soldiers. At the command center, Wang Taizhu focused on communicating with Zhou Rui's team. That afternoon, the team carrying reinforced rune fragments finally arrived at the front line and successfully installed and tested their equipment before nightfall. That night, in the communication room, for the first time, a voice from over 100 miles away crackled through with some static, but was still very clear. Control tower. Control tower. This is Wolf-Eye. Do you hear me? It was Zhou Rui's voice, slightly distorted, but every word was understandable. Wolf-Eye control tower here. Loud and clear, Wang Taizhu grabbed the microphone, trembling with excitement. Report the situation. Target mine. Increased transport frequency. Over the past 3 days, 9 vehicles have entered the mine at night, carrying empty buckets, but no finished products seen leaving. The red glow at the entrance remains steady, pulsating in sync with the city. Guards. Increased to 3 teams. Patrolling alternately. Completed. Is the observation point safe? Safe. Have kept maximum distance as instructed. Using scout birds for observation. Done. Good. Keep monitoring to ensure safety. Report immediately if there are any major changes. Understood. Done. Releasing the microphone, Wang Taizhu let out a heavy sigh of relief and said to Chen Zhengwo nearby, "We made contact. Although the signal was unstable, key information was still transmitted back. Zhou Rue and his team are safe. The mine is indeed working faster, but the goods haven't come out yet." Chen Zhengwo nodded. The codename Wolf-Eye is good. Tell them that their eyes are now one of our most important sources of information. Also, next time we communicate, we need to describe the specific frequency of the pulses they observed and estimate the approximate load of the transport vehicles as accurately as possible for Earth. Yes. Time quickly passed as Carp City prepared defenses and Gordon secretly accelerated his plans. Inside Greystone City, the tension caused by photographic evidence seemed to be temporarily suppressed by Gordon's tougher methods, but the suppressed silence made everyone more uneasy. Finally, the day of the second communication, the 5th for Earth, arrived. This time, everyone in the communication room was almost bursting with anticipation. Lume had clearly said last time that they would try to transmit blueprints and manual data packages. Su Xiaoya was in her best state. She could not only feel the stability of the channel, but also faintly sense that the system seemed to be expecting this data transfer, as if it was part of its learning and unlocking process. When the time came, the channel was established. Su Xiaoya's report was more concise, adding details about the mine transport observations and a rough description of the pulse frequency. She also emphasized the urgent need to obtain targeted blueprints. Lume responded quickly. Carp City, message received. The expert team appreciates your efficient actions. Please note, this time we will attempt to transmit technical data packages. The transfer list is as follows. 1. Simple field phone network wiring optimization and relay tower design diagrams. 2. High-strength steel wire, alternative material, cold drawing process key points, and simple mold diagrams. 3. Basic magic energy field disturbance observation and simple counter manual. Starting transmission, here it comes. Everyone held their breath as the progress bar, representing data transfer, lit up again, slowly and steadily moving forward. This time, there was no extra voice message, only a steady, continuous hum of data flow. When the progress bar reached the end, the green light turned on, indicating the transfer was complete. Even before Su Xiaoya fully disconnected, Wang Taizhu and several technical experts rushed to the storage device. The data was imported, and the simple projector started working again. On the curtain, the first thing that appears is a clear, detailed blueprint. It is no longer a blurry sketch, but a real engineering drawing that can be measured with a ruler. The drawing carefully shows how to twist telephone wires, insulate cables, build relay towers, and embed rune arrays, even including installation plans for different terrains. My goodness, this is so detailed, an old cable worker said, eyes wide. The way these wires are twisted, the signal loss could be cut in half. The relay tower structure is much sturdier than our current wooden one. Next, there is a second diagram. How to use existing low-quality iron materials through cold drawing and specific annealing, using rune-controlled temperature instead, to produce strong, tough steel wires, along with steps to make simple wire drawing molds. This is great. We've been worried about not having good steel wire for stronger phone lines and defense nets, Wang Taiju said, excited. The third is a manual with pictures and text, explaining how to use crystals, special coils, and simple runes to make a device that can roughly detect energy field fluctuations and strength, called a field strength counter. Maybe it can help us measure that pulsing, Dr. Sun said, excited. Chun Jingwo looked at the clear shadows on the curtain, at the faces around him filled with uncontrollable joy and excitement. His tense heart finally relaxed a little. The eyes and hands from his hometown had truly crossed the starry sea and reached them. Although it was just the beginning and the road ahead was still dangerous. With these blueprints and methods, they could build stronger walls and make their eyes shine brighter. Organize learning immediately and digest everything overnight, Chun Jingwo said firmly. Wang Taiju, for the new phone network and defense wires, I want to see initial results in 10 days. Dr. Sun, get that counter prototype ready as soon as possible. He paused, looked out the window. In the night, the southwestern sky still seemed heavy. Gordon is rushing to finish his thing. We also need to speed up our shield and sword. Next time we talk, we must tell our homeland not just we received the blueprints, but also we have used them to build a new defense line. Under the light, the lines on the blueprint seemed to become a bridge connecting hope and reality. At this end of the bridge, countless hands have already eagerly started working. Master Wang, something's wrong. A young apprentice hurried into the blacksmith's workshop. Master Lu and the goblin are arguing. It's in the east warehouse. Wang Taiju was sitting with a few old friends around the forge, studying the blue fire. When he heard this, he grabbed a coal-dusted towel, wiped his face, and ran outside. What now? Didn't we agree to trade their iron strips for our spicy sauce? It's not about trading, the apprentice followed, panting. It's about the thin iron wire we need. The goblins said their best wire drawers can't make such even, tough wire. They say our drawings specify divine craftsman skills, which they can't do unless we pay more, 50% extra. When Wang Taiju arrived, a crowd had gathered at the warehouse door. Master Lu was red-faced and angry, clutching a rough iron, shouting at a goblin manager dressed in a fine leather apron with pointed ears. 50% more? Why don't you go and steal it? This wire already has many impurities, and we have to refine it ourselves. Now you want to make it thinner and charge more? Are we going to lay down telephone lines or not? The goblin manager, Galu, who had worked with them before, blinked his small eyes and rubbed his hands. Oh, Master Lu, it's not that we won't do it, but your demands are too high. Diameter error no more than a strand of hair. Tensile strength to lift a standard brick. This isn't just wire. It's more like Elven bowstrings. It's hard work and costly. 50% extra is fair. Fair my foot. Master Lu refused to back down. We used your thick wires to make fences before, and I didn't hear you complain. Now that we want thinner wire, you want 50% more? You're just taking advantage of our urgency and raising prices. Seeing the argument might escalate, Wang Taiju stepped in. He first pressed on Master Lu's shoulder, then looked at Galu. Galu, we've been working together for a long time. This wire is important for our border warning system. The sooner we get it, the fewer lives might be lost. Isn't it inappropriate to raise the price now? Galu looked a bit guilty but still insisted, Master Wang, business is business. And to be honest, it's not that we're trying to make things difficult. Recently, Greystone City has been buying up magic metals and energy-conducting materials. Prices are soaring. We also have costs to consider. Greystone City is also buying up supplies. Wang Taiju felt a tightness in his heart, but kept a calm face. Greystone City is Greystone City, and we are us. Increasing the price is impossible. But we can try a different way. If you provide sufficiently decent raw thin iron wire, we will handle the final fine twisting and annealing ourselves. The price stays the same, but you must guarantee a steady supply of raw materials. How about that? Gera looked suspiciously at Wang Tieju's calloused hands. You handle it yourself? What if the final wire doesn't meet the standards? We'll accept it if it doesn't meet the standards, Wang Taiju said firmly. But if it's because your raw materials are too poor and cause the failure, you have to pay for it. Gera blinked quickly, thinking, saving on the most labor-intensive steps like fine twisting and fire control, and still keeping this big client. It seems like a good deal. All right, Engineer Wang, you're straightforward. Let's do it this way. The raw materials will be delivered this afternoon for the first batch. Gera suddenly smiled like he was changing his mind, then left with his team. Master Lu still looked a bit angry. Engineer Wang, we handle it ourselves? We haven't fully figured out the blue fire annealing yet. And this twisting. If we don't push ourselves, how will we know if it works? Wang Taiju looked at the rough iron in his hand with a fierce look. Greystone City is buying up supplies, which means Gordon is working desperately. We can't wait any longer. Old Lu, gather all the skilled workers, whether they used to weave baskets, sew shoes, or make ropes. Call them all. Use the simplest spinning wheels and turners, and twist by hand. If one round isn't enough, do it 10 times. As for the blue fire, I'll have old Zhang and the others take 12-hour shifts watching the furnace, recording every fire color, rune output, and wire drawing effect. We will find a way. He turned around and spoke loudly to the watching craftsmen and apprentices. Brothers and sisters, I know this work is hard, and I know everyone feels uncertain. But think about why we are laying this telephone line. Is it so our frontline brothers won't know when they're being spied on? Is it so Gordon's people can poison us at our doorstep, and we stay in the dark? No, someone in the crowd shouted. Exactly. No, Wang Taiju raised the of iron wire. Even the goblins said they couldn't do it. But us, people of Licheng, when have we ever been defeated by the words impossible? When we had no grain, we farmed. No medicine, we found herbs. Now we lack qualified telephone lines, so we use our hands, old-fashioned methods, and twist them out. Let those magic folks see what human strength and simple cleverness can do. Done. Master Lu was the first to shout. Count me in. I'm the most steady at weaving nets. I'm good at judging the fire color when I forge metal. I sew shoe soles evenly. The crowd responded loudly and dispersed to prepare. Wang Taiju returned to the blacksmith shop and saw Su Xiaoya crouched in the corner, looking worried at the parts of Dieting Number 1 and a handwritten manual. Little Su, what's wrong? Su Xiaoya looked up, frowning. Engineer Wang, this standard cutting angle. The manual says it's 37.5 degrees, but we don't have a protractor. The master craftsmen say roughly a bit more than half of a right angle. How much is that bit more? Just a little, and the crystal sensing might be very different. Wang Taiju scratched his head, looked around, then suddenly went to the wall, picked up a carpenter's right-angle ruler, and found a thin string and a small stone. He tied one end of the string to the stone, held the other end, letting the stone hang naturally, close to one side of the right-angle ruler. Then he marked a point on the ruler at about half, using his fingernail to scratch a mark. See, this is half, 45 degrees. He then estimated about 1/3 between the 45-degree line and the right-angle line, and made a second mark. This is probably a little more than one small finger. Here, bring me your raw crystal, and face it toward this mark. Use the finest sand to slowly grind, just a little at a time, then look at the edges in the light. Keep doing this until the reflection looks about the same as the even scattering on the drawing. We don't need perfect precision, just get it roughly right. Su Xiaoya looked at his rough but clever method, paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. Okay, I'll try. In the workshop, the fire blazed, and the sounds of hammering, grinding, arguing, and encouragement filled the air. The lines on the blueprint, through these stubborn but resourceful hands, stumbled and struggled but gradually moved toward reality. 7 days later, in the evening, on the West Third Watchtower, Guard Xiao Li carefully shook the telephone handle. This time, the sound from the receiver was so clear that almost no noise could be heard. West Third Tower, signal test. Control Tower, West Third Tower received it. The sound is as clear as if it's right next to my ear, Xiaoli reported excitedly. Good. Keep the communication lines open. After hanging up, Xiaoli couldn't help but say to the squad leader nearby, Squad leader, this new line is amazing. It used to crackle loudly, but now it sounds like we're talking face to face. The squad leader also smiled, but his eyes showed more caution. He raised his binoculars and scanned the border again. The sunset cast a golden-red glow over the wilderness, and everything seemed normal. But he knew that some things had changed. About 2 miles from the watchtower, behind a bush, 2 figures dressed in gray-brown camouflage were lying silently. They were new scouts sent from Greystone City, tasked with figuring out what these newly built signal towers and the occasional flying, strange birds, gliding reconnaissance drones, were for. Boss, it looks like the person on the tower is talking through that metal box, whispered the young scout. Obviously, replied the scar-faced man called the boss, who was the same Carl from the photo, looking grim. Stay alert, don't step on any invisible wires, and don't block the light. The higher-ups said we need to understand the pattern first. They carefully crawled forward, trying to get closer for a better look. When they crossed a small rocky, the young scout in front seemed to accidentally break a very thin, nearly transparent silk thread, a tough spider silk soaked in tree resin. Click! A very faint sound, like a dry branch snapping, came from a hollow wooden tube disguised as a stone near his foot. Carl's hair stood on end. Not good. Retreat. Before he finished speaking, whoosh. A dazzling white light burst out from the stone, brief but bright like a small lightning bolt in the dim evening, illuminating the 2 frightened faces and the surrounding scenery. Almost at the same time, a small copper bell connected to a receiver on the distant watchtower rang sharply with a ding. 2 o'clock direction, at the edge of the bush, triggered by a flash. Alert! The squad leader shouted into the phone. The warning bell on the tower rang out, echoing heavily in the dusk air. Nearby patrols immediately rushed toward the flashing area. Run! Carl, the scar-faced man, ignored hiding and jumped back. The young scout scrambled to follow, crawling and rolling as fast as he could. They just rushed down the gravel and stepped onto a softer patch of sandy land. As they ran ahead, Carl suddenly felt his foot sink into something soft, like a pit, and he tilted his body forward. A thick, pungent, greenish-yellow smoke, mixed with the smell of sulfur and decayed herbs, burst out from several small holes in the ground, quickly enveloping both of them. Cough! What is this stuff? My eyes. I can't see. The smoke wasn't deadly but was very irritating and stung their eyes. Both of them cried and tears streamed down their faces. Their vision blurred, and they could only crawl back by memory. When the patrol team from Licheng arrived, they saw scattered footprints on the ground, a small patch of blackened, triggered shiny stone shells, and the lingering, strong-smelling smoke in the air. Captain, the people ran away, but they left something behind. A sharp-eyed soldier picked up a small leather bag from the sandpit. Inside were some dried food, a simple symbol drawn on a leather map, and a bronze badge from the inner-city security team of Greystone City. The patrol captain weighed the badge and sneered. Looks like our little gadget not only lit up, but also bit the other side. Let's go. Take this back. The news was sent back to the command center. Li Weigua took the badge and went straight to Qin Jiangwo and Wang Taizhu. It's the person in the photo, scar-faced Carl. He's back again, trying to get our tower. We chased him off with flashbangs and stink bombs, and he left this behind. Wang Taizhu took the badge and examined the tiny scratches on it carefully, then let out a breath. Our eyes and ears are finally working. We didn't catch him, but it proves our methods are effective, and we even scared them. Qin Jiangwo looked at the leather map they seized. It had rough sketches of several points, roughly marking the locations of the signal towers and watchtowers on the west side of Licheng, with some strange symbols next to them. They're not only checking our positions, but also recording our defense patterns. Qin Jiangwo pointed at the map. Gordon wants to disable our eyes. Inform all frontline units to strengthen the security of the signal and watchtowers, both day and night. Also, starting tomorrow, patrol routes will be irregular and cyclical. He paused and looked at Wang Taizhu. Any news from Tingting number 1? Wang Taizhu shook his head. No new data from Zhou Rue yet. However, Xiao Su said that the funnel symbol in the system has become more stable over the past few days, but the noise from the ripples seems to have increased. While they were talking, Su Xiaoyan knocked on the door, holding her phone, with a strange look on her face. Commander Chun, Engineer Wang, the system. Just showed a message. What message? Su Xiaoya turned the screen around. The number next to technical analysis match rate flickered from 18% to 20%. Below, a new, clearer line of text appeared. Based on successful early warning and countermeasures against low-level physical interference, the information reception protocol has been partially optimized. Next time we connect across dimensions, we can try increasing data transfer bandwidth and content complexity. Did it succeed? Wang Tieju's eyes lit up. We use simple methods to block their reconnaissance. Does the system reward us for successful countermeasures? Su Xiaoyan nodded. It seems so. It said next time we communicate, we can try transmitting more complex data. Maybe. Not just blueprints and manuals? Chen Zhengwo thought for a moment. So, every effective action we take here is also sending information to Earth, and at the same time, unlocking more help from this system. It seems to be that logic, Su Xiaoya said uncertainly. The system appears to be evaluating our ability and efficiency in dealing with threats in its own way. That's good. Chen Zhengwo's eyes sharpened. This means we're on the right path. Gordon makes a move, we respond, counter, and become more effective. Keep going, and we'll get more tools. He looked out the window, where night had fully fallen. There are 4 days until the next communication. During these 4 days, we need to turn Gordon's eyes into blind spots, and his ears into deaf ears. Then, with our brighter eyes and sharper ears, we can see what really hides in his mind. At the Broken Tooth Cliff observation point, Zhou Rui's team had been on continuous watch for 11 days. Listening device number 1 turns on daily at scheduled times, recording the steady energy, heartbeat, of the mine, mixed with noise. They have gathered a lot of data, but the core secret still remains hidden deep inside the dark mine. Until late at night on this day, Private Wu, who was monitoring, suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Captain, there's a situation. The mine has sent out another convoy. This time, it's bigger." Zhou Rue immediately moved closer to the telescope. He saw at the mine entrance 5 covered wagons, tightly wrapped in heavy cloth, slowly leaving under the protection of over 30 fully armed riders. At the front of the group, there were even a few figures riding tall horses, dressed in mage robes. Record, the convoy is larger, with more guards, and a mage is accompanying them. Direction, Zhou Rue watched as the convoy turned, still northwest by west. "Captain, should we follow?" Xiao Zheng, holding a camera, looked eager. A few days ago, they used a hand-thrown glider drone to successfully capture some outlines of the convoy and guard arrangements, but the details were too distant and unclear. Zhou Rue stared at the convoy moving under the moonlight, feeling a fierce internal struggle. Following them was very risky. If they were discovered, in this wild mountain area, it could be very dangerous. Not following might be the key to understanding where Gordon's supplies are going. He remembered Chen Zhengwo's order, stay alive and bring back the intelligence. He also thought of the dark red glow deep inside the mine, pulsing rhythmically, and the strange heartbeat caught by Ting number 1, Old Qin. "Wu, you stay here and keep watching the mine and Ting, Zhou Rui finally decided. "Xiao Zheng, take your camera and the shortest lens and come with me. We'll just follow from afar, see which mountain they go into, and never get close. If there are signs of being discovered, immediately retreat, understood?" Understood. The two changed into their best disguises, packed their essential gear, and slipped down the rocks like shadows. Using the terrain for cover, they followed the silent convoy from a distance. The mountain road at night was rough and difficult. The convoy moved slowly, but their route seemed carefully chosen, avoiding areas with people or hunters, sticking to remote paths. Zhou Rue and Xiao Zheng dared not get too close. They relied on occasional high ground to confirm the convoy's direction and outline with binoculars. After about 2 hours, the eastern sky began to lighten. "Captain, it looks like they're about to enter the mountains," Xiao Zheng pointed ahead. There was a narrow pass between 2 huge mountains, dangerous terrain, with fog swirling inside, making it hard to see what was happening. Zhou Rue raised his binoculars. The convoy paused briefly at the narrow pass, as if someone was inspecting something. Then, Under the protection of guards, it slowly entered the white fog, and the figures gradually blurred until they disappeared. They did not continue forward. The area near the pass was open and lacked cover, making further movement too risky. Zhou Rue quickly marked the pass's location and the approximate time the convoy entered on a waterproof map with a charcoal pen. Note: the target convoy entered the Twin Wolves Pass before dawn, possibly heading toward the abandoned dwarf fortress in the north. No exit was observed. It is recommended to use the scout bird for high-altitude reconnaissance of this area later. The two quietly returned along the same route. When they reached the observation point, it was already bright. Licheng immediately reported, "Captain, after you left, the dating readings changed. The large fluctuations decreased significantly, by about 30%, and the noise tremors almost disappeared. Only just now did they slowly start to return a little. Is the energy output weakening? Could it be because a large amount of products was taken away?" Zhou Rue quickly organized the tracking observations and the changes in the dating data, then sent pulse signals back to Licheng. That afternoon, at the Licheng Command Center, Chen Zhengwo, Li Weiguo, Wang Taizhu, Su Xiaoya, and others gathered around a map and the dating data records. Twin Wolves Pass. Behind it are the Blackstone Hills. Further inside is the Rusty Gorge. Marked on the map are several abandoned dwarf underground outposts and a small forge. Li Weiguo pointed at the map. If Gordon is storing things there, or doing further processing, it's a good hidden location. The energy readings dropped sharply after the convoy left, Wang Taizhu analyzed. This suggests that the production in the mine and the transported materials are directly related. The transported items are either finished products or key components. Now the readings have recovered somewhat, indicating it has started producing again, and there's a mage accompanying them, Dr. Sun added. This means the transported items need magical protection, or require a mage to operate at the destination. Chen Zhengwo pointed from the mine's location to the Twin Wolves Pass, then to the hill area marked with abandoned dwarf facilities. Gordon's chain of evidence is becoming clearer. In the mine, using dark fire crystal waste and energy to manufacture some dangerous goods, transporting them via convoy to a hidden northern location for storage or deployment. At the same time, we are preparing to set a trigger, possibly to activate those dangerous materials in the future. He looked at Su Xiaoya and asked, "Has the system been updated?" Su Xiaoya had been looking at her phone. She raised her head and looked surprised. "Yes, just now, after receiving Captain Zhou Rue's message, the part about the hypothesis of key material connections changed. The description of the unstable polymer carrier went from words to a very simple, rotating 3D diagram. It was labeled High Concentration Chaotic Energy Inert Encapsulation, triggered by specific environments or media to release in a chain. The effect range depends on the carrier density and trigger medium. Although some technical terms remained, the meaning was clear. Gordon is creating a large-scale bomb that needs a trigger to explode. His spreading of poison is actually planting triggers. The conference room suddenly fell silent. A cold feeling gripped everyone's hearts. "We must stop him," Chen Zhengwo said firmly, like a steel blade. "We need to break his chain before those bombs are deployed and the triggers are everywhere." He looked around at everyone and gave a sharp order. "Li Weiguo, immediately select the best and most familiar mountain team, equipped with the best gear and communication devices. Secretly set up observation points outside the Shuanglong Pass, understand the vehicle flow and guard patterns, and assess infiltration possibilities. Do not let him notice us. Wang Taizhu, gather all resources to speed up the development of the improved and miniaturized Ting No. 2 device. We need portable, quick-deploy energy detection tools to find possible buried bombs or triggers around us. Dr. Sun, focus on developing quick detection and neutralization methods for the triggers. Even if it's just theoretical, in our next call, we want specific plans from Earth. Little Sue, keep an eye on the system. Report any new hints immediately." Everyone responded loudly. The sense of crisis didn't bring panic, but a determined resolve to fight. Chen Zhengwo took one last look at the map, at the red circle marking the mine and the symbol for Shuanglong Pass. Gordon's hourglass was running out, and their next call would be tomorrow evening. This time, They not only needed to ask what to do, but perhaps also ask, can you help us find a way to destroy it? As night falls again, behind the countless lights in Car City, there are many watchful and determined eyes. The feeling of an upcoming decisive battle has spread through the wind, carried by the pulsating mine and the departing convoy. As night descends, the command center's lights shine as brightly as daytime. Tomorrow is the sixth and final call, a crucial moment. Chen Zhengwo, Li Weiguo, Wang Taizhu, Dr. Sun, and Su Xiaoya sit around a long table. The table is covered with maps, data logs, waveform diagrams of Tingyi number 1, and a three-dimensional sketch of the unstable composite carrier, drawn with charcoal, based on the system's data. Is everyone clear? Chen Zhengwo's voice is hoarse from not drinking water, but his sharp, eagle-like gaze scans everyone present, as if he can see into their deepest thoughts and doubts. Everyone nods, showing they understand the importance and urgency of the task. Then Chen takes a deep breath and continues. Tomorrow, we must send 3 very important messages to Earth. First, Gordon is secretly planning a huge conspiracy. He is developing a large-scale magic bomb that needs a special trigger to explode. Second, based on current intelligence, these deadly bombs are likely being secretly transported to the northern mountains for hiding. Lastly, and most importantly, we need to obtain 3 essential items or pieces of knowledge. 1. A way to quickly detect and neutralize those mysterious triggers. 2. Advanced technology to accurately locate where the bombs are hidden. And 3. Theories and possibilities on how to interfere with or completely destroy these special carriers. At this moment, Li Weiguo, who had been silent, suddenly speaks up. Besides that, I think there's one more thing we shouldn't overlook. The latest reconnaissance results show that the convoy transporting these dangerous goods is guarded by professional mages, and their route passes through the famous Double Wolf Pass. This might help Earth better analyze what kind of environment these bombs are suitable for. Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses and pointed at the waveform diagram. In this, after the carrier leaves the mine, the energy readings drop by a certain percentage and then recover at a certain speed. This might be related to its recharging cycle or production rate. Wang Taizhu stared at the 3D schematic. The key is this, triggered by a specific environment or medium. If our hometown can analyze how the trigger and carrier work together, even just a guess, we might find a weak point to break the chain. Xiaoya Su carefully placed her phone in the center of the table, as if it were a rare treasure, then gently pressed the power button. A faint electrical sound sounded, and the screen lit up instantly. The previously dark display became very bright. At the top, a system message in small green characters appeared, preparing to increase next connection bandwidth. See, the system is fully ready. Since it successfully judged that our previous measures worked, the stability of this channel has been slowly improving, like a turtle climbing a hill, slow but steady. So, when we start transmitting data for real, it should be much better than last time. Maybe it can even carry more complex information, Xiaoya Su said excitedly. Hearing this, Chen Zhengwo nodded with satisfaction. Then he shifted the topic and asked another key question. That's good, but I have one last doubt. If we really manage to get the relevant plans or blueprints, how long do you think it will take before we can put it into use? At this moment, Wang Taizhu and Dr. Sun, who had been silent, looked at each other at the same time, as if pondering how to answer. After a moment, Wang Taizhu clenched his teeth, seeming to make a big decision, and said, as long as the principles behind these methods or blueprints don't have major flaws, and we can barely gather the necessary materials, even if we use the most primitive and rough method to make a prototype, it would take at most 7 days. No, I should push myself harder. Aim for 5 days. Anyway, I promise everyone, I will get a working prototype ready before the 5th day. Dr. Sun also said, if the testing method doesn't require complicated equipment, we can train the first group in 3 days. As for the neutralizer, it depends on the specific formula, but we can start preparing basic materials first. Time is what we lack most, Chen Zhengwo said, tapping his finger on the map of the northern mountains. Gordon won't wait for us. Li Weiguo, have you heard anything from the small team at Shuanglong Pass? We just received a pulse signal, Li Weiguo replied, holding a decoding note. They've set up a hidden observation point 5 miles outside the pass. No sign of the convoy returning. There are magic warning traces near the pass, but no deep intrusion. They're trying to find a safe high point for long-term surveillance. Make sure they are very careful. Better to lose track than to reveal themselves, Chun Jiangwo warned. Right now, we're racing against Gordon. He's planting bombs, and we're trying to find ways to disarm them. He's setting traps, and we're looking for tools to clear them. The next call will be crucial for whether we can get the toolbox. He looked at Su Xiaoya. Xiaoya, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, it's up to you. Su Xiaoya nodded firmly, but her palms were slightly sweaty. She knew that tomorrow's 3 minutes carried a weight far greater than before. The communication room. The familiar hum, the familiar green light, the familiar racing heartbeat. Su Xiaoya's voice was more steady and urgent than ever. She clearly reported all new findings. The energy changes detected by Ting number 1 related to the convoy, the system's assessment of the unstable aggregation carrier, clues from Shuanglong Pass in the northern mountains, and concerns about the trigger mechanism of the trigger carrier. Based on all this, we judge that Gordon's forces in Greystone City are carrying out a systematic attack plan with large-scale destructive potential. The core involves secretly producing energy carriers and pre-placing magic medium triggers. We urgently need 1. Rapid on-site detection and neutralization methods for the triggers. 2. Non-contact detection techniques for possibly deployed carriers. 3. Feasibility analysis of structural weaknesses and interference methods to destroy the carriers. That's all for the report. Please advise. 3 minutes, not a second late. After a brief silence, Lu Mei's voice sounded, this time with an unprecedented seriousness. Licheng, message received. The situation has been reported as top priority. The Home Task Force and expert team highly approve of your quick identification of the threat's nature and respect your clear judgment despite being in danger. Below are targeted responses and technical instructions. Please record them. Then came a series of fast, but very clear technical directives. First, regarding the magic medium inducer, based on its energy marker features, I suggest trying the following combined detection methods. Using moonlight moss extract to observe fluorescence reactions to specific chaotic energies, combined with the color-changing properties of anti-magic stone's powder to make simple test strips. Neutralization ideas. If the components are energy attached, try high-frequency ordered sound waves to shake them off. If they are chemical compounds, use targeted chemical reagents, preferably from local natural strong alkaline or oxidizing substances. Dr. Sun was recording frantically, his fingers trembling. The instructions were very detailed. They provided clear actionable directions. Second, for detecting hidden energy carriers, start by observing the faint energy fields emitted by the carriers. Improve your existing Ting listening device, focusing on increasing sensitivity to the specific spectrum, dark red pulses, and chaotic interference. You can also try using the slight disturbances these carriers might cause to the surrounding geomagnetic field, creating a simple magnetometer array to help locate them. Wang Tieju's eyes lit up as he quickly sketched improved diagrams on paper. Third, regarding the weaknesses of the carrier. If its structure is a high-energy inert encapsulation, there are 3 possible ways to break it. 1. External strong physical impact, high risk of explosion. 2. Using higher-level ordered energy fields to wrap and isolate it, gradually dissolving it. 3. Finding its shell's resonance frequency and using specific energy pulses to induce internal structural failure. Note, this part involves high-risk theoretical speculation, so verify carefully. Every word felt like a heavy to everyone's hearts, but also a sound of hope. The technical instructions finished, Lu Mei paused briefly, then spoke again with a commanding tone. Comrades of Licheng, please pay attention. Based on your outstanding performance since your crossing, especially in recent times when responding to external threats, maintaining order, and gathering information, the Home Task Force has received approval from higher authorities. We are now officially announcing the launch of the Spark Regular Data Support Agreement. According to the agreement, after this communication cycle ends, the Earth Home Task Force will send you a structured technical data support package at regular weekly intervals. The package will include targeted technical drawings, operation manuals, analysis reports, and related materials based on your previous reports. These will mainly be static images and text. The first official data package will be sent in 7 days. Please note that due to current bandwidth limits across dimensions, the package size is limited and transmission still depends on a stable connection. This channel is currently one way. You can provide feedback on how you use the data and request new needs through regular reports, which will guide the content of future packages. Again, this is the official start of the Spark agreement. May this small help from your homeland light your way forward. End of message. Beep. The communication ended. But in the communication room, everything was silent. Everyone was stunned, even forgetting to breathe. Regular, weekly, data packages, technical support. Wang Taiju opened his mouth, and the charcoal pen in his hand fell to the ground. Dr. Sun supported the table, barely keeping himself from sitting down weakly. Li Weiguo pinched his thigh hard. Even Chen Jiangwo, with his hand behind his back, couldn't stop trembling slightly. Then, joy exploded like a flood, sweeping away the brief shock. It's done. It's really done. Wang Taiju was the first to jump up, his face turning red. Every week. Drawings. Manuals. Our homeland. Our homeland really opened a supply line for us. Dr. Sun took off her glasses and wiped the blurry lenses forcefully, voice choked with emotion. We have a direction now. Those detection methods, those ideas. We're not just guessing anymore. Li Weiguo punched the wall hard. Great. This is fantastic. Now our toolbox can become bigger and better. Su Xiaoya, exhausted, leaned back in her chair but smiled with relief. She looked at the new notification on her phone screen. Spark regular support agreement confirmed. Information reception mode upgraded. Preparing to receive the next data package. The system interface also seems to have become brighter and more stable. Chen Jiangwo slowly turned around, looking at the excited crowd who could hardly contain themselves. He took a few deep breaths to calm the surging emotions in his chest. Did everyone hear that? His voice remained steady but carried an unprecedented strength. The Spark Agreement. This is not the end, but the beginning. It is the trust from our hometown, and also a heavy responsibility. He returned to the table, pointing at the technical notes he had just recorded. The first wave of our toolbox from home has been delivered. Now, it's our turn. Wang Taiju, Dr. Sun, organize all efforts immediately. Follow the key points just received and focus on developing the trigger detection pack and listening number 2. I want to see usable results within 5 days. Li Weiguo informed the team heading to the pass about the possible weaknesses of the carrier. Let them try long-distance observation and verification while ensuring absolute safety. Also, launch a citywide initial sweep for the trigger, using the quick method Dr. Sun just came up with. Little Sue, keep a close eye on the system. Report immediately if there are any details about data packet reception. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over each excited and determined face. In 7 days, we will receive the first official Spark data packet. But during these 7 days, we must act to show our hometown that we can receive and use the tools you sent. Dismissed. Action, hope, like a spark, has been transmitted from a distant shore. And Carp City will use its own hands to turn this spark into a blazing fire that illuminates the way forward and burns away the gloom. The excitement over the Spark agreement lasted only until midnight. At dawn, the entire Carp City's technical team started working frantically, as if wound up tight. In Wang Tieju's blacksmith workshop and lab, the furnace fire burned all night. Based on the ideas from Earth, the focus for improving listening number 2 was on filtering and focusing. Adjust the rune frequency that captures the dark red pulse to this level. Yes, the one that Zhou Rue and the others recorded, the 7-breath cycle. Wang Taiju, covered in soot, directed the rune carving workers. And this noise enhancement circuit needs to amplify those irregular shivers. Use thinner copper wire, wrap 10 more turns. An experienced craftsman looked at the complex symbols on the blueprint with a worried expression. Engineer Wang, we're almost turning this into a tangled mess. Will the energy flow go out of control? Don't worry. Just start engraving. After that, use magic absorption stone powder mixed with insulating glue to seal the gaps. We care about the effect, not how it looks, Wang Taiju shouted. 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see a prototype that can tell normal energy fluctuations from those like a bomb wave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dr. Sun was working in a makeshift lab. Really just a simple, reinforced tent. Inside, there was a strange, hard-to-describe smell filling the air. The room contained several huge clay jars, each holding different colored liquids. The first jar emitted a faint blue glow, containing moonlight moss extract. Next to it was a jar with a cloudy, grayish suspension of magic absorption stone powder. There were also some potent herbal decoctions made from local plant roots, possibly very alkaline or oxidizing. Quick, drop a sample of water number 1 and observe the fluorescence reaction. The magic absorption stone powder turned black. There's definitely abnormal energy attached. Adding the alkaline solution number 3 increased the cloudiness. Record the ratio. Dr. Sun moved among the bottles like a potion master, constantly noting the reactions. Quick, mark the source of the reacting water samples. Notify the patrol team to close those water sources and set up a warning line within 10 yards. His apprentice, taking notes, asked, "Teacher, we've detected something. But how do we neutralize it? Pour in an alkaline solution? Pour? That might cause pollution," Dr. Sun said sharply. "Earth says high frequency. Orderly sound waves can away attached energy. Engineer Wang is working on a sound wave generator, right? Go ask if they have a small, portable device that emits a specific, buzzing sound." Zhao Ming was also called in at the last minute. He, along with some restaurant owners and farmers, was assigned to the first civilian detection support team. The task is simple. Learn to use the Easy Test Kit, created by Dr. Sun, a thick paper soaked in mixed chemicals. Every day, test the public water sources in your assigned area, especially water wells and stream outlets. If the test shows unusual colors, report immediately. "Is this thing reliable?" A vegetable seller hesitated while holding the test. Better than knowing nothing, Zhao Ming had already learned to recognize a few basic color changes. "Look, if it turns purple from blue or black from gray, call someone right away. We now have support from our hometown, and these tools are their secret weapons. Yes, given by our hometown. It must work." The woman became serious and carefully tucked the test into her pocket. Li Weigua led the team to the edge of the Western District. He carefully chose 2 areas believed to possibly contain high concentrations of triggers as the main spots for this investigation. These places might hold key clues to solving the mystery, but they also come with unknown dangers. The team carried special tools prepared by Dr. Sun, simple samplers attached to the top of long bamboo poles. This unique design allowed them to reach difficult corners and cracks. One end of the sampler had a material that could absorb substances, helping them collect various samples. In a tense but organized atmosphere, the team began their work. They followed the winding stream, gently wiping the sampler across the water surface. Then they moved into damp soil, letting the absorbing material contact the dirt. Finally, they checked dark corners and hidden spots, like behind walls, for any possible triggers. Every sample collected was like a precious gift, full of hope to solve the mystery. After collecting samples, they quickly took the containers back to the lab for analysis. The process was careful and efficient, as everyone knew how important this test was for uncovering the truth. Meanwhile, a small group carried the original, Listening 1 device and a basic modified sound wave separator, a tin horn that emitted a steady high-pitched sound, and started trying to clean the marked areas. The results were preliminary and a bit amusing. When a team reported that after sampling at a creek side, they used a sound wave speaker to make noise for a while, and subsequent tests showed a slight decrease in abnormal energy readings, the entire command center was excited. Useful. The simple method really works. Li Weigua, holding the report, excitedly found Chen Jiangwo. Although slow and maybe not completely clean, this proves the way is correct. The trigger can be detected and disturbed. Chen Jiangwo looked at the report and finally showed a slight sign of relief. Good. Expand the pilot area and gather more experience. Focus on protecting water sources and residential areas. Tell everyone involved that we are not only protecting our homes, but also testing solutions for our hometown. Every success makes the next batch of data more accurate and useful. Su Xiaoya moved between different test points. She noticed that whenever a new simple method trial made even a small progress, the technical analysis match level in her phone system would subtly increase. The ripple next to the funnel mark seemed to fluctuate very slightly with the sound wave cleaning attempts. The system was truly learning and adapting to their local practices. Night fell again. The workshop still buzzed with sounds. The laboratory was brightly lit, and new security devices were silently lurking along the border at night. 6 days remained before the first Spark data package arrived. Licheng did not wait. They were using the simplest methods to digest the first nutrients sent from their hometown and were eager to prove that these nutrients could grow here, producing thorns and blades to fight the darkness. Meanwhile, Gordon's shadow still loomed over the southwestern and northern mountains. Time quietly passed amid intense development and careful inspection. The oppressive feeling of an impending mountain rain hadn't disappeared, but holding the tools tighter gave them more confidence and passion. Under the cover of night, the earth seemed to be soaked in thick ink, pitch black. The chaotic stones on the upstream of Blackwater Creek appeared especially peaceful, with only the gentle sound of flowing water breaking the silence. In a higher position near the creek, two seemingly insignificant rocks were quietly lurking in a. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these are actually the only 2 sports cameras in Car City equipped with night vision. Their shells are cleverly coated with dirt and moss, successfully camouflaging them to blend seamlessly with the surroundings, making them hard to detect. At this moment, these 2 mysterious cameras are steadily aiming their lenses at the rocks around the bend in the stream, which have clearly been tampered with. Meanwhile, farther away on a more rugged mountain ridge, a figure lies quietly on a weathered rock that has been worn by time. This person is Rune, who remains perfectly still, pressed against the hard stone. He holds a night vision binoculars, constantly adjusting the focus to get a clearer view. As he does so, the entire scene is filled with a green glow, making what was hidden in darkness now clearly visible. Not far from Rune, another person is also lying prone. It's Xiaozheng. He tightly grips another spare camera, not daring to relax for a moment. He also tries to keep his breathing quiet to avoid attracting any unnecessary attention. It's the 3rd day. Xiaozheng's voice is hoarse. Will they come back again? Yes, Rune replies without taking his eyes off the lens. Gordon succeeded in poisoning us for the first time, and the public opinion in Greystone City is against us. He's tasted success and will strike again while the iron is hot, trying to smear us further. And, he pauses, according to Dr. Sun's analysis, that kind of toxin needs continuous application to maintain its effect. The medicine packs buried under those rocks are almost used up. Time slowly passes amid the sounds of insects and flowing water. Late at night, the moonlight is blocked by clouds, plunging the world into dark chaos. Suddenly, in Rue's binoculars, the bushes across the stream move very slightly. There's movement. Rue's voice tightens instantly. Suddenly, 2 blurry figures dart out from the dense bushes, moving lightly and swiftly over the protruding rocks in the stream as if trained. They cross the rushing water with ease. Both are dressed in dark clothing and do not carry torches, but one of them holds a small, delicate leather bag. It's here, it should be right, Xiaozheng whispers nervously, barely daring to breathe, murmuring to himself. 2 mysterious figures quickly approached the bend in the stream, then stopped and looked around carefully and alertly. One of them, holding a wrapped object, slowly crouched down and carefully moved some special marked stones. Meanwhile, the other held a bowstring tightly, staying alert and facing directly toward Rue's direction. At this moment, a bright full moon briefly peeked through the clouds, illuminating half of the alert man's face. His square chin, thick eyebrows, and a noticeable old scar near his eye. Scarface Carl, Rue silently thought, gently tapping Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng understood and slowly extended his camera's zoom lens through in the rocks, aiming at the stream. Scarface Carl seemed uneasy and whispered urgently, "Hurry up. This place feels strange. Last time, I felt like someone was watching us." The crouching man had already dug a small hole, took a small oil paper wrapped object from his leather bag, and was about to place it inside. Now was the moment. A faint click sound, almost drowned out by the flowing water, came from Xiaozheng's camera. In night vision mode, the camera faithfully captured the scene, Scarface Carl glancing around cautiously, his partner burying the oil paper package and the unique landscape features around them. Suddenly, a night breeze swept over the ridge, rustling some dead leaves where they were hiding, making a soft rustling sound. "Who's there?" Scarface Carl suddenly turned his head sharply, his keen eyes staring toward the ridge. He quickly raised his short bow. "Retreat," Rune shouted softly, his voice full of anger. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiaozheng beside him, as if afraid to lose him. Then, the two of them rolled backwards swiftly and quietly, like startled mountain cats, disappearing into the darkness and among the rocks in an instant. Just at this critical moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. An arrow shot like lightning, hitting a hard rock behind where they had just crouched. The arrowhead was deeply embedded, and the arrow shaft trembled violently, buzzing loudly. "Chase! Catch him!" At the same time, from far away by the stream, Scarface Carl's furious and desperate shout echoed, full of rage. However, at this moment, Rune and Xiaozheng had already used the complex terrain around them as cover and successfully escaped to the other side of the ridge. They moved quickly and skillfully, like ghosts, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night, making it impossible for Scarface and others to follow. Not only that, these two clever guys also didn't forget to casually take the two action cameras that had been cleverly disguised as stones. These cameras stored footage that could be much more valuable than their own lives, as it might contain crucial evidence. Behind them, the frantic search sounds gradually faded away. In the core meeting room on the third underground floor of the command center, the air was heavy and tense. On the long table, instead of maps, there were several rough sketches and data sheets hurriedly copied with charcoal and feather pens. The flickering light from the kerosene lamp cast dancing shadows on everyone's faces, highlighting their furrowed brows and bloodshot eyes. So, Chun Jingwo broke the 5-minute silence, pointing at a diagram filled with circuit symbols. "This data package sent from Earth mainly focuses on standardized production process." "Not just that," Wang Tieju's voice was hoarse. He had stayed up 2 nights in a row, and the spiderweb blood vessels in his eyes made him look like a fanatic prophet. He pointed with a homemade metal pointer, actually a broken wrench, at a cloth projection on the wall. It displayed images exported from Su Xiaoya's system. "Look here, Commander Chen. The Spark #1 data package contains 4 main modules." His pointer moved over. First, a reference chart of basic electronic principles and Rune energy conversion. Basically, it shows how their electric current and our elemental energy flow are equivalent and interchangeable. Second, design diagrams for 6 basic industrial machines, including a hand crank winding machine, a small stamping bed, a simple lathe. With these, I can equip each militia unit with a bow and arrow repair station. He was so excited that spittle flew, and he heavily tapped the third section. Third, this assembly line production organization manual, illustrated with diagrams and text, showing worker positions, parts transfer routes, and even how to calculate work hours. This isn't just giving us fish, it's teaching us how to weave nets, build ships, and catch fish ourselves. Li Weiguo looked closely at the diagrams of the small figures demonstrating disassembly actions and couldn't help whistling. "Wow, is this management technique from my hometown? Using this on the battlefield is like dividing forces into groups and coordinating in steps." "Exactly," Wang Taiju patted his thigh. Director Li hit the nail on the head. The core of assembly lines is division of labor, teamwork, standard procedures, and process improvement. How do we make crossbows before? A master craftsman handled everything from selecting wood to carving the crossbow, all in 3 days. We can do it like this. He pulled out another sheet with a simple flowchart. The carpentry team only handles shaping the crossbow arms. The blacksmiths only make the triggers and arrow slots, and the assembly team puts it all together. A skilled worker only does one task, quickly, and it's less likely to make mistakes. Su Xia, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, raised her hand. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes shone brightly. The side effects of her deep connection to the system hadn't fully gone away, but she still attended the meeting. "Engineer Wang, the system added a bit more to the data packet analysis." She pulled out her phone and showed a line of slowly appearing golden text. "Additional suggestion. In the early stage, prioritize industrializing 1 to 2 products with low technical barriers, quick results, and clear advantages to test the process, boost morale, and intimidate opponents. Look at that. Wang Taiju became even more excited. Even the system agrees. We need to pick a model project to set an example for everyone. Chen Jiangwo didn't respond immediately. He paced to the window. In the night, Licheng was dotted with a few lights, mostly in areas under lighting restrictions to counter Gordon's threat. But he knew countless eyes were anxiously watching the command center. The excitement brought by the spark communications was short-lived. The dark clouds of war above were the real reality. Quick results, clear advantages. Chen pondered, then turned around. Taiju, with our current materials and technical reserves, what kind of model can we produce in 72 hours? Wang Taiju had been waiting for this. He suddenly pushed aside other drawings and placed a simpler design in the center of the table. This prototype of portable voice communication device number 1, called a walkie-talkie back home. The drawing showed a box with a square head, a grid on the front, and knobs, and an antenna on the side. The core, Wang Taiju pointed to a complex rune-covered transistor-like object on the internal structure diagram. Is this the low-frequency signal amplification and modulation rune array? The principle from my hometown is sound vibrations turn into electrical signals, which are amplified by this rune transistor, then sent out through an antenna. The receiver works the same way. Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses and asked, sounds similar to sound transmission or communication crystals? Far from it. Wang Taiju waved his wrench excitedly. First, sound transmission needs the caster to use magic constantly, has limited range, and can be easily disturbed. Second, communication crystals are expensive and only used by important people. Our design, he pointed firmly at the blueprint. As long as we solve the mass production and power supply issues of the rune transistor, theoretically, every squad can have one. Low cost, sufficient range, and most importantly, he looked around at everyone and said clearly, no need for mages. A hush fell in the meeting room. No mages needed. This means communication can go from a few elite groups to regular soldiers and even civilians. This is not just a technical breakthrough, it's a change in the power structure. Li Wei's eyes lit up. If each patrol team and lookout tower has one, the speed of command delivery and enemy reports could be 10 times faster. Gordon's cavalry messengers are still on the way, but our troop movements are already done. And the problem? Chen Jiangwo asked calmly. 2 problems, Wang Taiju replied quickly. First, the core of the rune transistor is a substrate that can stabilize and amplify elemental energy. My hometown suggests using high-purity silicon, but we don't have it. I tested 17 local materials and found that dried moonlight moss fused into a glass-like substance, doped with a small amount of conductive silver powder, barely meets the performance standards. The issue is production. Materials go to Licheng, Chen Jiangwo said, looking at Licheng, who was responsible for trade and logistics. Licheng, who had been quietly taking notes, looked up and pushed her makeshift wire-fixed crystal glasses. Her old glasses broke during the crossing. Moonlight moss, collected from the eastern swamp area. The supply is okay, but more workers are needed. Conductive silver powder. Galu, the goblin merchant, probably has enough stock, but this old guy has been raising prices lately. We need to negotiate carefully. Negotiate, Jian Guochen firmly said. Trade with food, chili sauce, or anything else he's interested in. If necessary, we can show him the vision of our spark plan and paint a big picture. But we need to act quickly. Second, Wang Taiju continued, energy. Our hometown originally planned to use chemical batteries or solar panels. We can't gather enough raw materials for chemical batteries. As for solar panels, he smiled wryly and spread his hands. They work by converting light directly into electricity, which requires semiconductor materials, more difficult than silicon. In the short term, we can only use a simple method. He showed another sketch. A hand crank generator, simple in structure, like a magnified hand crank grinding wheel. Hand crank generator. Crank for a minute, and you can talk for about 3 minutes. It's troublesome but very reliable, and anyone can operate it. Good. Jian Guochen nodded decisively. Let's make this walkie-talkie our first prototype for the Spark plan. Taiju, you are in charge of technical development and setting up the production line. Licheng, personally handle negotiations for all raw materials, land, and the Gallo Goblins. Weigwa, select 100 skilled and quick-witted young people from your security and engineering teams to be trained by Taiju. Xiao Su, he looked at Su Xiaoya. Does the system give any specific time estimates or success probabilities? Su Xiaoya focused and communicated with the system for a few seconds before reporting. The system indicates, under conditions of sufficient resources and effective organization, the probability of successful industrial production of prototype, one of the portable voice communication device, is 78%. The initial production target is set at 50 units. She also added a comparison parameter table. She turned her phone screen to everyone. There were 2 columns of data side by side. Licheng walkie-talkie, prototype, Greystone City, standard communication method, cost per unit. About 3 silver coins, in large quantities, crystal for sound transmission, over 500 gold coins, usage requirement. Manual handle crank sound transmission magic, requires a formal mage, consumes magic power continuously, communication range. 5 to 10 kilometers, depending on terrain, sound transmission magic, usually 1 to 3 kilometers, number of groups that can talk. Simultaneously, theoretically unlimited, different channels, limited by mage's mental strength, usually single line, production speed, target of 20 units per day, assembly line. Mage training, several years or decades, such a detailed comparison. Li Weigwa slammed his fist on the table. If Gordon saw this table, he'd be so angry he'd spit blood. We only need a common soldier's equipment to match a precious mage's tools. This is what we call system advantage. All right, everyone take action. In 72 hours, I want to see the first production line running and hear the first sound of Licheng voice. Meeting adjourned. Everyone responded loudly, quickly standing up with excitement they hadn't felt in a long time. As Su Xiaoya was leaving, Chun Jingwo softly called her. Little Su, can your body handle this? No problem, Commander Chun. The system connection seems more stable now. Su Xiaoya paused, then whispered, just now, when I was showing the parameter table, I felt a faint emotion from Earth. Emotion? Yes. Like relief? And a bit urgent. She tried to describe that vague feeling. It's like they're watching us, happy about every bit of progress, but also hoping we can go faster. Even faster. Chun Jingwo was silent for a moment, looking out at the endless night sky. Tell them, Licheng has never been lazy. Su Xiaoya nodded firmly and turned to leave. The meeting room was now empty except for Chun Jingwo. He looked again at the comparison parameter sheet, a cold smile forming on his lips. Gordon, your mage is very valuable. Good. I'll use a small box that every soldier can carry to show you what People's War really means. Wang Taiju felt like he was going crazy. Not despairing crazy, but the kind of crazy driven by huge possibilities that could explode, forcing him to turn ideas into reality immediately. His first armory, which was really just a large shed connecting the old blacksmith shop, carpenter's workshop, and 2 big warehouses, was now bustling with noise, like a beehive that had been stung. Over there, 3rd group. The jig on the winding machine is crooked. Recalibrate. Where are the moonlight moss glass sheets sent by Comrade Li Xiaoying? Quality inspection. Test each piece for energy transparency. The gears of the hand crank generator are making strange noises. Oil them. No. Disassemble and reassemble. Wang Tieju's voice was hoarse from shouting. He held a metal horn, rushing back and forth inside the several hundred square meters of workshop like an angry lion. His work clothes were covered in oil, wood shavings, and a strange silver powder. In front of him, the city's first industrial assembly line was struggling to come to life. The process started at the raw material area. Several women carefully placed dried moonlight moss into clay crucibles, then sent them into high-temperature coke furnaces for firing. The resulting glass-like material was quickly moved to the blending room, a highly secretive space accessible only to Wang Taiju and 2 trusted old craftsmen. Silver powder was mixed into the molten glass in precise proportions, stirred, then pulled into thin sheets, and finally cut into small square substrates, about the size of a fingernail, using a diamond blade, a treasured item from Earth's stockpile. These faintly silver-glowing, Rune transistor substrates were placed on soft velvet trays and sent to the next step, Rune etching. Originally, this step was supposed to be automated with photolithography, but now it had to be done manually. Wang Taizhu designed a rune stamp. Elder Rune Master Errol, along with his 2 apprentices, spent an entire day and night carving 3 large, complex rune stamps from pure crystal. Each line of the carvings represented an energy channel. An operator, once a stone engraver, placed the substrate into a mold, then pressed a heated rune stamp onto it with force, briefly changing the surface structure with heat. With a soft sizzling sound, smoke rose. The stamp was lifted, leaving clear, even indentations on the substrate. The engraver worked steadily, 1 every 10 seconds. Good. Passed. Wang Taizhu examined a freshly carved substrate. The runes on it, after a tiny amount of energy was injected, glowed faintly with a blue light. Next, silver-plated wire connection. This step used the real concept of a flow. The substrate was placed on a slow-moving belt, made of stitched tanned leather, driven by foot pedals. On both sides of the belt sat rows of women workers, with melted low melting point silver paste and very fine copper wires in front of them. The first woman used a special needle to dip into the silver paste and mark one end of the rune on the substrate. The second woman immediately pressed a copper wire end onto the mark, causing the silver paste to cool and fix quickly. The third woman trimmed the wire to the right length with tiny scissors. The fourth connected the other end of the wire to a pre-made copper interface plate. Each woman repeated only one action, almost without looking away from her work. Their movements were unpracticed, but no one stopped. Many of them were family members of soldiers, whose husbands or sons might be patrolling the borders. They understood what these small objects in their hands meant. Wang Taizhu watched the conveyor belt carrying semi-finished products slowly move to the next area, the assembly zone, where transistors, capacitors, ceramic sheets coated with conductive paint rolled up, coils, made with a hand-crank winding machine, and shells, standard-sized wooden boxes provided by the carpentry team, would be assembled. His heart was pounding. Engineer Wang. Engineer Wang. A young apprentice ran over, crawling quickly. Director Li brought some people. Wang Taizhu looked up and saw Li Wei was standing at the workshop entrance with about 100 people. They were young men and women, all curious and nervous. These were carefully selected skilled workers from across the city, former tailors, watchmakers' apprentices, and even 2 performers with steady hands. "We're handing them over to you, Master Wang," Li Wei was said with a smile. "You decide how to train them." Wang Taizhu took a deep breath and stepped in front of the young group. He raised a metal horn and said, "Comrades, do you know what you're here to do?" The crowd was silent. "See that moving belt?" Wang Taizhu pointed to the assembly line. "In the next 3 days, you will learn how to become a tiny part of it. Your work might seem simple, like just applying glue to one part repeatedly. Boring? Yes. Important? Absolutely. I tell you, it's more important than fighting on the front lines." He picked up a semi-finished circuit board that just arrived. "This little piece, if you damage a line on it, the whole machine is useless. Our comrades at the front might get surrounded because messages can't get through. You don't have guns or knives, but right now, you are the sharpest tech soldiers in Licheng." The young people's eyes started to focus, even igniting with a spark of fire. "Now, work in pairs and learn from the master craftsman. I only ask one thing: accuracy. Speed can be slow, but mistakes are not allowed. Begin." The workshop grew busier. The newcomers brought chaos, but also energy. Wang Taizhu acted like a firefighter, rushing wherever there was a problem. Engineer Wang, a female worker who was winding coils, raised her hand. She had a small pile of irregularly shaped coils in front of her. "This insulated wire keeps breaking." Wang Taizhu went over and saw that the tension on the winding machine was not set properly. He adjusted it himself and demonstrated. "The force needs to be even, like spinning thread. Don't rush. Think of it as winding yarn for your child." The female worker blushed, nodded, and tried again, and it worked much better. Engineer Wang. "Garlu the Goblin is here, over at Comrade Licheng's place. It seems there's a fight," another apprentice reported. Wang Taizhu frowned, gave a few instructions to an old craftsman nearby, grabbed a slightly clean coat, and ran toward the warehouse area. Before he entered, he heard Garlu's sharp, slick voice. "Director Li, I didn't refuse to help. The silver powder for the guide can't be helped. Our stock is low. Recently, magic material prices have soared, And you know how aggressively the city of Greystone is buying up supplies. We really can't lower the price anymore. Licheng's voice was calm and firm. Mr. Garlu, this isn't our first time working together. You know the credit and payment ability of Carrot City. We're not looking for a one-time deal but a long-term, stable, and large supply. The price can be negotiated, but delivery times can't be delayed. The first batch of 100 kilograms of silver powder must arrive within 3 days. 100 kilograms, Garlu shouted. Are you trying to drain my resources? Unless I can use a share from this spark plan in exchange. I want priority purchasing rights. Wang Taiju pushed the door open. He saw the well-dressed goblin merchant Garlu, wearing a fancy velvet coat, with sharp little eyes gleaming. Opposite him stood Licheng, backed by 2 assistants holding ledgers. Mr. Garlu, Wang Taiju said, the products from the Spark Plan are currently only supplied within the Alliance. But if you can become a stable raw material supplier and offer fair prices. He paused deliberately. We might consider giving you regional agency rights for future civilian versions. Regional agency? Garlu's ears twitched. That means, besides Carrot City and designated allies, only your business can sell in nearby city-states. Wang Taiju painted a tempting picture. Imagine small boxes that transmit sound over thousands of miles without mages. Merchants, mercenary groups, even minor nobles will be fighting over them. Garlu's small eyes darted quickly, calculating rapidly. He knew Carrot City had been active lately, and he had heard rumors about the intercom device. If this worked out, it wouldn't be just a one-time deal, but a chance to grab a money-making opportunity. Price, he hesitated. The price is 1/10 above market rate, Licheng immediately added. That's our sincerity. But delivery times and quality must be guaranteed. This is a sample. She handed over a small piece of the already mixed moonlight moss glass substrate. Garrett took it and used a simple magic detector he carried. His small eyes widened immediately. The energy transfer was quite good, and the properties were stable. Is this made by you? Laboratory sample, Wang Taiju said calmly. For large-scale production, you need stable silver powder. So, Garu, are you going to make quick money and then rely on others, or join us to earn money for the next 10 or 20 years? The goblin merchant took a deep breath and rubbed his hands eagerly. Deal. 100 kilograms of conductive silver powder with over 95% purity to be delivered in 2 days. But we need a contract for the agency rights, using a magic contract. That's fine, Licheng smiled. After sending off the satisfied yet eager Garu to restock, Wang Taiju and Licheng looked at each other and smiled. You're still the ruthless one, Licheng shook her head. You even dare to give out agency rights. It's just a civilian version. The core military version will definitely stay in our hands, Wang Taiju said, looking at the busy workshop outside the warehouse. And we need the goblins' channels to expand our influence. This isn't just a trade. It's also a publicity battle. Suddenly, cheers erupted from inside the workshop. Wang Taiju and Licheng hurried over. They saw at the end of the assembly line a young technician trembling as he held up a complete walkie-talkie, encased in a rough wooden shell. The shell was unpainted, showing the wood grain. The antenna was a straightened copper wire, with a hand crank on the side. It looked so crude, like a child's toy. But everyone held their breath, watching it. Wang Taiju walked over, took the walkie-talkie, which felt heavy. He turned the switch on the side and began slowly turning the handle. Inside, tiny gears and coils hummed as they turned. After a minute, he pressed a button on the side and spoke into the microphone, area covered with fine copper mesh, his voice hoarse but clear. Test. This is Wang Taiju. Can you hear me? Silence. Then, at the other end of the assembly line, a trainee responsible for testing suddenly heard a crackling sound from another walkie-talkie, followed by Wang Tieju's voice. Test. This is Wang Taiju. Can you hear me? The sound was a bit distorted, mixed with static, but every word was clear. I heard it. The apprentice jumped with excitement and shouted into his walkie-talkie, Engineer Wang. This is Little Chun. I hear you clearly. The workshop was silent at first, then erupted into deafening cheers. The female workers dropped their tools and hugged each other. The male workers threw their hats into the air, and the apprentices laughed and jumped with joy. Wang Taiju looked at the simple square box in his hand, then at the excited faces around him, and his eyes suddenly warmed. He pressed the talk button again, and this time, his voice echoed throughout the workshop. "Comrades, we did it. The voice of Licheng Model 1 has been successfully tested. This is just the beginning. Next, we will make it sound across the front lines and throughout the northern border." The cheers grew louder, almost lifting the roof off the workshop. Licheng quietly wiped her eyes and whispered, "I'll go prepare to buy more raw materials. 50 units. No, 100. We want Gordon's messengers to all be out of work." Wang Taizhu nodded heavily, as if he could already see countless such little boxes changing the rules of war on this land. Meanwhile, at the command center, a new message appeared quietly on Su Xiaoya's system screen. Industrial trial production verified successfully. Civilization compatibility slightly increased. Technology diffusion process unlocked. In the corner of the screen, the dark red funnel-shaped symbol representing Gordon's threat seemed to faintly dim just a little. The morning fog, like milky white gauze, shrouded the Deer Jump Ravine forest area above Blackwater Creek. Zhou Rue crouched behind a dense patch of iron wire fern, his camouflage suit making him almost blend into the damp soil and mottled tree shadows. He chewed on a slightly spicy root to stay alert, eyes fixed through his binoculars on the winding trail 300 meters away crossing the woods. That was the path used by the Greystone City Patrol team. 5 meters to his left, reconnaissance soldier Xiao Wu was lying like a stone, clutching a fully loaded repeating crossbow. 10 meters to his right, the communications soldier Delu was carefully taking out a boxy, olive-green wooden box from a waterproof bag. It was the voice of Licheng Model 1 walkie-talkie, number 07, sent by the arms factory yesterday evening. Team leader Zhou, does this thing really work? Delu asked softly, unable to hide his curiosity. He received emergency training yesterday, but it still feels strange that talking to such a wooden could be heard from several miles away. Engineer Wang guarantees it, Zhou Rue said calmly without turning around. Has the battery been checked? Shaken for 2 minutes. The green light is on, said Delu, looking at a small window embedded with green moss crystal on the side of the walkie-talkie. Wang Tieju's makeshift battery indicator, which glows green when there is slight energy. Switch to channel 3. Turn down the volume. Wait for my command, Zhou Rue said. Then he whispered into another walkie-talkie hanging around his neck. Number 01, Tunnel 1, Tunnel 1. This is Tunnel Guard. Please respond if you hear me. After a faint electrical noise, a slightly distorted but clear voice replied. Tunnel Guard, Tunnel 1 here. I hear you clearly. The voice came from 5 kilometers away, from a support team hidden behind a mountain valley. Zhou Rue could even imagine Deputy Captain Lao Qin replying with his walkie-talkie. Stay silent. Follow the plan. Zhou Rue finished the call and let out a gentle breath. It's useful. Really useful. This feeling. It's like suddenly gaining X-ray vision in the dark. Time passed slowly, and the sounds of birds and insects in the woods became especially clear. About an incense stick later, Zhou Rue's binoculars showed a figure moving at the end of a small path. Attention, target appears, Zhou Rue's voice transmitted through the tiny microphone hanging around his neck, made from copper wire and a vibration membrane. A simple internal communication method provided by Wang Taizhu. Its effective range was only a few dozen meters, but it was enough for silent coordination. Number 12, Standard Greystone City Border Patrol Team, Zhou Rue calmly reported. Light leather armor, spear, waist knife. The leader has a longbow, probably an officer. Formation. Loose, chatting. Little Wu quietly aimed his crossbow arrow at the officer with the longbow. Delu's hand pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. The patrol team walked into the ambush zone without suspicion. They clearly thought this place was far from Licheng control area and very safe. You could even hear their complaints about food and officers. Now was the moment. Zhou Rue whispered into the tiny microphone. Attack. Puff. A slight sound of a crossbow string. Little Wu's arrow precisely pierced the side of the officer's neck. The officer made no sound and collapsed to the ground. Almost at the same time, Zhou Rue and another team member across the road, hidden on the other side, threw several shock grenades. These were not gunpowder weapons, but a byproduct of Wang Tieju's laboratory. Sealed bamboo tubes filled with lime, magnesium powder, and a reactive acidic plant juice that reacts violently when struck. The bamboo tubes exploded upon hitting the ground, releasing a blinding white light and a strong, foul-smelling smoke that instantly covered the front half of the patrol team. Enemy attack. The patrol team immediately panicked. The people in the back instinctively crouched down and raised their spears, but were blinded by the smoke. Dalu, Zhou Rue whispered urgently. Dalu quickly pressed the walkie-talkie button and shouted the prearranged secret code at maximum volume. Black water, black water, black water, 3, black water. Signals meant the ambush was underway, requesting the support team to move to the sides as planned, cut off their escape routes, and create a surrounding trap. 5 kilometers away, Licheng in the mountain valley heard the signal and immediately responded. Dong Guai, Dong Yao understood. Move out. He turned to the dozen soldiers beside him and shouted, Group 1 to the left, Group 2 to the right. Expand the encirclement. Wave the flags, the horns. Make some noise. The soldiers quickly acted. They didn't approach the battlefield directly, but moved around the perimeter, shaking tree branches tied with leaves to create the sound of a large army moving, and blowing short bursts on horns to simulate an attack. These were all psychological tactics planned in advance. Meanwhile, Zhou Rue and Xiao Wu had already leapt out like hunting leopards. They didn't rush into the smoke, but used the chaos caused by the shock grenades to quickly approach from the side. A soldier from Greystone City staggered out from the edge of the smoke and was immediately shot down by Zhou Rue's crossbow arrow. Another squad leader trying to organize resistance was stabbed in the shoulder from behind by Xiao Wu with a dagger coated in paralyzing poison and collapsed to the ground. Retreat! Retreat eastward! Someone shouted desperately from the patrol team. The remaining 7 or 8 members panicked and fled along a small path to the east, the direction they came from and believed to be safe. But less than 100 meters away, they heard louder noises from the forest ahead, along with faint sounds of horns. We're surrounded. Despairing shouts rang out. In reality, only 2 soldiers sent by Licheng were making a show of force. However, due to the precise performance coordinated via the walkie-talkie and the panic from their initial ambush, the retreating soldiers completely lost their judgment. Turn around. Go west, someone shouted again. A group of people, dizzy and confused, ran back westward. To the west, Zhou Rue had already taken a comfortable position with Xiao Wu and Dalu, occupying a strategic high ground. 3 crossbows were aimed at the intersection. Drop your weapons. Surrender, and you won't be harmed. Zhou Rue shouted in the common language. The defeated soldiers stopped, frightened by the well-prepared enemies ahead. They looked back at the sounds of pursuers behind them, then at their comrades lying on the ground, uncertain if they were alive or dead. Clang! A spear was thrown onto the ground. Then came a second, then a third. 2 minutes later, 7 soldiers from Greystone City crouched with their hands on their heads. Zhou Rue's team successfully ambushed and captured more enemies than their own number, with no injuries on their side. Count the loot, tie up the prisoners. Dalu, report the situation, Zhou Rue ordered while keeping watch. Dalu excitedly picked up the radio again. Dong Yao. This is Dong Guai. The fight is over. We captured 7 enemies, killed 4, and 1 escaped, deliberately released as a messenger. No injuries on our side. Repeat, no injuries. Requesting next instructions. Clear words transmitted through the radio 5 kilometers away. In the mountain valley, Licheng and the soldiers from the support team heard, no injuries on our side, and were first stunned, then burst into restrained cheers. Dong Guai, well done. Licheng's voice was also excited. According to Plan 2, clear the battlefield, carry the prisoners and loot, and move to the second evacuation point. We will meet you at the first pass. Dong Guai understands. Zhou Rue cut off the communication, looked at the dejected prisoners on the ground, then at the unassuming wooden box in his hand. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. This ambush went too smoothly. It was so smooth it didn't feel like real combat. The key was the one-way transparency of information. The enemy knew nothing about what had happened, how many enemies there were, or where to run. Meanwhile, their side had clear commands, precise coordination, and could even create the illusion of a vast army using just sound. He walked over to the dead officer, picked up a small leather pouch from his waist. Opening it, he found a slightly warm, egg-sized dark red crystal and a few pieces of parchment written in secret code. Communication crystal. Zhou Rue weighed the valuable crystal. It could only connect with a specific matching crystal, and each use required a mage to recharge it. During the fight, just now, the officer obviously had no chance or opportunity to use it for help. On my side, I just need to shake the controller and press a button. He picked up the radio, tuned to the public channel, and said in a deep voice, "This is Scout Team Zhou Rue on the front line. The voice of Carp City has been tested in real combat for the first time and succeeded. We ambushed a patrol team from Greystone City, with the results as reported. This equipment has completely changed the rules for small-scale battles." End of message. He could imagine the smiles on the faces of Chun Jiangwo, Wang Taizhu, and others when they heard this report. Retreat. Zhou Rue waved his hand. The team, carrying prisoners and spoils, including the communication crystal and secret message, quickly disappeared into the woods. Only chaos remained, along with the confused and frightened deserter from Greystone City, stumbling and running away into the distance. A few hours later, in Greystone City, at Blackrock Fortress, Gordon looked grim as he listened to the deserters' sobbing confession that we had no idea how many of them there were. Everywhere was noisy. Captain John was shot instantly. Then there was a bright light and a foul smell. We tried to break through, but it seemed like there were ambushes everywhere we ran. Their orders spread very fast, and we felt like headless chickens. Idiots. Gordon kicked the deserter to the ground. You don't even know how many enemies there are, sir. They seem to have used a kind of magic device that doesn't need a mage to communicate over long distances. The deserter trembled as he added. Magic device? Gordon's eyes sharpened. Explain clearly. It's just a wooden box. Someone shouts a few words at it, and then there's a response somewhere else. The sound is very clear. Not a magic spell, no magic waves. Gordon's deputy, a scarred mage, whispered, "Sir, this description sounds a bit like the communication device mentioned in ancient goblin texts. But that was ancient technology, long lost. Carp City." Again, Carp City. Gordon slammed his fist on the heavy oak table. Where did they get these strange things? He irritably waved his hand, telling the deserter to leave, and said to his deputy, "Increase reconnaissance forces. I need to know what Carp City is up to. Also, urge the Mage Corps to speed up the ritual. We don't have much time." "Yes, sir." After the deputy left, Gordon walked alone to the castle's lookout, gazing toward Carp City with a fierce look. In Licheng, inside the first armory, Wang Taizhu was holding a communication crystal seized by Zhou Rue, placed next to his walkie-talkie. Look, he said to the craftsmen and apprentices gathered around. "This is comparison. They use this, so expensive, and have to ask the mage for help. We use this." He raised the walkie-talkie. "We can make it ourselves, use it ourselves. This is the power that Spark has given us." "Next," he announced loudly, "we need to build something bigger. A production line for bulletproof armor must be set up by tomorrow. We want our frontline brothers to be not only sharp-eared, but also tough-skinned. Let Gordon's scrap metal not even scratch our skin." The workshop responded enthusiastically. Su Xiaoya stood a little farther away, watching the lively scene. On the system screen, a new message flickered quietly. Combat data collection. Small-scale tactical communication advantage verified. Enemy morale impact coefficient under evaluation. Civilization crushing process, 2% progress. She looked toward Greystone City, knowing the storm had just begun. Meanwhile, Licheng had already grasped the first lightning bolt. In the makeshift laboratory of the medical station, filled with the smell of herbs, preservatives, and a faint ozone-like magical residue, Dr. Sun wore gloves and a mask made from fish bladders, carefully cutting open a dull brown leather armor spread on a stone slab with a willow leaf scalpel, one of the last surgical tools from the kit. It was one of the spoils from the last ambush involving Zhou Rue's team, belonging to a sergeant shot by a crossbow. The leather armor was lined with a fine chainmail, crafted with care. But Dr. Sun's focus was not on the physical structure. He carefully separated a nearly transparent thin film from inside the armor, placing it on a glass slide inscribed with detection runes. "Indeed," he muttered, adjusting a crude microscope nearby. The objective was a polished crystal, and the light source was glowing moss. Under the energy detection runes, The film revealed extremely fine, rhythmic golden patterns flowing subtly. Is energy directly forming a protective layer? Not exactly. Dr. Sun pointed to a damaged spot with tweezers, where the golden pattern was broken and dull. Look here at the arrow hit. The physical defense was broken first, then the energy layer failed. The order is important. This energy layer acts more like a strengthening and deflecting shield, not an absolute barrier. It can disperse blunt strikes and deflect sharp weapons, but if hit with enough focused force, it still breaks. He straightened up and wiped sweat from his forehead. The principle is similar to, non-Newtonian fluids? They harden under quick impacts, but flow when squeezed slowly. But this energy layer needs continuous power. He turned over his leather armor and pulled out a small, broken, grain-sized dull crystal from the lining at the back near the heart. See, a tiny energy crystal embedded here. The energy is depleted now. Wang Taizhu picked up the broken crystal and looked at it in the light. So this thing is a consumable? After a few hits, you need to replace the battery, or it just becomes normal leather armor. That's one way to understand it. In the manufacturing process, Dr. Sun pointed to the barely visible patterns on the thin film, requires a mage to manually guide the energy engraving, which is very time-consuming. The cost of this armor might be enough to equip an entire squad. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up with excitement, the thrill of seeing a problem and thinking of a way to solve it himself. Consumables? Manual work? Relying on external power? Dr. Sun, do you know what that means? Dr. Sun adjusted his glasses. It means, we can bypass it? Exactly. Wang Taizhu eagerly rubbed his hands. We won't use energy reinforcement. Instead, we'll use physical resistance stacking and structural energy absorption. They use magic to harden a layer of leather, but we use 10 or 20 layers of different materials, making it impossible to pierce or cut through. He immediately grabbed a charcoal stick and started drawing on the nearby stone wall. Look, my idea. The outermost layer, tanned hard rhinoceros hide or multiple layers of oiled canvas, to resist chopping and wear. The middle layer, here's the key. We use a composite sandwich. He drew a sandwich-like structure. 2 layers of tough spider silk fabric, with a very fine, cold-drawn steel wire mesh in the middle. The silk fabric holds everything together, and the steel wire resists piercing. Dr. Sun, you said earlier that the energy layer is like a non-Newtonian fluid? Funny you should mention that. I heard that the Licheng trade team brought back a type of gel mud algae from the southern swamp tribe. It is usually soft, but can harden instantly when hit hard. We can seal it inside thin pouches, cut into small blocks, and sew them into the lining layers as extra shock absorption. Dr. Sun listened carefully and, being a professional, asked, what about the inner layer? It needs to be comfortable, breathable, and also prevent secondary injuries from broken arrows or bone splinters. The reply was, the inner layer uses soft deer leather, lined with our own disinfected cotton linen fabric. Key areas. Wang Taizhu drew circles on the chest, abdomen, and back. Will have removable steel plates, fixed with rivets, so they can be replaced easily if broken. He became more excited as he spoke, his voice echoing in the lab. And we produce everything in a standard way. 1 size for the outer layer, 1 for the middle layer, 1 for the lining, and 1 for the steel plates. All on an assembly line. Women sew the outer layer, craftsmen press the steel mesh, apprentices fill the gel capsules. Then assemble everything. No need for mages. No energy crystals needed. When something breaks, just replace that layer. Keep costs as low as possible. Dr. Sun was amazed by this large-scale industrial plan and took a moment before asking, what about the weight? With so many layers, can soldiers wear it comfortably? We've calculated that. Wang Taizhu, clearly prepared, said, the rhinoceros leather outer layer, combined with the composite middle layer and lining, stays under 8 kilograms. Add the front and back steel plates, plus 2 more kilograms. The whole set weighs about 10 kilograms, lighter than their chainmail and leather armor. The best part is it offers better coverage and even protection. At that moment, the lab door was pushed open. Zhao Ming peeked in, followed by a middle-aged woman with an apron and flour on her hands. His wife, Zhao Shen, famous in Licheng as the barbecue beauty and the most organized among all the food vendors. Engineer Wang, Dr. Sun, am I interrupting? Zhao Ming said with a smile. My wife heard we're making new style armor and insisted on coming to see. She says sewing, mending, and cutting fabric are her specialties. Zhao Xin cheerfully added loudly. Engineer Wang. Our kitchen women, they're quick and sharp. Sewing dozens of aprons a day, cutting and patching. If you need someone to sew your armor, just say the word. We don't want pay, just meals. It's better for the frontline kids to wear thicker armor and bleed less. Nothing's more important. Wang Taizhu was overjoyed, worried about finding sewing help. He immediately showed Zhao Xin the sketches and explained how each layer connects. Aunt Zhao, look, this part needs double stitching for strength. Here, we should leave an opening for easy lining replacement, and the straps here must be adjustable. Aunt Zhao squinted at it for a moment, then patted her thigh. Got it. It's like making a thickened pot mat or arm sleeve, just bigger and more careful. Don't worry, Engineer Wang. Give me the design and measurements, and I promise to form a sewing team of 50 within 3 days. Our food street may lack many things, but we have quick and skilled women. That's great. Wang Taizhu excitedly shook her hand. Aunt Zhao, you are the chief of our bulletproof armor project. I'll have Licheng coordinate the fabric, needles, and workspace right away. Dr. Sun also sighed. This is the strength of Licheng. While the front lines bleed, the back is thinking about making shields for them. Engineer Wang, how do you plan to test the protection? Wang Tiezhu's eyes hardened. We'll test it with real weapons. Once the first batch of samples is ready, we'll go to the back of the weapons factory and set up targets. Use captured Greystone City bows and their arrows to simulate direct hits from different distances. Then try cutting with knives and stabbing with spears. We won't mass produce until we see the results. 3 days later. On an open space beside the weapons factory, several wooden stakes wrapped in old quilts were set up. Around them gathered people, Wang Taizhu, Dr. Sun, Li Weiguo, Aunt Zhao, and her sewing team representatives, along with Zhou Rue and a few reconnaissance soldiers. On the stakes hung 3 armor samples. One was the enchanted leather armor from Greystone City, out of energy. Another was the old iron-inlaid leather armor from Licheng. And the last was the quickly assembled, composite bulletproof armor number 1 by Wang Tiezhu's team. Begin, Wang Taizhu personally ordered. First, they tested the bows. From 30 steps away, a strong-armed soldier used a standard Greystone City longbow with armor-piercing arrows. Whoosh! Thud! The enchanted leather armor. Out of energy, the arrow sank deep, almost through the back. The old iron-inlaid leather armor. The arrow hit the metal plate and slid off, but pierced the nearby leather. The composite bulletproof armor. The arrow hit the steel plate on the chest, making a crisp clang and bouncing off. It left only a white mark on the steel. The crowd gasped softly. Then, at 15 steps, almost direct fire. Whoosh clang. The composite armor was hit in the front. This time, the arrow barely pierced the outer layer of rhinoceros hide, but was firmly caught by the steel wire mesh inside. The feathered tail trembled, but didn't the lining. Good. Zhou Rue couldn't help but cheer. He understood very well what this protective strength meant. Next came the sword strikes and spear thrusts. The composite bulletproof armor remained stable. The sword only left deep scratches on the surface and did not cut through the layers. The spear was blocked at the steel plate area. On the side without steel plates, the spear tip was stopped by wire mesh and gel capsules, preventing it from penetrating further. Finally, Wang Taizhu, with red eyes, used a captured double-handed sword to strike the same spot with all his strength. Clang! The heavy sword bounced off, causing the outer layer of the bulletproof armor to. The spider silk fabric and wire mesh were severely deformed, but the armor was not completely broken. The soft deer leather lining was still intact. Stop! Dr. Sun shouted, stepping forward to check. The outer layer and the layers inside are damaged, but they absorbed most of the impact energy. The internal organs were hit, but it's not deadly. If it were a living person, it might be a fractured rib, definitely not a penetrating wound. Silence. Then, suddenly, applause and cheers erupted. The women of the sewing team embraced each other and cried. Every stitch they sewed had become real protection at this moment. Wang Taizhu approached the battered but mission-keeping bulletproof armor, gently touched its damaged surface, then turned to Zhou Rue and said, Captain Zhou, the first 100 sets are prioritized for your reconnaissance team. I want you to wear them and go around Gordon's eyes. Then, Come back alive and tell me if they work. Zhou Rue stood straight, saluted, and said firmly, "We will complete the mission." That night, 100 sets of composite bulletproof armor, infused with the warmth of women's hands and industrial wisdom, were secretly sent to the front line. Meanwhile, in the weapons factory, the rhythmic sound of sewing machines, simple foot-operated, the rustling of fabric cutting, and the clanging of craftsmen hitting steel sheets blended into a powerful symphony for survival. Su Xiaoya passed by the workshop. The system vibrated slightly, and the screen displayed breakthrough in industrializing basic protective equipment. Predicted increase in soldiers' basic survival rate by 21%. The process of material advantage accumulation is accelerating. She looked out the window at the dark south, knowing that when the sun rose again, the soldiers in Licheng would have a layer of skin that Gordon could not understand. Early morning dew clung to the tips of the grass. Zhou Rue crouched behind a small rise covered with ghost needle grass on a dirt mound. The cold, damp earth seeped through his bulletproof armor lining, but his heart was burning hot. He gently touched the firm yet flexible feeling on his chest. His composite bulletproof armor had been worn for 3 days. He was used to its weight, which gave him a sense of security. A small bone conduction headset, a modified version of the walkie-talkie, attached to the cheekbone and transmitting sound through vibrations, making it more discreet, played clear breathing sounds and occasional low confirmations from his teammates. Position at hole 2, good visibility. Hole 3 in position, no abnormalities on the left side. Holes 4 and 5, bait team has reached the designated spot. Zhou Rue licked his dry lips and responded to the hidden microphone under his collar. Hole 1, received. Stay silent. Wait for the target to take the bait. Their target was a patrol team from Greystone City, a group of 12, led by a boastful old soldier. Zhou Rue's mission was clear: test the new equipment, bulletproof armor and walkie-talkie, in real combat, and try to gather loot, especially communication devices. Hole 4 reports, target appears. 12 people, loose formation, about 800 meters away, walking along the old road. Leader has a bow on his back, matching the description, received. Prepare to engage in 3 minutes. Zhou Rue signaled to his assistant, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded, checked the magazine of his rapid-fire crossbow, and touched the 3 shock grenades hanging at his waist. Seconds ticked by. Only the rustling of wind through the treetops could be heard. Suddenly, distant voices of low-pitched shouts and curses came from ahead. The bait team, holes 4 and 5, disguised as mountain villagers gathering herbs, accidentally bumped into the patrol and then panicked and ran toward Zhou Rue's ambush. Behind them, the patrol's shouts and footsteps grew closer. Get ready. Zhou Rue's calm voice transmitted through the headset to everyone. 6 pairs of eyes peered through the grass, staring at the bend in the path. The first to arrive were 2 Greystone City soldiers, panting from the chase. As they turned the corner, the front one suddenly tripped and fell forward. An almost transparent, tough fishing line stretched across at ankle height. Fire, Zhou Rue shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts shot from different angles, accurately hitting the unprotected legs of the pursuers. The 2 screamed and fell to the ground. The main patrol team had just turned the corner when they saw their fallen comrades. The forest ahead was silent, and they immediately became alert. The leading officer, the one carrying the longbow, raised his hand. Stop! There's an ambu. Before he could finish the word, the stun grenade that Xiao Wu had thrown flew through the air and landed right in the middle of the group. Bang! Hiss! A blinding flash and thick smoke exploded together. The patrol's formation fell into chaos, with coughing and shouting all around. Team 2 and 3 suppressed the left flank. Team 4 and 5 circle from the right. Team 1 move forward. Zhou Rue's orders were short and clear. The 6-person squad moved like a well-oiled machine. The 2 on the left fired their repeating crossbows blindly into the smoke, not aiming to hit, but to create confusion and pressure. The decoy team on the right had already flanked around and threw another wave of stun grenades, further splitting the enemy. Zhou Rue and Xiao Wu crawled forward from the front. As the smoke began to clear, they saw the patrol scattered into small groups, some hiding behind cover, some trying to retreat, and two brave ones charging toward the left flank where the arrows had come from. Take down the ones showing themselves first. Zhou Rue aimed at the fastest attacker and pulled the trigger. The bolt struck the man's leather armor but didn't pierce it. Still, the impact made him stumble. Xiaowu followed up with a shot to his leg, and the attacker fell. Team 4, one is running west. Cut him off. Got it. With the radio, Zhou Rue had a full view of the battlefield. He kept adjusting his commands based on his teammates' reports, gradually isolating and breaking down the larger but disorganized enemy force. A Greystone City archer hid behind a rock, trying to shoot back at Zhou Rue. As soon as he peeked out, Team 4 spotted him. Team 1, 10 o'clock direction, behind the rock. Archer. Zhou Rue quickly turned and fired. The bolt grazed the edge of the rock, making the archer duck back in fear, unwilling to show himself again. The fight turned into a one-sided hunt. The Carp City squad used their communication and coordination advantage to keep local superiority, always outnumbering and overwhelming smaller enemy groups. The enemy officer was cunning. He hid behind a tree, speaking quickly into a small glowing stone, a magic communication stone. He was calling for help. Team 1, the leader is using a communication stone. Xiaowu shouted urgently. Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Focus fire on holes 2 and 3, and concentrate on the leader's position to suppress him. More crossbow bolts flew toward the officer hiding in the big tree, causing bark and wood chips to fly. The officer was suppressed and unable to communicate effectively. Finally, after losing more than half of their team, the remaining 4 soldiers from the Greystone City collapsed, threw down their weapons, raised their hands, and knelt to surrender, including the squad leader officer. Stop shooting. Control the prisoners, Zhou Rue ordered. The battle ended. From the bait being triggered to the last enemy kneeling, it took less than 10 minutes. Zhou Rue quickly checked the battlefield. 5 enemies were killed, mainly those shot down during the initial arrow attack and charge. 3 injured, lost fighting ability, and 4 captured. Our side. Only Hole 5 was injured in the final encirclement when a dying enemy threw a dagger that cut his arm. The protective sleeve of his armor blocked most of the force, leaving only a shallow cut. Dr. Sun applied hemostatic powder, and he was fine. Check casualties, gather loot, especially everything on the squad leader. Zhou Rue ordered while remaining alert. Xiaowu efficiently the prisoners and searched them. From the squad leader officer's pocket, he took out a still-warm magic communication stone, several silver coins, and a simple map. Zhou Rue picked up the communication stone. It was only half a palm in size, smooth like jade, with a faint glow flowing inside, looking very delicate. He tried to activate it using the method he remembered the prisoner used, injecting a tiny bit of energy. As a scout, he had basic elemental sensing training. The communication stone lit up briefly, and a vague, impatient voice came through. Patrol Team 7? Why did you stop reporting? What's going on over there? Zhou Rue didn't speak. He simply cut off the energy supply. The stone dimmed. He picked up his walkie-talkie, pressed the call button, and said, Hole 1 calling the base. Battle over, mission complete. Our side has 1 minor injury, and we captured a magic communication stone. Over. The clear, steady voice, without any magical fluctuations, was transmitted via radio waves to the temporary command post several kilometers away. After a moment, a reply came. Base received. Well done. Proceed with the planned withdrawal. Over. Zhou Rue placed the communication stone and the walkie-talkie side by side. One was delicate, expensive, reliant on mages, and limited in use. The other was rough, cheap, accessible to everyone, and used for instant communication. He picked up the walkie-talkie, tuned to the public channel, and said in a deep voice, Attention all units. This is Scout Team 1, Zhou Rue. The new bulletproof armor and communication devices have been tested in real combat for the first time. The armor effectively defends against dagger throws and flying arrows, and meets safety standards. The tactical communication system shows clear advantages. Our team of 6 defeated a 12-person enemy squad with no casualties. Repeat, the bulletproof armor and walkie-talkie have been proven effective and reliable in combat. Mission complete. His voice, carried through the rough or refined, Licheng voices, reached more soldiers who were waiting or about to depart. The news spread quickly through Licheng. When Wang Taizhu, Dr. Sun, Aunt Zhao, and the sewing team women heard about, no casualties, and armor success. The entire weapons factory erupted into cheers, more passionate and tearful than before. Aunt Zhao wiped her tears and said to her equally tearful sisters, "It was worth it. Our sewing can block knives. It was worth it." Wang Taizhu then took the confiscated communication stone and found Su Xiaoya, who was adjusting the long-range relay antenna. "Xiao Su, also record this data. The magic communication stone has an unknown effective range, but it requires a specific target, a mage to charge it, or the user to have a small amount of energy. The cost is estimated to be at least 100 times more than our walkie-talkies." Su Xiaoya entered the information into the system. A comparison box appeared on the screen, and in the communication cost and popularity column, the bar graph for Licheng instantly far surpassed the representative bar for Greystone City. Tactical system verified successfully. Generation gap advantage preliminarily established. Enemy response strategies are being simulated. The system provided a calm assessment. Meanwhile, in Greystone City, the officer waiting for the routine report from Patrol Team 7 finally realized something was wrong. When he repeatedly called through the communication stone with no response, he could only send someone on horseback to check. What he saw were signs of battle, bloodstains, and abandoned damaged weapons. And there was also a neat note, deliberately left by Zhou Rue, written in common language on the back of a torn map with charcoal. "Thanks for the gift. The equipment works well. Licheng Reconnaissance Team." When this note, along with the news of the entire patrol team being wiped out, was presented to Gordon, the conservative noble shattered his favorite crystal wine glass. Search. Find out exactly what kind of dark magic those commoners in Licheng used. He didn't know that the name of the dark magic was industrialization and standardization. This unequal fight has just begun. Rune Enchanter Errol stood at the entrance of the first armory, Rune Stamping Workshop, feeling his worldview shaken like never before. He was invited by Wang Taizhu, supposedly for technical exchange. But everything before him was completely different from his lifelong magical education and the rune art he was familiar with. There was no quiet meditation or incense burning, no careful guidance of elemental energy, and no reverence like creating art. Only noise, sweat, and a sense of cold, efficient work. In the center of the factory stood a huge, impressive foot-operated stamping machine. It was originally an old mining machine provided by goblins, carefully modified. Under the constant stepping of workers, it made loud, rhythmic banging sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike seemed to shake the roof and the entire workshop. Above the stamping machine, a blazing steel, rune seal, was tightly held by a powerful mechanical arm. The mysterious seal shone with hot light, like a falling star. The arm moved precisely, lifting and lowering it smoothly, like flowing clouds. Meanwhile, a long conveyor belt moved steadily. On it were many small, delicate glass bases called moonlight moss glass plates. They were only the size of a fingernail but contained endless energy and potential. These bases had already been mixed thoroughly with conductive silver powder and were being continuously transported to below the seal, waiting for the crucial moment. Sizzle. Smoke rose. When the seal lifted, a complete, clear, and identical complex rune, an initial simplified version of the Fortify rune, was left on the base. Next to it, a female worker used long-handled tongs to pick up the hot base, place it on the conveyor to cool, check if the pattern was clear and complete, then push it to the next step, silver wire connection. The whole process took less than 15 seconds. A trainee pushed a cart filled with freshly stamped, faintly glowing rune bases, several hundred pieces. "Are these all Fortify rune bases?" Errol's voice was a bit hoarse. He took at least half a day to make a rune stone containing the power of strength, from selecting materials, calming meditation, guiding carving, to energizing and solidifying. The success rate was less than 70%. And here, with a loud bang, "Was that a?" "Yes, Master Errol," Wang Taizhu said, having come over unnoticed, with dirty hands but a bright smile. "The main seal you carved is excellent. The lines are clear, and the energy guidance efficiency is 15% higher than all previous versions we tested. Now, with this line, we can produce 3,000 pieces a day at full speed." "Th 3,000? Errol felt a bit dizzy. 3,000 strength runes? Even though they were simplified, about one-third the effectiveness of the full version, that was still 3,000. The Rune Craftsman Association in Greystone City couldn't produce that many in a year. Come on, Master, let me show you the next step. It's more interesting. Wang Taiju enthusiastically led the still somewhat stunned Errol to the next workshop. This place was noisier. Dozens of small manual punch presses lined up, workers placing ordinary iron arrowheads into molds and pulling levers. Clang! Another small steel stamp fell onto the mold, pressing a tiny, sharpness, rune indentation onto the ridges or tips of the arrowheads. Then, the arrowheads were dipped into a steaming, silver-glowing thick liquid, called Rune Activation Liquid, made from energy-conducting silver powder and special glue. After drying, the ordinary iron arrowheads now shimmered with a faint, almost invisible silver glow along the ridges, giving a slight, cutting feeling when touched. Is this batch enchanted arrowheads? Errol picked one up and examined it carefully. Yes, although faint, it definitely had the sharpness enchantment, making the arrows easier to pierce leather armor. Exactly. We call it sharpness arrowhead number 1, Wang Taiju said proudly. It uses the sharpness rune seal you helped optimize, which is also a simplified first-level version. The effect should increase the arrow's penetrating power by about 15% to 20%. And the key, he pointed at the busy workers and the mountain of semi-finished arrowheads. Low cost, fast speed. A skilled worker can produce 1,500 a day. This workshop's daily target is 20,000. Enough to arm all our archers and crossbowmen. With some despair, Errol looked at the pile of shimmering silver arrows, feeling dizzy. In his mind, enchantment was a mysterious, personal, and uncertain art. An enchanted arrow should be carefully crafted by a mage or rune master, even fine-tuned to the user's habits, symbolizing skill and precision. But here, enchantment seemed to become production, like blacksmithing or tailoring, made in a fixed process, endlessly. Engineer Wang. This simplified rune, even though it only has a third of the full power, the quantity is astonishing, Errol said, trying to understand. But the power of runes comes from precise energy guidance and resonance with the material. Repeating this mechanically, won't it cause instability? Or make the effect weaken quickly? Good question. Wang Taiju was waiting for this. We tested it. Using this stamping method with activating liquid, the rune structure is very stable. As long as you don't damage the base, the enchantment can last at least a year. The power does weaken over time, but very slowly. And most importantly, he leaned closer to Errol, lowering his voice but with firm conviction. Master, think about it. A frontline soldier doesn't need a legendary enchanted arrow that can instantly defeat a golem. No, he needs 10 arrows shot, with 7 or 8 of them going a little deeper and being harder for enemies' armor to deflect. That's what we provide. A small advantage, multiplied by thousands, becomes a decisive victory. Wang waved his hand. We don't need every soldier to be a hero. We just need each one to be a little better than the enemy's soldiers. That little bit depends on this. He picked up an enchanted arrow just finished on the assembly line. Errol was silent. He remembered his youth, studying at the Mage Tower. His mentor taught them, runes are fragments of truth, steps toward understanding the world's essence, noble and rare knowledge. Because of this, rune masters held high status. But here, in this greasy, sweaty workshop, runes were dismantled, standardized, and copied, turned into parts that ordinary workers could mass-produce. The sense of nobility was gone, replaced by a different, frightening power, the power of widespread access. Magic is becoming democratized. Errol unconsciously whispered his feelings of shock. Democratization? Wang Taiju tasted the word and smiled. Well said, Master. Magic is no longer a privilege for the few. It should become a tool, something everyone can afford. Like fire, like the wheel. We are not disrespecting magic. We are freeing it. Freeing magic? Errol's mind trembled. This idea was so rebellious, yet so tempting. Master, look, Wang Taiju said, pulling Errol to a testing table with some new design sketches spread out. This is the next generation. Composite rune board, combining common runes like strength, lightness, and element resistance into one standard board, stamped in one go. Then used on our bulletproof armor or on weapon grips and shields. And this, he continued, pointing to another sketch, is the assembly line charging idea. We currently use activation liquid, but its efficiency is low. I want to design a closed track where stamped boards pass through several stable energy fields to be mass charged, like charging batteries. Errol looked at these imaginative yet logically structured sketches. Something deep inside was loosening and reshaping. He realized he was no longer offended but curious, even excited. Engineer Wong, Errol said, taking a deep breath, his eyes serious and passionate. About the composite rune board design, energy flow overlap might cause interference. I have some ideas. Also, the stability of the mass charging energy field. There are records in the Rune Masters Guild ancient texts about similar large magic arrays. I can go back and research. Wang Taiju cheered loudly, patting Errol's shoulder so hard he nearly made the old Rune Master stumble. Great. Master, let's form a runic industrialization joint R&D team. You develop the theory, we handle the engineering. Together, we will turn magic from a craft into a science, into an industry. When Errol left the weapons factory, the sunset stretched his shadow long. He looked back at the bustling workshop, full of raw materials and producing standardized rune items, and felt a complex emotion rise in his heart. Disappointment? Maybe a little. But mostly, a thrill at witnessing the dawn of a new era. He touched the small bag of sharp arrow clusters that Wang Taiju had given him and decided to hold a meeting with the apprentices. Some traditions that have lasted for hundreds of years may be ready for change. At the command center, Su Xiaoya received the latest system alert, technology diffusion process activated. Local magic knowledge system and otherworldly industrial system are beginning to merge. Civilization adaptability and evolution assessment has been greatly increased. Warning: this process may speed up the backlash from the local vested interests. Chen Jingwo looked at the message and said to Li Weiguan nearby, "Did you see that? We're not just making weapons. We're changing the rules of how this world works. What Gordon and others fear might never have been our swords and blades, but this." He looked out the window. The lights of Licheng stretched across the night, brighter and more steady than ever. Let the storm come stronger. Our shield is already forged. Our arrows are ready to be shot. The Greystone City, Blackrock Fortress. In Gordon's study, the scent of old parchment and expensive incense filled the air, but it couldn't hide the gloom on his face. He clenched several crumpled frontline reports in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless fools. He suddenly slammed the reports onto the heavy oak desk, causing the ink bottles to jump. A patrol of 12 men wiped out by 6? Not a single decent message has come back. Is the magic communication stone just for show? Standing at the desk, the scar-faced mage, Carl, lowered his head, afraid to speak. He was Gordon's confidant, but lately, there had been too many bad news. "Sir," Carl cautiously spoke after Gordon's anger subsided a little, "the soldiers who escaped say. Those people in Licheng aren't using ordinary methods. They seem to have some kind of small box that can send messages through the air and commands spread very quickly. Also, their armor, our arrows. Can't pierce it. Can't pierce it." Gordon narrowed his eyes, picking up a decorative crystal paperweight and turning it unconsciously in his hand. "You mean those country bumpkins somehow got better gear than our enchanted leather armor? And that small box? Relic of ancient goblins? Or did they find some ancient ruins?" "I don't know," Carl answered honestly, "but it's certain that their equipment is upgrading very fast. Our previous harassment tactics are becoming less effective." Gordon stood up and walked to the window with stained glass, looking out at the dull castle courtyard. His plan was facing an unprecedented challenge. The sudden appearance of the Car City people was like a hard, foul-smelling stone blocking his way to dominate the northern region. "We can't let them develop peacefully," Gordon said coldly. "If we can't fight them directly, we'll cause chaos from within. People need water, right?" Carl immediately understood. "You mean, Moon Spring?" Gordon turned sharply, his eyes sharp. "That's the biggest water source west of Car City. Go and select 5 trustworthy, clean-handed, water-savvy mages. Don't use strong poisons, they're too obvious. Use corrupting water." "Corrupting water?" Carl gasped. It was one of the forbidden drugs strictly controlled by the Mage Association, made from corrupted magical plants and the venom of certain sick beasts. It was colorless and tasteless, slowly releasing into live water, making drinkers weak, causing diarrhea, and lowering immunity, like a persistent plague. The key was that it was very hard to detect, and its symptoms could be mistaken for common water poisoning. Exactly. Gordon returned to his desk and took out a small crystal bottle sealed with black wax. Inside, a thick, dark purple liquid swayed. This bottle is enough to make the people downstream of Moon Spring sick for a month. When the Car City people fall ill from drinking water and are busy treating themselves, our ritual will be nearly complete. He looked at Carl with a firm tone. Lead the team yourself. Go at night. Be quick and discreet. Don't alert anyone. Pour it into the springs upstream, then leave. I want Car City to lose at least 30% of its workforce in the coming weeks. Carl took the heavy, corrupting water bottle, feeling a chill in his palms. Yes, sir. I will leave tonight. Remember, Gordon patted Carl's shoulder firmly. If you succeed, you'll become the chief mage of Greystone City. Fail. You know the consequences. A shiver ran through Carl. He bowed deeply. Understood, sir. As night fell, Carl changed into dark clothes and selected 4 apprentice mages skilled in stealth and basic water magic in the castle's secret chamber. They all knew the risks, but under Gordon's pressure and promises of the future, no one dared refuse. Listen, Carl lowered his voice and spoke to the 4 young mages. We are not going to fight. We are going to put poison. Move quickly and quietly, leaving no trace. This is corruption water. Even a little bit is trouble, so handle it carefully. He filled 5 small, sturdy gel pouches with the water and handed one to each person. When we reach the upstream of the spring, follow my instructions. Pour in the poison, then immediately disperse and withdraw. Meet at the old place. Do you understand? Yes, master. The 4 apprentices nodded nervously. Late at night, 5 shadowy figures silently slipped out through the side gate of Greystone City, blending into the wilderness like ghosts, heading toward Carp Spring. They avoided main roads that might have patrols, choosing difficult forest paths and valleys, moving toward the moonlit, crescent-shaped spring. Carl was thinking, if the poison works, Carp Spring will be in chaos. Lord Gordon will complete the ritual and gain power. Then, the Greystone army will attack from all sides. He could already see himself wearing the chief mage's robe, respected by others. But he didn't notice that shortly after they left, an old mage in an old robe on the highest watchtower of the castle sighed softly and put away his telescope. He was Errol, a rune master, an old friend of Gordon. He was increasingly worried about Gordon's recent madness. Corruption water. Gordon, you're playing with fire, the old mage muttered. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and left the tower. Some news might need to be known by certain people. The crescent spring flowed quietly in the night, unaware of the coming danger. Downstream, the lights of Carp Spring shone warmly in the darkness. Most people had already fallen asleep, unaware that a conspiracy against their source of life was approaching in the shadows. Wang Tieju's eyelids had been twitching a lot lately, as if something was about to happen. He crouched in the backyard of the armory, worried about some broken bamboo tubes and scattered debris on the ground. Gordon had suffered setbacks and definitely wouldn't give up easily. Should they attack directly? Carp Spring was relatively strong now, so that was not a concern. But what was the most sneaky plan? Poison? Sabotage the water source. Old Wang, what are you thinking? Not eating your meal? Licheng came over with 2 multigrain buns and a bowl of vegetable soup, handing him one. Thanks, sister-in-law. Wang Taiju took a bite of the bread, still staring at the bamboo tube. He said, I'm thinking, since our front line is getting longer, we don't have enough people. For a place as big as Crescent Spring, we can't have a whole company guarding it every day. Is there a cheap and effective way to keep watch? Licheng looked in the direction of his gaze and smiled. You expect those broken bamboo tubes to guard for you? Do you think they can shout intruder on their own? Hey, don't underestimate them. Wang Tieju's eyes lit up. They can't shout, but they can make noise. Look, sister-in-law. He picked up a hollow bamboo tube and gestured. We can hang a small bell inside, bury the bamboo tube in the ground, leaving just the opening visible. Outside, we stretch a clear, strong string across the path, just above the ground. He showed with his hand, about an inch above the ground. When someone or a big animal walks by and trips the string, it moves and the bell rings. The bamboo tube can contain the sound and make it travel farther. Isn't that like an automatic alarm? Licheng understood and found it interesting. This method, the ground is a bit loose, but it sounds workable. It's cheap too. Bamboo tubes are everywhere, and we still have plenty of rusty bells in the warehouse. Just polish them up. What about the string? Rope is too obvious. Use this. Wang Taiju picked up a nearly transparent fine thread from nearby. It's shadow spider silk. I traded with the goblins last time. It's very tough, almost invisible, but a bit precious. We only need a few strands at key points, not much. They got to work immediately. Wang Taiju called over some skilled apprentices and explained the idea. The young men, quick-witted, quickly made a few samples. In the yard, they tested them, gently touching the hidden spider silk, and sure enough, the bamboo tube rang out with a clear ding-ding. In a quiet environment, the sound could carry 20 or 30 meters. Let's call it the Earth Listener, one apprentice excitedly suggested. Good. The Earth Listener it is, Wang Taiju agreed. Sure too, take a few men tonight and sneak near Crescent Spring. Bury this device at key spots along the common paths. Be sure to disguise it well and keep the string at the right height. Once buried, inform the brothers at the nearby watchtowers. If they hear this special bell, it means there's trouble. Don't worry, Engineer Wang, the young hunter named Shirtu said confidently. That night, a few inconspicuous little devices appeared on the small paths around Crescent Spring. A bamboo tube is half buried, with an opening facing the sky, inside hanging a small copper bell. Nearly transparent spider silk stretches across the path at a height that is easy for humans to overlook but difficult for small animals to touch. Late at night, Carl and his wizard team sneaked into this area. They moved carefully, taking the most remote and densely wooded animal trail. The third apprentice wizard felt nervous. He stepped cautiously, suddenly feeling a very thin string lightly trip his ankle. Huh, he wondered, looking down. The moonlight was dim, so he saw nothing clear. Maybe it was a vine. Just as he stepped forward, the string that had caught him pulled gently on the bell inside the bamboo tube. Dingling. A very soft, almost ghostly sound rang out clearly in the quiet night. All five of them froze instantly, their hearts pounding. What was that sound? Carl asked in a low, sharp voice. I don't know. Maybe. A bell? The nervous apprentice stammered. Carl's heart raced. Who would have a bell out here in the wilderness? He hadn't even finished judging. Dingling. Dingling. More sounds came from different directions. It wasn't just one trap triggered. We've been spotted. Run. Carl ordered quickly. Forget about any poison plans. Saving their lives was the priority. But it was too late. On the nearest watchtower, a guard wrapped in a blanket to block the cold suddenly tensed. He listened carefully. The intermittent, crisp bell sounds in the wind. Wasn't that the alarm from the ground listening device Wang Gong had warned about? He immediately ran to the nearby metal bucket hanging beside him and grabbed a wooden mallet. Bang! Bang! The sharp, rapid strikes tore through the night sky, echoing in all directions. Almost at the same time, another alarm sounded from a different direction. The patrol team from Licheng, stationed nearby, had just finished their shift. The team leader was warming his hands by the fire. Hearing the alarm, he jumped up like a spring. Towards Crescent Spring. Assemble quickly. 10 well-trained soldiers quickly armed themselves, rushing out of the camp and sprinting toward the alarm. The walkie-talkie crackled with urgent shouts from the lookout team. Shibei Trail. Something's moving. At least 4 or 5 people. The mage squad was terrified when they heard the alarm and the sound of approaching footsteps. Use acid fog. Block them. Carl, with red eyes, took out a green crystal bottle and smashed it on the ground. Bang! The yellow-green acid fog burst out, causing plants to wither quickly, and a strong, unpleasant smell spread. The 2 soldiers at the front of the patrol were hit directly by the acid fog. They immediately felt a burning pain on their faces and hands, and their eyes couldn't open. Their armor made a sizzling sound, and white smoke rose from it. Fall back. Cover your mouth and nose, shouted the patrol leader, feeling a chill. He knew the enemy was definitely a mage. The soldiers hurried to retreat, covering their faces with wet cloths. The acid fog temporarily blocked their pursuers. Split into 2 groups. Go around from the sides. Don't let anyone escape. the leader ordered through the pain in his face. Carl took the chance to try to lead his people into the woods, but another patrol, alerted by the alarm, had already blocked their escape route. Torches lit up, and 8 crossbows aimed at them. "Drop your weapons." The circle of enemies closed in. A young mage tried to resist, raising his hand to cast a spell. Just as sparks appeared at his fingertips, several crossbow bolts whistled through the air, hitting his arms and shoulders. His spell stopped abruptly, replaced by a scream. Another mage was so frightened by the scene that he threw away his staff. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Carl's eyes flashed with despair and cruelty. He reached for another bottle. "Shoot him in the hand." The patrol leader reacted quickly. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt hit Carl's wrist precisely. The bottle flew out of his hand and landed in the grass. The remaining 2 mages, including the apprentice who tripped over a wire, completely broke down and knelt down to surrender. The fight was over quickly. 5 mages, 2 died from heavy injuries caused by crossbow arrows, and 3 were captured. On the side of the city of Carps, only the 2 soldiers who first encountered the acid fog had minor burns on their faces and arms. The pain was sharp, but their armor prevented the acid from penetrating, so no one was seriously hurt. The patrol leader carefully wrapped the unbroken bottle on the ground with cloth, then picked up several similar gel-like pouches found on Carl, which contained ominous dark purple liquid. "That was close," the leader said, sweating coldly. "Quick, take the prisoners back and send the items to Dr. Sun and Engineer Wang. The Moon Crescent Spring team must check immediately." When the news reached Carp City, it was just dawn. Wang Taizhu heard that the Earth listening device really worked and caught the wizard planning to poison others. He was so happy he patted his thigh and said, "Yes, our simple method works." Dr. Sun looked at the corrupting water brought in and appeared very serious. This stuff looked very strange and evil. The 3 captured wizards were kept in separate makeshift storage compartments, each guarded by a guard. The young apprentice was already terrified and confused, answering questions honestly and openly. The leader, Carl, was injured on his wrist and bleeding heavily. He was also very upset because their mission had failed, and he looked distracted and tired. The 3rd wizard stayed silent, keeping his lips closed and not speaking at all. Surprisingly, Dr. Sun did not rush to use harsh methods to get information. Instead, he personally bandaged their wounds and prepared clean water and simple, light food. Dr. Sun wore a clean white coat made from rough, thick fabric, and his assistant, Xiaowan, was right beside him. This made him look more like a caring doctor than a fierce judge. When they reached the young apprentice's room, Xiaowan was carefully changing a bandage on his shoulder. She kept talking like a caring sister, saying, "Oh, I tell you, it's so late, and you went so far. It's really dangerous. It's so dark here. What if you fall or hurt yourself? Was it just to pour that dark stuff into our spring water? What is that thing? It looks so scary." The apprentice was eating hot porridge and had already broken down emotionally. He sniffled and said, It's the corrupting water. My teacher said if you pour it into fresh water, it can make people sick and weak." "Sick? Diarrhea?" Xiaowan asked casually. "No, not only that. They will get a fever, develop red spots on their skin, become weaker, and lose their appetite. Like a chronic plague." The apprentice lowered his head. "The mentor said it's not to kill people, but to weaken them. To cooperate with the great ceremony in the city." "Great ceremony?" Xiaowan blinked. "What kind of ceremony needs to make people sick first?" I don't know the details," the apprentice whispered, glancing outside the door. "I heard that Lord Gordon is working on a very powerful ancient ritual that needs a lot of living people's vital energy. Healthy people have steady vital energy, so it's hard to draw from them. But when they're sick, it's easier to take." Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat, but she kept a calm face and continued bandaging him. "That's enough. Rest well. Don't think about those things. No one here will take your vital energy." In another room, Dr. Sun personally changed the bandages for Carl. Carl kept his eyes closed and said nothing. The wound was treated in time, so there's no infection, but the tendons were damaged. "If you want your hand to be as flexible as before, it will be difficult," Dr. Sun calmly explained. Carl's eyelids twitched. "I looked at the corruption water you used," Dr. Sun said as he packed away his tools, as if discussing a scientific topic. "The magic energy mixed with biological toxins designed very cleverly. It's not meant to kill quickly, but to cause ongoing weakness and drain life force. It reminds me of some ancient evil spells about stealing life energy for sacrifices or infusion. Carl suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Dr. Sun with suspicion and surprise. Dr. Sun met his gaze. Gordon wants to use the entire city, or even more people who are weak or sick, to fuel his ritual, right? Carl's lips moved, but he didn't admit it, nor deny it. A complex look flashed in his eyes. He's not without conscience, but earlier he was overwhelmed by greed and fear. Do you understand what that means? Dr. Sun's voice grew serious. That's not a war. That's using living people as firewood. Today, it could be the people of Lily City. Tomorrow, it might be the common folk of Greystone City, who can't pay their taxes or work. Carl shivered, his face turning even paler. He remembered the increasingly harsh conscription in Greystone City and the growing number of pale, thin civilians. Dr. Sun said nothing more, leaving behind some medicine and a warning to take care of yourself, then departed. In the laboratory, the bottle of corruption water was carefully divided for testing. Dr. Sun's judgment was quickly confirmed. This mixed poison could greatly weaken the body's healing ability and destabilize the energy field. Chen Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, and Wang Taizhu all gathered in the lab, listening to Dr. Sun's analysis, their faces growing more serious. Gordon is trying to destroy us from the inside, Li Weiguo said through clenched teeth. He's fighting us at the border while trying to drain our strength, maybe even using our weak bodies as fuel for his ritual. 30 days? Chen Jiangwo suddenly spoke, pointing at the timeline on the table that Carl had finally provided. The prisoner said Gordon ordered that the energy must be gathered within 30 days. His urgency, even resorting to such sneaky methods, shows his ritual is at a critical stage. It also suggests he probably doesn't have another 30 days. He looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. We can't just wait for him to be ready. We must strike first within these 30 days, disrupt his rhythm, and destroy the core of his ritual. Exactly. Wang Taizhu clenched his fists. Getting beaten all the time isn't the way. Commander Chen, how should we fight? Our new tools need a test. Intelligence is key, Chen Jiangwo said to Li Weiguo. Greystone City isn't united. Gordon's chaos must have caused resentment. Find someone inside who is friendly to us. Learn exactly where the ritual is and how many guards there are. He then looked at Dr. Sun and Wang Taizhu. Dr. Sun, find a way to deal with the corruption water quickly. Even if we can't fully detoxify, we must ease the symptoms. Taizhu, in the next 20 days, I want you to develop something that can counter magic defenses and let us approach the target quietly. This Spark data has some ideas. Combine them with what we already have and make it work. Yes, the three replied in unison. Xiaoyu was quietly taking notes beside them. Her system interface flickered faintly, as if analyzing the newly entered data about the life energy absorption ritual and starting to match possible technical countermeasures from a vast database. The crisis was approaching, but the counterattack in Carp City was also beginning to take shape. The 30-day countdown was ticking away. Before dawn, Aunt Zhao's logistics sewing team had already set up in her backyard. Usually, they set up a barbecue grill during the day and pack up at night. Now, the grill was moved to the corner of the wall, and several long ropes were stretched across the yard, hanging with freshly cut heavy canvas, bundles of tough spider silk thread, and stacks of thin steel sheets that had been pressed into shape. Over 20 women sat on small stools, sewing quickly with needles and thread, chatting as they worked. Hey, Aunt Zhao, why does this backpack have to be made like this? It's square, like a box. Granny Wang squinted as she threaded her needle, muttering. She used to work in a tailor shop and was used to making wide robes with big sleeves. Auntie Wang, you don't understand, Aunt Zhao said quickly as she stitched 2 pieces of heavy canvas together, padding some areas with layers of spider silk fabric. Brother Wang said this is called a standard military backpack. The square shape helps carry more stuff, and it has compartments, dry food on one side, water bottles on the other, and a side slot for a spare arrow tube. It fits snugly on your back and doesn't sway when you run. Look at these wide shoulder straps, with soft cloth inside. They don't cut into your shoulders. She picked up a half-finished bag, showing the strange straps and metal rings on the back. You can hang a rolled-up blanket here, and a small shovel can go here. Brother Wang calls this modular design. You can attach whatever you need, making it convenient. Oh, that's really thoughtful, said Widow Li nearby, whose son was in Zhou Rui's reconnaissance team. My boy used to stuff his gear into a messy cloth bag, jingling and clattering when he ran. This bag is neat and tidy. Exactly. Aunt Zhao raised her voice proudly. Our kids on the front line are risking their lives, so we need to make sure their gear is comfortable. So the stitch is tight. Hide the loose ends. This is about whether they can run smoothly and stay safe. The women looked serious, working more carefully. In one corner of the yard, a few older children helped organize yarn balls and boiled water for everyone, busy and happy. Meanwhile, Old Wang's rations workshop was steaming with heat. Old Wang used to be a chef at a state-run cafeteria with excellent skills in making pastries. Right now, he was directing a group of elderly men and women to mix ground grains, dried meat, crushed nuts, and some herbal powders provided by Dr. Sun to boost energy in the right proportions. They added salt and kneaded the mixture into a firm dough. Old Zhang, make that marching ointment thicker. Yes, just like that. When it cools, it can be cut into blocks, chewed for energy, and dissolved in water to make a paste. The so-called marching ointment was made from animal fat, honey, fried flour, and some nutritious root powders, forming a concentrated energy block. It didn't taste great, but it was very high in calories, easy to carry, and could be stored for a long time. Old Wang, is our compressed biscuit baked too hard? I can't bite through it with my poor teeth, complained an elderly woman holding a dark, hard square. It's supposed to be hard. Old Wang picked up a piece, trying to break it, but it didn't move. This is for the soldiers on the front lines during their quick marches. It needs to be filling and resistant to moisture and pressure. What's the big deal about it being hard? You can break it with a stone, soak it in water, or slowly dissolve it and swallow. Better than starving. The elders nodded and kept busy. The yard was filled with the aroma of baked grains and a faint herbal scent. The children's task was to carry small baskets to gather common herbs like dandelion, plantain, and mugwort at the foot of the city wall and along the fields. After washing and drying them, they brought the herbs to Dr. Sun's medical station. Though these were ordinary herbs, in large quantities, they were useful. The entire city of Licheng was like a big machine, with every part working toward the goal of 30 days. In the streets and alleys, people talked less about family matters and more about the front, gear, and supplies. In the afternoon, the central square suddenly became lively. Several engineers, under Wang Tieju's command, climbed the tall flagpole in the middle of the square. They installed a large, black, trumpet-shaped metal device at the top, connected to thick wires that stretched down to the nearby command building. Engineer Wang, what's this new gadget? Curious passers-by stopped to look. This is called a loudspeaker. Wang Taiju wiped his sweat and said proudly. Basically, it's a device that can project sound very loudly. The command center talks into this wire, and the sound goes into the speaker, so everyone in the square can hear clearly. Oh my goodness! Does that mean it can send messages over 1,000 miles? An old man exclaimed. Even more convenient. No need for magicians. Anyone can use it. Wang Taiju was adjusting the equipment. Soon, the same loudspeakers were set up in 2 other main markets and squares. In the evening, the setting sun cast a golden edge over Licheng. People, busy all day, gradually went home, and smoke rose from cooking fires. Suddenly, hello? Hello? Test the sound. Test the sound. A slightly distorted but very clear and loud voice suddenly came from the loudspeakers in all 3 squares at the same time, spreading across half of Licheng. Everyone was stunned. They put down their work and went to the door or window, listening carefully. Fellow residents of Licheng, comrades, I am Chen Jiangwo. His voice was steady and strong, coming through the rough sound system, with a strange sense of reality and penetrating power. Many of you have heard some recent rumors and seen the changes in the city. Yes, we are facing a threat. Gordon from Greystone City wants to poison our water and use evil magic to take away our vitality. He wants us to fall ill and become weak, so he can take away our right to live and hope. Just like harvesting crops, in the square and on the streets, people held their breath and listened, their faces serious. But are we afraid? Chen Jiangwo's voice suddenly rose, full of strength. Look at yourselves. Look at your neighbors. Aunt Zhao and her sisters are sewing the strongest backpacks. Old Wang and the master craftsman are making the best dried food. Our children know how to gather herbs. Our blacksmiths are working day and night. Our soldiers are guarding the border. We are not afraid. We are acting. Each of us is doing our part to defend our home, our parents, children, and brothers and sisters. This is not just one person's war. It is the shared war of all 83,000 people in Licheng. His voice echoed in the dusk, touching everyone's hearts. Many clenched their fists, their eyes filling with tears. What do we have? We have hard-working hands, clever minds, and united will. We also have wisdom and help from our distant hometowns. Gordon has magic, but we have science. He has a few elite soldiers, but we have all the people. Starting today, Licheng is in level 1 wartime readiness. But this does not mean panic or chaos. It means order, dedication, and that each of us knows what to do and can do. Workers will produce at full speed, farmers will ensure harvests, merchants will keep trade flowing, and the elderly and children will handle logistics. Everyone should do their part and try their best. I promise you that the command center will do everything it can, using all wisdom and strength, to help everyone get through this difficult time. I also ask you to trust your comrades, follow wartime laws, avoid spreading rumors, and focus on your own work. Our strength lies in every small effort, each stitch, brick, and second. 30 days. Fellow villagers and comrades, give us 30 days. In these 30 days, we will prepare everything. Then, we will fight the fire where it should burn and eliminate threats before they grow. For Licheng, for our home, for each of our futures, Licheng will win. The last 4 words were almost shouted out by Chun Jiangwo through a loudspeaker, echoing like thunder over Licheng. After a brief silence, someone was the first to shout, "Licheng will win." Soon after, others followed, second, third, and more, voices rising from every corner. At first, it was chaotic, but quickly it became a strong, organized, powerful cheer. Licheng will win. Licheng will win. Aunt Zhao and the women from the sewing team, with tears in their eyes, held hands and shouted. Old Wang and the elders from the grain group straightened their backs. Children jumped excitedly. Pedestrians on the street stopped and raised their fists. The 3 loudspeakers remained silent, but the words just spoken had deeply touched everyone's hearts. Fear was pushed away, confusion cleared, replaced by a clear sense of mission and a fierce fighting spirit to stand against the enemy. The broadcast ended, but the night in Licheng was destined to be restless. Under many lights, more busy figures moved, with even more determined gazes. The war had not truly begun, but the entire nation's war machine was already roaring to life. 3 days later, at a training ground on the outskirts of Licheng's west side, the atmosphere was unusual. A simple viewing platform had been set up nearby, covered with clean coarse cloth, with a few tables and benches. Several special guests sat on it. The goblin merchant Galu, wearing a new silk jacket with gold embroidery, his small eyes darting around. Rune Master Errol, dressed plainly in gray robes, holding a staff tightly, looking serious but curious. The representative of the tundra herd, Batu, was a strong man with a weathered face, wearing a thick leather coat, looking around curiously. Chen Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, and Wang Taizhu stood nearby. Many other officials and selected residents from Licheng also gathered, forming a large crowd of several hundred people. Commander Chen, you've brought us here so seriously. What new thing are you showing us? Galu rubbed his hands and spoke first, with a shrewd and expectant tone. Is there some new good stuff coming out? We've worked together for a long time, so you should give priority to old friends. Errol was more interested in the technology. He looked at the soldiers in the distance, who were neatly lined up, dressed in uniform gray training clothes, carrying new-style backpacks. He whispered, Commander Chun, your soldiers seem full of energy. Those backpacks, they look quite special. Bada spoke directly. Commander Chun, are we going to fight? Our herdsmen are not afraid of battle. We just want to know, how do you fight? Chun Jiangwo smiled slightly. Everyone has come from afar, and we trust you all as friends of Licheng. Today's visit isn't to sell products or ask for help in battle. We just want to show you what Licheng can do with our own methods. Maybe it can also give you some ideas for your future choices. He nodded at Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo picked up a metal horn and stepped to the front of the viewing platform. He loudly announced to the soldiers preparing below and the onlookers, Licheng Defense Force is conducting its first multi-activity coordinated drill. It begins now. First, rapid response and emergency assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp, urgent whistles sounded from different directions at the edge of the training ground. It was a simulated attack alarm. The soldiers, who had been resting in the barracks or doing daily training nearby, instantly moved. There was no panic or shouting. The soldiers reflexively rushed to their equipment racks, quickly put on composite bulletproof armor, helmets with woven iron lining, carried standard backpacks, and grabbed either multi-shot crossbows or spears leaning against the wall. Their movements were smooth and precise. What also caught everyone's attention on the viewing platform was that, throughout the process, almost no officers shouted commands loudly. The soldiers seemed to know exactly what to do and where to go. Soldiers from different squads automatically gathered towards several designated assembly points, like streams flowing into rivers. Gara took out a pocket watch, a finely crafted gnome product, and started timing. Errol focused intently and whispered, "No magic communication signals." "How are they coordinating?" Bado widened his eyes. "Such quick movements. Faster than our herders preparing their horses. Only 4 minutes and 50 seconds. The 5 infantry squads, about 150 soldiers, scattered across the large training ground, all stood in neat lines in front of their squad leaders. From all angles, they formed straight lines. Apart from some light breathing, everything was silent. Report to the commander. First squad assembled. Second squad assembled. Licheng saluted and spoke into a loudspeaker. Target, defense position 3. March quickly. Move out. The troops immediately turned around and jogged toward a distant area with simulated low walls and trenches. Their formations were neat, their steps heavy and uniform, kicking up slight dust. For minutes and 50 seconds, Gara looked at his watch, eyes wide with shock. From the alarm to full assembly and departure, less than 5 minutes. Such efficiency. Even our most elite merchant guard teams can't do that. Errol noticed the details. Their equipment is completely uniform. Everyone knows their position and task. No magic help, just training and organization. Impressive, Bada nodded in amazement. These soldiers look so reassuring. Next, Licheng announced after the troops were in position, demonstration of long-range command and coordinated combat. Next to the viewing platform, several signal soldiers quickly set up equipment. A main console with a crank handle, connected to several antenna boxes, and operators wearing headsets. Wang Taiju approached and explained to the guests, "This is our battlefield communication system, improved with Spark technology. Now, the command center can directly talk to the squad leaders at position 3. He signaled to an operator, who turned a generator, while another spoke into a microphone. "Dongo calling Mountain Eagle. Dongo calling Mountain Eagle. Please respond." After a moment, a clear but slightly noisy voice came from a speaker on the table. "Mountain Eagle here. Dongo, go ahead." The voice was from an officer at the distant position. The crowd on the viewing platform gasped in surprise. Garu suddenly stood up, stretched his neck, and looked toward the distant position. Then he glanced at the box on the table, his face full of disbelief. Errol's staff trembled slightly as he carefully sensed the magic. There was no strong magical energy, only a very faint and hard-to-understand form of energy. Badu opened his mouth wide, his honest face showing confusion. "What kind of magic is this?" "Shannying, report your current situation and demonstrate the coordinated marking on the left and right wings," Licheng ordered through the microphone. "Shannying understands. My squad has taken the left flank of position 3. All personnel are present, no casualties. Now I will demonstrate the coordinated marking. Please observe the hill 50 meters to my squad's right." Everyone looked in that direction. On the position there, a soldier raised a small mirror, reflecting sunlight and flashing it rhythmically to the side. Almost at the same time, another voice came from a different box on the viewing platform. "Hound reports. Observe the flashing signals from Shannying squad. Confirm the direction. My squad is ready to support the right flank. This. Gara was so excited he could hardly speak. From so far away, just talking can command? Can they even say hello to each other? If this is used to protect a caravan, the leader sitting in the carriage could command the front and back teams to surround the enemy. Amazing. This is a magic artifact. Errol was hit even harder. He had dedicated his life to studying magical communication and knew its limitations and high costs well. What he saw now was almost revolutionary. No magic power needed, no precious materials required. Ordinary soldiers can operate it. Commander Chun, is this science really another form of and capable of spreading truth? Chun Jangwo calmly replied, it's just a tool, a way to help us communicate and work together better. Like an axe can cut trees, a sickle can harvest wheat. Tools themselves are neither good nor evil. It depends on how people use them. Battis suddenly clapped his thigh. Got it. Just like how our herders use a lasso and a whistle to command sheep. But your lasso can be thrown farther and the whistle blown louder. Great stuff. Perfect for fighting wolves. He automatically imagined a nomadic scene. Next, Li Weigua's voice sounded again, with pride, testing the effectiveness of new equipment in real combat. The target is a wooden shield formation 100 meters ahead, simulating enemy troops. Everyone's attention immediately shifted. In the distance, more than 20 straw figures dressed in thick leather armor and holding large wooden shields stood in a tight defensive formation. On the other side of the battlefield, a squad of 30 soldiers stepped forward, divided into 3 rows. They crouched and leaned against a low wall, raising their weapons. These were not traditional bows or single-shot crossbows, but a strange-looking crossbow with a rectangular quiver. That is, Errol's eyes sharpened. Rapid-fire crossbow, Wang Taiju explained. It can load 10 short arrows at once and shoot quickly in succession. Li Weigua spoke into the microphone in a deep voice. Eagle, target the shield formation. 3 rounds of rapid fire. Fire freely and quickly. Begin. As soon as the command was given, twang, twang, twang. A dense, sharp vibration of crossbow strings suddenly sounded. It wasn't the usual whoosh of arrows flying, but a rapid, continuous burst like a heavy rain hitting a metal roof. The first 10 crossbow arrows shot out in a loud whistling. Almost at the same time, the soldiers pressed their levers, a simple string-pulling device, and the second set of arrows was already being loaded. Less than 2 seconds later, a second volley of arrows rained down. Then came the third. In just 6 or 7 seconds, 30 crossbowmen unleashed nearly 100 arrows. The projectiles formed a nearly continuous gray rain in the air, crashing fiercely into the shield formation 100 meters away with a sharp, tearing sound. Clang, clang, clang. Splash. The dense impacts sounded like hail smashing tiles. Wood chips flew everywhere. Thick leather armor was easily torn apart, and straw targets wobbled under the force. Many wooden shields were pierced or even shattered by the powerful arrows. After 3 volleys, the smoke, from the friction of the crossbow strings and the dust kicked up by the arrows, dispersed slightly. In the distance, the shield formation was a mess. Almost no intact targets or shields remained. On the viewing platform, everything was silent. Gulu's pocket watch fell to the ground unnoticed. His mind raced. With this kind of firepower density, if it faced goblin cave dwellers or human light infantry, it would be a slaughter. Errol took a deep breath. He had seen mages cast fireball spells before, but those required huge magic energy and long preparation. But what was in front of him? Purely mechanical, sustainable long-range firepower, cold, efficient, and chilling. Battis suddenly jumped up, pointing into the distance, excitedly shouting at Chen Jiangwo. Chief Chun, this crossbow. Will you sell it? How much? Our tribe wants it. With this, wolf packs are nothing. Those horse thieves stealing our grasslands. Shoot as many arrows as they come. Chen Jiangwo looked at the shocked and somewhat flustered expressions of his allies, knowing that the demonstration had achieved its purpose. He slowly spoke, his voice passing through a metal horn, spreading throughout the venue. Friends, this is today's Licheng. We may not have advanced magic or 1,000-year-old martial arts, but we have organization, discipline, constantly improving tools, and a firm resolve to defend our home. We are not showing off our strength to boast, but to make our stance clear. Licheng has the power to protect itself and the sincerity to share peace and development with true friends. His gaze swept over Galu, Errol, and Batu. The upcoming drills will show our combined defense and attack capabilities. Please take a short break. More impressive displays are coming. During the break, Galu eagerly pulled Wang Taiju aside. excitedly asking about the cooperation possibilities between the rapid-fire crossbows and communication devices. Errol was deep in thought, stroking his staff as if reconsidering the future of magic. Bada was gesturing with Licheng, asking about the range and durability of the crossbow bolts. The residents of Licheng stood straight, their faces full of pride. For the first time, they saw clearly the power of the backpacks they sewed, the dried food they made, and the support they provided to the army. The drills were not over yet, but the message Licheng wanted to convey had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all witnesses. After a brief rest, the atmosphere on the training ground grew more serious. The quick reactions and firepower displays earlier had been impressive enough, but everyone knew that real war was more than formations and archery. Licheng stepped back to the viewing platform and announced loudly, "Next, we will demonstrate the fourth item, multi-unit coordinated defense and counterattack. Scenario: our fixed position encounters enemy infantry charges and long-range fire suppression." At his command, the scene was rearranged. On the distant mock enemy position, dozens of straw men with different colored cloth strips represented attacking infantry. On the flanks, there were simple models of catapults and archery targets. Meanwhile, the soldiers at position 3 in Licheng quickly changed formations. The frontline soldiers crouched behind a low wall, raising rapid-fire crossbows equipped with small round shields. Behind them, 2 rows of soldiers held longer, thicker heavy spears, pointed diagonally forward. At the same time, on the high ground at both wings of the position, 2 groups of 3 soldiers appeared. They were not operating crossbows, but larger devices with simple steering stands and aiming sights, heavy crossbow cannons. That is, Errol squinted. Heavy crossbow cannon, firing specially made large arrows or throwing explosives, Wang Taiju explained. Its range and power are much greater than rapid-fire crossbows, used for suppression and breaking enemy lines. Gallo quickly took out a small notebook to record, muttering, "Good stuff, useful for city defense, warehouse protection, and escorting large merchant caravans." Bada was more interested in the formation of the infantry, spearmen in front, crossbowmen behind. "That's different from our pastoral cavalry charges. Demo begins," Licheng ordered. The simulated enemy position first attacked, the flags representing catapults and bows waved. No real stones or arrows were shot, just imagination and narration. Enemy long-range attack. "Stay hidden," shouted the position commander through a speaker. Soldiers behind the low wall all crouched down, using cover to avoid the arrows and stones. Enemy infantry begins to charge. The straw figures representing infantry, pushed by soldiers hidden behind them with sticks, slowly moved forward, simulating a charge. "Crossbow. Aim at the enemy charging group. Fire to block," the commander ordered. The heavy crossbow team on the high ground immediately moved. One adjusted the direction and height, another turned the winch to draw the bowstring, and a third loaded a special crossbow arrow with a thick head filled with red dye, simulating an explosive. Bang! A loud, deep sound of the crossbow string, as the heavy arrow with a faint tail of smoke, from friction of the dye pack, shot out, arcing through the air and hitting about 20 meters in front of the enemy charging group. Boom! Sound effect and red fog from the dye explosion. Although there was no real explosion, the loud noise and the splattering red dye clearly simulated an explosive going off among the crowd, effectively slowing the charge. The enemy charge visibly slowed, and their formation became chaotic. Repeat fire crossbow. At 120 paces ahead, fire freely. The commander seized the moment. The repeat fire crossbow operators behind the low wall immediately stood up, aimed their crossbows, and fired at the confused enemy crowd. The familiar tight string sound rang out again, and a rain of arrows poured down, covering the area. "Spearmen, prepare. Enemy approaching." When the remaining enemy troops charged within about 30 steps under the arrow rain, the crossbowmen quickly retreated, crouched down, and loaded their weapons. Meanwhile, the spear-bearers, always ready, stepped forward, and suddenly their heavy 4-meter-long spears through the shooting holes in the low wall. The shiny spear tips formed a dense forest of death. The simulated enemy troops charging forward collided with this spear wall and were clearly stopped outside. Side-mounted crossbow cannons. Extend fire to hit the enemy's rear ranks. The crossbow cannons on the high ground fired again, this time targeting farther away to strike the enemy behind. The entire defense process was clear and smooth, from long-range interception to mid-range coverage, then close combat. The different units worked well together, commands were quick and accurate. Although there were no real shouts of battle, the cold mechanical sounds, clear commands, and simulated battlefield effects made it easy to feel the tightness and efficiency of this defense system. The enemy troops retreated. The position was held. On the viewing platform, everything fell silent again. Then people couldn't help but gasp and discuss excitedly. Gallo's eyes lit up, and he immediately linked this defense system to his underground shops and important mines. Great stuff, all great. If I put this at my warehouse entrance. Errol remained silent for a long time. He saw not just simple weapons and formations, but a new way of thinking about war, maximizing the fighting ability of ordinary soldiers by using tools and organization to make up for individual weaknesses, creating a systematic advantage. This was very different from the traditional model he knew, which relied on a few powerful individuals like mages and knights to decide the battle. Bada scratched his head and said to Chun Jiangwo, "Chun, your way of fighting looks like a hedgehog or a spider web. Not easy to mess with. But our herders are used to running on the plains, so standing guard like this is a bit unfamiliar. Still, these crossbow cannons are really good. They'll definitely work well against bandits hiding in mountain dens." Chun Jiangwo smiled and said, "Tactics depend on the time and place. Defending a city has its way, and fighting in the wild has its method. The key is knowing what you have and how to use it." The final demonstration was about engineering and explosives. A team of engineering soldiers pushed a small cart loaded with strange rod-like objects and packages to a simulated city wall, actually a thick wall built from mud bricks. They quickly used tools to drill holes at the base of the wall, buried the packages, simulating explosives, connected the wires, actually colorful ropes, and then quickly withdrew. Ready to clear the area, everyone covered their ears, even though they knew it was just a simulation. Boom! A loud simulated explosion sound. The thick mud brick wall collapsed loudly. Actually, it was prearranged to fall with the help of sound effects, sending dust into the air. "Quickly make a path," shouted the team leader. Another group of soldiers with shovels, axes, and crowbars rushed forward, clearing bricks and stones to widen the passage. The process was smooth and efficient, showing they were well trained. "This is to break through obstacles and barriers," explained Wang Taizhu to his amazed allies. To deal with strong gates, roadblocks, or enemy fortresses, the demonstration was over. The troops regrouped and lined up to leave. But the atmosphere at the viewing platform was very lively. Gallo was the first to jump up and run to Chun Jiangwo and Wang Taizhu, smiling warmly. "Commander Chun, Engineer Wang, we want to work together. We must cooperate closely. These repeating crossbows, heavy crossbows, and communication devices. Our Goblin Merchant Guild is willing to provide the best metals, the most stable energy crystals, in exchange for priority purchasing rights and some regional agency rights. Prices are negotiable. We can also exchange technology." Errol also stood up, his attitude becoming more serious and respectful. "Commander Chun, Engineer Wang, what I saw today made me think deeply. The way of runes might not be limited to towers and scrolls. Your ideas of standardization and industrialization could bring new life to ancient magic techniques. On behalf of the Rune Master Academy, I propose we establish a joint research project. We are willing to share some basic energy theories and non-sensitive rune knowledge to explore the possibilities of combining magic and science." Badu was even more direct. He pounded his chest and said, "Chief Chun, our herding tribe recognizes you as a friend, and we also respect the strength of Carp City. In the future, if friends from Carp City come to trade or pass through the northern plains, our tribe will protect them. If you need to deal with troublemakers like Gordon, just send a message. We have good horses and brave men. Nothing we lack." Chun Jiangwo looked at his three allies, each reacting very differently, but all very enthusiastically. He knew that the goal of this strength display had been fully achieved. He reached out and shook hands firmly with Galu, Errol, and Bada one after another. "Lee City values every true friend. We can discuss the details of our cooperation later. But I can promise one thing. Lee City seeks shared safety and growth. Our strength will be used to protect what needs protecting and to fight what needs fighting. I hope that in the future, we can work together and move forward. Sunlight shone on the training ground, illuminating the neat lines of soldiers leaving, the representatives on the observation platform who had reached a preliminary agreement, and the proud smiles of many Li City residents. Su Xiaoya was among the crowd, recording everything. Her system interface showed a new message quietly appearing. External approval has greatly increased. The spread of cross-civilization technology is accelerating. The cornerstone of the alliance is initially stable. Next phase task reminder. Turn technological advantages into strategic initiative. The drill was over, but Li City's path to the future seemed clearer and broader amid waves of excitement and anticipation. In the corner of the arms factory's backyard, Wang Taizhu squatted in front of a pile of strange powders, looking worried. Portland cement, mainly made of limestone and clay, calcined and ground fine. Also needs gypsum to adjust setting time. He held a blurry printed instruction sheet from the Spark data packet, muttering, "Limestone is easy. There's plenty in the northern mountain valleys. No shortage of clay. But this calcining temperature, over 1,400 degrees. Our current coke furnace can only reach about 1,100 or 1,200. And gypsum, do we even have that here?" A few apprentices crouched nearby, watching him eagerly. One young man named Shuangzi scratched his head and said, "Engineer Wang, maybe. We could try something else." Old-timers use lime mixed with glutinous rice juice or pig blood for building walls, and it's pretty strong. That's for sticking things together, not for bearing weight. Wang Taizhu shook his head. We need to build roads, permanent structures, and carry several tons of trucks. That little bit of glutinous rice juice won't help much. He looked at the samples he had collected from different places. White limestone powder, red clay, gray, and some light, ash-colored powder from near a volcano, volcanic ash. In the Firestone archives, it was mentioned that ancient Romans mixed volcanic ash with lime to make a very durable, natural cement. Wang Taizhu picked up a handful of volcanic ash, rubbed it in his hand, and it felt fine like flour but a bit slippery. Will this work? Let's try it, Engineer Wang. Another apprentice, Dainyu, was brave. These stone powders and mud aren't worth much anyway. If it burns out, it's just practice, right? Let's try. Wang Taizhu also got excited. Thinking alone won't do any good. Let's get to work. They quickly built a small kiln in the corner of the yard, using the best coke, with the blower turned to maximum. They mixed limestone, clay, and volcanic ash in different ratios to make small bricks, which they placed inside the kiln for firing. The first time, the temperature wasn't high enough. The fired clinker was hard but the wrong color and broke easily when squeezed. Not hot enough. Add more coal. Harder. The second time, the temperature was too high. It burned too much and turned into a dark, glassy lump. Too much. Next time, shorter firing time. The third attempt, the proportions were off. The fired material didn't harden in water and was just like mud. Is there too much volcanic ash? Reduce it. For 2 whole days, Wang Taizhu and the apprentices stayed by the kiln, their faces blackened from smoke and their eyes red and tired. They failed countless times, and the yard was filled with strange, misshapen, colorful rejects. Passers-by avoided them, afraid of Wang's fierce look. Engineer Wang, maybe. We should take a break, Xuanzi asked cautiously, smelling of burnt ash himself. Wang Taizhu didn't reply. He stared at the latest batch of clinker in his hand. This time, he reduced the clay and greatly increased the volcanic ash, adjusting the firing temperature and time. The clinker was gray-green, even in texture, and the sound when tapped was crisp. Grind it fine, he ordered hoarsely. The clinker was put into a stone mortar, crushed manually, then sifted through a fine screen to get a gray-green powder. Add water. Wang Taizhu personally mixed the powder with water in a certain ratio, stirring until it became a thick, gray-green paste. Pour into molds. They had prepared several small wooden molds beforehand. They poured the cement paste into them and smoothed the surface. Now, we wait. Wang Taizhu sat down heavily on the ground, leaning against the hot kiln wall, eyes fixed on the wooden molds. Time passed little by little. After 1 hour, the surface of the cement started to lose its shine. After 3 hours, it felt a bit hard to the touch. After 6 hours, it couldn't be pressed down anymore. But Wang Taizhu was not looking for this kind of hardness. He wanted the strength to support weight. Waiting was the most painful part. At night, Wang Taizhu wrapped himself in a sack and slept near the kiln. Every now and then, he would get up, turn on his flashlight, the last one in stock, he didn't want to use it all, and check the cement blocks. By noon the next day, almost 24 hours had passed since pouring. Wang Taizhu called everyone together, including Li Weiguo and a few old craftsmen who came to watch after hearing the news. The yard was silent. Everyone stared at the few gray-green blocks on the ground. Wang Taizhu licked his dry, cracked lips, picked up a prepared iron hammer, and gently tapped one of the blocks. Thud, thud. The sound was deep and solid. He took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and struck with moderate force. Bang! A crisp sound. A small white spot appeared on the surface of the cement block. Some small chips flew out. But overall, it was still intact. Wow! The crowd gasped softly. Wang Tiezhu's eyes lit up. He signaled to Dainiu and Shuangzi, "Bring that big one over." It was a square board about 10 centimeters thick and 30 centimeters long, poured at the same time as the others yesterday. Two young men struggled to carry it to the center of the yard, placing it on 2 bricks underneath. Wang Taizhu walked over to a nearby empty dump truck. This was a sample sent by the Gallinome a few days ago, weighing over 2 tons. He climbed into the cab, and in front of everyone's surprised eyes, slowly drove the truck over. Then he adjusted the steering and carefully pressed one of the rear wheels onto the cement board. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If it crushed, it would be. When the wheel touched, the cement board sank slightly and made a faint, creak sound, but it didn't. It didn't collapse. Wang Taizhu kept pressing, allowing the entire rear wheel to fully weigh down on the cement board. It supported over a ton of weight, steady as a rock. It's a success. It really works. Shuangzi was the first to jump up and shout. The yard instantly erupted in excitement. Workers cheered and clapped. Li Weiguo patted Wang Tiezhu's shoulder hard, and the old craftsman circled around the cement board, touching and inspecting it, marveling at its strength. Wang Taizhu jumped down from the truck, squatted in front of a concrete slab, and reached out to touch its solid, cool surface. His eyes were a little moist. 2 days of nonstop effort had been worth it. This thing is called Licheng cement. He stood up, his voice hoarse but strong. Limestone in 7 parts, clay in 2, volcanic ash in 1. That's the ratio. We'll improve the firing temperature. And then build a proper cement kiln. It has to be big and capable of continuous production. He looked at Li Weiguo. Director Li, for road building, towers, and walls. We now have the main material. Li Weiguo looked at the gray-green stone slab that had supported a truck's weight. He thought about the muddy, difficult roads and fragile wooden structures from before. He nodded heavily. Old Wang, you've made a big contribution again. I'll organize people to mine limestone and volcanic ash. Our city's tough core starts with this cement. The news spread quickly like the wind. When people learned that Wang had made a magical mud, capable of supporting heavy trucks using crushed stone powder and volcanic ash, their initial doubts were soon replaced by real proof. A new wave of confidence and energy filled Licheng. With roads and strong structures, their homes could truly be protected. Meanwhile, in Greystone City, Gordon received a vague report from Scout. Licheng seems to be collecting a lot of limestone and some kind of white ash, purpose unknown. He sneered. Limestone? For wall plaster? Just a bunch of mud workers with limited vision. He didn't realize that those mud workers, looked down upon by him, were forging a powerful tool called infrastructure, which would soon cut off all his geographical advantages. In the command headquarters yard, a large crowd gathered. They were tall, short, fat, thin, aged from 18 or 19 to around 40. They wore different clothes, former farmers, miners, carpenters, vendors, and even a few restaurant workers. Their faces showed curiosity, nervousness, and a sense of pride in being chosen. 2,000 people in total, carefully selected by Li Weiguo from all the city's young and able-bodied men. Li Weiguo stood on a makeshift wooden platform, holding a metal horn, scanning the crowd. Comrades, do you know why we've pulled you from your jobs and gathered you here? The crowd was quiet, waiting for his words. Not to send you to the front lines to fight, but your task is more important than fighting with knives. Li Weiguo loudly said. Our engineer Wang has created a type of cement that can support big trucks. But cement is dead. Roads are alive. We need to turn this cement into roads, into bridges, into strong walls to protect our homeland. He pointed west. The first road starts from the west gate of Licheng and goes all the way to the western outpost. It's 40 kilometers long. With this road, our soldiers, supplies, and equipment can reach the front quickly, like blood flowing through veins. Gordon's cavalry is fast, but not as fast as our trucks. The crowd started to get excited and whispered to each other. Building roads? Using that special cement? It sounds exciting. But, Licheng continued, this work isn't easy. It's not like digging trenches or building small fields. We need to open mountains, break stones, solidify the ground, and pour cement. We'll face sun and wind, blisters on our hands, cuts on our shoulders, everyday things. We might also face enemy interference. Are you afraid? No, came loud, clear responses from the crowd. Only strong and brave people were chosen for this work. Good. That's the spirit, Licheng nodded happily. From today, you are no longer farmers or carpenters. You are the first engineering team of Licheng. I am your leader. Now, let's assign tasks and equipment. The team was quickly divided into companies, squads, and groups. Each group received basic tools, 2 big hammers, some steel rods, several brand new engineer shovels, made overnight by the factory, and reinforced hand carts. Each squad was given a simple stone crusher, an odd machine built by Wang Taizhu and his workers, using a broken steam engine, gears, and hammers. Powered by coal, it could crush big stones into small pieces suitable for paving roads. It wasn't very fast and made a lot of noise, but it was much better than breaking stones by hand. There was also a special, technical team, equipped with simple level tools, a transparent tube filled with water, measuring ropes, and rulers. Wang Taizhu personally gave the first lesson to the technical team, explaining how to level the ground, lay out lines, and determine how wide and thick the roadbed should be. Building roads isn't just laying stones randomly, Wang Taizhu explained, drawing diagrams with a stick on the ground. The foundation must be dug deep enough and packed tightly. Then, lay a layer of large stones, followed by crushed stones. Only then can we pour the cement surface. Every step of the process must not be skipped. If skipped, the road won't be strong, and it will break soon. We are building a road to save lives, so it must last for 100 years. The engineers listened carefully. Although some technical terms were unfamiliar, they understood words like strong and life-saving. The next morning, at dawn, the engineering team set out. The team was large, carrying tools, pushing carts, and pulling several stone crushers that emitted black smoke and made loud noises. They looked like a long dragon moving toward the wilderness outside the west gate. The chosen route had been surveyed in advance by scouts, trying to avoid difficult terrain. The first step was to clear away plants and loose soil from the surface. The engineers worked hard with shovels, sweating profusely. In the past, working was just to make a living, but now it was to protect our home, and the feeling was completely different. Hey, old Zhang, your shoveling technique is wrong and wastes effort. Watch me. Use your waist and arms, and use leverage, a former miner showed a farmer nearby. This engineer's shovel is really good. It's much faster than that stone crusher is powerful. It broke such big stones with just a few hits. Soon, difficulties appeared. When they encountered a hard rock layer, the shovels couldn't dig through. The explosive team came in carefully, drilling small holes in the rock and planting a small amount of fireworks, actually a byproduct from Wang Taizhu's lab, with controlled power. After a muffled bang, the rock cracked open, and the stone crusher was used again. In the afternoon, Wang Taizhu brought some new equipment, large iron rollers that could be filled with water to compact the roadbed, and several wooden, road surface templates that could be assembled to control the width and thickness of the concrete pouring. Although busy, the construction site was well organized. Each team had clear tasks: digging, transporting stones, crushing, and tamping, working smoothly in sequence. The technicians measured repeatedly, shouting, "This side is 5 centimeters higher," and "The here isn't enough." Licheng wore a woven safety helmet, a new invention, and patrolled the site, solving problems and coordinating material transport. Producing cement took time, and the supply of limestone and volcanic ash couldn't be interrupted. The consumption of coke was also very high. The logistics team, led by Licheng, was extremely busy, running around nonstop. At the end of the first day, a roughly 6-meter-wide dirt road stretched nearly a kilometer forward. Although it was just a basic dirt road, its straight path and smooth foundation already showed the outline of the future road. On the way back to the camp after work, the engineers were tired but very excited. Looking at the road they had personally built behind them, a strong sense of achievement grew inside them. Once the road is finished, I want to be the first to run on it. Then the grain transport teams won't have to worry about getting stuck in the mud during rain anymore. We're also fighting a war here, using shovels and hammers. News of the progress spread back to the city, and more people were called to help support the engineering team. People delivered water, food, repaired tools, and made safety gear like gloves and shoulder pads. The whole community's enthusiasm for building the road was fully ignited. However, this lively scene soon caught the attention of the people in Greystone City. Gordon would not just sit by and watch a road that could change the course of the war be built right under his nose.